Well, at long last, we have reached the money. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Atlantis, Paradise Island here in the Bahamas. WSOP Super Main smiles on everyone's faces, including yours truly, Ali Najad and Randy Liu, given that we're in the cash-laden part of the program, but boy, was it manic en route. Just walking through the numbers real quick, Randy. We did combine that field yesterday. It managed to swell to 1,378 entries, coupled with the 600 entries from online. It doesn't take a mathematician to know that we almost hit that $50 million guarantee.
Yeah, we were short 22 entries to hit the $50 million guarantee, which equates to $550,000 in overlay. But it's impressive. GG and WSOP, they decided we're going to guarantee $50 million in a $25,000 buy. I'm like, there's no way they get even close.
I mean, admit it. You're pretty impressed that we got within sniffing distance as we did. All right, now we're going to talk about guarantees. $50,000 in prize money. Guaranteed to all remaining combatants out here. 207 of them advancing from yesterday. More on how we got to that point later, as it was pretty disappointing for one Phil Hellmuth. They're going to combine, obviously, with the online folks, bringing us to a total of what should be 297 players coming into today. But believe it or not, that's not the number we're going to start with. More on that a little bit later. Randy, first prize, $6 million. Top 8, all guaranteed, 7 figures. When you consider, the scale of this thing and the fact that it's a $25K buy-in, not a $500,000 buy-in, not a $100,000 buy-in, you really can't overstate just how meaty this one is.
It's, one of the biggest tournaments of all time, $50 million guarantee, $6 million for first. And like you said, it's not a $100K buy-in, it's not a $500K buy-in where you expect those kind of prizes. You just have to pony up $25K. Obviously, the other big event is the $10K WSOP main event that's able to have like $10 million first prizes. So WSOP is where everyone wants to just make a name for himself.
It does seem that way. You surprised at all that we got down to the money as quickly as we did yesterday? It took just 6 levels, rather, with an average stack of 40 bigs?
Of course, average stack 40 bigs. I'm thinking there's going to be a lot of players that are just blinding down. Hopefully someone else gets it in first. It's a $50,000 min cash, 2x the buy-in. And, there's some players out there who probably satellite it in for a lot less. It's a dream, and somehow we just burst it just like that.
I'll tell you what, specifically on the bubble, there were some hands that left you wondering just about what's going on in terms of strategic approaches. Some recklessness, dare I even say, out of some very aggressive players, but maybe appropriate?
Maybe appropriate. I don't know. I mean, seems like some players stepped aside from ICM. They were calling off with Queen Jack offsuit, limp calling the shove rather than jamming themselves. We had players calling off King Queen. Did get it in good, but still, it was a situation where players were like, yeah, maybe I'm looking at the $6 million top prize and not the $50K at the bottom.
Then we had one player who's, of course, a known entity who goes by Phil Hellmuth. And Randy, you were in the booth for this. Incredibly, of all of those almost 2,000 players that made their way into this thing, it was Phil Hellmuth, the most decorated World Series of Poker player of all time, 17-time bracelet winner, who found himself on the bubble. And oh, what a way to go.
He had ace-king. He's seen Alex Keating raising every single hand.
Yep.
And he had to sweat it 3 ways. I believe he got rivered by the 7. And
2 big blinds he had.
He had 2 big blinds. He was sitting there, and Jeff Platt comes around, and he goes on a rant saying, this guy's playing every single hand. He beats me every single pot. And when they play against me, I just get in good over and over again, and they just get me every single time.
Now, remember that during the bubble, it is stone hand for hand. So other hands had to complete, and there were how many other all-ins going down at that time? Was it 4?
There was 4 total. He was one of them, so 3 other all-ins he had to sweat.
Right, because if somebody else were to go bust on that specific hand, then they do share the payout, last place, right?
Of course. If someone else busted on another table, they would have got $25K apiece. Maybe multiple players bust, they start to share a bit more.
So you might think that out of those 3 other all-ins, that at least one of them would get showered too, but back to back.
You're smiling, buddy.
Double ups, because the pain is so absurd. And of course, of all the people for it to happen to, Phil Hellmuth, I mean, just brutal. for him.
It was like 3 coin flips as well. It wasn't like aces versus kings and aces held every single time.
It's just, you can't even make this up. It's stranger than fiction, I swear. So 10 levels of play. Moving day here in the Bahamas going to bring us down. Only 86 of those online 90 actually made it here to the Bahamas. And I got to wonder if you're out there for folks that aren't here at Atlantis right now, what is your excuse? How rich? 50K min cash. That's what they get in their stacks are removed from play. Producer James mentioned maybe visa issues depending on what country you're in, but you would think a shot at what is now $6 million, $50 million guaranteed.
You would think, but maybe they're mooning elsewhere. It's only half a Bitcoin. They're just I'll just pass on this opportunity.
Randy said they're mooning elsewhere. I love that. All right, some things are changing here today. Pre-flop shot clock, you saw a lot of people kind of pressured yesterday. We're going from 15 seconds up to 20, and then everyone's going to get 6 additional time banks. If you came from the online streets, they basically calculated that the average number of time banks amongst the live players was 3, so they're going to give you 3 to kind of sync up with the rest of the live field, and then you're added 6 for a total of 9 when you take your seat. And the seat that one could regard as the throne belongs to the Lithuanian. Gytis Lauzauninkis. Look at that mountain of chips.
He's got 15.4 million, where the big blind is just 80,000. Yeah, I think he's got dreams for the final table.
No question about that. 5 others are part of the 8-figure club. 10 million in chips for Shirzat Hisu. We saw him. Always takes things very seriously where he's out there and did major damage on the feature during his time there. All the way back to day 1A is when Juan Pardo found the bag. Super high roller, super savvy, and here he is among the 8-figure stacks. Obviously, danger lurks when it comes to Pardo.
Pardo is one of those very experienced players, mostly known for playing against the toughest competition in small fields, high buy-ins. Here, he's going to play, a bigger field, 25K buy-in, but he knows how to maneuver a big stack.
Now, maybe familiar to those who have been around a while, but less so these days is Liv Buree, who is also amongst those players. Literal astrophysicist, guys. Many other interests and endeavors, but came back for this one. Couldn't resist the temptation of a 50 mil guarantee and a star from the feature who also wields 8 figures.
I'm pretty happy to see Liv Buree out there. A lot of players, a lot of fans welcoming her at the feature table, of course. I believe she runs a podcast, Win-Win, I believe it's called, right? Yeah. So it's a win-win situation. It seems like it's winning even more.
Not the only lady who's out there sitting deep. How about Anna Marquez, Day 1C chip leader?
The chip leaders of day one seem to be doing all right. Anna Marquez and Our Lady, like you just mentioned, getting through into the money, 50K, sweet.
Fedor Holtz was a chip leader once upon a time, and then yesterday it all came undone for him. So it's not as though it was a guarantee or an assurance that just because you were a chip leader earlier that you were going to punch your ticket here into the money today, as unfortunately Fedor did learn with that unlikely exit. Eric Yanofsky also up there. Both through to day 3 in the money with above average. Lagoon table, I mean, I wish we could take the iPad and show you this. You're going to see it soon enough, but I mean, really, this is just a collection of mythical beasts, monsters at this Lagoon table. It's just not fair if you got to park your bones there.
They were all joined at one table. We got 2 Foxens, not one. We got Big Hooney, Nick Showman, Peter Ertz, and Yoni, the 4-card specialist. Yeah, that kind of looks like final table quality there.
I was just thinking the same thing. If you wouldn't have told me, I would have easily suspected that was an FT. But, of course, we know that there's a lot of action still remaining between now and an FT and an eventual champion in this one. Reef table, let's not overlook it. Joey Chong and Sosia Jang out there.
Yeah, Joey Chong, I remember him making that deep run into Wsop and kind of blasted it off, A7 offsuit, I believe, against Duhamel, was it?
Vegas main event.
Yep, Sosia Jang, deep run here. I saw her on the feature. She was making moves on the Stone Cold Bubble, was willing to open off of a small stack.
You know what's interesting is that in terms of these huge MTTs, you're going to have more recreational players interspersed than on average, in spite of the fact that it's a 25K, a lot of satellites, a lot of well-heeled folks, believe it or not. And Sosia generally has to compete with a much more pro-laden field. So obviously she performed quite well. Chris Pewitz also at that reef table, just $50K in front of him. Let's send it down now to the arena and Jeff Platt to kick things off.
All right, well, here we are out in the field, day 3 of the World Series of Poker Supermain, about to get underway. 207 players at the end of the day yesterday all made the money. They join 90 online qualifiers who played the online flights who made it through to day 3. Now, there are 293 players left because 4 of those online qualifiers did not show up today for whatever reason, so they automatically acquire that min cash of $50,000. So 293 players remain, all fighting for that first place prize of $6 million. One of the 293, what's that guy's name again? In seat 2, he's got the GG hat. He's like a vlogger or something. I think it's Daniel Negreanu. Mr. Negreanu, I hate to interrupt your conversation.
What do you want?
Just your thoughts on a tournament with a $50 million guarantee.
$50 million. That's a lot of money, man. I thought it was crazy when they said it, but they always do crazy stuff with guarantees. And, you know, I think the turnout's pretty darn good. We done did it.
Pretty soft table draw for you, it looks like.
I don't know. I know.
You don't know these guys.
I don't know. Is he good? I don't even know. You know what I mean? I know that. I don't know. Is it tough? You tell me.
No, it's not tough. I don't know anybody, especially not Jaffe over there. We've never seen him before. All right, let's keep it moving. Appreciate the time. Best of luck to all of you guys today. As we walk through the field, we see some names that we didn't see in the live flights because they qualified online, like an Adrian Mateos, like a Renlin. Rania Nasruddin is back. You know what? Let's talk to Rania. Why not? Rania, can you come join me for a quick sec? Why not? Just walking through the field. We're chatting with people. Rania's here. Welcome to day 3. How you feeling going into a very crucial day 3?
I'm just happy to be here amongst all of these like stone cold European and American killers. So very happy.
But you're used to playing in these types of fields. I mean, 2 EPT main final tables for you this year. How would you sum up how this year has gone for you?
This year was, I would call it a shocker, but very pleased to be a participant in it. And I hope that the end of my year is as good as the rest of my year has been.
Sounds good to us. What do you think of your table draw?
I mean, I've got the chip leader to my right, and he looks like he's like GTO optimal, so we'll see how it goes. And then we've got, a good mix. This guy is like smiling and happy.
That's good.
I made a joke that I was mic'd up because I was in pink and I got no laughs, so I think it's going to be
start.
A quiet table, but we're going to do what we can today.
We'll check in with you throughout the course of the day. Thanks, Rania. Appreciate it. All right, so how we looking? We're looking good. I think we can go ahead and send it back to the main stage where Andy will kick things off for us.
All right, players, welcome back for day 3 of the Supermain event. Get things underway here, guys. Your button is in seat 4. Dealers, put your button in position 4. We have just a few reminders, guys. There will be no electronic devices on the tables at all. That does include the rail. Also, no electronic assistance apps, charts, or anything like that, guys, used in the tournament room. If you want to use those, I'm going to need you to step all the way outside the room, guys. If you are using those in this room, it will be at least an immediate 2-round penalty up to disqualification. We have also rolled your blinds back. We're going to give you the full level, guys. You got 40 BBs. We're going to give you the full level 17. So good luck, everyone. Small blind, 40,000. Big blind, 80,000. A big blind ante, 80,000. Good luck, everyone. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. 40, 80, 80.
All right, and our thanks to Jeff Platt and to Andy Tillman for getting us underway here in the money at the World Series of Poker Supermain with a modest overlay, but an overlay nevertheless. $200,000 in orbit, the price of poker. 3 full feature tables. Joe Chong and Harvey Jackson, 2 Americans up top at the Reef. Christopher Pewitz slid in there with just $50K. Big Uni. And Yuka Shulman Foxens, Peter Ertz. Ay, that Lagoon table, an absolute minefield. And then, of course, not to be overlooked, that third and
160.
final table out there.
I didn't even know we had a palm table.
Andrew Chin up top in that one. Carlos Shada, Frank Brennan, and Stephen Chidwick running 2, 3, and 4. Big Hooney. King 9 hijack open. Shulman, ace jack on the button. 5.7 in front of him. Chooses to flat. Pocket fours. Gonna set mine.
Yeah, it could have been a spot where he would reshove, but maybe he didn't feel he had much forward equity off of his stack, so does come along for the good price.
And there is Hooney, who had such an emotional moment when he took down a bracelet during the summer, dedicated it to his father. 10-5 deuce here. The fours actually best. No follow through out of Hooney.
200.
See Nick Schulman betting 200K in position and gets the fours down, and that's kind of one of the problems with not kind of pushing your pocket pairs in pre is you often get blown out when you don't flop a
The
set.
other ones are like giant.
Yeah, true.
I'd like
Always
the small
nice.
ones.
Have everyone step aside in that spot.
Sorry, I can't.
Did they signal that into your ear?
Thank you. Big table.
What a mess.
Hooney will find the bin shortly. As will Ertz.
I get to see
with
what
the
you
Queen 8,
open with,
Shulman with
you
the
know.
King Salmon.
Hey, Foxen, be careful. You're raising into the other Foxen.
You know, Selena, your wife, plays poker. Randy, talk to me about, you know, the domestic experience when you're out there playing against one. Have you played against her in a tournament?
I have
Yeah.
before.
Did you end up sleeping on the couch?
Wasn't a good day for me, I'll say that.
Gut shot, straight draw. Not a great flop for Kristen. Rather, for Alex versus Wifey, who has top pair here, checks it over.
Okay, see a C bet here from the gut shot. 175K. Expecting check call for King Jack. You could throw in King Jack into your check raising range, but with deeper stacks, it gets pretty awkward. You tend to see it a bit more off of like 20 big blinds or lower.
$175. Check called by Kristen. Alex doesn't find help on the turn.
Not a good turn card for Alex to double barrel on, just because some of these hands that you want to pressure, 7 and 6X, now pick up straight draws. And they've got like 7-8 suited, 6-8, all hands that would defend the big blind and check call flop.
Turn goes check, check. Alex finds a pair and some showdown on the river as the front door spades show up.
Could see block bet here with King Jack. Kicker is still very relevant. Checks it over.
And a check back from Alex. Kristen shows top pair. And, you know, some in the chat talking about the optics. Not great here. Presumptions that maybe play is going to be adulterated. One thing I can tell you for sure is that those two don't take it easy on one another. In fact, I would suspect that they might even go harder at each other. Randy, as odd as that may seem,
On the river.
for one, to just sort of quell
Actually, I don't know.
any allegations or any suspicions that
Okay.
maybe, you know, they aren't playing the game straightforward. And that line in that pot, if they weren't a couple, you wouldn't say anything about it. You would go, okay, pretty straightforward stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, if there was, it's very easy to see if there's some wrongdoing happening. I would never expect it from these two, and you know, there could be damage between them, and we can always fix it with some counseling.
Second bet turn.
I mean,
I should bet
they're
too.
guaranteed 100K, 50K base.
I would have folded.
You would have folded on the turn?
We do have snap
depends on the
situation.
size.
Third.
Had a gutter.
Yoni with
Yeah, maybe I
ace
called
jack
third.
against the short stack, queen nine suited. 1.5 million.
In the middle, and the ace jack finds a pair. As Hayes, queen nine, finds the gut shot.
Gutter. You had
10-9.
9, 10.
Suppose it could be worse. Now we add nines to the mix.
I don't think you call the river.
Hmm?
You call the river.
So saying it would have been close.
Good game.
River
Game.
does not salvage the queen nine of spades. GG's issued, 50K collected. Tell you what, could have been worse.
Sure, it's an early exit in day 3, but you got that min cash at 50K.
Casually strolling back over
297.
to the pool, maybe. Meet up with the fam, friends. Meanwhile, we flip it back over to one in progress. Jackson and Pacheco have squared off. Jackson always had the better of things with the dominant ace. Now he has aces up on the river. He has bet 700,000. Pacheco paying it off. Nice pick up there,
How much was it?
Mr. Jackson. By the way, those of you that are maybe joining us,
Thank you.
hoping to catch the action over at that tertiary feature, the palm
I
table,
might want to play
just going to be heading over there during all-ins and calls,
to have more of a sweat.
not parking ourselves.
Am I just imagining?
Maybe we could do that if
a
I
heads up.
like high equity on the turn. I would like to play time then.
Oh, really? Okay. I thought you think. Okay.
Good timing for aces.
Right.
Oh, kings.
Well, no,
Same
maybe
kings as.
Oh yeah, you're right actually. I would prefer kings. Now that you say it, I would
It's just
prefer
at the
kings.
end, so I'm at the end. So when the river. Yeah, and then when the river was down, I was
Ollie,
like,
there's already an all-in triangle in front of Chris
we're gonna have
Pearce.
to like.
Well, I don't need to explain why.
I have no idea. There's definitely
Big
fake
blind.
tables with fake. Like,
Forced all-in,
Yep.
north of 1 small blind he has.
yeah, I'm not convinced.
He could get a walk. You know, the small blind still has to put in more chips.
Oh my God.
How much better
How
does it
good?
get?
How good do you run?
Against
Of
any
course
two.
not.
Show us
I
the
mean,
kings.
Here we
Show
go.
us the
To put
kings.
any
Come on.
Pacheco in the small finds ace deuce.
Oh, I'm decent then.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm in
Two
good
live
shape.
cards
Yeah.
for the lean stack German.
No, it's not. Okay.
100K pot means a whole lot more to Pearce
Starting of
than
the
it
miracle
does
part 1.
to Pacheco. Chip in a chair journey
I'm not in a
potentially
rush.
underway. Let's see how the Jack 9 performs on the flop. Poorly.
I take a queen.
King 3 deuce, Pacheco finding bottom pair. Pearce saying he'll take a queen. 10 would give him some backdoor straight draw as well. Jacker a 9 for the lead. And instead,
Close enough.
it's an 8. 6 outs. One time for the German to avoid one of several 50K payouts and extend play.
Oh, no.
And instead, it is a king on the end. Kind of one of those outcomes that you're braced for. Doesn't make it any easier, but
Good game.
obviously doesn't come as too much of a surprise to Putz.
Yeah, I'm sure Pierce is still very happy. He was destined to likely bubble yesterday, given he only had 50,000 in chips. So.
Yeah, I mean, he had his loofah, shampoo, conditioner at the ready. Showers. Always the likely outcome for him. You know, Brandon Jack Harris, once upon a time, well-known pro, longtime vet, introduced the idea of being on the rail and handing out red balloons anytime someone got busted. And I don't know why. I loved it so much, but it was to the point where in our group chats, when somebody would get busted, you know, lose a bunch in the game, we would just send a red balloon emoji. You knew exactly what it meant. I bring that up because obviously the loofah emoji is unavailable. But, you know, if you bust it out, you could put... I guess the showers emoji works.
Too many red balloons and that crazy clown shows up.
Are you talking about it?
Yeah, it.
Is that Pennyworth?
Pennywise.
Pennywise?
But we don't speak his name.
Is that because he shows up? You like horror movies, Randy? You don't watch movies, Randy.
I hope he kills you one day.
So I'm just telling you right now, man, if a clown came at me, we'll bop on the schnoz. I would be like real aggressive and then just... Like Daniel-san, remember when he could have taken the dude out and instead he just squeezed his nose? I'm just saying. It's early for this, isn't it?
Your mind, it goes in strange places.
You start talking about evil clowns. What, do you think I was going to keep it on
sure,
the straight and narrow?
Go with honking the nose.
Still getting our feet wet here. Day 3. A sense of calm, perhaps, coming over the remaining 293 players who start the day all in the money. A lot less pressure on them than they had prior to this point. That's for sure.
Okay, good idea. I mean, I'm just like, brain is obviously just.
He's going to try with 5-3 off, so he's so short. He has just enough for some fold equity, but snapped off by ace-queen.
Minikilla's 3-5 off. Runs into an ace-queen for Schneider.
We definitely don't have.
Once again, an all-in and a call situation as the short stacks are desperately trying to find the spins here.
Oh, yeah?
I'd imagine this field is going to thin out pretty quickly on the inside of the bubble. Got shot straight draw. Things could be worse against top pair for Menikella.
4 outs.
Obviously, he had 6 going in. Finds a 3 for added pathways.
Because I got moved to the central table only at the end of yesterday.
Can he
when
find
Bubbles
a 3,
Day
4,
was,
or
like,
5 on the river to keep a seat?
Somehow I didn't even notice.
All right, good
Nope.
game, guys.
Yeah.
Luck, everyone.
So yeah, somehow I didn't even notice.
Deuce on the end.
That the cards were
GG's,
small, so yeah.
GL's, showers.
Another fallen soldier.
Yeah, banana to go. It's important to get the potassium going, Randy.
Which ones are streams?
Helps ward off cramps. Did you know every banana
Number 3 and 2.
is slightly radioactive?
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not
So
saying
is
that
that
you're
how
gonna get
Planet of the Apes came about? Radioactive
radiation
monkeys?
sickness. Are they
just-
radioactive, those monkeys?
I don't know, man. They're crazy.
Just stop referring to movies, Randy. We know that the only thing you've ever done is see the poster or maybe a commercial. for 99% of the
During
films
my
we talk about.
downtime away, I watch as many movies as possible, and you never reference any of them, so I'm trying my best.
Are they all like anime, Randy? Be honest.
Animated? Does that work?
Yeah. See, I'm not in those streets. I mean, Madagascar. That was a good one.
Is that
What are we
I like
talking
to
about?
shake it, shake it.
I like to move it,
Close,
actually,
close.
Randy. But you're always right in the ballpark. Folded around to Schneider. Just showered Manikela. 7-5 off suit. He'll limp it. Lehman.
Sorry.
Compatriot. Checking back. So a little German Civil War. Blind versus blind. 10-7-3. Middle pair against the gut shot. Schneider knuckles.
Definitely could have some confrontation here. We do check it around. Turn card. That's nice for a Lehmann.
Yeah, Lehmann with the pair. Jumping in front of Schneider, who still shows passive procedure.
Yeah, Lehmann has to expect that he rarely get check raises as played and tries to value bet against a 7. An 8x gets called by the 7 quickly, and the 9 is looking oh so nice.
Yeah,
Trips.
because it's certainly not
Runner,
random. 100% is not random. Yeah, the stream's never random. So maybe they're just giving like.
Schneider checking now.
a break,
460 in the middle. You see him immediately looking over at Lehmann as if to say, what are you trying to rep here? 360 is meaty, and it does feel like a hand that maybe lacks showdown and is desperately just trying to claim what's out there.
Schneider might not expect Lehmann to always bet a 9 on the turn, so he might not give the 9 credit in this spot and might pay off.
Who's actually on the other team? Oh yeah, Foxen, I can see. Makes sense.
He shouldn't have worries of kicker issues just because the 7x shouldn't be going this hard as played.
That's a go, right?
Yeah.
Great value bet size.
Oh yeah, that's a good table. It's like Foxen, Schulman, Peter. It's can't see right.
Nice little
That
pickup
one
there
makes
for
sense.
Lehmann.
Is it possible to request cocktails or not?
I don't remember Johannes Straver being at that table earlier, Randy, but that just makes this one even more brutal.
Buying a round of agua panas or something, or what?
I would get a round of
So
panas.
the
They told me
Foxens
they
have
were out of them yesterday,
eliminated the
but
player
they're
in
out of
between
the
them.
Pellegrinos as well.
Well, they didn't do it, but that player's gone.
All right.
Now they got to play blind versus blind
Maybe they
confrontations.
restocked today.
Is this the stage where I think it's
Once
Count
again,
Kafka
Alex and Kristen
screaming
square
about
off.
cocktails,
Advantage Kristen
over and over again.
once more with second pair on an ace-high board.
That's a different level of cocktails right there.
Don't mind his bet from Alex. Usually would be taking this down given the check back pre-flop from Kristen. Ace and King X doesn't rate to normally be in her range.
Check calls the 80. Note, by the way, that on 2 occasions in position and now out, Alex has gotten after Kristen on the flop.
Alex picks up the gut shot. Definitely a candidate to multi-barrel to muscle 7 and King X right now.
$240. The follow-up act. As Foxen did pick up the gutter. Again, this is just not what you're doing if you're trying to avoid sleeping on the couch. Kristen calling. 80 in the middle now. Chrissy makes 2 pair.
I mean, I suppose it is very easy for Kristen to have an ace that's never folding. But if Alex could see Foxen's cards, like King X is the type of hand you would try to barrel against, but of course 2 pair would never fold at this point. Now wisely gives up.
Yeah, not before getting after it across a couple of streets.
Kristen can go just very big at this point. Obvious busted clubs miss. Ace X, weak kicker, definitely in Alex Foxen's range that would check call. There we go.
6 1/4 the barrel from Kristen.
2-0 Kristen.
Yeah.
And he's still sleeping on the couch.
You know how it works.
Me?
Jack 9 of clubs.
Do you have any aquapanas today?
Yes, I
or
did.
the Pellegrinos?
Wow.
What am I supposed to do with 6 high?
Probably bet river too.
Felt like you weren't going to fold.
I was not gonna fold. It's a good river for me.
I'll just throw water. You have King 8?
You know how there's like the newlywed game where one spouse is asked questions
I'll take a couple eyes.
and then the other spouse has to guess what the answer would have been?
Or no? Just
5.
I'm okay, thank you.
160.
I suppose we
Leave it
could have a
5.
poker newlywed game where you ask what kind of line one
5
spouse would
is
take,
big of
you
trouble.
know. And then they look back to like, you really think I would barrel the turn there? Smack you upside the head.
Yeah, they're not doing so well right now.
Hooney with ace-jack, not doing particularly well against the 2 9s of Shulman for the time being. Nick, hijack flat.
Great spot for Foxen to jump in. Couple 5s. Like, not only is this table very stacked, but there's so many chips on this table where everyone is super deep. So you're going to see a lot of hands that potentially could 3-bet, looking to just play it slow pre and not making it confusing and inflated. As we go to the 10-3-3 rainbow texture, 2 9s are best for Shulman. Could get Fox in a little bit of trouble because the 5s often will be the best hand.
Yeah. I don't necessarily feel as though Hooney is going to have a lot of 10x under the gun as an opener, despite having a fairly healthy stack.
Yeah, we also saw Hooney check over to Shulman before when Shulman flatted. I would think the ace-jack would continue against a bet in this spot, but if Foxen comes along, then Hooney's more likely to get away.
Yep.
Against 160, I believe Kristen's kind of got to continue here. Just 2 big blinds. But she gets away wisely. That's a nice laydown. Tidy.
Bit surprised that she didn't keep Nick honest for at least a street here, but in stepping aside, she does allow Hooney to get in there and to hit this turn. And it's not the turn that Shulman wants to see versus an under-the-gun opener that check calls the flop. A lot of ace-x in range.
This is an auto check back for Shulman. Even if Shulman had like a weak ace, he wouldn't be looking to bet in this spot because Hooney from undergun has all of the bigger aces that would check call. 10 is not amazing for Hooney, of course, because Shulman could have 10x. But his kicker's pretty good where there's definitely consideration to put out chips in this spot. If Hooney had a weak ace, he certainly would be checking. But I do like that he's trying to get called by a worse ace in this spot.
You know, Hooney does block a couple of the 10x combos that are available to Shulman in ace-10 of hearts, jack-10 of spades. So he does go for value here.
So the only hands that Shulman beats right now is Broadway's that check called the small bet on a flop, which is some of Hooney's range. But if you weight it against the undergun opening, There's a lot of ace-x. Feels like Showman's more likely to maybe hero here if Huni had raised in a later position where there's a little bit less of these kind of check call hands. But you can see time bank coming in.
Shulman fanning out the banks just to get his bearings, see exactly how many he has as he chews on this one. What makes sense here, Randy? Just the inside Broadway stuff?
I don't think he beats much in a spot. I believe that some of these Broadway type hands actually doesn't always bet.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing the board, and you can check bluff catch to try to chop.
Exactly. Feels like Showman's gonna lay it down in this spot. No, looks like he's coming in with call. Pays it off. Nicely priced for Big Huni.
Nice.
Shulman takes a blow there. As Huni continues to stack chips. Early going here in this one. Huni, by the way, not afraid to play the cash games. Such a strong all-around player. Now sitting 7.6 plus, just shy of 100 bigs. Same territory as Harvey Jackson, who has leapfrogged Joey Chong over on the Reef table. Troy Quenneville now ahead of his compatriot, Andrew Chen, over at the Palm table. Ruiz, Ertz, and Fahdin Mustafov all bringing up the rear at their respective tables. Sosia Jang also down there, sub 20 bigs at Reef. Haven't seen her hop in.
How fun would that be?
That would be fun.
One day, me and Ren will make a final table together. He says it every day. I don't think
Have you
it's
never
happened
made
yet.
a final table with Ren?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Oh wait, maybe one at Poker Go.
Yeah.
It should happen in January if he plays. I'm confident.
Nick Shulman back to work. King Jack offsuit.
This is mine.
It's on you, Huni.
Are you gonna come to Poker Go in January? Are you
So
on
does
Discord? I think you
the
are,
time
right?
bank start when he's
40 or
mid-tip?
Oh, okay. I thought for some reason.
You know what I mean? The clock is going down. I see it.
Yellow, I don't think.
On the iPad there in front of the dealer.
Or are they like serious?
I feel like you got to get a
There's a
pass
lot of
if you're
series, but I
if
think
you're
this
engaged in tipping, but
Rules are rules, my man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't know. I like to paint in shades of gray out there sometimes.
Like 10 days in between or something.
Round two
I think it's
between Shulman and Huni. He defends with the best of it. Ace 4 versus King Jack.
all the PLO guys.
And finds top pair versus the Broadway Gutty.
Yeah.
It's going well, but the first 3 bullets I busted, I was still enjoying it a lot.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's great.
No, I get that. Something like changing it up.
It's fresh.
Nice range advantage for Shulman. King Jack gut shot. 1 overcard to the queen.
For sure, yeah.
Can really just blast away quite hard, and it's going to start very small, quarter pot, which makes it very comfy for the ace 4. Here we go.
10 on the turn. Shulman binks it.
Yeah, but it's more like a cash game, but then it turns into...
Kind of concealed here. As he did barrel the 110 on the flop. Pot up to 660.
It's also good because the 10 that makes him the straight also rates to improve the big blind check calling range a decent amount of the time, whether it be like 2 pair, like queen 10, ace 10. Some pair flush draws do get picked up. That needs to continue, whether it be 6x, ace-x of clubs.
Oh, cool.
Bring my golf clubs. Awesome. Probably go.
Now, if ace 4, though, it's
haven't played in so long.
Doesn't feel that great, especially because a lot of times when players multi-barrel bluff the turn, especially with very little equity, they fire lots of rivers when it doesn't coordinate with the rest of the board. So I'm curious to see if Hooney will be looking to check call if it blanks out, but that's not a blank.
No, it isn't, and it's going to save him some chips, even though he's already had 110 and 4 1/4. Lured off his stack.
That's my problem. I can't.
Four-liner and the clubs out there.
You know, it might seem tight, but I wouldn't mind a check back from Showman in this spot, especially without a club in his hand. He doesn't block the backdoor flushes that get there.
And what pays you off, right?
Exactly. On four-liners, it's very hard to get paid off by worse. And if you are going to value bet, like on these board textures, you need to find where your bluffs would be so your opponent can find excuses to call you. He is still going to bet. What did he bet? 600.
Irons, I'm all over the place. A little bit, like probably similar to you, maybe more actually.
You've probably played more than me.
Yeah. Yeah.
600,000.
I luck boxed a hole in one.
I mean, stone bluff catching here is Hooney with this particular hand.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's hard to find bluffs in Showman's spot right now. I mean, if we're stretching a bit, maybe like 8-9 that picks up a double gutter.
Yeah. But yeah, I probably shoot what, like 110 or something typically.
I just don't see him having bluffs here too much unless it's like 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s going hard, trying to triple off, targeting exactly what we see, or like a 2-pair combo, like Queen 10 would have trouble calling as well. And there's the laydown from Big Hooney.
So no payoff. As Ace 4 properly finds the bin. Nice redemptive chip infusion there for Shulman.
What tournament can you skip in JG? Maybe an early round will work.
Yeah.
It is nice that
some start later, right?
The Tritons are you're not as incentivized to reg on time as like poker go.
That's true.
So you can play a morning round and not stress about being an hour late or whatever.
I think that time of the year it's pretty cold out there, so it's like it's not as consuming to play around and then hop in.
Well, a top 10 stack in the room belongs to One Live Bree Live. Stand up for a second, please. Come join me over here. We'll step away from the action. So what's clicked for you over these last couple days?
I don't know. It just feels like this tournament wants me to win it. It turns out, I guess, not playing for a long time gets rid of old bad habits. I'm just like, I'm a feel player these days. I'm just going by vibes, and vibes are working out.
These days, it doesn't matter how plugged into the poker world you are. You know the names Eric Seidel and Adrian Mateos. What will the level of competition be like for you today?
Tough. Yeah. Really, really tough. Yeah, I mean, they're world-class players. And, you know, I look forward to the challenge. But, yeah, no, I have a lot of respect for both of them.
We look forward to it as well. I'll send you back to the action. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it, guys. Let's send it back to you.
That's why I was like,
Thanks, Jeff.
And
thanks, Liv.
Right around pocket fives.
Class acts, both of them.
When you hit a bad shot, you go to your ball, you kind of have to erase everything and just focus on the next on the same hole.
Yeah.
Some of them started me $10 for water. I was like, man, they were like 5 a couple days ago.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They're not scared to get in there and do that, but.
You know the name Jared Temler?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like an ex-golf.
No, I think he started golfing pretty seriously again, recently. But yes.
But he was like either semi-pro or like low-level
like
professional,
close.
and he says the same thing. How like mindset is the exact same.
Yeah, he works with like golfers, poker players, traders.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
What was that? Traders.
I knew it was going to pique
Who's
your
this guy?
interest.
I might need a chat.
Yeah. He's going to look into him like, wow, I found a client that can't be fixed.
Yeah, I'm probably beyond redemption at this point. If you see the tread marks on me, by the way, Randy, those are Tesla tires.
People did it start with? I forgot that it wasn't 207.
297.
I was standing in front of recently.
Oh.
That freight
You
train.
went the other way, huh?
Yeah. You know.
You got cyber-trucked?
The apes got me. Closed it out. Took the L. It's all right. We'll get them.
Don't
next
say
time,
we,
Gadget.
you. Okay. Did you say next time, Gadget?
Yeah.
Not Inspector.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, there's a show we both saw together. Oh, but it's because it's animated, Randy.
Yeah.
You don't get credit for that one.
Well, yeah, I definitely didn't watch the live-action one.
There was a live-action Inspector Gadget?
Yeah, Matthew Broderick.
Oh, yeah.
You do know it, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, no, come on. That had to have been dust.
That's probably less than 10% Rotten Tomatoes for sure. Got to observe a little bit of Harvey Jackson on day one. Seems like he has a very healthy stack, very comfy, and feeling himself, right? 9-7 offsuit +1, not standard.
Not standard at all. What could be standard is Socia's response, however.
Yeah, expecting a re-raise all in.
400.
But actually looking to induce.
Choosing 400,000. Ace Jack for Schneider, finding the bin. And I would imagine the 9-7 isn't too far behind, although Jackson does have 8 million, 175 already out there. He could get himself in a little bit of trouble for 2.25 more, and it seems like that's what's on his mind. So in comes the call. 1 million in the middle. Ten, 3, 4. Neither player with the pair.
So Harvey hasn't checked it yet, and now he reaches for chips.
This is wild. You know what? I think he's just ranging Socia away from this particular texture, and as a big stack, he's going to ask the question with the lead. This is, at least he kind of had a plan, it would seem, when he did hop in there with 9-7 off, Randy.
Of course. He's putting Socia on ace, king, ace, queen that can't really call it off. Because if Socia wants to play, it's from most of her stack, and she needs to decide, am I willing to go with ace, queen now? And Jackson obviously is a line, taking a line that is not standard. She makes the correct call. Look at this pot so far.
I mean, consider size-wise what this means in relation to Socia's remaining stack. And she finds a queen on the turn. An excellent development for her as she sits with just 735 back. Not so much for Jackson, who has started this mess.
If Jackson thought that ace, queen, ace, king would just fold on the flop, you have to be very concerned when you get called.
Yeah, for Jackson, he does come off the gas, hitting the brakes. One of those situations where you stepped in poop, now you're looking around wondering why it stinks in here. It's on the bottom of your shoe, my friend. One and done was Jackson. Really nice pickup there for Socia, by the way, who got sticky properly on the turn. You know, she's played against the best in the world for many, many years.
Do you know that song by Outkast?
Ah, okay, okay. It's not like an automatic.
What do you mean that song? You're talking
sorry,
about
Mr.
Grammy-winning
Jackson?
multi-album. Oh, sorry,
I'm
Mr.
sorry, Mr.
Jackson.
Yes.
A big spot. You don't
Well,
have
she
to
was
be
for
right
real.
up putting them in. They'll
Because they
just
double
float.
take it automatically. Ah, okay, okay, okay.
So don't stress. The dealers are all very good.
Now
Okay.
Jackson, a much more reasonable holding.
Yeah, if he's playing 9-7 offsuit and +1, he's definitely raising 10-9 suited.
5 seconds. Raise 175,000. Fold. Fold, fold. 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 Fold.
No takers.
I am starting to understand why Harvey Jackson's got a big stack. Is he's willing to
V-pip?
just kind of going for it all the time.
Well,
you
listen,
know?
the 9-10 suited, when you've got enough chips, is a reasonable posture to take. The 9-7 off, though, does have us scratching temples a bit. But, you know, it's so important. I'm not suggesting that the 9-7 off is the manner in which we accomplish this necessarily, but to not establish that you're playing ABC straightforward where everybody can narrow down your range based on position with near 100% accuracy, and conversely they're able to take certain holdings that you might seek to represent totally out of your range in a spot where you're trying to turn something into a bluff. It just makes the task so much more difficult.
Yeah, it's always fun watching unorthodox plays and how, you know, other players respond to it. Sometimes they respond very poorly, and giving that different style opportunities to accumulate chips. But anyways, King Queen versus King Jack.
5 seconds. Raise.
Schneider, 3-betting.
Fold. Fold.
Tipping Nelson as 160 becomes 525.
Fold. Fold.
And Nelson will step aside. Schneider takes that down. I'm getting Chumley vibes, by the way, I believe from Pawn Stars, off of Schneider here. Now I know Randy, of course, when
No, I have not
I
watched
say
Pawn
Pawn
Stars.
Stars. That's not in your range.
I know the show. To go to the
Well,
pawn
well,
shop, right?
Inquiring minds want to know, Randy Lou, what shows are you watching right now? You know, we don't work the entirety of the day here in the booth. I know you got the family out here. I'm sure that you got some stuff queued up. You know, Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, you know, Pirate
Yeah.
Bay, wherever it is that you're getting your
Pirate
content
Bay.
at.
I'm waiting for the new releases on Pirate Bay. How did you know, my
Yeah.
friend?
Well, Nelson doesn't have to wait very long to get right back in here. 160 to go. Talk to us, though, Randy. As the Aces show.
I watch a
is
wide
on.
range. I mean, I do like dramas. I do like
The
kinda-
Korean dramas?
I like Korean
Randy?
dramas.
See?
I like game show stuff, like where players are versus player.
Most Extreme Elimination Challenge? Those Japanese game shows where people get showered?
Takashi's Castle. You know what that is? It's
I
the one where
think
they
I
run
do
around
know
and they
what
get
that
knocked
is.
down by the big like.
Yeah, I know that one.
I was like counting the pot every
I like the one where they like grease the staircase and everybody's got to try to get up to the top. You gotta admit, as
How do I
the
remember
Aces
when
don't
I
get
was
any
the drunk
action.
one?
I know.
No
I
country
know. We already just
has the game show niche cornered quite like the Japanese do.
I have like degenerative memory.
Wait, you guys were talking about me before I even got here?
No.
Yes. For sure. For sure.
Few have the beard market cornered like Mr. Nelson, by the way. That's an image generally tethered to a flannel and a hacksaw. Meanwhile, This 160 attached to pocket sixes as Nelson opens a third straight pot. Spidey senses may be tingling. Jackson with a playable one here.
Looks like he's grabbing, calling chips. Also playable, so he has 10-9 suited. She can easily come along here, not expecting it squeezed out by the big blind because the original razor is from undergun, so that's a strong range. Big blind has a lot of incentive to close it out flat. But of course, we know Ace King is going to say those magical words.
One would imagine with $1.5 million back and the tantalizing prospect of being able to take 3 helpings of 160 down without further altercation, the all-in would be declared, which is exactly what happens. Nelson 6 is withering on the vine, of course, with 2 others present in the pot.
He was just thinking, really? I was going to get the C3. This is quite a healthy shove, about 20 blinds. He could easily be cooked in this spot. All of the bigger pairs will be reshoving here. He is flipping against, you know, Ace King, Ace Queen. Would say that he shouldn't have to worry about Harvey Jackson or Socia Jang to come along if he happens to play this spot. The sixes are gone.
I would imagine Jack 10 and 10-9 will be following suit unless Jackson really wants to turn this into the casino.
I mean, he doesn't have to play here if he wants to gamble it up a bit. There's other places on property to put in some gamble.
Yeah, I mean, big wheel, baccarat, roulette. These are all alternatives to Jack 10 suited, calling off an extra 1.5. You know, it's so weird when you have the Ace King, if you hear Jack 10 of hearts make the call, Randy, you're excited, except for the occasions on which all of a sudden you somehow end up walking out the door versus that hand and asking yourself, why did it have to be parked in front of someone who was down to play it at this price? Unclear, of course, but Jackson chewing, second time bank utilized.
5 seconds.
Yeah, clearly it would be a bit of a loose call, but I mean, if he's up against pocket pairs, he's flipping against that with a bunch of overlay, right? There was a raise, pre-flop raise from under the gun, small blind flat. There's a big blind ante in there, so.
Randy, I appreciate you trying to rationalize, potentially even unpack whatever the thought process is here. Jackson goes through 3 time banks and makes the call. This will raise eyebrows. Nobody anticipates Jack 10 suited to be in the range. 3.65 out there. Look at Pacheco. He's like, not like this. Don't
do it to
dirty.
me. Well, Jackson's bet on red, clearly on roulette wheel.
Yeah. Ooh, the jack did show up, but a king beside it, so Pacheco's ace king is safe for the time being. Threats do loom in the form of Jackson 10s. What does the turn have in store? A gut shot straight draw. As you add the issues, Queens, Jackson 10s need to be avoided for Pacheco to haul in this 3-6. And safety comes as a 7 of clubs.
1.6 million, 25,000.
See, this is where I wish we had like an array of cameras that were isolated on every face at the table right at the moment that the Jack 10 suited gets turned up, because it is an exercise in not necessarily trying to draw too much attention to what I think most here would regard as a deeply unexpected and unorthodox sort of selection there by Harvey. Now, back over to the minefield. Straver, ace-king of his own, suited from the cutoff. Foxen inquires. King-queen. What's on his mind?
Looks like he's going to try to play in position. Yoni. He's got ace-queen in the spot that's very squeezable against a cutoff open and button flat.
That flat is tantalizing, is it not?
Yeah, especially for Foxen. Foxen's got an aggressive image, so he's going to 3-bet almost all of his value hands. So the fact that he's flatting makes it seem like that's a little bit dead. This makes sense. As good as it gets for Strava. Your opponent squeezes. Now you can just push the rest of the chips in there with about 35 big blinds, plenty of fold equity.
I mean, little does he understand, or realize rather, that it's ace-queen that has made this move. And Straver piles in the 2.7. Yuka asking for the count. It's just shy of another 2 million of his 5.9. He doesn't love it, and now he actually hates it.
Big, big collision. Was hoping to see jacks or 10s or 9s, but it's ace-king.
One queen in the bin already as Foxen was caught in the crossfire. Dispatched by the 4-bet of Straver with ease. And Johannes with a delightful opportunity to haul in 5-8. Oh, my. You know,
that's dirty.
Swift kick to the nether region for this ace-king. Might there be anesthesia available?
Ouch.
No. On the turn, it's queens full. No justice for Straver. Ace on the end for the chop.
Possible.
It's not impossible.
One out.
Yeah, man.
No. Showers.
You found the last 2 queens.
I got to tell you, man, that is a real curb stomp.
Professional no 3. Yeah.
For Johannes. You just can't ask for a better spot.
Can he go over and kick Yoni in the nether regions now?
Now, you know, those Japanese game shows we were talking about, I do think such things are in bounds. But here, you know, Andy Tillman and company, I believe, frown on, you know.
Everyone always says that.
Well, it's our first bust out elimination of the day. I hate that it's with the GG ambassador, Felipe Ramos. Felipe, sum up for us how you think you played throughout the course of this tournament.
Well, I really like this tournament. Amazing $50 million prize pool. You don't get that many opportunities, you know. So, of course, you have high hopes. I tried to qualify online. I couldn't. So I came here, I played day 1A, and I qualified right away. I was happy about it. Ran a stack on day 2, qualified, good stack. Came here with all the high hopes, and all came down to that ace-king to the queens. Flop the quads.
Yeah, it just comes ace, queen, queen. Not the best flop that we want to see. I know you're overseeing our Portuguese broadcast. Give me the update on how popular poker is becoming in Brazil. I feel like I check in with you every year about this. What's the latest?
Exactly. Well, poker was approved as a mind sport, right? So it's a sports thing in the country. So we have so many fans, so many new people to the game. Every time, every year, people learning and falling in love with the game, developing the game, but of course, playing for fun. We're very like vocals, right? The Brazilians and the Latin Americans. Like you can see Papo, my friend that won the Triton Million. And so it's growing, and it's overwhelming, nice, beloved community. So I'm very glad to be like just like a small part of it, trying to lead the people to the good side, because I like to separate very, very much. And pardon me for saying this in a very loud way, that poker is not a casino game. Poker is not a sports betting game. You know, you can play poker is like turning lives into very, very, very good and positive things. Meanwhile, other things can be good as well, can be entertaining as well, but they're not poker. So that's very important.
Love to hear that. Love what you're doing for the game, and thank you for what you're doing for the game. Appreciate the time as
You
always.
too, my
Thanks,
friend.
Felipe. All right, thanks, guys.
And thanks to you both, Felipe. Just a kind soul out there. But that kindness, if you happen to square off with them on the felt, gives way to savagery. Those Brazilians do get after it. Meanwhile, Yukamainen, having vanquished the ace-king with the ace-queen, here he is, hauling in another one. Do you feel guilty, Randy?
Guilty about what?
When you do the dirty like that, ace-queen versus ace-king. You 3-bet, you're wrong. The guy jams. He
You got a
gets you
million
right
back?
where he wants you.
1.1.
And all of a sudden,
Yeah.
somehow,
Yeah. No problem.
it's the bunny that has the gun.
The Tony G saying.
Yeah.
But, you know, I feel guilty on the surface, but on the inside, I'm very giddy. I'll tell you that.
I would say on the surface, you're probably neutral if I had to guess. Do you really give him the goo? Do you kind of go like, oh, man, sorry. I don't see
but
it,
a
Randy.
lot, but a lot of people do.
Yeah, but you.
Me specifically? If they talk to me, I'll say sorry, but, you know.
You'd be like, tough beat. By the way, can I get that last 5K that's under the rail there? Forgot that one. Do you ever reach over and pull the guy's chips in yourself if they're nearby, as opposed to make the dealer do it? Because that one's real zesty.
Yeah, I think I've done that in the past.
Yeah, that's
yeah, it's not classy.
I don't like that.
Oh.
Yukamainen, once again, a dominated ace. This one, not a 3-bet pot. Alex Foxen, party starting from the hijack. 2 flats, but not a third as Ertz backs away. $640 in the middle. 3-way. Jack, 8, deuce. No pair anywhere. See what kind of appetite Foxen displays with that Jack of Spade interaction.
Yeah, not much for all 3 players. Fox is the most interesting piece, but even then, his hand is not the best. A lot of caution being exerted at the moment, which makes sense given their whole cards.
Spade on the turn. Guess who likes it?
Clearly, it's Alex. I'm curious to see if he bets this one. You know, with the flop check through. In terms of repping a hand, credibility definitely goes down when you show passiveness. Looks like he is going to reach for chips. How much? It's gone healthy. Trying to attack weak pairs. Not much to contest with for his opponents. 4.9 million in chips now.
Bet and take it. Pretty straightforward stuff there for Foxen. Some in the chat have suggested that our man Nelson there should be accessorized with a papoose containing a baby whose name would be Carlos, of course, as we explained to you earlier this week, Randy.
Yeah. And what was the character's name in the movie? I forgot.
Zach Galifianakis' character?
No, yeah.
I don't remember.
I'll tell you. You want to know? Carlos Sr.
This is doubtful.
Yeah, I actually don't remember.
Ace King for Mustafov. No memory required. This is all reflex on the button. Raising it up, Lehman. customer for a single added scoop, and now he's got 2 pair versus top pair. Smoke alarm going off. Chips could be burned. Wsop off the covering stack, does barrel. The ace of spades works hard. 150 for Lehman to contend with. And on board texture such as this with bottom 2, Randy, do you prefer to announce yourself early?
I do with bottom 2 because you unblock top pair, and there's plenty of straight draws and flush draws you want to charge. If Lehman had top 2 pair, then I like check calling more.
All right, so with bottom 2 and the vulnerability, Lehman does check raise. Mustafov says, let's get it in there, and then gets shown the bad news. 2.35 million in the middle, and options for escape, but for Fahdin, he's behind.
I think we're pretty close. Hey, he's got more.
With 31% equity, 2 to come. Lehman, by the way, you know, looks like a man who would know how to pump a tank of gas. Some trappings of the service station attendant a little bit there, just the vibe. Meanwhile, the turn, a queen, gut shot Broadway draw. You see Lehman recognizes the added threats. Anything jack or higher, and it's curtains for 10s and 8s. What's the deck have in mind? It's a 10, full house for good measure. And Lehman pushes forward the tokens for auditing and duplication.
Frustration for Fahdin. Mustafov down to about $250,000 in chips now.
Yeah, and with the blinds where they are, don't need to explain that that is crumbs. Blinds up 50, 100,000, making matters worse for Mustafov, who got the Dankeschön from Lehman moments ago. I imagine in context, Randy, you can kind of work out what that is in German.
Thank you.
See, it was in context. You knew that one.
I did know that one, of course.
How did you know that one? You watching German anime? What's going on?
I'm watching anime with the, you know, it's dubbed in German, yeah. The voices don't match the mouths.
Well, the chips don't match the pre-flop equity that Mustafov took up against that 10-8. Ace-King falling, now King-3 suited.
No problem.
Stepping up.
Yeah, it almost sounds the same, so yeah.
Schneider. Flatted. Chong in the big likes the price. Dominated. We're going to play a dry side here. 8-10 in the main and complete advantage. Joey Chong here with top pair. No spade on board. Forgive me, Mustafov has 25K back, so the main is not yet complete, although the hand may be very much locked up. You see Chong with the heart draw showing up, backdoor, barrels 225. This is so gross, but a price is a price, and Mustafov does flick it in. He will need a non-heart king to spare himself elimination here.
Just 2 outs. D-miking in progress.
Yeah, I can't blame him. $10 for good measure on the river, giving Chong the full house. No need to build drama in spots such as that. So the lonely walk gets taken by Fahdin. whose chips get taken by Chong.
Chong's building several stacks of green.
You know, he's kind of got the baby face, but Joey's been around a long time, Randy.
Yeah, I'm trying to think which year it was where he finished third in that WSOP main event in Vegas.
This is always where we can count on either Google or, if we're lazy, chat. They tend to be on top of these things.
Yes. Chat, you do it for me.
Who's
Bill?
the first to work it out for us out there in the YouTube streets, guys? Joey Chong, World Series of Poker, main event final table came in. Drum roll, please.
And by the way, if you get it right, you win nothing.
Wow, producer James just denying everyone the opportunity, even though Dan Gillett, for the record, did pop in first in the chat with 2010. He did pop into the headset to be a spoiler. Thank you for that, James. Lehman on the button. Ace tray.
I heard there was a new job opening for producer.
What, you showering James?
We're showering James. Like, come on. Don't do chat like that. And Harvey, 9-4 offsuit, speaks to him in this spot.
This
And
is
it
just,
works.
yeah, this is just a man who's looking over and going, you know, I don't think so. A big old finger wag, and the ace tray concedes. Action Jackson.
I like that name, Action Jackson. He's living the life.
He's walking a tightrope. I got to tell you, though, each and every one of these massive special main events, like the one held here in Paradise, you do have these stories emerge, and we love to track them. We also love pocket aces. Pacheco knows what to do. Pocket sevens for Nelson. Hopping in there.
How much is this ace-jack worth at the pawn shop?
That's what Schneider is wondering. The appraisal comes in, 700,000 valuation. And unfortunately,
The ace-jack is a fake?
Yeah, this is a fugazi right here.
But you know, it doesn't necessarily mean that Pacheco always comes in with a 4-bet in this spot. It's not unreasonable for him to flat, although he's not really looking to take it 3 ways to a flop.
I mean, he's sitting on a diamond while Schneider's got cubic zirconia.
He's almost at like that sweet spot where it doesn't hurt to slow play, easily can get into chips post flop, induce bets, still stack queens and kings post flop.
How does the presence of Nelson here as a flatter directly behind your under the gun open influence your choice with regard to flat or re-raise, Randy?
So when there's someone else behind, it does make you 4-bet more often because you don't want it to go cheaply 3 ways. But if it was like heads up, Nielsen wasn't there, he's more likely to just call the 3-bet and trap.
Four bets to 1.5 million as everybody ducks out of the way. A little bit disappointing, of course, but still. Another glimpse at Pacheco hauling in biscuits.
Is that a new player? Yep.
Seems that way. 2-hole vacant, now occupied as the rack of chips Gets put down onto the felt there. The face eludes me, but the coin poker patch obviously suggests a guy who knows his way around these streets. Meanwhile, it's Jackson who's been taking it to the streets. On the button, 10-7 offsuit. I'm going to guess that he opens this one, Randy.
Yeah, Action Jackson.
Not my boldest prediction of the day. Clicks it. Social. Pacheco. Digs in. 9 high. Swing and a miss for both parties here.
Yeah, but Harvey Jackson's got the pre-flop initiative. He can just fire out anything to take out this 9-6 offsuit.
Sneeze and take it situation there, and the follow-through does. Yield profit.
You care today? You care today? Are you caring today? Not really. Okay. Gotcha. At what stage?
Maybe the final table.
Final table?
Back over to the minefield. That is the Foxen table. Foxens, rather. That massive chips in front of Alex.
It seems to be growing.
Yeah.
Table still looks tough.
You knew it. Got that feeling right on
Who
the
do you think
flop.
won that pot?
He said he's returning to his seat, though. Perhaps he covered.
He's looking around for sympathy.
So look at these guys embracing their inner commentators here. Of course, Schulman, a legend of the booth.
I hit that.
I have the privilege of working with him during the summers on the World Series of Poker main event night shift. My favorite time of year. Yeah, except for, of course, when I get to hang out with you, Randy.
Look, I don't take any offense. I enjoy listening to you both late night. You know, it gets a little wild sometimes, courtesy of you usually.
You should just be thankful we never work that late. You know. LeFrancois, not going to be thankful for this 3-bet, which is incoming from Kristen's button. Pascal was pretty steady yesterday. Performed quite well during his time at the featured table, but his holding here lacks durability in the face of 675. Yukomainen releasing ace-8.
And you didn't think this table could get any more tough adding Pascal Lefrancois. He's very accomplished in both no limit hold'em and 4-card. Ace-10 suited should get him into some trouble as he takes this one out of position. 1.6 in the middle. 30 big blinds back for Foxen.
Ace-10 deuce. Lefrancois finds top 2. And all of a sudden, it is the ace-king that has issues. Kristen, 3.1, just shy of 2 SPR. Lefrancois happily checking it over to her. The king of hearts working hard.
This is just a dream spot for Pascal. And even for ace-king, this flop is amazing. Starts off with 1/3 pot. And Pascal doesn't necessarily need to check raise in this spot. His hand is so strong, still stacks ace-king, ace-queen. If he does check raise, he'll probably come in small, but I kind of prefer check call, just knowing that Kristen Foxen is very aggressive.
5 1/4. Oh, Le Francois using the time bank here. I mean, there is some dampness in terms of texture, but I would imagine, Randy, you favor the check call, or do you like putting in the raise?
I favor check call, but I can definitely see why he would consider raising, because he's out of position and he doesn't close the action. So it could just come like queen of hearts and it could just go check check against some pot control-y ace king, and he's stacking out raising chips, it seems, right now.
Yep.
I just don't see how she can get away. Especially if the king of hearts helps for added equity in case you are behind.
1.3, of course, in terms of sizing, though, Randy, is absolutely beckoning for Chrissy to jam.
I kind of think there's more merit to just calling off turn. Because if my opponent is check raising some gut shots, they're drawing very slim. You've got the king of hearts, which blocks some of those outs. For example, if your opponent had like queen jack of clubs, you're just not really looking to get away.
This really does scream strength from Le Francois, you know, especially when you consider his stack depth versus Chrissy's. These are meaningful sizings being explored. And he understands as a pre-flop 3-better, Foxen could be interacting in a very healthy way with this particular board. A willingness to check raise you don't think comes courtesy of a draw, which is something that Foxen has picked up on the arrival of a jack. So 4.2 in the middle, 1.8 in front of Chrissy, and I would imagine it's going to get asked for here.
Yeah, easy jam for Le Francois on the turn. Jack, of course, gives Foxen a lot of outs. You want to protect against that. There's only 1.8 million back, 4.2 in the middle, so less than half the pot. I think the key decision here is what does Foxen do?
Oh, man.
I think she's just priced in.
Yeah.
She doesn't like it, but what
No.
if you're up against ace-queen?
She does not like it. Ace-queen doesn't feel like it pursues this particular line with high frequency. And
Me, right? Yeah.
Foxen, who made such a deep run this summer at the World Series of Poker main event, broke hearts when she showered. Is she going to get rinsed with the best of it pre here? Needs to find the jack, the queen, or the king. And instead, the ugly duckling brings Chrissy's time here to an end. And
that's
she
disappointing.
Yeah, she doesn't make a big deal out of it.
No, nothing she can do. She's got top pair, top kicker.
Can we cut back and just see whether or not Foxen has him in a headlock? Okay, no. Thought perhaps. You know the stare that he has when he's in a pot? Imagine right after Pascal showers Chrissy, if he just hits him with that one.
That'd be pretty funny, actually.
Just kind of nodding his head like, okay. All right, buddy. Ace-10 v Ace-King, huh? Okay. Sure.
Foxen seeks vengeance.
And then just gives him kind of a mildly aggressive pat on the back, like, good job, buddy. Good job. Really good job.
Yeah, okay. I like how we just focus on Alex now after elimination. He's not giving anything away.
No, he's been doing a lot of taking on the day. See the Brazilian parked between Shulman and Foxen. Rodrigo Seiji.
Yeah, seen him around. Big high stakes online player.
Ace Jack for Yukamainen. Activation from the button.
Not much going for Ertz as of late, but he does have the suited 10 against a min raise. Big blind versus button should be a defense in this spot. Rocking the Triton jersey.
Suited combo. Doesn't hit the board, nor does Yukamainen, however. 2 6s and a 7 out there.
Yeah, even though it doesn't hit Yukamainen, this is a very high frequency C-bet with or without it, and you tend to go with a small sizing when you're playing against a shallow stack like that. Pretty much has the same effect. Perhaps like a quarter pot, maybe a third at most.
$125, the follow through here.
Man, Ertz has got like interesting backdoors. It's not the strongest, but you know, given his price, it's pretty tempting to continue. But off of his stack, it's hard for him to maneuver. He's more likely to consider check raising or check calling if he had like a bigger stack where he can bet turns and rivers with equity improvement. But here, it's not really worth risking and blundering your stack.
All right, the first cash of Anushka Vonland's poker career. It comes at the World Series of Poker Super Main Event. What was this overall experience like for you?
Honestly, it's been really rewarding because it's my third tournament and I didn't expect to come this far. I was just taking my time this time more and being more concentrated, like reading the energy of the table, like Jamie Gold said. Yeah, it's been really fun, honestly. Like, I'm proud of myself that I even came this far.
How interested are you becoming in the overall poker world?
I think, honestly, when I first started, I didn't expect to have this much fun because it's a mind game, you know? Like, it's really hard to be concentrated for like 12 hours in a row. So I can understand how people like mentally prepare themselves for tournaments like this. And I'm definitely like gonna get into that more to mentally prepare.
Let me ask you the cliche question about acting in poker. As an actress, do you feel like that does grant you any kind of an edge at the poker table?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I think my advantage a little bit is because I'm new to poker, that people can't really read me or like my strategy. So that's definitely a plus. And my poker face, of course, is very strong because I'm an actress and I'm German. So.
Well, we enjoyed having you here. Hope to see you next year. Sound good?
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Sounds
thanks for
great.
the time. Let's send it back to you guys.
Bye-bye.
Congratulations to Anushka, and thanks, Jeff, for tracking her down. You know, I caught her after her first bullet was showered. She was really disappointed, just chomping at the bit to get back in there. So obviously a fruitful choice for Anushka. First ever cash in her third ever tournament. Remember catching her at her first ever, which was right here last year. Meanwhile, we pick things up where Shulman has problems on a 10-7 tray board as a big blind defender versus Big Hooney's button open. Forgive me, Yukamainen the opener. But he did not follow through. Hooney does speak up to the tune of 450.
Yeah, and it's extra problematic just given how strong Shulman's kicker is. Deep stack, so we should see passive play with a check call.
That's exactly what transpires. Down to heads up. And that's not a turn that's going to leave Shulman concerned.
This card brings some straight draws, flush draws. More reasons for Shulman to just check call practically any bet size on the turn. Ace 10 is looking comfy. If you're ahead on the flop, rarely behind on this turn card. see upwards of like 1.2 million or so here.
1.4 million.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Hooney has on his mind as he announces 1.4. Man, this is the business end of sizing.
I just don't see Showman laying down right now. 2 flush draws out there. It's a button open, so plenty of straight draws could exist. Could see like 8-9, Jack-9, Jack-8, especially if they're coupled with hearts or diamonds. Ace-6 suit. There's just so many hands that Showman needs to keep honest right now.
Especially just that button opening range from the big stack of Hooney. Contains a broad array of holdings, but Showman isn't exactly lean on chips himself.
Wow, that is quite deviation there from Nick Showman.
I'll
That's
tell you
world
what,
class.
that is world class. Respect to Nick. If only he knew. I'm sure he's not certain that the laydown is good, but he just played that one out and said there's a lot of cards that Hooney's just going to lean too hard on this King 10 on the river, and he didn't show any further interest. Excellent decision there from Nick Showman. And we've got a good decision available to those of you who have yet to sign up for an account at the world's largest online poker room, GG Poker. It involves $20, an internet connection, and the promo code Paradise2024. That's the one you're going to use when you sign up for a new account. Throw the 20 in, and then nab yourself a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. We got your weekend covered.
Sorry, I'm still thinking about that hand.
Yeah, that was something else, wasn't it?
There you go, Nick Showman.
I mean, if you're being honest out there, soaking up this stream right now, are you folding to that turn barrel of 1-4 into 1-6? You know? Stella Davila says that is why Nick is a great player. And King 5, not a great hand, but a good enough spot. Deems Showman. Seiji. Relinquishing. You know, those are the sliding doors moments. Those are the ones where you go back, you watch the stream, and you realize how impactful that choice is to Nick's prospects moving on in this event. What do we have here in the Fendi bucket?
TBD.
Joe.
And he's going to raise.
200,000 plus. Like 4-6.
Takes it to 200K.
Nice spot to call in position, 2-8s.
Hooney agrees. Arts with 2 jacks. This is going to be a nice spot for him, sitting just 1.3.
Yeah, and I'm expecting him to get paid off by Big Hooney, assuming no one else wakes up with the hand.
All in.
All in.
So he does jam. It does feel like it could be a nice moment for Arts to try to squeeze. We should see this A7 of hearts step aside against his sizing with the presence of Hooney behind.
Joe is going to request a count. It seems a little bit rich for A7 suited. Wouldn't really expect Arts to reshove, you know, hands that he's flipping with. Like 6s and lower, they might not even just, they probably just fold pre. Maybe 6s goes in, but like 5s, 4s, and 3s, etc. Would hit the muck for Ertz. I think we're going to run it. Eights is a little bit too strong in this spot.
Hooney agrees. So we're going to get on our backs here, just shy, or just north, rather, of 3 million in the middle. What a wonderful spot for the Belgian. Super high roller veteran. Squaring off against the covering stack, looking for the double. Ooh.
Oh, we don't like this flop.
What was that about? Queen 10-6. No 8 lingering about. Hearts can get behind it. Five on the turn is cozy. Let's just keep Frosty the Snowman away from the river. That was adjacent. But exhalation from the Belgian as he will inhale a little north of 3 million in chips at the expense of Hooney's 8s.
30 big blinds. Good enough to get involved without having to just reshove your stack now. Big Hooney could afford it.
Yeah, he'll still have plenty to fight with, but obviously would have preferred not to have run into the bigger pair.
Fold.
Onwards.
Raise 200,000.
Hooney, undaunted. Queen 9 of hearts.
We got 4 to a straight flush right now.
Shulman hops aboard, understandably, with the pretty one.
This is better.
Ace, king for Fox, and raisin flat in front of us. We love this.
We're playing 55 big blinds deep, so his squeeze sizing should go up. Could even see like 1 million straight.
We raise to 1 million.
1 million smooth. Declares Foxen. Hooney has issues.
Yeah, mainly you see the larger sizing with deeper stacks. If they were playing around 30 big blinds or so, that 3-bet squeeze would come more in the form of like 800K or so. Kicks out Queen 9 suited.
You got 5.7, I believe.
Thank you.
Shulman asking for a count. Now, Action Jackson hopped in there with the Jack 10 suited. Granted, that was a very different situation versus an all-in. Here, Shulman deliberates. Covering.
Fold.
Likes to fold.
Yeah, just such a marginal spot. And also knowing that Foxen is willing to squeeze light, Jack 10 suited can easily be dominated in a spot by like Ace Jack, Ace 10 suited that Foxen will be looking to squeeze sometimes.
So uneventful takedown there for Alex, who's absent. Kristen Foxen now, who was here at this feature to start things. Currently, 208 players remain.
300,000.
Still just a 50K flat payout, as it's been since the onset of the 297 player in the money collection that we began the day with.
Moving fast, actually.
Yeah.
About a third of the players already gone. We do have a reshove from Rodrigo Seiji, pocket queens. Might just be priced in. There we go.
Yuka with the king queen suited does have one overcard. As Seiji finds a nice time to get in his final 820. 1.9 million, roughly in the middle. Flop is ace-8 tray with no clubs on board. Seiji sits pretty. Yuka could spoil things with a king. Unavailable on the turn. Nor on the river. So always a favorite. So Seiji finds a double.
That's it.
Vamos?
Randy, are you exploring secondary languages?
That was
now?
the only lesson I got through on Duolingo.
You did Duolingo for Spanish, did you? Is that like a Christmas gift or something?
Just a free trial.
Were you just curious or traveling?
Come on, everyone knows Vamos.
Yeah, everyone knows Vamos.
You
So are
can
you
play-
saying you didn't use Duolingo?
No. You caught me.
So you didn't use the free trial?
On Chinese, I did.
Did you really? Randy, don't try to get Asian on me now. It's a little late for that. How many times during the Triton Super High Roller Series have I counted on you for a translation?
I'm going to surprise you one day. Okay?
Hold on one hand, okay?
Just not in this lifetime.
I thought you were going to surprise me by incorrectly translating something and getting me into trouble. I don't put it past you. 7-5, 6 deuce, and Jack 7 suited. Put past the first three players along with a 6 tray. Foxen with a napkin. And finally, a real hand on the button, where it doesn't necessarily have to be that, as an open.
These were once Kristen Foxen's chips for Le Francois.
That they were.
Is this a standard way to wear a bucket hat? Or just seems off to me. Like something's under. A rabbit?
No, there's not. What do you think, this guy's abracadabra out there?
But you see what I'm seeing?
It's a tall bucket. You know, maybe a family bucket.
It's not KFC.
That's what I was thinking of. As thought comes to an end for Yuka. There is a peculiar height, you know, maybe the House of Fendi template there.
Yeah, it's not quite a
on the
top
lid.
hat, more a short hat.
But, you know, it's so different than Dennis Shufarin's bucket that we observed a while ago. This is actually kind of Triton chic, if I'm being honest, being rocked there by Joe. Jake in the chat advising, by the way, Randy, there's no good way to wear a bucket hat.
Oh, okay. I didn't know the bucket hat police was in the chat, but thank you.
You were the bucket hat police. Don't project. King 10, Foxen projects 200,000 forward. There is Joe, somewhere beneath. It looks a little bit like a mushroom. Anyway.
GG. Thanks a lot
King
for the
10
fun trip.
offsuit.
See you in a couple of days.
Bows out.
6.1.
Pocket jacks now for Hooney. Inquires as to stack depth here. Covered. Not by a whole lot.
850. 850. Yeah. We raised 850,000.
Elevator up.
Yeah, I think Foxen's just going to get off at the same floor he started at. Stay at the lobby.
Yeah, no further interest, understandably, versus that sizing from Hooney, who's been bobbing and weaving out there. Re-racking. Shulman in the bin. Seiji as well. Yukaminen on the button.
What you putting on?
Clicks it, and then here's that thing that you don't necessarily love. How much are you playing?
850.
Here we go. Back-to-back 3-bets. This hand, bit out of line, and now Eretz has got ace-10 suited. This is a hand that he could actually 4-bet rip it in if he thinks that Hooney is just messing around.
The thing is, you have to be right on the parlay of wide range for Yukaminen and also for Hooney, and that's a tougher proposition, of course, but it's a tantalizing one, just given that if you're right, you could find yourself spinning against something dusty for Hooney, or just potentially. Does he ever take it down for the extra $2 million?
Of course, he definitely takes it down pre at a decent frequency. Yeah, love this play. Good awareness.
Already enjoyed a double earlier, and with no drama, snacks on an open and a 3-bet, and works his way up even further to $4 million plus.
So he just increased his stack by 33% with no showdown.
Okay, so we mentioned the online qualifiers who made it straight to day 3. Let's talk with one of them right now, the YouTube superstar. Jason, stand up for a quick sec for me, please. I'll make sure you don't miss any of the action. We'll fit in one quick question.
Yep.
How'd you sleep last night?
I didn't sleep. I woke up at 1 in the morning, still jet lagging.
So how are you feeling right now? You got some energy?
Yeah. I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. You know, sleepy, but the adrenaline.
Sure.
So I'm feeling pretty good right now.
You mentioned the adrenaline, but what about the nerves, the pressure? You feel any of that?
Well, during the first few hands, I definitely felt some pressure, but after I ease into it, I'm feeling pretty good right now. Yeah.
We've talked about this before, but does it feel like you're taking your audience along for the ride with you when you play a poker tournament?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, especially this time we are on the other side of the globe because I'm from Asia, right? So, and it's WSOP. It's a big deal, so I definitely hope I can show some of the ambiance and the environment to my audience.
We hope you can too. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll send you back to the action, and guys, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks so much, Jeff. And in the chat yesterday, revelations of a 17-hour journey required to get here, so understandably time zones all mixed up for Jason. Got his fans in the chat, no doubt, sweating.
You woke up at 1 a.m.? I went to sleep at 1 a.m. It's going to be a long day for Jason.
I think I went to sleep at 8.
a.m.?
p.m.
Oh, p.m.
Yeah.
Oh, you little baby.
I was up at like 5, you know.
That explains some of your comments today.
King 7 of hearts for Joe. That which explains the 200,000. whether or not agreement is present in terms of decision making. Unclear. Do you favor a fold pre with this one?
Showman? For
No,
Showman?
no, the
oh,
King 7
King
of
7
hearts.
suited? No, I think this is all right. If you are going to go a little bit looser, the suited kings tend to be the next part of the range that comes in.
The thing is, every orbit costs you $250,000 in chips, and you can really get eaten alive as Seiji wants to sink some fangs into this raise and flat. Neither of these players are going to be interested in proceeding. Although Nick evaluating
Starting with one,
depth
9.
before deciding here.
But this is starting to get annoying for both Joe and Showman, you know. Joe has been shoved on twice.
It was a little weird too because you had the 100 kind of.
I could play 6 hours every day.
Now, mystery hand time, and what a man to stick the question marks on. Harvey Jackson flatting a Schneider Ace-King open. Will it be a table for two?
Should be. No,
Oh.
4 deuce offsuit.
Pacheco,
Okay.
third wheeling with the dusty one. Ten, 6-5 board, giving him the gut shot. Schneider fails to connect. Unclear, of course, what Jackson's got, and the task upon those of you in the chat is to deduce. No follow-through out of Schneider leaves Jackson reaching for chips, and into this $750,000 comes 3 1/4.
They got shots out. A little bit surprising. I feel like Schneider has realized that Jackson is just messing around, and it's just a bet in position and take by 3 deuce offsuit. Is that what we called the dirty diaper?
I confess that generally speaking, that one is reserved in terms of World Series of Poker lore for Nick Rigby, main event specialist of sorts during the summers. But, okay. We see you, Mr. Jackson. The trouble is that eventually the opposition is going to be seeing some of this stuff as well, and responses could be adjusted.
Yeah, I think he's done his fair share of advertising here today on day 3 of this Super Main.
If it is a marketing budget, it has been well spent, dare I say. Hope we go to 220, says Joe Chong from the hijack. Hard 8 for Jackson.
You know what you can do with these 2 4s? You can split them. Juice up the pot. He's making it 525,000. Didn't need to do this. Could have just flatted in position. Took 3 free cards.
You're right. Set mining was an option, but instead, as has been the case on just about every occasion in which we've observed Action Jackson, he likes to go the aggressive route. Nine ace. This is all Chong.
Gonna be very tough for Jackson to win this pot against top pair. Wouldn't blame him for c-betting though, just because this is his type of texture. And if his opponent doesn't have an ace or a 9, they will be check folding. It's a big, big c-bet. Immediately, it's uncomfortable for ace 7. It can't fold at this point, but To see 750K, you might be thinking, man, if he puts in another barrel on the turn, it's kind of unclear what to do. Assuming it blanks out.
I'll tell you where the clarity is lacking is what Jackson does now that Chong is called and a fairly innocent looking 3 has hit the turn. I don't know if check back is a given here, Randy.
Yeah, it's not a given, but the 4s is almost always behind. It's just hard to get an ace to fold.
Jackson agrees wisely. Coming off the throttle. Now Chong improves to a jack kicker.
He could go block here to target queens and kings. Checking over, hoping for a check through. For Chong to have check called 750K on the flop, I mean, he should have at least an ace. So if you do want to bluff in this spot, you have to bet very big to try to represent a kicker bigger than the jack on the board.
Time bank brandished. You know, we do see lines such as this out of ace X's, Randy, in terms of 3-bet, follow through, check back, even what looks like a dry turn, and then come with value on the river, especially with those 2 9s on board, as you're mindful of maybe some trips being in Chong's range. But Jackson does shut it down and shows us a different facet than the ones that we've seen thus far on the day. So a nice infusion of capital to the Joe Chong Fund. Jackson's chips stay in motion. Those are not idle tokens, restless, circulating.
They have a mind of their own, you know, kind of like Toy Story. You walk away, they start moving around, you know, trying to find a new home. Sometimes they bring friends back.
He's working them out. Little cardio. Some of the lines that Jackson has taken, definitely not for the faint of heart. Now, Joe asking for 220 to proceed with Jack 8 suited. Freshly minted. Into the 8-figure club. Nelson, King Queen, small blind.
Look, he didn't fly all the way from Australia to not go after it. So here comes King Queen offsuit.
3 scoops if you do, 780. Gagush out of there, as is Joe. So, as the dealers switch out, let me give you a glimpse here at the state of affairs at our 3 features. Joe Chong, over 100 bigs. Pascal Lefrancois, a little bit shy of him. Quenneville, still boss alongside Chen over at that palm table that we've had very limited visits to. Struggles for Yannick Schneider and Sosia Zhang, as they're down there at 15 and 14 bigs apiece. Pablo Ruiz has been lingering in that situation as well as Vladimir Manko.
computer hand?
That it is. Plus button equals 200. Dominant 7. Finds the bin. 8s will not, however. Schneider with just 1.3 back now. And all in declared no sooner. The Queen 7 in the trash.
How much are you playing roughly? How much are you playing roughly? How much are you playing? Yeah. 1.5. Deutsche.
Oh, what's happening? Next Lagoon table here.
D-Negs gonna be making his way to the main stage.
Looks like we get Zlotnikov back.
We get a Louis bucket as well. Swapping out for Fendi, perhaps. Meanwhile, new reef table includes Liv Baree among the chip leaders coming into the start of play here today.
Also saw Seidel at this table.
Yeah, caught a glimpse of that as well.
Looks like Liv Baree's having fun.
I gotta say, a lot of cream has risen here on day 3. Luminaries packing the remaining field, which sits at 193 players now. So pop it back over. This Lehman guy's really, I mean, he's in the moment. He's in the zone. He's enjoying himself.
He just got a walk with queens. You think he's loving that? He did show it, though.
I don't think he's bothered, if I'm being honest. Randy, this is a guy I think who's just vibing. Meanwhile, the vibrations of Action Jackson have reverberated throughout this feature and throughout the course of this particular frame of play. We're going to make him a mystery hand once more. Jackson's cards blocked out.
Last time we saw a mystery hand with Jackson, he showed the dirty diaper.
Yeah, he did.
So, any 2 cards?
I don't know about the any 2 cards, but you know.
Wide range.
Yes. Pocket 9s for Lehman in range. Small blind. Proceeds with flat. Chong bowing out with the napkins. 750 in the middle and a set of 9s for Lehman. Jack high 2 club texture knuckled over to Jackson. He does not hesitate to reach out and collect chips that he barrels. 375,000 of them to be exact.
I mean, if he was happy before this hand started, he's definitely happy on this flop, reaching for raising chips. That's very milky.
820,000. Doesn't want to lose a customer. Texturized with the 2 clubs and some connectivity on the board. Presuming that at this size, we retain wide arrays from Jackson.
Yeah, that's the intention with the very small check raise, hoping Jackson's got something that could be potentially drawing dead or to run a runner. And of course, if Jackson's got Jack X plus, he's going to be looking to put chips in. So Jackson's putting chips in there.
All of a sudden, this one grows. Unclear whether or not he is drawing dead. Remember, he opened from under the gun, but we've seen him equipped with the dirty diaper, 9-7 offsuit. Board pairing Jack on the turn. A boat now for Lehman.
He's immediately reaching for chips. Wouldn't have faulted him if he slipped it on over. But he bet so small, just 410K, just thinking, look, Jackson, go ahead and chase to your flush draw, your straight draws, because if you get there, I'm going to win it all. And if you have Jack X, you're still getting stacked, regardless of river card.
1.3?
1.3.
1.3.
$1.3 million. Jackson raising it up. Does he have a Jack X that finds itself in trouble? Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack would be the combos that we would expect. Maybe a little bit of Jack 10 suited. Again, his range is broad, but his issues are quite obvious. Lehmann choosing to flat, just 1.6 back. This is lean SPR.
Yeah, I like this slow play of the boat. If Jackson is just on a pure bluff, you don't want to let that hand get away.
10 of clubs on the river. Flush completes. Not an issue, of course, for Lehmann. But one wonders whether or not it's the kind of card that fills in a manner that leaves Jackson unable to call this jam.
Well, given he didn't snap, I've got to think that Lehmann's got the best hand. So I'm guessing Jackson has a hand like Ace Jack, King Jack, something that doesn't like to see the club come in.
I'll tell you what, the image of Lehmann there grabbing a swig wasn't one that seemed replete with nerves. That's an opponent that seems quite comfy with the spot that he finds himself in. And note that Jackson covers, but only by 100 and some odd thousand.
The way the hands play now, it kind of looks like Lehmann just rivered a flush. So if Jackson can't beat a flush at this point, he might have to just hero fold a jack.
Brutal, huh?
Huh?
Brutal. How much time at 31 seconds? What do you want? What do you want, sir? What do you want?
I'm indifferent, but
I didn't call yet. No. I was asking, I said, do I have 30 seconds?
we just skipped into the next jump, so...
I'm not thinking about the money jump. I mean, it'd be nice, but I want to win.
Of course.
What did you do? What did you miss?
All out of time, Banks. Is
Whatever.
Jackson, he makes the call and says whatever. Was it
Is that a
Ace
nice?
Jack?
Nice.
Wow.
I ran into it today. I think he has me covered, right?
Randy.
Sorry.
The ace part
What do you have?
was there. But Ace King?
You know what the problem here is, Ollie? He was out of time banks, I believe.
That's the least of the problems, I think, Randy, that were associated with what we just saw. And Action Jackson, rather, has left us a bit breathless. And he's left Lehmann with virtually his entire stack as we head to break. A break that's going to end up a little bit abbreviated for those of you at home on account of the fact that we went deep into that particular exchange. There's the chip counts. Harvey Jackson down to 150,000. Randy, I'm just hiding.
Why are you hiding?
Because I want to make sure that whatever I just saw isn't still on the screen. Okay. It's gone? Okay. It was Ace King of Hearts? Randy? I mean, listen, I guess if you think a man is bluffing, it's just so difficult to identify what on earth would have been a bluff from Lehmann as played.
I can't really name you a bluff because he checked raise small on the flop. he bet the turn tiny, called a raise, and then out of position jam when the flush got there and straights got there, trips, boats. He just lost to everything, and Harvey just wanted to see the cards.
Sometimes that's how it goes. And Lehman gets his stocking stuffed as a real gift wrap from the Ace King of Hearts, courtesy of Harvey Jackson, is what we are left to ponder as we step aside roughly 7 minutes. We're going to be back, still 50K payouts right now from here on day 3 of the World Series of Poker Supermain, where poker is alive and well. We'll see you in a moment.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
Line he has.
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
He could get a walk. You know, the small blind still has to put in more chips.
Oh my God.
How much better
How
does it
good?
get?
How good do you run?
Against any
Of course
two.
not.
Show us
I
the
mean,
kings.
Here we
Show
go.
us the kings. Come on.
Pacheco in the small finds ace deuce.
Oh, I'm decent then. Okay.
Wow.
I'm in
2
good
live
shape.
cards
Yeah.
for the lean stack German.
No, it's not. Okay.
100K pot means a whole lot more to Putz
Starting of
than
the
it
miracle
does
part 1.
to Pacheco. Chip in a chair journey
I'm not in a
potentially
rush.
underway. Let's see how the Jack-9 performs on the flop. Poorly.
I take a queen.
King 3 deuce, Pacheco finding bottom pair. Putz saying he'll take a queen. 10 would give him some backdoor straight draw as well. Jack or a 9 for the lead. And instead,
Close enough.
it's an 8. 6 outs. One time for the German to avoid one of several 50K payouts. An extend play.
Oh, no.
And instead, it is a king on the end. Kind of one of those outcomes that you're braced for. Doesn't make it any easier, but
Good game.
obviously doesn't come as too much of a surprise to Putz.
Yeah, I'm sure Pierce is still very happy. He was destined to likely bubble yesterday, given he only had 50,000 in chips.
Prior to this point, that's for sure.
Go see their cards.
Okay. Good idea. I mean, I'm just like, brain is obviously just.
He's going to try with 5-3 off, so he's so short. He has just enough for some fold equity, but snapped off by ace-queen.
Menikilla's 3-5 off. Runs into an ace-queen for Schneider.
We definitely don't have.
Once again, an all-in and a call situation as the short stacks are desperately trying to find the spins here.
Oh, yeah?
I'd imagine this field is going to
then-
thin out
then you're
pretty quickly on the inside of the bubble. Got shot straight draw. Things could be worse against top pair from Menekela.
4 outs.
Obviously, he had 6 going in. Finds a 3 for added pathways.
Because I got moved to the central table only at the end of yesterday when bubble
A
sale
3,
was
4, or
like-
5 on the river to keep a seat.
Somehow I didn't even notice.
All right, good
Nope.
game, guys.
Good game.
Good luck, everyone.
So yeah, somehow I didn't even notice.
Deuce on the end.
That the cards were
GG's, GLs, showers.
Another fallen soldier.
Yeah, banana to go. It's important to get the potassium going, Randy.
Which ones are streamed?
Helps ward off cramps. Did you know every
so
banana
number 3, 2.
is slightly radioactive?
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Minefield. Straver, ace king of his own, suited from the cutoff. Foxen inquires. King, queen. What's on his mind?
Looks like he's going to try to play in position. Yoni. He's got ace queen in the spot that's very squeezable against a cutoff open and button flat.
That flat is tantalizing, is it not?
Yeah, especially for Foxen. Foxen's got an aggressive image, so he's going to 3-bet almost all of his value hands. So the fact that he's flatting makes it seem like that's a little bit dead. This makes sense. As good as it gets for Strava. Your opponent squeezes. Now you can just push the rest of the chips in there with about 35 big blinds. Plenty of fold equity.
I mean, little does he understand, or realize rather, that it's ace-queen that has made this move. And Straver piles in the 2.7. Yuka Minen asking for the count. It's just shy of another 2 million of his 5.9. He doesn't love it, and now he actually hates it.
Big, big collision. Was hoping to see jacks or 10s or 9s, but it's ace-king.
1 queen in the bin already as Foxen was caught in the crossfire. Dispatched by the 4-bet of Straver with ease. And Johannes with a delightful opportunity to haul in 5-8. Oh, my. You know,
that's dirty.
Swift kick to the nether region for this ace-king. Might there be anesthesia available?
Ouch.
No. On the turn, it's queens full. No justice for Straver. Ace on the end for the chop.
Possible.
It's not impossible.
1 out.
Yeah, man.
No. Showers.
Brutal game. He found the last 2 queens.
I got to tell you, man, that is a real curb stomp.
Professional no 3.
Yeah. For Johannes. You just can't ask for a better spot.
Can he go over and kick Yoni in the nether regions now?
Now, you know that one.
I did know that one, of course.
How did you know that one? You watching German anime? What's going on?
I'm watching anime with the, you know, it's dubbed in German, yeah. The voices don't match the mouths.
Well, the chips don't match the pre-flop equity that Mustafov took up against that 10-8. Ace-king falling. Now king-3 suited.
No problem.
Stepping up.
Steal his binding.
Yeah, it almost sounds the same, so yeah.
Schneider. Flatted. Chong in the big likes the price. Dominated. We're going to play a dry side here. 8-10 in the main and complete advantage. Joey Chong here with top pair. No spade on board. Forgive me, Mustafov has 25K back, so the main is not yet complete, although the hand may be very much locked up. You see Chong with the heart draw showing up, backdoor, barrels 225. This is so gross, but a price is a price, and Mustafov does flick it in. He will need a non-heart king to spare himself elimination here.
Just 2 outs. D-miking in progress.
Yeah, I can't blame him. $10 for good measure on the river, giving Chong the full house. No need to build drama in spots such as that. So the lonely walk gets taken by Fahreddin. Welcome back to the Atlantis here on Paradise Island. Ali Nejad now joined by James Dempsey. And James, moments before the break, we actually set fire to the chat after Action Jackson. In fact, James, if you missed it, I actually have assembled a little bit of a recreation of what we observed here. You might be wondering why I need a glass of water. So here's Ace King of Hearts.
Good hand.
Right? Generally a good hand. Here's what we're going to use to represent a stack. And here, of course, is a lighter, James. And what we basically ended up doing in that particular spot was something akin to this. Oh, my God, that's a little bit more than I bargained for. Ah! Okay. Meanwhile, did you get it? Are we going to set off the smoke alarms here?
Ali, when you asked to borrow $1.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't realize this was.
Yeah. This is your $1. I think you can still redeem it.
You can keep that one.
It's looked a little bit better probably at some point. It has a really nice smoky finish, by the way, as does the remains of Action Jackson's stack there. Yeah. Listen, I do feel like we're going a little bit hard at Harvey over here. It's been a grueling number of days of poker. Presumptions, of course, that Harvey does not play professionally. And we've all been in that spot where we just, for whatever reason, we look over, whether it's endurance or stamina related, whether it's something associated with a live read or something, and just made a bad decision.
The thing is, quite often you see with poker players who are perhaps less experienced, and I mean less experienced versus like the super pros, so basically all of us, is that quite often you get caught in the trap of thinking, what does a player have and what would I potentially have in a situation? And what we saw of Action Jackson, pardon me, is that he's capable of having kind of any hand at any time. And maybe he attributed more bluffs to his opponent than his opponent's likely to have. There were some diamonds maybe that had missed, ambitious, but he just got stuck in there, ran out of time banks as well, didn't want to fold. And that's that.
Unclear exactly what was going on. Perhaps at some point Jeff Platt will be able to track Action Jackson down and determine what it was that left him making that choice. By the way, the choice that I just made apparently is felonious, according to the chat.
I did ask if this would get you in trouble with the powers that be.
What about, I mean, I burned it, but it was yours.
Yeah.
So do we both go to jail?
Interesting.
The thing is,
I do have to transit through the United States on the way home, so...
As long as you have 3 corners of the bill, my understanding is that
we're okay.
It's still redeemable in case you wanted to.
Are you going to dry that before you return it to me, or is it just going to... Yeah, put it on the soundboard, Ali. That's a good place to put a wet note. Yeah. That's a great idea.
The wet burnt note. Don't forget.
Some of the outer tables. Paul Newey in the action there. Final table is in the mini main, trying to go back to back. That'd be nice.
Glancing about the room.
Adamo. Was he one of those that snuck through the online? I think he might have been. I don't think we saw him during the day once. Maybe bag 1A, which we didn't cover. Wouldn't surprise me if he got through the online route.
I don't know the answer to the question, I confess.
That's okay, I'm supposed to have those answers.
There's Lewis Spencer.
All right, players, welcome back from break. A new level, 60,000 to 120,000 to 120,000. Dealers shuffle up and deal at 60, 120, 120. Also, guys, we have made that first pay jump now, guys. Have made the first pay jump. Good luck, everyone.
So we dive back into coverage of day 3. Everybody in the money here in the World Series of Poker Super Main. $50 million guarantee nearly reached as we've reached out into the field and plopped down 3 new collections of combatants. Liv Barry presiding over Reef, Jonathan Jaffe over at Lagoon, Juan Pardo at the Palm table. $9.5 million. Roughly $9 million and almost $15 million, respectively, for them. Eric Seidel, Anatoly Zlotnikov, and Pablo Ruiz. Oh, forgive me, that wasn't Pablo Ruiz. I'm conflating that last table. Casey Yantz, the 10 big blind stack over at the Palm table. Ignatov in the small, 9-3 suited, deemed in range. Limping.
360.
360, the announcement.
Yeah, one of those hands, that people love to raise with one big, one little. Typically, you see it more like 10 deuce, 9 deuce. Jack, obviously a good card in this game, but I think you'll see a lot of players deviate in this tournament, just given that it's a mixed ability field, and therefore you'll see perhaps some of those opportunities pounced upon a little bit more often.
Rudolph wagging the finger with that dusty one. Didn't want to see the flop. What we want to see is you on GG Poker. If you don't already have an account, simply head over to the world's largest online poker room. Sign up using the promo code Paradise2024. Toss 20 bucks in and enjoy a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. What could be better? It all happens at GG Poker. Sign up today.
All right then, Ollie. Come on, one hand dealer change. Let's get into the flow. We've got D-Negs on the table.
All decked out in GG gear, of course, as an ambassador. Jaffe crossing fingers here. Theologus. A beast. Under the gun.
Yeah.
Ace-8 offsuit. Takes us to 240 as we're playing 61-20 now.
Yeah, forces a fold from D-Negs with a pair there up against under the gun. Zlotnikov. Taking his time. I don't think we're going to play ace-9 from the cutoff. But I wonder, I mean, obviously Andy Tillman advising us that we had reached a pay jump. I wonder how far we are from the next one. Have a quick check here.
67 and change, the first ladder from the 50K min cash. As
that's a
Alex takes it.
That's a good first jump.
No, not you, just the person.
It is, but I mean, it's made possible by just how wide that first band was. Over 100 players.
Yeah, I like
min
that.
cashing. It does keep things moving.
Yeah, it does. I think it's much better to
How
have
am I
that
supposed to
than
know
say,
if somebody got my message if I don't have a phone or a thing or whatever? This is tough. Like if you actually have stuff, you're supposed to text somebody back and they're supposed to bring you something. Can't do it.
Yell to somebody to text for you?
Huh?
Somebody else have the person's number?
Well, you can't use your phone here.
Well, I'm saying you get verbal confirmation. Say, Darren, can you ask this person if...
Maybe, yeah. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I was going to say I like that flat first band, Ali, rather than say bunch of small climbs early on. Better for those who bust out just inside the money, and then, as you said, keeps things moving along nice and quickly to start with. Kind of almost turns it back into
the other day we were
a level
playing
1
the big
type
cards
scenario.
on TV table, right? I was hoping for like 2 big
like the
cards.
big ones?
Yeah, way better.
Raised to 240. Being contemplated. Theologus in the big, folded around to him.
So even on out of a hand, you can't go look at your phone? That's the rule?
I think you can if you're out. Yeah.
Theologus with the defend.
Jack 8 turns into a hard draw on an ace-high board where Ignatov has top pair.
Ooh, okay. A little sneaky with this one, Ollie. Checking back.
Monotone board texture obviously influencing the choice.
Yeah, and you know, Theologus obviously from the big is going to have every suited combo. So he does have more flushes, but I'm still a little surprised against what is just a 1.9 million chip stack that he didn't go for a bet there. You're okay getting ace-9 in here against that stack. Now, Theologus with the gut shot and pair.
Yeah,
taking a stab, yeah.
To come out swinging for this $500,000 pot suddenly inflating in a substantive manner. Board pairing 4 now remedies any potential kicker issues for Ignatov and does not change the texture in a manner that's going to leave him concerned in the face of another barrel.
Yeah, I don't think we're ever really concerned about kickers. A bigger race would have made a noise before now, but certainly, you know, Queen 10 getting counterfeited is good, but most importantly, hearts missing, any straight draws missing. Of course, Theologus, I slept on a double gut shot on the turn here.
5 seconds. Check.
Does not get after it. Presumed shutdown here. And for Ignatov, we do open the action if we put a barrel out there. If he senses that it's going to be tough to target a hand, then the check back does feel cozy, but grumblings from you, Demps?
Yeah,
How do
no,
you like it?
I hear what you're saying, but I think there's so many missed hands that we get to rep there. Kind of, when we have slow played an ace, I still want to see a bet on the river.
Content to just shut down and collect is Ignatov. Theologus did take a big swing there on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, he faced that check back, thought, hey, there's some weak hands here, and I've got very good equity against a lot of stuff, holding the double gut shot draw, the jack high flush draw. So that even when Cordy was doing just fine, didn't want to follow it up though.
Queen 10. Steps aside. Rudolph with an ace-9.
Body.
Activates. Min raise. Jaffe flatting the ace-queen here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
On the button, no less, inviting potentially the blinds to partake.
Yeah, quite surprised by this. I guess laying a trap carry had 20 bigs behind in the big blind, and obviously we saw Theologus down below that stack as well. So those hands certainly capable of, those seats capable of jamming quite wide. But yeah, otherwise quite surprised by this flat. As it is, though, he allows himself the opportunity to play a pot in position with what rates to be the best hand a high percentage of the time.
6-5 deuce spore. The ace of clubs working hard for Rudolph, and I don't think he imagines that this is texture that's going to connect with Jaffe's flatting range on the button all that often, yet he does check.
270.
Yeah, it's not one you'd expect Jaffe to hit, but he certainly gets to have kind of a lot of the pocket pairs flatting button against cutoff, all of which enjoy this flop. There's not a pocket pair that doesn't like this flop. Rudolph with the ace of clubs. Wouldn't be surprised to see him stick around for one here.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many connected, middling sorts of hands that Jaffe might be asking for the pot with.
Yeah.
So the flat does feel fairly straightforward.
See some of those hands being some sort of heart combo. Obviously, Rudolph having the 9 of hearts not ideal, but there's always a reason not to call in this game. Ace on the turn's cruel, though.
Yeah, it is. He finds top pair, but he is outkicked unbeknownst. Checking over. It's a good start.
I like this from
Jaffe, a nasty check back here. Backdoor hearts arrive.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah. He's really set himself up to get some value now.
Yeah, he obviously, just by virtue of the fact he can see 2 of the aces, recognizing that it's perhaps a little less likely Rudolph has one. But if he does have one, going to put a belt on the river himself. And of course, he's going to try and rep one if he has check called with non-ace highs.
250.
Oh, what happens to this small bet, I wonder?
Yeah, the backdoor hearts there.
Yeah.
Board pairing deuce doesn't rate to be an issue. Jaffe.
But I wonder if Jaffe goes for a little bit more here against such a small sizing. Whether he gets greedy. You know, Jaffe, in theory, you'd expect if he had bet flop with such as, say, backdoor hearts, he might have wanted to follow up on that turn. So you can remove at least a reasonable amount of his flush combos. Doesn't get to have sets. They'd all bet the turn. Yeah, okay. That's just cool. I was getting excited, Ali.
Yeah, it did feel like he had the option on that sizing, and he could target specifically an ace, but I guess some peels with hearts are a thing on the flop as played, and so the last thing you want to do, especially unblocking hearts, is open the action and then maybe get bullied.
And it's a question as well, of course. You know, Rudolph may well have gone for that sizing to elicit bluff raises with hands as strong as a flush. So you've got to be careful sometimes.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Let's do at 6 deuce. I should have pulled the trigger.
Okay. No problem.
Ali, have you recovered yet from Action Jackson?
I had forgotten about it until you just mentioned it right now. Mercifully. No, by the way, that he isn't busted. He's got a couple of big blinds somewhere in the room. Might there be a spin in his future?
Count.
605,000.
Zlotnikov jamming ace deuce, looking for a spin of his own. Jaffe asking for the count from the cutoff with king jack.
Yeah, 5 blind jam. Jaffe can certainly have not just the best hand, but a dominating hand here. Does make the call. See, he was just surveying the stacks behind.
Of
course.
All the smack talk on ace 2.
So you can't be defeated.
I mean, he talked too
unbothered
much shit on it to win with ace two. You can't just.
by being behind.
Yeah, exactly. After berating the ace deuce, it has to take him down, right?
You said too many bad things about it.
Ace, king, 9.
Real early call.
Both players with a piece. Slotnikov shushing Jaffe.
I feel like there's been a lot of chat at this table already today.
Yeah, maybe some jousting. No king or jack on the river, though.
Do I come with the pot?
Slotnikov.
1,400,000.
Summoning the double. Okay, there's a grin that suggests that it isn't.
Oh, yeah. This is fun.
Intense.
Some more.
Unlike the Fendi bucket before it, this one does feel like it's being sported in kind of a straightforward way.
I feel like it needs straightening out a little bit, though, Ollie. That thing's been crumpled up a bit too much.
But that's what a bucket is, James. We don't iron it.
Yeah.
You know, it's not sheets. Wait, you don't iron those either, do you?
I mean, I don't iron mine.
Some people, I think, you know, you got to ask questions. You go over to someone's house and they're ironing their sheets. That's probably got to take your shoes off at that household. King, queen.
I imagine you're a shoes off guy. Can't imagine you letting anyone walking around your house.
Yeah, we tend to take the shoes off.
There we go.
Yeah, but I don't iron my sheets, for what it's worth. I
No,
do
you-
raise my king, queens.
You've got a guy for that.
Even under the gun. Offsuit, newly doubled stack, going to work. 8-9 suited for Jaffe, uninterested. Carry with king, jack of hearts. Dominated on the button. Curious as to what exactly it is that's lurking.
Yeah, a bit scary. Obviously, Zlotnikov opening under the gun off, what, 13 blinds. That is a fairly narrow range. King Jack suited, he deciding probably the worst hand he'll peel with here. And Negreanu with the 3-bet jam from the big.
Pocket tens.
That's 9.
Kid Poker rips it in.
1,030,000.
Good luck.
Thanks, bud.
What's that, Eddie? What do you think?
Yeah, this is actually tough now for Zlotnikov with Kerry having cool behind. There certainly can be these traps in Kerry's range.
Jungle, jungle.
Negreanu, of course, going to be
in my head.
jamming pretty tight here. Against under the gun off 13 and a button peel. Yeah, I like this fold.
1,030,000.
1,030,000.
And obviously, see a jam would have been the best route.
Are you feeling lucky? You feel like you're behind, though, right?
Yeah.
Just seems that way. Just the way the vibe is going.
Bit of table talk here as he engages Carey. Absent the king queen, Carey performing far better, of course.
Doing the math.
Yeah.
Going up yesterday because I couldn't figure it out.
Very hard, I think, to ever find a fold here. Getting more than 2-1 against, you know, sub 10 blind jam. Obviously, as I mentioned, Negreanu going to be a tight range, but a tight range includes hands like this, and he just performed really
He's
good
got
against
this camera, all the cameras. If you have 2 overs, you're in good shape. Oh, you do. You have just enough to have 2 overs.
So Carey has made the call.
Come on, baby. Let me win a flip one time. Come on, baby. Let me win this flip.
Good luck.
Thanks.
I'm rooting for Jack or a King just for the sake of my ears, Ollie.
Put
Wow.
a 10 out there.
Just a song. It's a bit
Brutal
much.
from you, James.
Oh, no. I take it back, chat.
Damn it. I never won a fucking flip.
Plenty of time.
Shit. Come on. Hit me with something stupid. Fuck.
Not over quite yet, but you can see Negreanu's dismay as a jack reveals itself.
Okay. Now I need a king or an 8.
Queen on the turn. Might he find the backdoor 8 or king for a straight? He's put himself back in his seat. But the river.
I had no fun today at any point from the start. Once we sat down, it was nothing about this was fun for me.
Eliminates Negreanu.
So killed. I have to leave now, right?
You can get your phone.
Confirmed.
We're all very
I can get my phone.
Silver linings.
The fans are as upset as you are.
It's so sick today.
He's gonna get so much hate.
I should have 4-bit him like I fucking knew he was fucking around. First hand with the king queen. Damn it. I knew you were fucking around, but I said let's take a flop. Tilt.
All right, GG D-Nex.
Yeah. Chat. Bidding a fan favorite adieu as Negreanu can go no further.
He's happy. There's a device.
That's
Yeah.
the quiet guys left.
Slowly gets chips, he's not quiet.
Yeah, I'll take a beer and it will be.
By the way, the bucket hat has become sort of the headwear du jour
I
out
just
here on
fold
these
a wing
features.
hand.
It's island appropriate, though. You know what I mean?
It is island appropriate. But only I'd say one poker player in particular started wearing one and made it acceptable for everyone else.
How are you talking about Phil Ivey?
I was going to say Phil Ivory, but sure.
Yeah, well.
Fold's looking good. I know I'm in good shape against the button hand. Thinks for a while, if knowing what he has, I'm kind of rooting for the fold. Thinks for all he calls with king jack suited. No, let me win the damn flip one time. Oops, sorry, that was loud. That was way too loud. I said such aggro. It's getting it up. Steam. So tilt. So yeah, just gotta win. If I win either the king jack suited against the nines, lose that. Tens against king jack suited, lose that. If you don't win when you put all your chips in the middle, you cannot win at poker. It's impossible. I've come to that conclusion. Especially in tournaments. In cash, maybe you can. You could like never go all in and win. But in tournaments, if you don't win the all-ins, you just lose. So now we gotta figure out what
Verified.
the hell we do it the rest of the day. I got these people up in my grill, right?
Sage.
Looking for me to do something stupid. Too late. Already did.
From Negreanu.
So tilted. What a shitty ass day this was. Okay.
Maybe you're gonna win the high roller. now.
Well, I don't know, man. We're gonna take a breather. How about that? Let's take a breather. I think that's probably the play.
That's fair.
I think that's the play. As my coach. Okay. Breather time.
WPT also chips in a bit.
Okay. You catch all that, Ollie?
Passport.
You got a spade, a trident, a bracelet.
I didn't catch all of it, but the gist
Lucky you.
is definitely there. Negreanu, boiling, steaming, says he never wins an all-in. He's got a number of bracelets that speak to the contrary, but obviously, I got to say, I like that he isn't apathetic.
40.
I like that he cares enough to be upset. I know it may seem to some like he's just hamming it up a bit, but the man wants to win. And you would think with everything that he's accomplished, where he is on the all-time money list, that maybe it's like, whatever, I'm just here because it's compulsory, I'm a GG ambassador or something like that. No, he wants to get out there and prove himself.
Can we jam?
Ollie, I'm going to tell you, he's got two options today. He can go jump in the GG Millions Championship, 10K.
Okay. All right.
Day 1C today, or more likely, there is a 50K high roller starting this afternoon.
Is there really?
He's going to be back with some plastic.
Something tells me you're right.
Sure. Maybe like the very beginning of when I started playing, but not much. Not when I was a pro.
What year?
2013, maybe?
Queen Jack suited now for Jaffe.
250.
You say?
250.
Raise to 250,000. Fold. Fold.
Raised to 250. Now, Machado. Pocket sevens. Flat from the Brazilian.
Fold.
Rudolph. 7-5 offsuit. Not great. Can close the action and take the price. Couple of sevens busy, of course.
Fold.
Fold.
Hops aboard. Machado, by the way, 3.3 million back, the leanest of stacks getting involved here. Nobody has the ace, and the sevens are still in front.
There's nothing to the other side of those.
3.6 total.
Appreciate it.
No follow through from Jaffe. Oh, and Machado. A little bit of samba, taking pride in the sevens. Board texture that invites, along with perceived disinterest in front of us. 200,000 though. Lean sizing here. Jaffe peeling, interacting with that ace of hearts now. Picks up a Broadway gutty. Pretty tough to fire another barrel if you're Machado.
Yeah, I think really hard once you've bet this flop. A spicy call from Jaffe as well on this ace-9. I mean, Machado certainly can have some aces.
5 seconds.
Check back, dry river, and let's see. Jaffe does have nut, no pair.
Yeah, I mean, we don't ever have a worse hand than this. So I'd be floored if he doesn't turn this into a bluff. Gets to have plenty of big ace, of course, from under the gun.
950.
That's 950,000.
Oh, and now all of a sudden a lot of pressure applied to these two sevens as Jaffe brings forward 950.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 sevens are goose. You just can't think of a hand you can beat.
Oh.
Nicely done.
Yeah. Muscling the best hand into the muck is Jaffe. Not the first nor the last time that he's done something like that. His procedures always on display in the super high roller streets.
Yeah, and quite often lends his voice as well.
Yeah, he's jumped into the booth on a few occasions.
It's a great listen when Jaffe's in the booth. Obviously super knowledgeable, but that doesn't always translate to being able to speak well about the game.
No, you're right about that.
He's hyper articulate and very, very good at explaining all sorts of different situations in this game, especially when you get to the very business end of tournaments. Heads up, particularly, especially
specialist, yeah.
When it comes to that. Can be frisky.
What's the word?
Brincalhão. Brincalhão.
I feel like that wasn't that close, but I'm not going to attempt.
James, listen, I mean,
I know where you're going.
Generally speaking, a leather apron is required in order to butcher things the way that you do when it comes to pronunciation.
No, it's
I wouldn't
fine.
necessarily get after Liv.
Do what you need to do.
Liv having a great time here on a poker holiday, as it were.
Yeah. Kotelnikov looking to have a good time with King Jack, and unfortunately a bad time awaits. Uruguay's Lache. Ace King. Taking in the landscape. And then declaring 750.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, should be none of that.
Yeah.
Obviously, Ollie, shot clock. Sometimes you have to declare your bet. He ran out of time trying to work out what he was going to make it. Didn't have time to deploy the chips. So.
Generally good practice anyway, as you see.
Yeah.
Edwards.
Lache. Give him a free look.
Sometimes.
Not the first time you had it, though.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. True story.
You're tricky.
True story.
A bit free. No, not free. This one is not free.
That was not frisky. That was
not.
reasonable.
Listen, had like ace-9 suited, it would be some
Bit
kind
more
of
frisky.
frisky. That was solid.
Ace King resurfacing now for the German, Kraus. $250,000.
Okay, we've got Seidel over here as well. Nice.
Stepped promptly away from that ace-3 suited. Zero hesitation. You know, we see that one get chewed on quite a bit. Granted, early position, some situational elements. 2 queens for Barry, and the classic begins to take shape here.
Kettle's on.
650.
Temperature rising.
Yeah, popping up against +1, of course. +1, you know, the seat where big hands are often found, but 2 queens is a monster against this stack size.
You know, you say that, James, and the number of occasions on which we've observed those who are afforded the luxury stepping out from early position in terms of range has been far from zero.
Yeah, this tournament, Ali, for some reason, is not like the others. Here we go then.
Full haul. Nudged forward. I don't think Liv's going to be hesitating whatsoever.
She's just confirming the count.
Yep. And we hold our breath ever so briefly, and then relief perhaps, given it's not aces or kings, but the vulnerability cannot be overstated. Kraus on his feet as the covered stack. At risk here. 8.9. Looks for a home.
Yeah.
Who are you rooting for, Barca or Real?
Burn down. 3 off the top. And it's an ace and king free environment for Liv Barry. That is precisely what she had in mind. For Kraus, quite the opposite. Can he give the bad beat to these queens? Not on the turn. 6 outs, 1 time, or it's auf Wiedersehen. Boy, and that Band-Aid got peeled off rather slowly. A painful, but
it's not online.
Definitely relatable exit for Kraus. How many pocket aces, ace kings, do you think are responsible for that image on your screen? Someone headed to the locker room.
Yeah.
No shortage of them, James.
Yeah, and Liv actually mentioned earlier when she was chatting to Jeff, she says, it just feels like this tournament wants me to win it. Everything was going right, and just their case in point. You get a big flip, goes the right way, up to 15 million in chips.
The wind is at her back as you see the swell to 15 million plus. The sailing hath been smooth.
You know how,
for the Briton,
how good that will feel to live as someone who doesn't really play much poker anymore. She pops down here, gives one tournament a spin, wins these big pots. Suddenly, confidence starts rolling. You start feeling good. The old mindset comes back into you. You really, the confidence grows throughout a tournament like this.
Here's what I'll say about Liv. When she was in these streets, she was among the best. I mean, she was very nice. And on top of that, she's such an intelligent person that she'll be picking up where she left off. I mean, time away from the bike won't take her long to rest her feet on the pedals and get the gears grinding.
I've been curious to see where Liv would have got to in this game if she'd come along 10 years later. By that I mean when hard work and the tools available that are available to players now.
Not all of which were around when she was cutting her teeth.
None of which, right? We did everything by trial by error and peer review. Now, with the technology we have in this game, her aptitude, I think she'd be one of those at the very top of the game now.
I don't know that I disagree. But she's working with that which she has retained in terms of knowledge of the game, and then that which via osmosis, I would imagine, you know, throughout the course of this day, she's been very attentive and attuned to. She soaks up more chips.
Memo. That's not really.
Yeah, 130 blinds.
Emerging toward the top of the overall leaderboard, I have to imagine, with a stack like that. James, as we flip it back over to the other feature, Ignatov, party starting with the ace-10. Pocket nines.
Okay.
Jaffe will be accepting the invite.
Yeah. Let's see which route he goes here. Oh, well, you could see both against a 3 million stack at 120. What's that, 25 blinds?
650.
And he is going to 3-bet and accept his fate should the jam come.
Sevens. Step aside with raise and 3-bet in front.
Yeah, nice.
Despite late position, but obviously having to be out of position versus one, if not two, players moving forward. The possibility that the action goes 4 bets.
Yeah, both.
It's all bad.
Both the play of 9s here on the button and the fold of 7s in the big blind are things that are definitely variable based on how players have been playing at this table up to now. Of course, we've just joined them, but they have been playing for 2 hours before today, and dynamics, metagame is in play. So it's hard always as we just zone in for one frame to know exactly what's going on.
Close. Oh no, I had close in bad shape.
Jaffe takes it without further incident.
Okay.
I thought you said close to 4s.
Yeah.
I had close in bad shape.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. He had close and bad.
I kind of, the 3-bet for me also, you know.
Okay, we
oh,
just
hang on.
spotted a big hand at one of our outer tables. Jeremy Dan gets the chips in with 10s against ace-king. Comes Jack 10 deuce, a clean run out. A paint sweat, though, on the river. Any kind of sweat for you?
Well, pal, the sweat was seeing 10s and having you breathe down my neck. I'm like, yeah, it's ogre. Let's fucking go.
But it's not.
But it's not. The Jeff Platt curse is over. You heard it here first.
Real quick, tell me what yesterday was like, playing day 2 of this tournament while also final tabling a WSOP online event.
A little sweaty because I don't know what I'm doing in either one of them. But luckily for me, GG went down, so we didn't really have to like play it out. But yeah, it was a little weird. A little annoying.
Maybe good vibes.
Yeah.
Good vibes in WSOP paradise for Jeremy Dan. Let's send it back to you guys.
You know, I'm going to speculate that prior to engaging Jeremy in that particular interview, that perhaps Platypus planted the seed of the curses over, you know, hey, Jeremy, do me a favor if you would with the soundbite, you know, when we go to you. Just toss that in there.
You think he's on the take?
I don't know about the take. He's just, you know, he's working his side of the street over there to try to dispel what, obviously, we have sufficient data to assert as actual voodoo. But Jeremy Dan, a non-believer, perhaps. And Seidel, a non-raiser with ace-king, finds top pair on a king 7-3 board. Unfortunately, he's not going to find patronage from Lache, I would imagine.
Yeah, I like this limp off a very shallow stack. You just encourage Lache to come in with like a 3.5x to 4x raise, quite a high frequency with some absolute nonsense. You can also obviously just snap call jams as well. And hey, ace-king plays pretty well post-flop. Don't believe what they say. See here, comes king high, you've got a near lock on it. Third diamond, though, is going to encourage a bet out Seidel.
And how to send the money to the children who needs the most. And
so there's like professional organizations that like do the job of working that out. And we use
Seidel's bet on the turn, takes it.
I have to say, Ali, I want to give a little bit more love to my man Jeff out there. Yesterday, during the bubble, that was great. We had him just roaming out there, roaming the field, waiting for all the hands to complete. He was just grabbing chats with players here and there. Real good vibe in the room, of course. As the players knew that all bar one of them would be picking up at least 50k and advancing to the next day. It was a real fun atmosphere.
You know, the guy who didn't know whether or not he would collect anything was, of course, Phil Hellmuth. You had to sweat 3 other all-ins in the room when he bubbled just to see whether or not he would share a 50K payout with somebody. And
Only I stood with Phil through that whole process. I wanted a front row seat to it all.
Were you in the blast radius?
As he was hearing out the loudspeaker, and the all-in player doubles up every
Not
time.
Not once, but twice, but 3 times.
Yeah.
To officially leave him all alone.
And the all-in hands were never far ahead. The biggest one being King Queen O against 10 deuce, but there was queens against Ace King doubled up, and then Queen Jack O outdrew Ace 6 all in. So I mean, very unlikely to lose his own hand, and then to have all 3 of those short stack hands hold was unlikely.
Well, Seidel, sub 20 bigs, gets them all out there with pocket 5s, and Aziz finds an Ace King to promptly become a customer out of the big blind. 4.1 million. Hurriedly. Works its way center. Bated breath for the Cyborg. Absolute legend of the game. He's come this far. Impressive enough. Being able to hold with 5s would make it even more impressive, and that is a cooperative flop. Although threats linger beyond just the Ace and King now. Jacob is a problem.
Yeah, you can see this board, of course, equity not changing. Now it does.
Yes, very much so. An era deuce. Can we keep things dehumidified on this river? No! The dreaded no-sider on the end as Aziz vanquishes the absolute legend that is Eric Seidel.
He really is that, Ali, to me. Coming into poker when I did, still look at him as one of the people that when I see him in a room, I'm like, oh wow, there's Eric Seidel, and he sort of he left the poker world a little bit through the Catching Fame in the film Rounders, of course. The clip of him and
Johnny Chan.
Johnny Chan, yeah,
the
really
green visor. He was so young back then. By the way. Was that 87, 88?
I actually watched the hand again the other day. It popped up on something. It's so great.
Yeah.
So great.
Poker was a little different back then, wasn't
it? He's one of the only kind of old school guys who's still around now that I've never actually had any interaction with. I'm kind of still a bit.
Yeah, that's
he's
not
still
an accident,
enigma
James.
to me.
He's probably, you know, just steering clear.
Thanks for that.
Is my guess. No, but genuinely, super nice guy. I've actually grabbed a bite with him on 2 separate occasions so far on this trip, and you know, just quietly goes about his business. Is the best way to describe it.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. He's very turns up, plays his poker, and then sidles one out.
Yeah. Zlotnikov going to play poker with Theologus here. The ace-4 falling further behind on a King 10 tray board. Pesky overcard out there. A check in front of us. Big blind range is broad.
It is broad. Not as, I mean, broad enough that we're never worried about betting and getting it in here, even though there's an overcard. Let's see if it's going to go for minimum. I was wondering if we might check this particular holding back 2 queens with the queen of clubs, or whether we just decide to bet range on King 10-3.
Alex took his chances uneventfully, taking that one down. Alex, by the way, I mean, has drawn so much respect from the community just in fairly short order. Obviously told about his online exploits that preceded those he has put together live, but since arriving on the super high roller circuit, I think he's both befriended many of the established pros and also caught their attention rightfully with the results that he's put together.
40. Yeah, obviously, Ali, you and I at World Series of Poker partner event Triton in Monaco just last month, where he went on an absolute tear. And he final table bubbled 2 events, and then final table 2 others, getting a second and a third, it looks like.
I feel as though he had to have been player of the festival in terms of earn.
Sorry, I've shortchanged him. He final table 3 events. Final table bubbled 2 others.
Yeah, there was a point at which he finished no lower than 9th, as I recall, in that one. Rudolph has company as the under the gun raise with the red 6s. Draws a call from the button of Paulius Vaitiekunas, playing for the Lithuanian delegation, who runs so deep. 780 in the middle, and the 6s have been outflopped by Paulie V. Rudolph mulling over the merits of a c-bet. Just the lone overcard out there.
Yeah.
Could well be within his range. 200 into 780 is polite.
Yeah, obviously a pretty good board for red 6s particularly. Vaitiekunas just going to have some hands that fold out here, which is great when we've got 2 6s.
525.
Oh, I like it. Asking the question now off the shallow stack.
5 1/4. In the neighborhood of 33% of his stack back. 3 1/4 more for Rudolph to call. Kind of a weird where do we go from here. The 6 of diamonds working quite hard as far as backdoor straight and diamonds, but
yeah, this is it. It's one of these spots where, I mean, Paulie V can of course be trapping pre-flop, flattening off that shallow stack, so you can have really strong hands still. But if he has those hands, does he raise the flop here, or does he just call? Real clever raise here with this king-queen.
9 of spades feels innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Rudolph did hang in there, and let's see if playing 1.1 with 1/8 in there, Paulie V finds all of it or some of it.
Yeah, this is one of the spots if you Rudolph, you think natural bluffs. Paulie V might be a hand like King Jack of diamonds. King 10 of diamonds maybe that peels pre. I don't know if that happens. But then if he has those hands, does he actually raise the flop with the diamond draw? Would he be more inclined just to call? Maybe the same sort of hand in hearts is likely. But then would he follow up here once I've called his raise?
Having a couple of 6s in our hand is somewhat troublesome, but we don't expect that stuff to be in range with that stack depth, flatting our raise up front from the button.
Yeah, that's right, Ollie. If it was against big blind, certainly the 6s would be problematic, but Paulie V is never going to have a 6 in his hand.
He is going to have plenty of Queen X, though, James.
Yeah. It's just always peculiar when someone comes out raising on this kind of board text here off such a shallow stack, because it's so easy to get the money in down the street. You don't have to fast play anything.
Yeah, it breaks with sort of professional convention.
Yeah, this is why I love watching these guys, Ollie, because I would just never find the raise here with that hand. But the best do it, and you can see the position it puts your opponent in.
You certainly can.
Also, Ollie, here's the best bucket hand.
I'm not going to push back on that assessment, James.
Elite in every way.
He's got the best hand. More importantly, is it ever a diamond draw is played?
Yeah, this is the thing that Rudolph's trying to work out. Is it the King Jack, King 10 of diamonds maybe an Ace 10 of diamonds? Again, I think they just call at quite a high frequency on the flop. Is it those backdoor heart combos that have picked up a gut shot, so the same sort of hand in hearts? And
good fold.
Yeah, there just aren't many of those hands, I don't think.
Not for living.
And you know,
Somebody
we've raised
expressed curiosity, by the way. I'm not sure who it was.
But we've raised from up front.
No.
Queen 10.
And then we've bet called the flop. We get to have some Queen X ourselves. The big pairs can, of course, have big flush draws ourselves as well.
Sure.
I mean,
so Jacks are
calling with 6s is a lot of hands to be calling with. Good fold.
It's mine, yep.
I got worried for a second there that we're about to lose
I need
champion,
one
but it
more.
looks like just to colour up.
250.
I want to watch a lot of this man play.
You show your hands?
What's that?
You show your hand? Your cards?
I don't want to answer that yet.
Okay, sure. I will fold.
We're going to let the camera see.
Okay.
Ace-5 of diamonds for Jaffe under the gun.
It's 6-3 offsuit.
The 970 UTG.
Basically clicks it. Ace-4 of hearts for Rudolph, who waits to get himself involved once more. In what fashion? Has to be respectful of that big stack that Jaffe wields.
4. Queen 10. Such a disrespectful guess.
Doesn't get cute.
250.
I mean, my range is very interesting here.
Yeah, okay, but Queen 10 is a top pair on the flop.
Trip fours for Rudolph. Somehow finds not one, but two of his side cards. 4 diamonds interactions for Jaffe with the action checked over and 680 in the middle.
Yeah, certainly potential for Jaffe to get in a bit of trouble here. As the open from under the gun, paired boards. Always a good one to attack. Although, of course, with 2 4s, yeah, it does suit the big blind to have the strongest combos. And look at that.
Quad 4s, as all sailboats are present and accounted for.
Not 4.
Flop having gone check, check. Rudolph in absolutely no hurry to try to get value. Jaffe snap checking back. Oh, and finds himself a 5. In many ways, the hand's still kind of the same, isn't it, James?
Yeah.
Ace-5 versus just the ace-high?
Sure, there were no real other ace-highs that he was worried about. Of course, ace-king would have made noise beforehand. Ace-queen is already a boat, so it beats 2s and 3s now. You see the size here from Rudolph. Wow, big. 650. I mean, Jaffe.
Man.
Can't imagine him ever really getting away from this. It's difficult, though, right? Because he's raised pre, check back flop, and then check back turn, implying that he has some showdown. Now, he's going to have all the pocket pairs in the spot that elected a check flop would have then checked turn. So Rudolph's betting into a range that actually is kind of ace-high at worst, you would imagine. I think the king-highs would have bet flop or turn. Certainly any kind of jack-high combos would have done. Jaffe's got to piece this together and be like, would this guy really try and bluff me when it just looks like I have something? But I think having rivered the 5 is just enough. And maybe there's a chance here as well, Ali, that he could even be chopping. Although that size is big, again, looks like he's got ace-high.
You know, the value proposition, if you think there's a world in which a queen lurks.
Yeah, of course. I'm just yeah, I haven't mentioned the queen, of course.
Yeah,
that's very
I mean,
likely
a
for
mild oversight, but
wow,
good fold. I got to tell you, that one is a lot tougher than Jaffe made it look.
Yeah, obviously the size of the bet was
never
what allowed him
to
make that fold.
His flash draw.
No, he doesn't open that.
Isaiah in the chat, by the way, writes, unfortunately, Jaffe is good enough to raise this. I hadn't even considered that.
Can't be any other flash draw. So
as we know, that would have been a
disaster. Yeah, because all the others has
extra bonus.
I don't know about that.
No. Everyone's guessing Christoph's hands now.
Sorry?
As we've seen so often, though.
It's just hard because in my mind, sure, he can have, you know, the 6s
how many tables
through jack, say.
So it's high chance that we don't see any of them.
But then he just has a lot of ace-high as played. And when you look like you've got ace-high,
yeah,
and your opponent bets a big bet, they're trying to make you fold ace-high.
That's right.
So to then fold slightly better than ace-high is very impressive.
I don't have when I'm at the button.
6-7 of diamonds.
No. I just wonder if
that would be too much
he ever goes that size with a 5 himself, and I guess he doesn't.
I'm bored of that hand. He wants to tell us the next one.
I don't think so either. Machado going with the near minimum size. Ace-queen for him.
Ali, unfortunately, I can't really afford Jaffe coaching, but if I could, he's the man I'd go to, I think.
Would be a great decision. Not unlike the fold that we observed from him. Many regarding it as elite in the chat. And you begin to surmise what separates good from great, and it's moments like that. Meanwhile, a poor moment for Ignatov as the ace-jack is pipped. 3-betting button. Privacy sought and received.
Yeah, going to be, I assume, Ali here. Met with that 4-bet jam. Both players operating with, what about 20 blinds?
What's my hand?
Oh, your hand, whatever.
I kind of don't mind this at all with the ace-jack-o. Gets icky when we flat with it. Don't want players coming in behind. Have just about enough to 3-bet fold.
That would be disrespect. That would be disrespectful.
It's like the best hand to do that with.
In every way possible. Pre-flop, flop turn, everything would be very disrespectful.
I wouldn't like this against +1, but +2 I think it just about becomes reasonable.
Alex would be crying.
Please don't show the hand. Alex already crying because he's not here.
These guys started this hand with roughly the same stacks.
Yeah, I mean, instead of getting really nervous about this, I've seen Ignatov in quite a few hands, but obviously we weren't privy to the first 2 hours, and it's not like Ignatov's been out of line in the hands we've played. He's just been dealt a high volume of playable opportunities. So it looks like he's genuinely concerned here, Ali. It just doesn't seem to me to be acting. By the book, this is quite an easy proposition.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, he gets there in the end.
Some apprehension, but ultimately the jam, and Ignatov's decision made quite easy as a result. One of those spots where if you kind of assess credible ranges, you presume that the hands that call you are going to be paired, and then ever so frequently have you horrified.
It's one of those annoying ones where you see exactly that. When you 4-bet jam, they got ace-jack, they just fold. So it almost feels like a bluff. Well, pin that for a second, Ali, because action on the palm.
No folds here, all in and a call. The involved parties. Jons with pocket 8s and Strobel with pocket kings. The German well in front of the American, and he stays there on an ace-6 deuce board. Not flinching, however. He knows Frosty lurks. Adjacent 9. Jons needs to find the snowman, and he needs to do it in a hurry. And there will be no Christmas gift on that river. A lump of coal for Jons, but one that comes to the tune of 67,000 and change.
Yeah, Ali, I'd say it might be the right month for the snowman, but this isn't quite the correct climate to find one.
No, you're right about that. Although, I did observe a sandman.
Okay.
On one of the beaches on property recently. I suppose that's as close as they're going to get.
Yeah. Fair. I want to know more.
You ever get any sandmen in Brighton? Or the wind just knocks it down?
We
So that was 550, right?
threw pebbles all over the sand on Brighton Beach many moons ago in order to protect the coastline.
Oh, so it's not. Oh, that's rough.
If you get low tide, when it's really low tide out the bottom, you'll find patches of sand. But for the most part, no sand. But also, yeah, it's kind of a nice beach to walk along, but not spending that much time on it. Certainly not going to the sea. I don't. People do, but I like warm water, Ollie.
Theologus spending what seems like a little bit of time on an ace-deuce offsuit here. Zlotnikov jammed. King 8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, from the hijack. Jaffe just ISOing.
Yep.
Queens?
Yeah, of course.
Better not have been ace two.
It actually
these two have been having a lot of fun.
Always ace two.
Won't be so fun if this Queen Jack
Yeah.
I don't know.
finds the best hand.
It really was ace two?
I don't know.
No, it can't. It was like Queen
1,
10.
3, 4 in the middle. 1 spade in the window was a bit of a menacing sight, but no other issues.
Queen 10 suited.
King
You think I
8.
fold that?
cozy as it stands.
In agony, sometimes.
Here we go.
Backdoor flush draw, and the outs light up in front of Jaffe.
My favorite hand to fold.
Never give up. Give me black chip. Come on, Jaffe. 2-0.
Just the black. Just the black.
That's the same hand. Okay, guys.
Oh, I thought
Zlotnikov once again snacks on Jaffe.
Oh, yeah, I saw a comment in the chat, and I'm kind of on agreement with it, I think. And I hadn't really put two and two together before now. But we've been mentioning how throughout this tournament, the atmosphere at the tables has been fairly jovial.
Sure.
Someone put the link in there that it's also the first time we see this sort of action on tables where phones are just completely not allowed. The players have got nothing else to do but talk to each other. And I wonder if that is a byproduct.
Forced socialization?
Yeah.
As the digital pacifier is unavailable?
Yeah. It's a good point.
Don't feel Jaffe, all good.
I actually
old blinds, right?
find it loathsome
What up?
in my game when people are sitting there. You know, we very much frown on the earphones,
240.
the sunglasses thing, and grinding the phone perpetually. That's Pauly V. Grinding the ace-king. So, yeah, I think that may very well have something to do with it. Mystery hand time now. Rudolph. Cut off. You know, you have this look on your face, James. To what do I attribute it?
Just the sort of irony that you find it a bit upsetting when people are egregiously on their phone, that's all. But anyway, mystery hand. Yeah.
Producer James,
pretty
with the
big
pet peeve of
overlay
sorts when we're here at the booth.
Chip count between me and him.
Grinding the phone.
He jumps for I'm playing like 14 or 13 point something.
Ace-king fails to improve on a queen 8-4 board. Unclear whether or not we can say the same for the German. As he enjoys position after having flatted pre.
A lot of hands that like that flop in Rudolph's seat. Not many that completely missed. Maybe some of the king-jack suiteds, but with the king of clubs, we blocked some of that, of course.
Stuff like that.
No surprise to see a check.
You know, but as an example, like king 7, whatever it is, like you're gonna have more of these like higher cards and not the low suited ones. So the value of the ace high goes up a bit, I thought.
That's fair.
In this case. That's fair. But I have no idea.
Okay. Rudolph happy to check it back. Here we go.
Top pair acquisition for Pauly V, who did not follow through on the flop.
Linear logic.
Yeah, lovely progression in the hand for him here. Having seen Rudolph check back and then find this top pair. Oh, look at this. Sneaky.
Slips it over once more, sensing that perhaps the temptation will be too great for Rudolph's flatting range.
Yeah, Rudolph
check back.
Can certainly have some hands that want to bet this turn that didn't want to bet flop. Maybe a sort of nut diamond combo. One of those king-jack suiteds I mentioned before.
Nah, has to be a fold.
Rudolph bets 375.
Yeah, I mean, as Pauly's played it.
Just check call?
Yeah, and of course, you know, having the ace of diamonds as well, you know, one of the prime candidates for Rudolph to perhaps bluff with here would be a nut flush draw. We're not as worried about that when we block it. Okay. Queen pairing river looks pretty good. Again, Rudolph is going to bet the flop with some of his queens. Will check some back, but the ones he does check back, I'm not sure how willing he is to bet on a king turn, so it looks pretty good from here.
That it does.
But oh, it's a mystery hand, so I feel like things are about to get dirty.
Perhaps, remember there was a check back from Rudolph on the flop and then a fire on the turn. Board pairing queen on the river. How much queen X does Pauly V suspect to be lurking? It's really the only concern, I would imagine, that he would have at this point as played.
Was he thinking about piecing out a lead here? Yeah, he is.
2.3 in front of him. How much of it stuck out there? 6 1/4. And know, by the way, that at this sizing, James, raises are available.
Yeah, 625 from Paulie V. Paulie can certainly have some queens as played. Going to raise pre-flop and check the flop with some of them. Would therefore also, much like Rudolph, be inclined to check all the queens that check the flop on the turn as well. I mean, Rudolph jamming it in on him here.
Look at this. Absolutely brutal situation that Paulie V has allowed to transpire here.
Yeah, this is pretty grim.
I'm the worst, right?
Yeah, he's immediately.
I'm piecing this together, Ollie. Of course,
How much do I owe?
the strongest hands. Pocket fours could be play like this. Pocket eights could be play like this. King, queen suited. Only one combo of that being king, queen of hearts, but certainly a possibility as played. Bluffs. Well, we're going to come back to that because Liv's going to
That's a good call.
try and get another scalp.
Yeah, giving the Dutchman, Lutzma, a spin here. He is the favorite by 11% pre-flop. Ace-8 suited against Queen 10 of spades.
Don't worry, guys. We will return to that other hand in a moment. For now, though, will Liv continue to climb?
Flop will bring it into focus, and I think Liv's going to continue to climb.
Okay.
If I had to guess. You see her sheepishly accepting the nuts on the flop. Lutzma could very easily draw dead, absent a second pair in some form on the turn, which is exactly what transpires. So Lutzma's
One more.
time here at this feature coming to an end. Let's see if we can catch the end of that Paulie V exchange.
Oh, we will. This is going to take a moment.
He was jammed on, and he's definitely been stuck in the blender here. Time banks being utilized as his ace-king raised pre, got flatted, chose to check flop and turn, called the barrel from Rudolph after the king rolled off, and then decided to lead when the queen rolled off. Now he's been asked to make a decision for his tournament life.
Yeah, I'm just trying to piece together the bluffs. Oh, sorry, piece together, obviously, the value that makes sense now. Ollie, the bluffs. Maybe some sort of diamond straight combo, but that doesn't have any blockers. I wonder if it's just a savage hand like King, Jack of Hearts or something. Having the King of Hearts blocking King, Queen. Yeah, probably going to be concerned with the Ace of Diamonds, but...
Would King Jack do this?
That's. I'm just trying to find like the pure out-and-out savage bluff. Would be something like that. But mostly, we're just looking at so much value here. It's hard to find many. Let's say, you know, the Jack 10 of Diamonds, something like that, possible.
Show with the bluff.
Paulie V does lay it down. What did Rudolph have?
I'm going value.
I want to say there's a queen there. Yeah, ace,
Okay.
queen.
Okay, that's not a hand I had.
Gotta guess queen 10, right?
Must be.
Kind of surprised we checked that flop on a hand on the flop and then bet it on the turn.
Yeah, and by the way, that incongruence in terms of decision-making was shared by Paulie V
Now you can tell me what you had that other hand.
on the turn in terms of
Now you can say what you folded
check.
against him. It seems fair to him
Instead of
also
bet with
because
top
he
pair
lost
and
a
then
big one.
flat call. And then lead. It all was a little bit out of step.
Yeah, just so value
Both
heavy
times,
there.
isn't it?
I
Yeah,
say
every
I'm
time.
stretching to find bluffs.
Well, you should be stretching to find a free $50 ticket to the Weekender, and you're not going to have to stretch too far because all that's required is downloading the GG Poker client, signing up for a new account utilizing promo code Paradise2024, and then sending them $20 into your account. That'll go alongside a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. What are you waiting for? Sign up today at the world's largest online poker room, GG Poker.
And Ollie, that commercial was specifically for Scroll Wheel in the chat, who said he would sell a nut to be part of this experience. You don't have to do that. Go qualify for next year on GG.
Who in the chat wrote that? James, did you say
Scroll
squirrel?
Wheel?
Squirrel
Not,
wheel.
Not scrotum, Ollie. Scroll Wheel.
Wow.
You know.
Thank you.
You don't have to
James.
go to that extent, that level.
You have
Just
3 Rolex.
I mean, absent the online handle,
It's Hulk, right?
we do need to
Hulk and
kind of reevaluate the
I have Batman.
valuations of anatomical parts there by our friend Squirrel Wheel. But if we mean, you know, literal legume or, you know, acorn, whatever it is, then well met.
The favorite one. It costs 2K,
I would
but
sell a lot more
yeah,
than that.
It's not about that.
Ignatov
Blinds up.
peddling ace queen of spades, and you'll note that that 320,000 is the new minimum amount required if you wish to open a pot.
Ace king
As
would be
we've gone
crazy.
from 6120 to 8160. Pocket sevens for carry.
But what if the blinds were up? I think he's strong.
He's been fairly snug.
Yeah, but when he blocks a king, leading the river.
Yeah, a little icky this.
No, it's not ace.
Don't mind if he decides to go for it though.
Which he does.
Yeah.
This is a good chunk of hand if we're Ignatov.
Oh yeah. Ignatov is very happy to see this action.
Yeah, he's only got 1.4 back.
1 second, I need to sweat this because I made a very
Won't be thrilled to be behind, but of course,
Ace 10, I hope.
good
Ace 10, I hope.
number of occasions on which you anticipate that to be the case, but he's performing well, absent ace-king and queens plus. 48%. As we head to the flop, 3 3/4 million. In the middle, Ignatov's fate hanging in the balance, and now it seems quite clear. It will include continued participation, courtesy of top 2 pair. Turn is worry-free. And so is the river. Single wrap of the rail there from Ignatov.
Or each other's good luck charm.
Is that the Merit Poker logo on the sleeve of Ignatov, by the way? A place that you and I are very familiar with out in northern Cyprus, has played host to the collaborative folks
It's
over
really
at
hard
the
for
Triton
me to
Super
choose
High Roller
the
Series,
side
who kicked
in a fight between you and
a 2-event festival off.
Okay, so less than 20 tables. Wanted to give you all a sense of what it's like out here in the field because there are just so many big names still left. So let's go ahead and walk through. Giannis is going to follow me, and it's going to be spectacular. So over here, Nick Petrangelo living the dream with about 8 million in chips and getting a massage. Jason, the YouTube star, we've already touched on, the online qualifier, still in the hunt in day 3 at the WSOP Superman Tough Table. Matt McEwen is there. Shrezat is also there. We move along this way. You guys are kind of stuck in the dark in the corner. Sienna Marquez, Frank Funaro, Joseph Chong still in the hunt. The feature tables behind me, you guys have seen enough of the features, so we're just going to basically skip them for now. But it is worth noting that Mr. Darren Elias is here. He's in the mix. He's in the hunt. And he's got a lot of chips. Elias building a pile. Jeremy Dan, that crazy psychopath guy, he's also still alive, still in the hunt in the super main. We move this way. I see Sosia Zhang is here. I see Alex Keating is here as well. Jack Salter still in the hunt. Chris Klodnicki over there. Let's cut through this way. Oh my goodness. What? Oh, and they're breaking. That was the big reaction? Just you're breaking tables?
Yeah, it's too long to explain and too stupid to understand.
Then we'll just keep it moving. Let's go this way. Who do we have over here? Sorrel Mizzi, Justin Bonomo in the hunt. Somehow, some way, Chris Moneymaker is still in this tournament. He's in hand. Didn't want to be too loud. Christoph Vogel saying, one of our online qualifiers. Good to see the tractor still in the mix in the super main. We continue to move along and we see, my favorite player. Don't tell anybody else, but he's my favorite. It's Ren Lin, Mr. No Gamble, No Future himself, as Eric Yanofsky on his left. Reiner Kempa still in the hunt here. Haven't seen Reiner in a while. We'll keep it moving this way. Tough tables just all over. This is one of them. I mean, come on. Kion there, Michael Adamo, Joey Wiseman, Mustafa Kanit. I mean, this is insane. Our friend from Brazil who went absolutely bananas on the stream. Don't worry, almost done. A lot of walking. Got to work on the cardio this trip because I'm already a little tired. Over here, Matthias Eibinger. Just so many big names still in this tournament. Eibinger, about 5 million in chips. We move this way. Matt Glantz, final table of the World Series of Poker Paradise Main last year. Glantz still in the mix. His friend Sean Deeb, not a great series for Sean Deeb. Let's just keep it at that. So we move along this way. Bucky still in. Sosia Zhang just moved to this table. Bucky doing pretty well. Matthew Wantman seems to always be in the hunt. And we end up here. You guys are familiar with this star-studded table. It's got Big Hooney. It's got Nick Schulman. It's got Alex Foxton. And it is now about time, finally, for me to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Boy, how about that for Platt? Worked the whole room, it would seem, there. And by the way, referred to Christoph Vogelsang as the tractor.
Yeah, I caught that as well, and I'm unfamiliar with the reference, are we?
You know, I like it, though. I like ace-5 suited as well if I'm Paulie V, much more so once relief comes in the form of an ace-8 3-board. Jaffe,
so you know.
really?
That is true, so it has to be a 9 on the turn, for sure.
Okay.
Hasn't been doing well versus these all-ins.
Maybe the dealers are not trained
Say
for
though, Ollie, the highlight for that walkthrough
GG
for me
all in
was how Matt Glantz didn't react
until he must have jacks.
The run of Sean Deeb was brought up, and then he had a big chuckle to himself at how badly his pal's done here in Paradise. Far in and bricking the lot, I guess.
I wanna forget
He
this.
must have jacks, like this isn't,
Washed away.
Yeah, our boy Nick out there in the field as well.
I kind of wanted you to
Your,
bust so that you could tell us the hands.
Regular partner. Bit
Yep.
busy for the
Thanks,
booth
Alex.
right now, Ollie. But
Really nice.
You know, by the way,
Yeah, because you see
I
what
was
I want
embarking
is
on
obviously what's
something
happening.
Curiosity.
prior
I have
to that.
Look at the bright side. If I
Interruption?
would not
Jeff
play
Platt
this king, I
interview.
would not get the double now.
James, and if only I had a producer who could
What?
advise me
never know,
that
right?
such things
Like you defend and then
were coming down the pike. And wait a minute, I do,
my bad.
but he's in the booth. So have you orphaned and abandoned your post as producer whilst here at the desk, James?
My bad.
Let's not let
I
it
take
happen
full
again.
responsibility, Ollie.
I confess it's not as fun when you just are accountable.
Yeah, okay. I'll fight back next time. I shout out the energy, Ollie. You've ground me down over 10 days.
Try being short Tesla. Meanwhile, Jack 10 for Jaffe.
How many Teslas have you lost?
A lot.
You put it in units of the vehicle that is running you over.
It's going to go down. The Cybertruck's a piece of trash, and all this hype is going to go away. At least that's what I tell myself whilst in the fetal position during overnight trading hours. Meanwhile, ace 10 of clubs here for Kerry, dominating. Jaffe is eroded to 8.5 million coming into this one.
Yeah, a couple of nicks.
Yeah, it's far from death, and it's far from 1,000 cuts. But facts remain. Off the high water mark by a decent margin. Zlotnikov hops in, understandably.
Yep.
Closing the action from the big with the suited ace. He's already enjoyed a couple of doubles, both occasions through Jaffe. Oh, is he trying to?
He's trying to
get
short
away.
it. You know Jaffe's coming in for that one.
He's only got 850 back. And he's got top pair against top 2 pair. Jaffe with a 10.
Yeah, I don't, I don't condemn this pill with a6 of hearts for the big blind. You certainly have to do it. Obviously, the troublesome part comes in three-way pots when you get something like this occurring. Well, Jaffe maybe going to create an avenue where Zlotnikov could potentially escape. Let's see. Well, one blind bet going the absolute min. Once Carey invests in this pot, Ollie, and you're Zlotnikov, you're not enjoying life. Although, just given the fact that it is a minimum bet,
I like the flat, James.
Yeah,
There's a rainbow texture out there. You've got the backdoor clubs. You're hoping that you can target Jaffe, who could give you the full double here. Zlotnikov hangs out.
Mm-hmm.
So for Kerry, the proposition could be even more tantalizing. Will anybody pick up a flush draw on the turn? No, rainbow texture. And now Jaffe finds himself a double gutter.
Yeah, but this board is just getting rich. Can't see him going for more here. Although he's proven me wrong on a couple of occasions already. Yeah, he's going to check it over to Kerry. Just the presence of Zlotnikov is problematic. Obviously, Kerry's hand a slam dunk on this board. Needs a bit of protection. Can certainly get value from worse. And with 1.7 in the middle and a 2.9 million stack, you need to get something going. Goes the sort of sizing that would make it hard for Jaffe to fold an ace-2. By the way, Zlotnikov's getting away from that ace. Well done, sir.
So he's able to duck out of the way. Jaffe performs well not to fire the second barrel, and Kerry has sized in a way to retain something like this.
Yeah, it's just pulling that double end of the draw here, making a four-liner with that jack is just in no way disguised if it were to hit. Kerry just, I don't know how you can ever be ahead of him. And when he opens up the action here, he's going to have two pair at like a reasonable amount of time. And Jack 10's just performing very poorly against that. The price is the price, Ali.
That it is. The math is mathing. For Jaffe, another 1 million into the middle. And nothing to worry about for Kerry's ace-10 on the river.
Sitting there thinking, damn it, why did I fold the ace-6?
Little does he know. 6 no bueno.
I wonder if Kerry tries for something non-all in here. You know, you're targeting the strongest one-pair hands, ace-jack, ace-king. Do they enjoy calling for all of it here, as played in a three-way pot? I don't think they do. We get a lot of value here. We can have king-jack, certainly. We can have these ace-10s, 8s. Don't have too many natural bluffs when the board was rainbow on the turn. So I just think the small bet is the way forward here.
Disagreement from Kerry.
Yeah. That's why he's there, Ollie.
Well, listen, I mean, obviously, there is a spectrum of that which is profitable in some situations. I don't know that jamming there would be regarded as a mistake with any measure of objectivity by Kerry, and far be it from us to be critical in situations such as that. Now, the ace-king of hearts for our man, Action Jackson. That was...
I'm going to take no on the queen 10. I don't know about 7-8, that's possible, but queen 10, I don't think so. Ace deuce. The hands of the table, that's it.
It's a theme party. You got to bring one of those
Only
costumes.
just play those hands.
If I get like queen 10 suited, how am I going to be able to keep a straight face? Like,
I mean, you held it together with the ace too.
yeah, okay, but it wasn't that much at that point. It kept on building.
Sure, there was also no one left to act, so you kind of didn't have to keep a straight face.
How long is stream delay? 1 hour?
I think so.
90 minutes?
66 minutes, they said.
If I jam free now, you rejam? Well, last hand.
Jammed free.
Look at all this curiosity.
Don't know.
Seeking indulgence here in the postmortems.
Tricky one.
Not sure.
Not sure.
Vaitiakonis leaning over.
Yeah. Surveying what's behind, and it's not a lot. There's not the cuff.
Thank you.
The Bucket Bros.
Regen.
Concede.
Probably fold though.
Pocket eights?
No. Similar.
I don't know what it is about those particular style sunglasses, you know, camera right or screen right. There's always villain vibes that come with that. Now, maybe tethered to the beard and the bald factor.
I don't make sense.
Yeah, but the Liverpool shirt really lets it
So
down.
look at that's an Interpol poster
like
right there.
A white linen jacket would complete the look.
Oh, yeah.
I just got nosy around.
Andy Garcia, dark side, sort of.
There we go.
Grabs for carry.
Mm-hmm.
Must have a single
Plenty of
dish
rejam
to
stacks
get
behind.
between, I'm pretty sure.
No taste for seafood.
Yeah, understandable.
Only a 1, you're saying, or just
No, I'm saying that I have a single digit VPIP.
Ace Jack takes us up from the cutoff.
VIP. I thought you were talking about the 50K.
No.
Gotcha. Yep. Earning street cred. Tight guy.
Yeah.
Ignatov.
I mean, I made some bad fold, but I think
I'm gonna
there are
dance.
like the ace.
Rudolph, deuce 4 diamonds certainly can.
I don't think anyone else was considering that one. Doesn't mean it's not a go.
Call. Call.
I thought you said all in, Ollie.
I really thought that too. I was ready to leap out of my skin. Rudolph, however, did just say call. Not the first time that it sounded like all in, but apparently out there. Paulie V had no doubts. How about 6-5 Trey, Mr. Rudolph?
Yeah, pretty, would have been okay if the dealer mistook that as an all in and his wager was matched.
Rudolph zigging, zagging.
240.
Flopping the joint and leading right out on this texture where he doesn't anticipate interactions of any substance for Paulie V, who steps away with no hesitation.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Paulie, ace jack no heart. Looking just to fold now. No, he's gonna
Big blind is coming.
perhaps face more heat. He had a heart in his hand there. I'm sure we would have seen him cool.
New table. Go sit on the bottom. Or if not, walk around a bit.
Jonathan Lee in the chat. James has written in with
No, I meant
what's going to be
someone on
a
the bottom of the new table.
somewhat controversial
Seen it before.
line. He writes, "Thank you for the great commentary," but he doesn't actually direct it toward either of us. James, are you going to assume he's referring to us in tandem?
It is not.
Do you think that he has one of us in mind more than the other?
I don't know what path you're trying to lead me down.
Yeah, I
And I'm
confess,
scared.
nor do I. I just kind of walk down and then
Aimlessly.
figure it out as I go.
Not a man for the old Google Maps, are you?
No. And as I mentioned, careful with the Google Maps, in particular
yeah.
if you're in the provinces of India, where good old Google Maps sent them right off the incomplete bridge. R.I.P. those three. Meanwhile, R.I.P. a good chunk of Jaffe's stack over the better part of this frame. Faced with the King 10 suited open from early position by carry to 3 1/4, we play mystery hand. Jaffe's holding. Blocked out. Hops aboard. Defending is big. Jack 5-4 board. Carry. Just one spade.
Yep, up against big blind, obviously. Big blind, a little bit more of the small card combos down there. Kerry with a hand that I imagine probably does a bit of both with. Can obviously bet and then pick up a lot of equity on the turn and try and blast off some 4x and 5x. Could also just try and check and see one of those cards for free.
Who was that making a better door than a window there?
Not sure. It was a sliding one, though. So.
Yeah, back out of the way and back to Jaffe. 5 1/4 follow through from Kerry, showing ambition. Jonathan,
yeah,
hanging around.
Let's see the 9 of spades.
How about the king of clubs? Top pair for Kerry.
Yeah, obviously best hand. Oh, a whole bunch of the time here. Always nice having turned this, particularly when your opponent's check call, because obviously we unblock the jack. Allow Jaffe to have that hand. And of course, Jaffe can be there with some straight draws. We don't want to give them a free shot. These two at it again. And yeah, this bet just designed to pressurize those flop pairs, the 4x, the 5x. So many draws Kerry can have here, of course. Having barreled flop. Backdoor clubs, potentially. Things like Queen 10.
800.
Ace 10, Ace Queen that bet the flop.
Sub half pot sizing, but means business.
Yeah, leaving pot behind as well. That's what's going through Jaffe's mind here. Both with and without the hand, Ollie, you're kind of expecting your opponent to jam a lot of rivers when they size this way. So, therefore, if you do have a big hand, you would still potentially slow play. Aha, club on the river, backdoor completing.
Yeah, Jaffe.
It's a terrible card
out
for Kerry in the sense that a lot of his bluffs have got there, backdoor clubs, but also a lot of the continues Jaffe would have
Best sound in the world.
that called the turn 4x or 5x of clubs, and potentially some straight and flush draws. Suddenly very hard to... You just don't want to put another bet in with this king. You're praying for a Jaffe check. And that's not a check.
Look at Kerry. This is loathsome.
Yeah. This is a horror spot.
You know, interestingly for Jaffe, given the jack is a club, he can more comfortably make this move if he presumes that the follow-through on the flop is attached to some jack X, because it's impossible for our opponent to have a flush in those situations.
Right. And our opponent doesn't have, you know, the king, queen, king, 10 of clubs, because we can see that card. They don't have the jack flush, so you're looking at opponent going to have nut flush, maybe queen, 10 of clubs, and that's about it for flushes. Maybe some 10-9 suited. On the flip, Jaffe's bluffs. Let's look at hands like a 5 or a 4 that have a club that's stuck around on the turn. Not many of those.
Kerry does not stick around, releasing and 6 tray. How about that?
That's it's quite nice, because I was thinking on the turn that's obviously a hand that he may have looked to have turned that into a bluff on a club river.
I was just thinking,
he found a club river, but it happened to give him a straight.
Right. He had the open ender always on the flop, but it wasn't simply the open ender that enticed him at 800,000, but the prospects of being able on certain rivers to bluff his way out of it as he maintains the chip lead. Jaffe, that is, 9.2 million. Zlotnikov, 4 bigs. He's already spun twice, still spins needed. Saud down at the bottom of the reef table is Marcelo Aziz up top. And Juan Pardo, bookending things with Jan-Peter Jachmann down at the bottom. Tom Axel Bedell also at that.
I saw him sneak in.
table.
And there's a man who likes a bucket hat.
Yes. I don't think I've ever seen him without one.
No. But Juan Pardo, is that the first time we've seen a stack over 20 mil? I think it might be.
Is that how big it was? I didn't catch a glimpse.
Oh, yeah.
Yikes. Got to be good for the overall tournament lead, I would think.
Close, if not the lead. All right, Zlotnikov for the spin again.
Member of the Bucket Brethren. Ignatov
There's six
will
of
not
clubs either hand I
indulge
pick, huh?
with a dusty ace.
Six of clubs either hand I pick.
The other hand you picked?
No, either hand.
No. No, that was fair, bet. This guy almost called these two before. This shit.
Call.
Theologus
wakes up with the ace-8 off.
Same hand or?
Yeah,
This
yeah.
one
I mean,
raised.
he's better, but...
What?
To be a chop.
Oh, he's suited.
Yeah.
Okay. How much do I owe?
Backdoor flush. Backdoor flush.
Alex covers, but this is an important pot for him. The all-club board
Yes,
means
yes.
that these
Yeah,
guys
okay.
are going to carve it up no matter what, as nobody has a club.
6.10, please.
Turn and river of no consequence.
Borderliner. Scared me with that ace two thought.
It's all part of the plan, man. I had like queen 3 open. I was just mind gaming.
Alex hailing from Greece. You ever been to Greece?
Okay.
James?
Feel good about
just the transit. So no.
Hello.
Was that the Larnaca Cyprus to
No.
Athens Express?
It was...
It was
I'll tell
your
you in a
turn
moment.
to do the promo.
Finally, fine. Sign up at GG Poker. Free $50 ticket to the weekend when you use the promo code Paradise2024. And of course, it's not just the weekend. Opportunity to qualify for all sorts on GG, like this very event here, as many did, and many qualified not just for the event, but for day 3 by playing their way through online, saving the expenses for once you're in the money. Yeah, no, it was last year. I went from Cyprus to, well, this year, Cyprus to Montenegro, connected through Athens.
That's what I said, the Larnaca Cyprus to Athens Express.
Oh, pardon me, I didn't hear you. Sorry.
I figured that must have been the one.
I apologize.
You are forgiven.
I won't do it again.
James.
By that,
By
I
the
mean,
way, great
I won't make a
little
mistake,
airline.
I just won't apologize
For
again.
yours and
Aegean Air. Quite enjoyed the experience.
Yeah, may have been.
Athens Airport was a slight cluster, as I recall.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I enjoyed my time at the airport.
Did you have lounge access, James?
Yeah, but I think I went for a pizza.
Okay,
Wasn't
story
good.
checks out, by the way, for those that don't know. James is an absolute airport pizza connoisseur.
No, I'm not, but there weren't a lot of options for a meal, and I went into a restaurant, and I asked the guy, I said, how are the pizzas? He said, they're really good. I was like, okay, and what can only be described as a not quite fully cooked frozen pizza arrived.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you go for the spanakopita when you're transiting in Rome, out of curiosity?
I don't transit in Rome, Ollie.
Okay. It is doable. I mean, major hub. Anyway, major open-ender here for the big blind of Kerry.
Ollie, I live at the center of the empire. I need to transit very
this
often.
guy. Good old Heathrow. Everyone's favorite. Follow through of 225 out of Machado. Kerry, of course, sticking around, finding a pair, but unfortunately for him, it's one that gives Machado a lock on things. The gut shot rolling right in there, rewarding Machado for not getting bashful on this texture.
Mm-hmm.
Under the gun razor, obviously. Supposed to be able to interact.
Yeah, and really easy to, sizing-wise, to get all this in by the end. Of course, 2 flush draws on board. We say that means that the bed is supposed to be a bit larger, especially with a 3-liner on there. And there we go, it does go that bigger sizing.
850.
850, which leaves not a lot behind. And yeah, just horrible for Kerry here. Of course, we can see he has one of those hands that increases his equity on the turn by having this draw in a pair. Would be just, what, fraction over half pot behind. I can't play this one yet. Nice fold.
Steps away. James, I'm happy to report
Okay.
that someone has come in and clearly directed a compliment to the booth. Sean Wilson saying, thanks, Ali and James, for the good commentary. However,
he did say Ali first, though, didn't he?
Burrow in the chat then comes in to advise that we only read things that are written about our, quote, good commentary. Not true, Burrow, because I just read your retort. So we read other things too now, don't we?
Ali, you getting tired?
Ignore me.
I haven't eaten today. Was that a reach on my part? Was that low-hanging fruit, Jameson?
Well, I'm Jameson as well. I'm getting very confused now.
Zlotnikov, pocket threes. Will he take a spin? 7:30 in front of him.
Someone bring a plate to the booth.
You know, if we were at Merit, such things would be possible. Zlotnikov, exploring possibilities. Jeffy somehow can't believe that he's unable to take the spin.
Yeah,
he really wants to be the man to end it.
He really does, doesn't he?
Nobody given action.
Perfect game, brother. Perfect. Not good.
Just good.
Big day here, Ollie, for everyone involved. Of course, players didn't have the longest day yesterday. 6 levels and a bit of change. But today's the real day, where, by my reckoning, our 300 that started will be down to the sort of near 30 mark. And so much fortune takes shape today. You're just giggling. And look. Why are you giggling, Ollie?
Well, because Wsop Al-Khatami
Here we go.
has issued yet another compliment, albeit this one is backhanded. The deck issuing another pocket pair to Zlotnikov. He writes in, hello, Ollie and James. You are an example to follow for all amateur commentators.
That's nice.
As you are the pinnacle of amateur commentators. That's an amateur move there, Wsop. Banned. I'm just kidding. We don't have actual control, if I'm being honest. And
It's clear you have no control, Ollie.
I was entertained.
This has been known for years.
Yeah, well, as long as I've had a Wsop account, it's been known. Ace-8 of hearts. Machado deliberating here in the face of 1.13. How attractive is this off of 3.4 back?
How are you still on air? Ollie?
You know,
what to do. Pass.
Machado
What other hands? I have a good
has decided if he's going to play this one, he wants to usher Paulie V out of the way with assurance. So he jammed over the top, pulls the rest in.
No.
Yeah, went for it against 7 blinds from under the gun. Ace-8 of hearts, probably towards the bottom.
But you don't know to which question I answered, no.
I have a guess now.
Guys, just
Top pair and a heart draw.
Yeah.
Perhaps this is the moment where Zlotnikov
GG's.
can no longer pull rabbits out of the bucket hat. And
I was about to
that
say,
seals it.
Not only do you have to find the one out, but you have to fade as well. It's it's pretty dire.
I did.
I'm a bit disappointed that Jaffe was unable to kind of return the needling favor.
You're not going to needle the guy on the way out
We
the
had too
door.
many fair runouts. Now it has
I don't know. I know plenty of people that
This was a
find the Achilles.
a good jest.
He didn't play any poker. He just came in with Tally.
No, they're all in.
Not a, yeah.
The other feature here, Saud.
Yeah, but they all left today.
King 10.
The,
Is the action on Nelson? No, it would appear.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Okay. And he's decided to rejam the cutoff. Again, trying to ensure privacy. Table for 2 booked. And Nielsen has the tastier looking plate. Oh boy, that that was the image of confidence. I mean, it's not aces, it's ace-9. Let's not get too comfy.
Igor didn't come.
He's stuck in America. He's waiting for his green card approval thingy to arrive. He's travel.
Well, he's waiting for his green card.
He's gone to
Nielsen's waiting a long time for this.
Sounds looking for his whole card to connect. Jack 9-5, all hearts. The king of hearts irrelevant, but connected to a 10. Gut shot available.
No, but I might not.
Non-heart queen or a king does the trick. 3 of clubs does not. And Saout, who we're accustomed to seeing wave the French banner. Will he have the Union Jack waving? No. The only waves will be those of goodbye to Antoine Saout.
Yeah, man for the big occasion, of course, Ali. One of the very few players to have made the final table of the main event twice in recent times. Since the poker boom. 3rd place finish back in 2009 and then a 5th place in 2017. Like, that's crazy. In the modern game, you get that. You know, most players are never going to get that chance in life. He
Mark
got it
Newhouse.
twice. Yeah.
Another one. But each and every time it happens, whether it's a final table or final 2 tables, whatever, you still sit back and you marvel at
Yeah, they just had a baby and they've been doing I don't know.
just the insanity of the parlay and perhaps the proof that there are those who are more equipped to flourish in these specific sorts of events, massive multi-table open fields.
I mean, you're not supposed to get that opportunity twice in your life. Once in your life, to have it twice is something else. The one that of course really stands out in my mind wasn't actually a dual final table, but was of course John Sin, who finished 11th in 2016. 2 years later, wins the main event. Now that is like redemption. You get that close, that soon afterwards, you're back, bang, win it. Thank you very much.
I've not seen Johnson much.
No.
Since then, by the way.
Cashed the main event a couple of years ago, but since then, according to Hennemob at least, unseen.
Well, the aces are unseen, which is precisely why Lache is defending his big blind with 4-5 off suit. Finds himself a gut shot on a 9-high board. See if it's enough to get him into trouble. Texture that maybe he feels is more his versus under the gun +1.
Oh yeah, we're not done yet.
Lache chewed on it for a second before checking over to Liv.
Yeah, 250 the bet. Again, as you mentioned, we have board that certainly favours him a little bit more, although the broken nature, non-flush drawy nature of it means that call being the order of the day.
Barry finding the right size to retain a hand such as this. Lache not finding the right turn.
Always a little scary when you got these kind of straight draws early. Not that you're really concerned about Liv having 10-8 and being on top of you, but the fact that when the draw comes in, it's that much more apparent when it fills in multiple ways.
Second check from Lache, who we have to assume is going to be done with this in the face of continued aggression from Liv that we also assume.
Yeah, really bad card for his range, and in the sense that Liv gets to have some big kings, of course, and even the Queen Jack, especially Jack 10 type hands, may bet big here. Just 600. But again, I mean, we just can't continue, I don't think, with this. Hearts on board now as well. Unless he really decides to get spicy. But we've got better hands to do this with than this.
One would think. I mean, sometimes it's the assumption that Liv with that monster stack is just going to be ultralight. And we can maybe snack with a raise is what drives us. But She continues to drive her way through this table.
Yeah. There are some hands that want to check raise that turn. Like I say, Lib's going to be barreling some sub-premium there, but I'd much rather see it with hands like the gut shot or 5-6 for a double gut shot with picked up hearts would be good candidates.
Back over at Jaffe and friends. Jonathan.
He's lost his friend.
Ace queen, yeah, Zlatnikov out of there. Ace queen in there. 330 up front.
Thank you. Yeah, 6-3-0 in the big against Jaffe's on the big gun. I like that. Just let him have it.
Yep.
Yeah, book says fold. Book against Jaffe says fold a lot tighter. I'm folding super tight to Jaffe.
Okay.
Do you think they knew that was going to happen as soon as DNX busted? Like, hey guys, you're on the feature, but the headliner is long since gone, so can you go back to being anonymous, please?
I mean...
It's a bit rude, really, isn't it?
I wouldn't call the remainder of that table anonymous, James.
Well, I was trying to get you to do it.
Yeah, well, good luck with that.
The boots.
Machado takes his turn with aces.
Yeah, they've been around. It's a good hand in this game, Ollie.
Thank you for that stellar breakdown, James. What would we do without you?
Is Jaffe gonna come with something? He is.
How did you know?
You're gonna see these hands that are. It's nice to have some suited hands, are we, when you do 3-bet from the blinds against open. So often we see the junkiest stuff getting 3-bet. So you slip in some suited combos, and the sort of paint card, little card do tend to fare the best of those.
Yeah, we see a lot of the king baby card.
Yeah.
Here we are with the queen baby card. Suited, not always the one, but,
No, but it's
still qualifies.
Yeah, it's nice to slip these in occasionally. And Macedo with the aces. Again, the big blind 3-bets always kind of quite polarized ranges. So we definitely incorporate some traps here. And if you ever trap Arlie, this is the hand you trap with.
How much you said?
Yeah, nicely done, sir.
Machado looking to extend a rope to Jaffe.
Of course, the benefit of, another benefit, of course, of those Queen X, King X is you do block some of the hands that do appeal to 3-bet, but once called, obviously, you have to be somewhat wary. And Jaffe here is going to be more concerned about, you know, the King Jack suitors of the world than he is monster slow plays. And this board is just one. I feel like he may stab. I don't think he even stabs one eye. This might just be a give up.
Interesting. One and done pre-flop.
Yeah, he's going to go very small. Yeah.
Okay, 1.5 and done.
Yeah,
perhaps?
I like it. Just the 10%. Let's knock out something. I don't quite know what. I suppose we've got actual equity against like 8s and 7s. In the form of a king pair up.
Machado quite content to continue to lurk without announcing himself. Two-tone texture out there now. Jaffe looking down, doesn't have a diamond or a club in hand.
Yeah, obviously that flop bet just doesn't really get anything to fold. So Mercedes' range still very broad in terms of it's every hand that would have called that 3-bet in effect. Ace is, I believe, a clear bet here. Ah, he's going to go super trappy. Wow.
Wow. And a very dry river. This has been...
I'm kind of surprised. Sorry, I was cut off. I'm kind of surprised there just because we get to have lots of those hands, I say, the pill the 3-bet that might want to bluff here. The Queen, Jack clubs, you know, Ace, 10 of diamond type hands. Even the...
Ooh, Jaffe.
Whoa. Fair play to Machado getting this bet out of Jaffe.
You know, this looked like a sweet piece of fruit, but as we can see, it's quite forbidden.
And now, this is fun. Obviously not in this instance. But Macedo potentially gets to rep loads of hands that check back, maybe trying to hit a draw. But now would like to bluff. He's just hoping Jaffe's done this with King Deuce of Spades rather than Queen Deuce of Spades, that kind of hand. Bet small, now going for some value on the river. Of course, the legitimate hands in there as well, Ace King. Although we do block that, of course, with the 2 aces. Not too much concern about
5 million.
A 9. I think most of the 9x, you don't really see 3-bets out of 9x here.
5.5 million announced from Machado, and
yeah, Jaffe just going to save some face.
Hand it to the Brazilian.
Yeah, got way more than I would have done.
He found the right samba to lure Jaffe's chips onto the dance floor.
Holy. I'm going to say clubs.
7.
Been a rough go of things for Jaffe.
Okay, so last night on the Stone Cold Bubble, we saw somebody limp call it off with the Queen Jack. And at the end, they said, ICM is for poor people. Big Hooney shouted, well, so is Queen Jack. Well, I just so happened to walk up. Hooney, can you stand up for me, please? To see Big Hooney get the chips in with the Queen Jack against Alex Foxen's Ace King. You found a way.
Yeah, it's true. That's what happened.
So Queen Jack, not always for poor people.
Mine was suited.
His was suited. Big difference, of course, different spot. You've had a few months now to reflect on that World Series of Poker high roller win. When you look back at that tournament, what stands out to you?
It's just nice to get that monkey off the back, you know, get the bracelet. Been playing a long time, and then I hadn't really been playing that much the last 5-6 years, so went to put the full series in. Obviously, everybody knows what happened to my dad, and then that was my first full series in half a decade, so it was nice to get one in, you know, and a prestigious tournament of that, and then the back-to-back run with the 250. So, yeah, it was great. Maybe we can trump that here.
Yeah, quite the summer for you. For some of our newer viewers, explain to them the value of having a pretty big chip stack as we reach the more important pay jumps of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty big. The pay jumps are pretty big. There's some players in here that means a lot more, the pay jumps, than some other players, so you kind of got to identify those and take advantage on the pay jump spots. But yeah, I'm just trying to play my game. I mean, I got lucky against Foxen. 4-bet shoved the Queen Jack suited into his Ace King suited, and then I stacked him aces to Ace King like right after. So it's just sometimes that's how the universe works, right? Like he's a beast, so sure. It's hard to beat him. So you got to make some moves sometimes.
Appreciate the time as always. We'll send you back to the action so you don't miss a hand. Thanks so much. All right, our next feature table. You saw these guys earlier. Coming up next, how about that table that we passed a little bit earlier with Joseph Chong, with Anna Marquez? Just another star-studded table in this World Series of Poker super main event, and you'll see it coming up after the break on our feature table set.
Thanks, Jeff. And we see it right now. Andy Nee also a part of the proceedings over there. Super high roller vet. Keep things picante.
I'm just excited to watch some Joey Chong.
Love me some Joe Chong. I actually haven't had a chance to watch Anna Marquez, and regrettably, I still won't.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be bowing out.
No. Okay.
Randy's going to be popping in here.
Second card was.
Ooh. Breathe.
Yeah, it's about time you went for a little break, I think, Ali.
I mean, I had it.
Just say the quality is tapered a little bit.
What do you have there? I missed it.
I confess that
Against him, I
sugar
had it.
levels are questionable at best.
Against him, not so much.
Right about now. Started to touch on the fact that Jaffe has had such a difficult outing. This frame really has not been his. I think he'll be very much welcoming this break, although, to be fair, he's just one of those guys that does his thing regardless. Chip stack, grows, ebbs, flows, doesn't really matter to him.
The benefit of being that good is that it gives you confidence that you're doing the right thing. So when things don't go right, you can just not worry too much.
Yeah, he's kind of unbothered.
Yeah, it's when you're less experienced and less sure, and you're kind of out there freewheeling a little bit more, that when moves like that don't pan out, you can beat yourself up, but he will not be doing that.
Here he is.
330.
Suited king. Says 330. Still getting after it. Very reasonable one with which to do so. Unfortunately for him, Theologus wakes up with the baby suited ace and activates.
Oh, fuck me.
5.
And really.
That's a loose call, my friend. Suited.
There it is.
Jaffe rates once again to get doubled through.
Okay.
Is he ever going to give someone a bad beat? It's going to be a tall task here. 3 million in the middle. Oh, wow. This one might be on me. And apologies to Alex Theologus.
Only in order to give a bad
I
beat.
did not have fun at all
You've got to be a long way back.
It was a very bad day.
You gotta slam it down.
Can the Greek find the ace?
Okay.
No. Fist bump there.
Good game, Alex.
And listen, as painful as that is for Theologus, finally, something to help anesthetize the damages incurred by Jaffe on the day. So this break is going to be an extra long one for Theologus. Will collect his payout, as Jaffe will collect his remaining stack.
Yeah, may see him jumping into that 50K that starts today. I was referencing it earlier. Regular in the high rollers. Ooh, new leader on the palm table, Arlen. Look who it is.
Tom Axel Bedell, 23 million in front of him. The largest of the 3 chip leaders at these 3 features, which will, of course, be giving way on the backside of the break to at least one Anna Marquez table. As we bring you back to the desk, I'll be giving way to Randy Liu momentarily. But as we bring it back here, James, and we reflect upon that particular frame, Jaffe's involvement, the Zlotnikov spins, anything else kind of the theme for you?
I think really it's just the downward spiral of Jaffe over a number of hands. What else could it be? But then, of course, that little uptick at the end.
Nice punctuation point.
Sending Theologus to the rails. So, yeah, just all Jaffe, really.
Yeah, path cleared a bit, obviously, absent Theologus, but still plenty of hurdles and obstacles between now and the eventual champ, as we are still days away from that moment in time. But we are in the money, and we continue to be. We're going to step aside just about 10 minutes, I assume, James, and then we'll be back with continuing coverage of Day 3 of this WSOP Super Main after this.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the Wsop.
Take your shoes off at that household. King, queen.
I imagine you're a shoes-off guy. Can't imagine you letting anyone walking around your house.
Yeah, we tend to take the shoes off.
There we go.
Yeah, but I don't iron my sheets, for what it's worth. I
No,
do
you-
raise my king queens.
You've got a guy for that.
Even under the gun. Offsuit, newly doubled stack, going to work. 8-9 suited for Jaffe, uninterested. Carry with king jack of hearts. Dominated on the button. Curious as to what exactly it is that's lurking.
Yeah, a bit scary. Obviously, Zlotnikov opening under the gun off, what, 13 blinds. That is a fairly narrow range. King Jack suited, he deciding probably the worst hand he'll peel with here. And Negreanu with the 3-bet jam from the big.
Pocket tens.
That's 9.
Kid Poker rips it in.
1,030,000.
Good luck.
Thanks, bud.
What's that, GG? What do you think?
Yeah, this is actually tough now for Zlotnikov with Kerry having call behind. There certainly can be traps in Kerry's range.
Jungle, jungle.
Negreanu, of course, going to be jamming pretty tight here. Against under the gun off 13 and a button peel. Yeah, I like this fold.
1,030,000.
1,030,000.
And obviously, see a jam would have been the best route.
Are you feeling lucky? You feel like you're behind, though, right?
Yeah.
Just seems that way. Just the way the vibe is going.
Bit of table talk here as he engages Carey. Absent the king queen, Carey performing far better, of course.
Doing the math.
Yeah.
Going up yesterday because I couldn't figure it out.
Very hard, I think, to ever find a fold here, getting more than 2-1 against, you know, sub 10 blind jam. Obviously, as I mentioned, Negreanu going to be a tight range, but a tight range includes hands like this, and we just perform really
He's
good
got
against
this camera, all the cameras. If you have 2 overs, you're in good shape. Oh, you do. You have just enough to have 2 overs.
So Carey has made the call.
Come on, baby. Let me win a flip one time. Come on, baby. Let me win this flip.
Good luck.
Thanks.
I'm rooting for Jack or a King just for the sake of my ears, aren't we?
Put
Wow.
a 10 out there.
Just a song. It's a bit
Brutal
much.
from you, James.
Oh, no. I take it back, chap.
Damn it. I never won a fucking flip.
Plenty of time.
Shit.
It's okay, straight.
Come on. Hit me with something stupid. Fuck.
Not over quite yet, but you can see Negreanu's dismay as the jack reveals itself.
Okay. Now I need a king or an 8.
Queen on the turn. Might he find the backdoor 8 or king for a straight? He's put himself back in his seat. But the river.
I had no fun today at any point from the start. Once we sat down, it was nothing about this was fun for me.
Eliminates Negreanu.
So tilt. I have to leave now, right?
You can get your phone.
Confirmed.
We're all very
I can get my phone.
Silver linings.
The fans are as upset as you are.
It's so sick today.
He's going to get so much saves.
I should have 4-bet him like I fucking knew he was fucking around. First hand with the king queen. Damn it. I knew you were fucking around, but I said, let's take a flop. Tilt.
All right, GG, DNX.
Yeah. Chat. Bidding a fan favorite adieu as Negreanu can go no further.
He's happy. There's a device.
That's
Yeah.
the quiet guys left.
Only against Chips, he's not quiet.
Yeah, I'll take a beer and it will be.
By the way, the bucket hat has become sort of the headwear du jour
I
out
just
here on
fold
these
a wing
features.
hand.
It's island appropriate,
Winning
though.
hand?
You know what I mean?
It is island appropriate. But only, I'd say,
Jack offsuit.
one poker player in particular started wearing one, and Made it acceptable for everyone else.
How are you talking about Phil Ivey?
I was going to say Phil Ivory, but sure.
Yeah, well.
Fold's looking good. I know I'm in good shape against the button hand. Thinks for a while, knowing what he has, I'm kind of rooting for the fold. Thinks for all he calls with King Jack suited. No, let me win the damn flip one time. Oops, sorry, that was loud. That was way too loud. I said such aggro. It's getting it up. Steam. So tilt. So yeah, just gotta win. If I win either the King Jack suited against the nines, lose that. Tens against King Jack suited, lose that. If you don't win when you put all your chips in the middle, you cannot win at poker. It's impossible. I've come to that conclusion. Especially in tournaments. In cash, maybe you can. You could like never go all in and win. But in tournaments, if you don't win the all-ins, you just lose. So now we got to figure out what
Verified.
the hell we do it the rest of the day. I got these people up in my grill, right?
Sage.
Looking for me to do something stupid. Too late. Already did.
From Negreanu.
So tilted. What a shitty ass day this is. Okay.
Maybe you're going to win the high roller now.
Well, I don't know, man. We're going to take a breather. How about that? Let's take a breather. I think that's probably the play.
That's fair.
I think that's the play. As my coach. Okay. Breather time.
WPT also chips in a bit.
Okay. The all-in player doubles up every
Not
time.
once, but twice, but 3 times.
Yeah.
To officially leave him all alone.
And the all-in hands were never far ahead. The biggest one being King Queen O against 10 deuce, but there was queens against Ace King doubled up, and then Queen Jack O outdrew A6 all in. So I mean, very unlikely to lose his own hand, and then to have all 3 of those short stack hands hold was unlikely.
Well, Seidel, sub 20 bigs, gets them all out there with pocket 5s, and Aziz finds an ace king to promptly become a customer out of the big blind. 4.1 million, hurriedly. Works its way center. Bated breath for the cyborg. Absolute legend of the game. He's come this far. Impressive enough. Being able to hold with 5s would make it even more impressive, and that is a cooperative flop. Although threats linger beyond just the ace and king now. Jacob is a problem.
Yeah, you can see this board, of course, equity not changing. Now it does.
Yes, very much so. An era deuce. Can we keep things dehumidified on this river? No! The dreaded no-sider on the end as Aziz vanquishes the absolute legend that is Eric Seidel.
He really is that, Ali, to me. Coming into poker when I did, still look at him as... And welcome back to the Atlantis here on Paradise Island in the Bahamas for the World Series of Poker Super Main. And Randy, it's day 3. We finally broke through the days 1, through the day 2. We're in the money. Things are starting to heat up. Stacks are starting to build. And I believe we got some new chip leaders. I noticed at the before we went on break there that Tom Maxwell Bedell on the palm table, one of those. But I don't know if you've got the tab open there. You can talk us through some of the big stuff. I'm putting you on the spot there.
Look,
I didn't tell you. I didn't prepare you for that.
You did not. Sherzat Hisu's got a mountain of chips. Irmo Koss, Nick Petrangelo, and Liv Boris. So these are some huge stacks. They're building. During my break, I was building sandcastles.
Okay.
So we do have something going on here. Coincidence.
I was going to ask what you've done with your time in the sun. So that was it. Was it building sandcastles? Ali was referencing out there somewhere. There's a sandman rather than a snowman. Did you see that out there?
Oh, I did see it, but it's actually rock. I knocked on it. It didn't fall over.
Is nothing real in this world?
Yeah, let's say that.
That's not right. Well, as you say, castles being built, Liv Bria on the feature table. I guess you didn't catch any of that. She was out there building her stacks. In fact, seeing as you're back in here now, I want to talk to you about a hand that you caught, or your last hand of coverage here, because it's still sort of making waves around this place. None other than Action Jackson.
Yeah, Harvey Jackson you know, it was a mystery hand. So I'm like calling to action. I'm like, okay, he's probably got like trip jacks. Maybe sees a flush get there. And then he calls off with ace king, wrong color. And what Ali Najad was basically saying, he incinerated his chips. That was a very memorable moment for me. And I've been thinking about it for the last 2 hours. And here we are. I assume Jackson didn't spin up the last few big blinds he had remaining after that one resolved.
Yeah, unknown how he got on. And we don't want to focus on the negatives, obviously. Perhaps a little bit of a misstep. Obviously, there could be reasons that we're not privy to why he might have done that. But perhaps a little bit more surprising before the break just now was the kind of very open, aggressive, but ultimately downward spiraling Jonathan Jaffe, unsure how he's going to fare back on there in the main field. But it's fun, isn't it, Randy, to see these super high rollers that are so used to competing against each other, competing in a slightly more blended field and how they change their approach.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, you know, we saw Harvey Jackson making big plays. There's plenty of other players who have this unorthodox styles. Pros will be navigating accordingly, but we do have like the big names at the top as usual.
Yeah, and of course some big names at this new featured table that we're about to take you into. Of course, we're keeping, I believe, Liv Barree's table. There with their 20 million in chips, but the likes of Ana Marquez and Joey Chung coming into this next table. And Joey's a man that can always entertain.
Oh, yeah. He's the guy that he kind of incinerated some chips himself in that WSOP main event final table.
That's where I was trying to get you to, Randy. A man famous for absolutely blasting it off. Is it 3 left? I think it was, with that ace-7 offsuit. All right. Sol Zubov, Danny Tang next to each other on a table that has Vogel Sang as well. Ren Lin in the background. Field getting pretty thin at this point, Randy.
Well, it's starting to become very real. You know, first step, of course, was make into the money, which happened last night. Now we're looking to build chips. We want that final table payout where there's so many $1 million prizes and obviously $6 million for a champion and that bracelet.
Randy, when I went to you with the chip counts, I had actually refreshed them myself. I didn't realize how many chips Hisu has. Up to 28 million tokens in front of him. A man who's doing a lot of damage here on the feature tables yesterday. Be interested to see how far he goes.
Recognize a few players here. Orpin.
Yeah. Jack Salter.
Jack Salter, yep. British.
Alex Keating. Who else have we got? Stevie Chibik over here, also flying the Union flag.
Looks like Andrew Chen in the black.
Yeah, it really is starting to get real now.
Is that Mustafa Cannon?
It is. When I see players like that here, who I have to confess I haven't noticed over the last few days, it makes me think maybe he's one of those that got through
All right, players and dealers in the super main event, day 3. Welcome back from break. New level, 100,000, 200,000, 200,000. Good luck, everyone. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. That's 100,000 small blind, 200,000 big blind, 200,000 big blind ante. Also, players, after this 2 hours of play, it will be your dinner break. So enjoy, guys. 122 players are remaining.
All right, Randy. 2 more hours of action. All these players next out on break. Here's the first look at the new table here on the Lagoon. Junhee leading the way there with 12 million in chips, but 12 million chips, not quite what it once was. Joey Chung over 10 mil there as well. Marquez slipping it behind. Cyril Mizzi and Andy Nee, another couple of big names on that table. The Reef we will sleep on, pardon me, the Palm we will sleep on for now. It's the Reef that'll be our other feature table. Liv Barree still leading the way there. Marcelo Izzy's not too far behind. Luke Greenwood nursing the short stack over there with just 2 million in chips.
Taking a look here, I'm very excited for the Lagoon table. We got Joseph Chong, Ana Marquez, Mitzi, Funaro.
Yeah, Funaro as well.
This is the one for me.
2.5. I think one of them looks like way different. But you could tell he's a green.
Are they
Rio
the adopted one?
Are they
There's,
triplets?
there's 3 brothers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sam, Luke, and...
They definitely don't collude with each other because I saw them battling the other day. Sam, Luke, and Max.
They don't look like they would collude.
Yeah, Max, haven't seen him for a long time. But...
Yeah, day one of the day ones I want to say, you had Sam and Luke Greenwood either side of JNT, which would have been a fun segment.
Mm-hmm. Kind of reminds me of our earlier feature table,
Yeah.
2 Foxens.
Yeah. All right, in saying only Alex survived that
know
frame.
how long the delay is?
Correct.
I think it's 1 hour.
1 hour?
They told him it was 66 minutes this morning.
66 minutes? That's so specific.
I know.
Yeah.
They calculate everyone, time bank, maxes.
Randy, the delay is 66 minutes.
I mean, you would know. It's your job.
It would be 70, but the tournament just started 4 minutes late. That's all. Gibo, 2 9s, raising us up from +1. Eight, 8, 7, the board. Up against that big blind defense.
You're more likely to check call of ace high against a late position raise, just because there's more unpaired hands that you can contest with, and especially with no extra diamonds. For makes sense that he just checks folds.
It does in the first table, first hand of this table.
What's your that?
Goes the way of the pre-flop raiser. Now then, here is Luke Greenwood. Working those 10 big blinds into the middle from the button. King 5 suited. Kolendikov. Look at him up. With the better hand.
Yeah, just 10 big blinds for Greenwood makes sense. He's jamming a suited king.
I think one where Liv looks overly interested. Probably happy to get rid of Luke Greenwood if possible from her immediate left. Don't want him working with 20.
Yes, 4 minutes. Yeah,
Let's see, 3.
Well, 6-6 deuce from Kolendikov.
Yeah, you might as well stand up.
Yeah, this is acceptable for the mic removal. Very slim path to victory.
Sit back down, Greenwood.
But he's too happy for the outs. He's grinning.
No, it's the time to unravel. Ah, bye-bye.
GG, sir. I mean, I'm not sure how many bullets were fired by the Greenwood contingent, but we did see them play in a fair number of seats over the course of the day ones.
So busted about 122nd place.
Yeah, I think we're nearing a pay jump, right?
We're nearing a pay jump currently. This cash is for $67,300. If you survive up to 118th place, you receive $86,000. So a pay jump of about $19,000.
Yeah, you can just catch the tournament clock on the screen there. Part of the set here, showing 121. Unsure if that includes the Greenwood bust out.
Yeah, it should be, because it was 122 not too long ago. It says 121 there, so seems accurate.
All right, Randy. Look at you with your maths. Who knew?
Is that the Uruguay flag?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know they're a little aggressive.
All right, Randy, and we know what this tank with Jack 6-0 is about. What you just referenced. The just slow this down a fraction. It'll only take a couple of hands, you'd imagine, for that pay jump to be realized.
True, it makes sense, yeah. Maybe a little bit of stalling for the little pay jump makes sense, especially with a lot of tables out there. For now, though, table chip leader, Liv Boree, bumps it up, 2.25x.
Mestrio with a suited ace of his own on the button, playing 25 blinds.
For a second, I thought his shirt said Solver. It says Wolves, doesn't it?
Yeah, again, I think just all players clearly showing awareness. Actually, I'll come back to that. The ace-2 suited fold, Randy, on the button against the Brie cutoff open. A little bit of respect?
Yeah, you don't need to play every single one of your suited aces, you know. You'll be pitching the bottom end. The ace-deuce, even if you make like 2 pair, for example, they get counterfeited quite often.
All right, Nielsen defending 10-7 from the big blind. Finds the best piece, matching that stick on this queen 7-5. Checks through. The ace-deuce of spades is looking pretty good now.
It is. The board's getting a bit worrisome for Nielsen. Middle pair. Could see him go for a little bit of protection, given the flop check back is pretty weak from Bori.
Right, I guess not a bet we expect to get matched by many worse, but very poor visibility on a lot of rivers. Especially, I assume, Randy, against the cut-up open of the chip leader, gets to have a number of offsuit combos.
Yes, exactly. Bori's going to have a wider range than normal, and cutoff is still late position. Still need to protect against ace-x. 300k is the winner. Nice quarter pot bet.
Randy, I just reached into my pocket.
Yeah, okay. Good for you. Did you find some lint?
I found sort of, best to be described as $0.75.
Oh, so you found 75 cents.
Yeah. Thanks, Ali. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, you need to go back about 2 hours on the street.
You can frame that. And, I don't know, I guess you can resell it.
Well, of course, it's not a real dollar, Randy. It's a prop. We would never set fire to legal tender.
Yeah, Bob.
That would be illegal, I believe.
So you don't want me to pay you 75 cents for that?
No. You keep your coins, Randy. Shay under the gun again. Same thing. Just stalling for that ladder. Man, these guys are just too tough. But as you mentioned, it's like a $19,000 ladder, isn't it?
Yeah, $19,000. And I said you had to last to 118th place. So I believe the clock showed 121 earlier.
We've
so
just
about 3 away.
We've just had a player sit down, which to me means the table just broke, so we must be down to 120.
Okay.
So we would be 2 away, given the table's at 8-handed.
Yeah, so if there's a $19,000 pay jump, it's actually quite significant because if you think about it in terms of buy-ins, you know, it's almost 3/4 of one. So it's definitely very relevant, more so for the micro short stacks out there. Regardless, though, Koltonikov gonna open 10-9 off. Same hand here. In the big.
Yeah, Gagouche. I'm going to go with Randy, unless you wish to correct me.
No, go for it. Gagouche.
It does defend here against Kotelnikov. Same hand as you mentioned. And again, obviously, the pay drop not that big that we're going to be dissuaded from playing hands like this, but we might just play them in a slower fashion. And by that, I mean time slow rather than action we take. Here we go then. Both flopping an open ender. Both players with the same hand. These are the ones that always get quite amusing, Randy.
Yeah. It seems like my first intuition is that the pre-flop raiser is going to win this pot more often than not. They were going to bet the flop and put in lots of turn barrels, and if Gagouche doesn't get there, you know, then he just gives up. But that was a check back from our pre-flop raiser, so now this actually opens the door for Gagouche to kind of just steal it.
Yeah. Sees that check back, has equity. Puts in a couple of blinds. Kotelnikov, Randy, as played, kind of generated this situation, hasn't he, where he's facing a bet quite often.
Yeah, he's getting a pretty good price in position. Must realize that if he hits a straight, he can really put real damage against a queen. This is going to come down to who wants it more on the river. You know, if Gagush is able to fire unimprove, he will win it. But if he doesn't, he just practically gives the pot over to Kotonikov. Especially on this blank. This is the
Here
fun
we
part
go.
of the hand.
This is what we wanted to see. Two players with the same hand on the river, both having missed.
It's actually very tough for Gagosh to go for another barrel in the spot because a lot of the flop checkback range does contain Jack X. So those hands are unlikely to fold. If you do bet once again, you're targeting ace highs or little pocket pairs. Those hands probably would get away, but it's just a bit of a guessing game at this point. It doesn't help to hold that 9 of diamonds because some of the checkback ace highs are like ace 9 of diamonds that would call turn bet and fold river unimproved. It's a very nice find though.
Yeah, 1.25 million into 2. Hasn't been met by an instant fold, Randy.
No, but it's a little bit unbelievable for me if he was to somehow raise. Check back and flop. It's not that much Queen X, you know, and Gagosh can actually safely value bet a Jack X with strong kicker as played. Doesn't necessarily need to be a queen or nothing situation, and that's the end of it.
All right, gets the pot, surrenders a time bank chip. Seems like a fair trade. Back over to the lagoon where we find, yeah, opening ace deuce of spades from +2 Joey. Coming along from the hijack with ace queen and Cyril Mizzi completing from the big with that 7-10. All players missing this one. But yeah, with a gut shot to the wheel. Firing out pretty small here, Randy. Chung sticking around.
That was a very quick call from Chong.
Club completing turn card.
Yeah, not the turn card that, yeah, was looking to multi-barrel on. Some of the hands that you would try to muscle out are pocket pairs, but they pick up clubs. Another club does arrive, and this could be an opportunity for, yeah, to try and steal it.
Right.
There's a lot of hands that Chong could have in a spot that would just give up, you know, pocket pairs, 5s through 10s that are don't hold a club, Jack X. This is nice.
It's really nice on the face.
Yeah. Well, you have nice skin, so
yeah.
I think that.
I use it a lot.
There we go.
Especially before going to sleep. And I put like.
Anna Marquez and Cyril Mizzi discussing skincare treatments.
Rose oil.
Randy, is that what's happening here?
You're like blowing my mind right now. I've never heard of any of these things. Yeah?
They're flowers. And.
I wish I could write this down, but.
I'll send you a link of the recipe. I make it myself.
You make it yourself?
Yeah, yeah,
wow.
It's super nice.
I have my stem cell doctor has this special thing, actually from Korea. It's like Korea when it comes
Randy,
to
really good.
myself and Lani were discussing that perhaps a byproduct.
I was so mad.
No phones at the table.
Because I wanted
Let's
to
create this more chatty
products,
environment. And usually we'd lay out for chat, but this isn't a subject I'm interested in, Randy, so I'm going to talk over it.
I didn't check in my bag, so I couldn't bring it with me.
I mean, some people are trying to write down the ingredients right now, and we're just talking over it.
But it's
they won't be able to play it back, and they'll just have to keep listening to these. To us.
Yeah, for that I didn't
talk over.
I went there and I just
Come on,
every day,
no one's tuning in listening to skincare advice, are they?
But I wanted to buy something and
I'm pretty sure the internet's, particularly YouTube, is full of places where you can find channels based on skincare. Randy, it's a big industry. What I was going to say is the lack of phones, perhaps being part of the reason we have seen so many chatty tables in this event.
No, I mean still. I know they're genetically different, but they're still human, you know. They need to take care. We all age.
Anna Marquez, of course, I want to say day 1C chip leader Randy. She certainly bagged chip lead on her day. I believe it was her and Santosh taking the biggest stacks through.
That sounds right.
She got, I believe she started the day with around 5.5 million.
The oils.
No.
A little gain yesterday.
Well, because you're on the button.
Why is it so suspicious?
Because you're on the button, and it's a very suspicious raising.
I showed him ace king suited on the button.
Yeah, but now you're raising again, and you didn't show, so I'm even more suspicious.
Why am I supposed to show every hand?
Well, because you didn't show, it's obvious that this time you were bluffing.
I'm bluffing every hand.
I mean, that's the oldest trick in the book. You show that time, and then the next time you're bluffing. That's like
I showed him because we were
101.
talking and we've been playing together for hours for for the whole tournament. So I wouldn't show you.
Ah, okay. Just a little suspicious. I might have been a 7 there, but.
A what? A 7?
A 7 of suspicious, but I didn't have the.
A 7 suspicious?
Yeah.
He's got a point there, Randy.
I understand.
My suspicion was more accurate than yours.
She doesn't want to share, Mitzi. That's all right.
She has to, Randy.
You don't
We're
have
on a
to be
stream table.
You don't have to be friends with everyone. Didn't they teach you that in kindergarten?
I just want to be friends with someone, Randy.
Not me.
You won't be my friend?
Look, you got 12,700 people in YouTube. You can ask one of them to be your friend.
I'm going to ask one of them to be my friend, but I'm going to ask the other 12,699 to give us a like, Randy. Move us up the algorithm, people. Get more eyes on this stream. We've got today and 2 more days of coverage to come, and then we are going to crown a champion, $6 million, and the whole world should be watching this take place. But also, if you're interested in skincare regimes, good place.
Seeing Funaro just call in the big blind with 10s, and mainly that's because of the early position open, and he's from the big blind. It's just when you 3-bet this hand and you get resistance, it's very unclear where you're at. Whereas now, sure, you let your opponent maybe catch up, but you know, you retain some weaker holdings, and you know, Chong got a little bit lucky here.
Yeah, nice fold for just the C-bet on this King Queen 4. No more money invested with the weaker hand.
These green chips are throwing me off so much.
They're what?
The green chips.
There you go,
Yeah,
Randy.
it looked like
119 was that number we're looking for?
It's actually like 2 million.
Or was it 118 we need to get to?
It is the top 118.
Okay, so 1 away from that pay jump.
As you see there, currently paying out 67,300. Survive 1 more spot, 86,100 is the number as you see on the screen right there. So short stacks, if they're aware, they're going to be very cautious right now.
Oh, they're aware, all right.
Instead of 3K, 15K.
All the poker rooms should just get together and just decide. Like,
the color.
This is what we're gonna do.
It's been decided like decades ago.
It has been, right?
They just
But
decided
then
that
Europe,
They have the same color.
Yeah. Yellows are 1s, greens are 25s. But they just
Like,
decided.
all the countries want to be unique. They want to do their own thing. It's like the plugs. Like, why can't we just all agree to
I
do
get,
the
you know,
same plug?
Juju wants to like hurt the pros more. That's why.
I kind of like it though.
Mistakes. I kind of like it too.
Every once in a while, you get a misclick and then a fake misclick. You never know. It adds a different layer to the game.
Are they complaining about the color of the chips?
Yeah.
I mean, I like this. The color matches the theme, right?
It's
Paradise.
Fun. It's funny as well, Randy, because
I do like the palm trees.
when I first started playing live
Very-
poker, there were so many complaints about how things are different
Yeah.
casino to casino. I mean, like substantive rules were different.
They are
And now, the powers that be around the world in poker have got together and unified things so much that now it's just the color of the chips. People will always complain about something, Randy. They're always going to complain. Venara with the 3-bet from the small against the Andy Nee Open.
I think Nee's going to complain that he's getting 3-bet in this spot.
I don't do
Maybe.
pairs.
Surely can't like this.
Also, the parking lot's much nicer.
Opened off of 26 bigs. Funaro 3-bet in the small blind. It's a pretty early-ish position raise too, from +2, so not an easy spot. Of course, it's player dependent.
It's too hot to walk.
Funaro, from my understanding, is a very strong player who would definitely have 3-bet bluffs in his spot, so Ace-Jack could consider continuing.
See then a million more chips to request.
It's gone. It's always annoying because you feel like maybe they got away with one, but he can't just press every single spot.
So Funaro, 2 10s. Previous hand, the big blind lost a small one, peeling. This time, 3-bet in the jacks. Gets the job done. A net gain over the 2 hands.
Hey, jump bubble. Be careful. 20K. Be careful, guys.
You guys should be tanking.
Time makes it.
Lots of bubbles.
Randy, I'm a bit upset the flippancy to which they refer to $20,000.
Excuse me?
They're quite flippant about this $20,000 pay jump at this table. They're laughing it off. It's $20,000, Randy.
Right in the corners.
Their stacks are pretty healthy here. I don't think anyone's at danger in this featured. Being cheeky.
Thank you.
All right, Gibo from under the gun.
Not this time.
Queen Jack suited the open all the way around. Joe Chong in the big blind defending the ace-6 in the same suit. Okay, Randy, a little interest for both.
Yeah, obviously the Queen Jack's in much better shape.
Good board for the opener, nonetheless. Rainbow texture.
It's a very small bet, so the ace-6 should be coming along, but if Chong had faced a bigger bet, perhaps he might even just check fold with not much backdoors, and sometimes that ace improves your opponent in a way that really hurts you. Reversed implied odds here and there.
All right, and one of the
We made the money
worst
bubble.
cards, which you can see here with that king, of course. All the overcard combos now improving past the ace-6.
I'm clapping, trust me.
Mandatory check back spot for Gibo.
It was just queen 7. But
You want to realize your equity when your opponent does improve.
otherwise, I stick it in you.
I'm diabetic. I hear my alarm.
Does this ever begin to fall into the ranger hands Joey might bluff with? No.
He might need to turn his hand to a bluff. I'm not sure if he will, but 6X doesn't rate to showdown the best very often. He's going to try.
He tries, but in vain. Yeah, I was curious if we might see it there from him.
If he had bet in the spot, I'm not so sure Gibo's going to be able to find a call of Queen Jack given that run out. But, you know, it's always enticing to kind of check down whenever you flop a pair. Cause,
yeah.
I mean, you can be ahead against, like, unpaired ace highs.
Right. Did Joey just say I need glasses?
New glasses.
Ah, I was going to say, I think he has some. Randy, did you enjoy any food on your break? You popping up for dinner?
Look, I'm waiting for the dinner break like
Okay.
the pros.
Okay.
The players at this table. I'll wait. No waiting for solver special.
Here we are. Ace-5 of spades from Marquez.
4 green stacks.
I had like around 10 million when I came here.
A lot.
Lot. You got more. How much you got? You got a lot. More than.
Point, I don't know, 1.3.
How much? More than 10 for sure. No?
Yep.
So I recognize you actually. It goes by Steve, but it seems like we put his Korean name out there.
We did.
But yeah, really fun guy. Chatty, looks like he's got quite a nice stack. 12.9 million back as he does have the best hand against Marquez. quick check.
Yeah, good stack, especially on this table because that 12.9 million, not as big as it once was in terms of the overall chips in this tournament, but covers everyone else here. We've seen some near 30 million stacks out there that could cause them some trouble if they were here with him. But for now, gets to be the table leader.
And that seemed like a insignificant pot, but you know, like to see a big stack just snap check fold against 1.5 BBs on that texture. You start to think like maybe you can flat a little bit more.
Come on, sell me.
That's the one you get? Equity?
Is it like a crypto one? Or?
Yes.
It's equity.
Equity.
I think.
Alex, I forget his name.
What's equity?
Like, you get shares in the company.
This is a look at the palm table where it looks like Justin Bonomo is putting some chips, but he doesn't have cards. Jan-P the Yakman does. He's all in. Bonomo does have cards, pardon me. His 2-8 against Thomas Obadell, who's taken the bucket hat off Randy. I've never seen him without that bucket hat on.
So, a three-way, but we have a dry side pot at the moment.
We do indeed, and a 10-5-3 flop. Gives Yakman some hope.
So in dry side pots, you usually give the player betting into it more credit.
Right.
Just because, you know, you have to show down against the player who is all in. Bonomo with the best of it, 2-8s.
I wonder if Bonomo ever wants to bet now, having seen Bedell check twice. Kind of need a bit of protection, perhaps.
Yeah, against ace high, I could see that. Does check it once more, though.
And he will win this pot, assuming Bedell doesn't do anything untoward.
I think these eights would just check it back with a jack coming out.
Yeah, Yakman is like hopeful, declares I have a pair. But that is the end of his run. Former main event final tableist out in Vegas. More familiar though, Randy, in the European PLO games.
Nice deep run for Yakman. Won't have to settle for this finish. And now we go back. Winger, ace-jack suited and finds the jack. Flew into that one, didn't he?
He really did. Strikes gold against Finaro. Still has to fade two more. Two become one. Just the king. The path for Finaro to redraw on this one.
Oh, he crashes.
Randy,
Good luck.
the best hand won, but it certainly didn't feel fair.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Good luck.
Fair play
That hurts.
to Winger, wishing the rest of the table good luck as he departs in a cruel fashion.
Yeah. Like, he did like steps. He told
Yeah, my friend, you get 80 grand, but you can't keep the mic. You need that
like
back.
very small steps. Like he said, like
On your flight, mate. Oh, wow. Do we have a huge confrontation?
Oh, wow.
Because Ace King's already put in 5 million chips in front of him, and Aziz hasn't even acted yet.
How's your life, Randy? You look down at the aces, and there's a 25 big blind jam in front of you. Obviously posturing here, just trying to sell some sort of weakness to those behind. And, of course, Nielsen, the opener from +2, can himself still have a very strong hand.
10, 11 million chip pot incoming.
And he has Liv Barry behind as well.
This is why he is posturing, trying to sell the idea that he's got a, you know, close decision and maybe someone behind him can wake up with the goods. But, I mean, whatever he does, he's got a strong hand.
He's doing such a great job of it as well, staring a lot at her stack and then looking at her. If I was watching him here, I'd be genuinely believing that this is a more mediocre situation, not the absolute goods.
I mean, he's spending a lot of time banks here. I don't mind him getting in soon just because
those time
it
banks
still
are
looks
valuable.
strong, even if you're kind of posturing. You're just hoping someone's got like queens
Right.
or kings behind.
Chances are Liv's going to look down at Jack 6 offsuit or something, right?
That was some acting there.
Here we go. Not going to be happy with ace-king to see it is the aces. That was unfortunately an act behind.
Two time banks.
Has he only got 2 time banks left as well?
Yeah, it's a bit excessive.
For the rest of the day, that could be pretty scary.
Of course, but what's not scary is him needing to hold against ace-king.
Yeah. This is a pretty dreamy scenario.
Nines?
Goosh sees a queen. Always a chance to make Broadway with this hand, but the 5-3 behind it, no use. Hearts covered, of course, by Aziz. And the 4 of hearts presents a little faint flicker of hope. Offsuit deuce required for half the pot. Alas, not to be. Aziz holds. And
they're falling.
Yeah, and he may have more chips than Liv now as well. Either way, they've both got low 20s.
Okay. High 5 out of there.
Mr. Hollywood. I didn't have to do it if I had like, tens or jacks or even a king. I would think a lot, right?
How many time banks did you burn? 1?
2.
2. Ooh.
He better do the same Hollywooding when he has a real decision. Otherwise...
Oh, he's got 3 time backs left, but still, yeah, he can't do it too many more times, Randy.
No.
20
But like...
million. 25? What?
23, I guess, 24.
Because if he doesn't balance that, you know, that's when live reads really become a thing.
Worth a lot of caipirinhas.
It does. Do you like it?
Yes.
Kotelnikov. Gonna try and sneak something through here with Jack 9 of hearts under the gun.
It's supposed to be perceived to be strong, where players play back at you a lot less. Anyhow, ace-queen is ace-queen off of 14 bigs.
And of course, that page up now realized.
Needs to shove this one in.
In fact, I saw him pull back a chip there, as if he was about to shove everything but 1 chip, but maybe realizing, of course, that page up now realized just ran the whole lot in. No need to be stalling now.
Too rich for the queen jack suited for Bari.
I see one.
I think it's good.
The show with a much needed pickup.
Oh man, 14 big blinds short.
We are approaching the final 100 in this, the WSOP Super Main Event.
Phoenix?
It's getting serious, Randy. Top 8 will get at least $1 million, the first prize of $6 million.
We're getting close to double digits remaining. 113, as you can see on the screen. 500,000 chips each orbit. And Naharny's gotta go with it. He's got barely
Good luck, Phoenix.
under 2 big blinds. Phoenix, is that the name? Or is it just to rise from the ashes, hopefully?
There we go. Mestrio gonna be the one to try and do the work.
23. 23, 5.
This is a solver approved.
Huh?
hand.
Yes.
I have 12, 14, 15.
I got 21.
21, yeah. Pretty much the same.
Could just click it, actually. You want to make it big enough where it forces the big blind in a spot where he doesn't just overcall. You want that player to be in shove or fold situation, given you'll be out of position for the rest of the hand. So maybe he makes it like 800k. Maybe he just reshoves. Looks like he keeps it simple.
Kept it simple, but burnt a time chip of his own on that one.
Maybe 10.
Mahoney just joining our table. Is it going to be a short visit today?
It's got hope here, 38% equity, 2 live cards.
Deuce, deuce, 4 with a couple of diamonds. Does present different ways to get there. Still live, heading to the turn.
Oh, just the king. How about that?
Easy.
That's good.
Easy it is, Randy.
Mm-hmm. You heard Liv Boris say, rise from the ashes. One more card to hold. That could become a reality, which it does.
Here we go then.
Just under 6 blinds now.
Triple up.
Yeah, it was a triple up. Into big blind ante and big blind, of course, surrendered.
Time bounty.
Well, as we move away from this table, our reef. Sounds like Jeff's ready. Not ready. We'll be ready in a moment. I want to hear from Big Hooney.
You want to hear from Big Hooney?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is really old school table. It's a really old school table.
Pardon me. I've just heard from Big Hooney. What am I talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Gonna hear from Chris Moneymaker. How about that?
No, it looks like we're dealing a hand, buddy.
Chris and Jeff don't seem to have a great relationship either, if I'm being honest. Doesn't seem very friendly out there between the two of them. But fine, all right, we'll play a hand of poker first. Whatever you want, Randy. It's your show.
No, it's the Andy Nee show at the moment as he opens up Queen Jack off.
A little windy, right?
Had to want something, right?
Ah, Mr. Schulman rejoining the feature.
Still got a healthy stack, sitting on 6 million.
I might make this up.
No, I played it already.
30 big blinds.
When COVID happened, and then I just like reevaluated my whole life. I'm like, what am I doing?
They usually
Why am I
do,
living in
but-
Vegas?
I don't know.
It was like one of those very sudden things where I was just like, what am I doing? Like, why am I in Vegas?
COVID did this to a lot of people. Make you, like for me, for example.
Joey defends 10-6 from the big, misses the ace-king 3. We'll slide it over to Andy Nee. Randy, one assumes with this hand on this texture.
Especially on the ace-king texture where, you know, you have a massive range advantage. Gut shot, 400k winner. Easy pot there for
All
Andy.
right, now let's hear.
Are you like
From Mr.
sure
Moneymaker.
we're gonna
I'm pretty-
hear
I'm-
from? Okay,
I don't know.
Kind of seems
Randy.
like with
We've
the
gone to a
fade.
wide shot.
All right, you know him as the 1,354th place finisher in the $400 2019 WSOP Colossus. Chris Moneymaker, if you could stand up for a quick second for me, please. I actually don't really have a good answer for that. Good to see you, though.
Good to see you, buddy.
How is day 3 of the Supermain treating you?
It's a little bit of a roller coaster, like most middle late day tournaments are. Went from 3 million to 9 million, back to 3 million. Now I'm at 9 million. So
You've had some tough table draws today. How would you describe what the competition has been like?
this is, one of the toughest tournaments I've ever played. I mean, every table's tough here. I haven't seen a table that I'm like, oh, this looks easy. No, it's, put a 25K with a 50 million guarantee, you're going to get all the sharks. So, and they're all circling. As we get deeper, it's just getting tougher.
And finally, I'm going to talk to Matt about this in a little bit, but Matt Glance's overall poker strategy, is that something that you follow?
Well, I try to, but he's really good at it. He's had years of practice. I just learned about it a few minutes ago. So,
And what exactly is it?
if you have a good hand, bet. If you don't, fold. It's top level stuff.
Might have saved you some money in years past.
God, I wish I knew this stuff. You learn when you come play these tournaments. You learn a lot. It's really cool.
Well, there you go. Back to the learning experience. We'll send you. Appreciate the time as always, and let's send it back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Jeff.
You know, Moneymaker, you wish you did not know that earlier because then you wouldn't have made that sick bluff against Sammy Farha.
There we go. One of the bluffs in poker history.
I mean, that's the most iconic bluff in poker history. It has to be. Back over. It looks like Knee is in a great spot as Ace-Queen versus Queen-Jack is top pair on top pair action. I'm going to presume there was a check back on the flop from Knee based on the action.
And Gibo valuing with the inferior holding. Tied up to 1.85 million. A third spade completing the board, Randy. May slow things down a little here.
I wouldn't expect this to ever go check through. I could see Gibo just value betting himself. Of course, there's less hands he can get paid off with when spades come in, but
last chance.
Even if he checks, Andy's gonna feel relatively comfortable, given that spades, if they bet the turn, they're gonna want to just keep betting to not allow a Queen X to check it back.
Behind, they're fucking big though.
So, Gibo finds that check.
Yeah, you get a lot of money ready.
Yeah, Ace Queen is just so far at the top of his range, but he's double checking. Okay, just see maybe if he had a spade in his hand, which makes it a little bit easier to value bet, just blocking some of the value.
And when we size here, Randy, how much are we looking to target the queen? Seems a little less likely versus
Big check back.
There we go.
Big, and you can see that felt like he missed a little bit of value. But I definitely would be just targeting away. Queen X would pay me off.
Right, I was going to say the 10X is in there. How much Jack 10, 10, 9 maybe? Betting turns.
Still haven't been yet.
And then if you go to Malaga, then you can go to Granada, which is 1 hour away.
And
Granada is so beautiful.
Perhaps seeing something, deciding to check that one back. So there. That's how things currently shake out on our 3 tables. Over on the palm, those guys getting it done quietly, away from the cameras for the most part. Justin Bonomo, Tom Axel, Bedell, and Chris Wen are 3 players over 20 million in chips. Over on the reef, that honour belongs to, of course, Liv Paris and Marcelo Aziz. Thanks to those 2 aces holding up against the Ace King. And back on the Lagoon, that's where everyone is that little bit shorter. Although the shortest stack being at 25 blinds, everyone still has plenty of play. And it is to the reef we go. Mestrio coming in for that open. O'Shea with the dominator queen 9 in the big blind.
But still a decent hand to defend with, especially against a min raise. Can't always be concerned of being dominated pretty, otherwise you just have no defense from the big blind.
Well, I can see disaster potentially on this kind of texture, Randy. I'm thinking of a card.
Yeah, that 10 is the main out that Lachey is looking for.
Oh, it's an out, okay. Action's still on him, facing this King Jack 5 flop. I feel like a flop, we'd be surprised if we saw anything but that check from.
And perhaps he's just trying to convince Demetrio that he's got something and try to reduce the frequency when C-bets come in. But of course, Ace-Queen is looking to take it down here and now. 300,000 to 1.1 million.
Quite a small bet, Randy.
Small bet
Considering
because of stack sizes.
Yeah, and I guess nut no pair. So you can get called by some weaker hands like this one.
It's actually gone for a check raise.
Oh, hello. Well. Randy, talk to me.
It's a bit surprising, just because this board texture rates to hit the opener a bit more, especially off of this stack. It's a, it's a bit rainbow, right? I'm just thinking if Lachey actually had like King Jack, is he coming for a check raise? He can widen his value range with some King X's, like maybe King 10, King 9, I suppose. But you can even see that Demestrio's not convinced with the nut no pair at the moment. So now it gets very difficult to win the pot.
Well, gets a bit easier on the 9 of diamonds turn. Now do we have to kind of drop anchor?
Yeah, I like slowing down right now just because it's hard to bluff out a better hand as played. Like if my opponent held King, Queen, King 10, I'm not expecting them to fold for less than pot remaining. You want to basically just try and pray this just checks through.
He's gazing at his chips. Any thoughts of perhaps trying to make a hand like Ace-Jack fold at this stage?
No, not necessarily. I think that it's not mandatory for Demestrio to bet Jack X on the flop. So some of the hands that you are targeting is Jack X. If they don't bet at 100% frequency, then you're left with a stronger range than average that bet calls, which is King X.
Well, he clearly feels the same way as you do as he moves it on over to Demestrio, who now has a decision of his own. Having called that flop with just ace high.
Yeah, it's actually quite hard to set up 2 streets of betting as a bluff against that 2.3 million chip stack. So I kind of don't mind him just taking a free one here and then respond accordingly. He can still have a strong range that checks back and jams river. You know, say he was nutted with like Queen 10, for example, that would probably check back.
Well, King pairs the river. Everything misses.
Yeah, as played, the Queen 9 is not looking to bet. It can still show down against Ace Queen and Ace 10. I think the real decision is more so for Demestrio on whether he needs to turn Ace Queen into a bluff. Because the hands that he's trying to bluff out are hands like this, you know, 10-9, Queen 9, but we do come in with block.
Yeah. Oh. 250 into 2.8 million. Well.
I think this opens the door potentially for Ace Queen to bluff here. The reason I say that is I'm going to ask the question is, would Lachey bet this size if he had the goods? You know, if he had like King X, does he risk losing value against some kind of Ace Jack, for example? Like to bet only 250K, he could have bet like 600, 700, things like this. So maybe this weights Lachey 2 hands like Jack X, going for some kind of block. But Jack X isn't supposed to check raise that flop. So to be honest, I throw it out the window more so like 9X.
It's almost like this, right? The Queen 9, 10, 9. Kind of like somehow made that pair.
Yeah, I kind of like jamming this spot. But he's going to call, and this block bet really worked out for Uruguay's Lachey. That's nice. Nice result. That's how these block bets are really effective if your opponents are a little bit worried to get induced.
Right.
What was that comment?
I think the liv said something like, "Weren't you the razor?" Like referencing the 2 hands.
Yeah.
On the flop.
Kind of gut shot for a reason. Sucker punch when you get there. Pair of threes. Normally you don't want to play this in early position, but off of 6 bigs, I think you just go with it.
Graphically and physically, so a lot of inspiration. Thank you, Luigi.
He does lay it down though. Blinds are coming around soon, so
yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Like
Do you like jamming that spot?
Yeah,
Or?
I think so, Randy. Just, especially, you know, it's modern day poker. Big blind ante. You can invest 400k of that in a couple of hands' time.
Would have been out.
Wow, yeah. Katarnikov gets to open 2-8s instead. Ooh, what?
Ooh, ace king.
Wow. What carnage we could have seen if the 2-3s had jammed.
Yeah, if 2-3s had open jam, we certainly just see a three-way all in. Now I'm actually kind of curious if 8s calls off in this spot. But it's not call off because it's Nielsen going for a 3-bet.
Oh, wow.
Ace queen?
Randy.
Difficult. This is very difficult right now.
Hijack, cutoff, small blind. I mean, this is always the hand, isn't it, Randy? That's sort of the weakest one we consider 4-bet jamming.
From the hands I've seen from the featured table, Nielsen's been pretty hyperactive too, so
Yeah.
it's going to make Lachey want to go with his hand expecting forward equity against Nielsen.
And we saw Katarnikov opening non-premiums sort of from under the gun as well, so if he's picked up on any frequency. Man, we'll give this a go.
All in.
Yeah, he does, Randy.
That's going to let Katarnikov get away from 8s, and ace king is in there. Huge pot.
Hold the pair. 1 time.
11 million chips going to the winner of this one. Lachey with a covering stack by merely a blind.
How much do you have? How many chips do you have? More than 5?
Lachey doesn't care. He just wants to try and get there right now. Like, come on.
Leave me alone.
Like 5,075,000.
5075.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Uruguay versus Australia.
Queen 1 time. I lose
Okay,
my
one
1
time.
time now.
Deposited.
Okay. Keep the receipts, people.
Oh, that 1 time has also brought in clubs. This
Yeah.
is awful for Nielsen.
That is
1 time.
as good as it gets for Lachey.
You still have a 1 time, Nielsen. Use it. Bye-bye.
It's over. Ron Nielsen going out with the best of it. Ace king against the ace queen. Wasn't to be. This is the weird things about poker, Randy, because if the 2-3s are jammed, reasonable to think the 2-8s would have jammed for 23 bigs behind, and they would have won a big flip against the ace king.
Yeah, it's funny how like certain times other players' decisions affects the final results. I just can't believe that.
Like
I've always been a poker atheist. I didn't realize they do listen.
There's a world in which Katarnikov's supposed to have those 10 million chips, right?
Of course.
GG played.
Hey, I like this.
Oh, that's
though.
nice.
I think he feels bad he used the 1 time and it actually worked.
Yeah, but that's it now for life. That's how 1 times work.
Oh, it's not per tournament you can use 1 time. I didn't realize. Oh, for
Wait,
life.
Maybe I've been wrong.
That's for life.
Do you use 1 every tournament? Randy, you don't play many
I've
tournaments.
I've never used 1.
Okay. I've always said I'm saving mine for the World Series of Poker main event final table, but
You got to get there first, buddy.
I'm starting to think I might not get there yet. Maybe I should lower my ambitions. I did get 900th once.
I beat you. 150th or so for me. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, not great. Not great, Randy.
He feels great. He's still stacking his chips.
Well, the chat is fast moving across our screen, Randy, but I do see a name in there. It says the stage and production is awesome here. Thanks, guys. Fun stream. From a player who was on this very stage himself, none other than Jonathan Little. So thank you, Jonathan. And GG's yourself in this event.
Oh, did we have him on our feature table at
We
some
did.
point? Okay.
We did. I want to
Shout
say
out.
one of the day ones, perhaps. He was on our table. Demetrio, 13 blinds.
He's got the ninja look going on.
Well, he does. Obviously the wrong side of that unfortunate encounter a minute ago with Lachey. Going for the non-all-in off 13. Live with a suited king. May get in trouble here.
Can plunk in 2 more. 200K.
7-4-4, couple of spades. Demetrio holding the only spade in this encounter, but pause for concern.
There are some excuses for Boree to continue with King 5 of clubs. I just expect her to not play back as much just because Demetrio opened from under the gun +1 off of, you know, the sub 15 big blind stack. She is going to come along and see if maybe she can find a way to win this pot. 1.7 million now. Go to a turn card. Gonna be tough.
Yeah, good luck, Liv, trying to win this pot now. I think she'll know that. Checks it to Demetrio, who Randy, one assumes could go for a very small bet again here, right?
You know, normally I would say you wouldn't want to check a hand like this, but this might be the one combo you want to, just because you've got the spade coverage. You kind of want to let a spade come in. A lot of the outs you're trying to protect against, 7x, they don't have very many. I kind of like check here. And also like 5-6, these open-ended straight draws, like some of those outs are spades. You still get value from ace-x anyways. He is going to build a pot, but I wouldn't have fault in him if he went for a check. Would have been very fun to see.
Yeah, does go for the small bet. Yeah, nice to see him win one. It was a bit savage.
You anti-Liv Boree, it's nice to see him win one. All right, chat, how do you feel about that? James Dempsey has sided with...
Randy, if you want me to be the villain, I'll be the villain. I'm okay with it.
No, I don't want you to be. I'm just... Data points point that you are not a Liv Boree fan. You probably don't listen to the podcast, I assume. The win-win podcast. You want to lose podcast?
I'll start listening to the podcast when she gets me on the podcast. How about that, Randy?
She only takes, like, you know,
serious people.
Yeah, no, just quality guests.
Oh,
the rubbish bin is out there if you want to throw yourself into it at some point.
I think you just have, Randy. I don't need any help.
$25 million.
Here we go. He's one of the real stacks. And the only time, Randy, he has position on Liv Boree is when he's got this puck.
Oh.
Well,
Here we go.
And call for 5 blinds. Aherney needs help. Already secured 1 double up, Randy.
This will get him up to 11 big blinds if he can find the ace or 8.
Yeah,
and
game on.
chip leader.
Давай.
Queen 6-6 does present a different path to victory.
It's a free fight. Fair fight, I mean. Queen. Good counterfeit.
Randy, I'm going to go out on a limb and say Aziz can afford to lose this one.
Doesn't want to.
You never want to lose them, Randy, but if you're going to lose one, this is the good one. 10 on the turn.
One more way to counterfeit now. The card bigger than the 5.
Oh, there it is.
What did they say? 8-ball corner pocket.
You used it.
Gets the double up once more. Waiting one card later to do it.
No.
The pinks are wrong.
11 blinds, Randy.
He was
As you
down to
said.
375,000 not too long ago, just shy of 2 bigs.
Yeah. What a story this would be. We saw, of course, earlier on at this stop, Ben Heath spin, what?
Maybe more.
Just more than half a small blind.
Don't be greedy.
Up to a second place finish, good for $8 million.
Look, Chapter 1's done. Chapter 2, 11 big blind story. Chapter 3, TBD. Flip it over?
Yeah, let's see. Terrell's chewing on something. He's also stacking chips.
Yeah, so each stack of greens is good for $500,000, is that right?
That sounds right to me, Randy. I'm glad you put yourself under pressure there, though. Grey chips sitting on top there. Those are the 100Ks. See the chips out in play. Means the blinds are now up to 125, 250. With that 250, big blind ante. Which also means, Randy, that these guys are only an hour away from dinner break. Much needed one at this point, one would imagine as well. Hungry work out there.
Yeah, they want to go into that dinner break. In a lovely situation for now, though. Joe Chong
The organic one actually in my purse. Yeah. If you want, I can give you.
bumps it up.
I don't know because I didn't pay attention.
Blind
I
wall
was
feels
still
like a
thinking
big
about the. I should have called the last three bets.
Does.
Starting stacks and open now.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Nice to reach that level of tournament.
Yeah. I always think of it.
One big blind is
Randy.
starting stack within the tournament.
Crazy thing where like
Yeah.
Exactly that. When it gets to one big blind as a start,
Nice,
it's
that
always
was
a
left.
big milestone.
3, 4, 5, 6.
So it's like actually good for you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. I
Like,
didn't know.
I'm gonna leave this right here.
I didn't know.
500.
All right. Nick, ace queen.
Raise 500,000. Fold. Fold. Fold.
How many time cards you have? 3?
3.
All right.
Okay.
What? What
That's
the?
a new one.
New ways to stall? Okay. That's a new one.
I like it, Randy.
Didn't you ask how many chips? Didn't
It's,
you ask us how many chips you had?
No.
Oh, did you?
A bit unnecessary at the moment because it's next page up at top 75, good for $110,000.
I got 11.
Anna defends ace 5 of
You got
hearts.
11?
He's a 6-4-4 flop.
I just used
Okay.
one.
Yep.
Does
Thank
send
you.
it over to Nick, the opener from +1. I guess, Randy,
What are you gonna eat?
two ways to look at this one. Pair board, less likely the big blind has something, but of course the texture being 4-6 makes it that much more likely.
I think I have 12. I think I have the max.
Checks it back. Anna turns
Yeah,
the flush
12's
draw.
the max you can have.
She doesn't necessarily need to bet this flush draw just because there's that ace high and probably not shaking out better ace highs right now as played. Looks like she is going to bet. But she certainly should be betting if she was holding the non-nut flush draws, so like Queen X of Hearts, etc., Jack X. Fires out 700,000. Not really expecting Shulman to fold. There are hearts and straight draws to keep honest. Plenty of them.
All right, very rich looking board.
Yeah, when you call down ace high for a 1 street, you definitely want to not be holding blockers, but he does lay down the best hand. Nicely done, Marquez.
Well done, Anna.
it's kind of interesting because, like, if he had c-bet the flop, you know, we might even have a different way that one develops, you know.
Right.
Imagine Marquez check calls and check turn, and maybe ace high just feels it's good enough to show down as played. But not to be results oriented, but just that, you know, there's so many different outcomes.
Well.
All right, here we go. The man to my left has cashes this year in Vegas, Houston, Austin, Choctaw, Florida, Atlantic City, Lincoln, shout out Thunder Valley, Paris, Barcelona, on a cruise, and now the Bahamas. Bucky, what has this last year been like for you?
Up and down. Surprisingly, I was actually losing in tournaments up until a few months ago. But everyone thinks I'm crushing. They're always congratulating me. Just, you know, so everyone knows the truth behind the poker tournaments.
You've battled with Renlin for a while. Quickly, before we send you back to the table, what is the Renlin experience like?
We play so much. He's probably my favorite person to play with. I'm always impersonating him because he's got all the sayings and they're hilarious. But, you know, he's a good player with, you know, he's got a little craziness to him,
Well,
so you
it's
got
too
to
much
watch out for him.
sometimes.
But, no, I enjoy playing with him, although he's tough.
We enjoy having both you guys here. Appreciate the time, Bucky. Thank you so much, guys. Let's go ahead and send it back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. Yeah, Randy, tournament buy-ins, they add up, especially if you cover as many miles as that.
I'm not going to lie, Dempsey, I was a bit distracted looking at his hat. I thought it was made out of a towel or rug, perhaps.
Yeah.
But anyways, look at this. Mitzi 5-4 offsuit. No way, Andy. You're a sicko. You can't.
Whoa.
Bet jam 8-5 suited and be right. Andy. Oh my gosh.
Randy.
He's sick, man. He's sick. And the thing is, I also saw him do a similar move on day one where he had 4-bet jam, similar stack with like Jack 8 offsuit. He just knows when they're making moves against him.
He did, and it wasn't like any hand that 3-bet that was half decent was kind of in there. The Jack 8 offsuit, if I remember as well. It was, it was a really creative one. Yet again, at the same move again from the button. Correctly, it must be said, deducing that Sorrel just decided to 3-bet that one with absolute nonsense.
I mean, Sorrel was right. He just didn't expect his opponent to one-up him, you know? Like, you got to choose your opponents.
Yeah.
You know, they're just not going to let you run away with it. A lot of fun. 99 remaining.
Raise 500,000. Oh.
Yeah, that was solver approved, chat. I see Balkan asking if it was solver approved. No, not quite, but you know, we don't always need to follow the solvers. Follow our gut.
Here we go. And that's what I love about seeing these events. Although the players involved, all regulars in high rolls, here we go then. Look at this, Randy.
Oh, Shulman. This is a fan favorite, but he's in huge trouble. I just really can't see a situation where he doesn't squeeze jam off of 20 bigs remaining.
That's what he's done. 20 bigs, finding the middle. Joey. Licking his lips.
Never folding. Well, chat, if you guys love Shulman, better send your energy to him now. He needs it.
Well, we have seen the ace-queen get there against ace-king a couple of times in the last few hours.
Shulman, use your one time. Come on. For the fans.
Shulman's not using his one time.
Shulman, use it.
In this one.
Ace-queen has done it to ace-king once. Just use it before the flop comes out. Okay. He's not using it. Here we go.
Yeah, he should have used it, Randy.
Ouch. Look at that flop.
Really up against it, although, of course.
Good job.
Yeah. That would be acceptable on a jack or a 3. Otherwise, queen and queen only for the double up.
Oh, chop it up. Man, he didn't even spend his one time, and he gains chips there. There you go, Nick Shulman.
And no emotion shown by Nick. Head down, cap down.
No llevo ahí de ninguna manera.
Pulls it back. Well, well, well.
Él hace check, yo hago check back.
You did it, chat.
Pero vaya, no apuesta mucho más después.
Yeah. He certainly had a lot of kill-outs on the 2-club tone.
Too many outs.
Anna blasted off her jack 10. Would have made the boat.
Okay, thanks.
Well, thought I'd add that for you, Randy. Randy, I'm that guy who tells everyone after the hand that they would have made a full house with 9-3 offsuit.
Did you not catch my tone 5 seconds ago? I really don't want to hear it. Steve, yeah, he's out of there.
Did you just go, Steve, yeah, he's out of there. Double usage of the yeah, you did, didn't you?
Oh, come on.
Wow, we've got a fully refreshed Randy in the booth.
Queen 5 suited.
It's gonna be a fun evening.
But that got me hyped, you know. I like nothing against Joseph Chom, but
yeah,
I want to watch Nick Shulman continue to play.
As do the fans. Joey back at it from +1 with Queen 5 suited. Okay, Randy.
It's loose.
We're deviating. It's gonna get round though. Finaro with a dominating Queen 9 in the big.
Yeah, I would think that if he was dominating, he wouldn't expect it to be the queen, given the early position raise.
Right.
So, we do take 3 cards to the flop.
Well, here we go. Top and bottom for Finaro. Joey with her. Piece himself, of course, then backdoor diamonds.
700,000.
Big bet.
It is a big bet.
I actually wouldn't have minded if Joseph checked back the flop here in this spot, just because it's very connected. It's difficult to get called multiple streets. And you do want to have some strongish hands in your check back range when you have like ace highs, etc. But he did bet 700K.
Owned by Coca-Cola.
Funaro, did he call? Just called there.
Do what you want. I'm the PSA guy. You know?
And a scary card for both.
But this is the far more superior water.
I know they never have them when I try to order them. Did you get them from the...
You gotta get it from the gift shop.
Where did you get it from?
From the gift shop. It's not far, like 5 minutes away.
Okay.
But I found out recently also, like the aluminum cans, they all have plastic on the inside.
Yeah, you surprised me with this. I didn't
know, yeah.
I was actually going to ask you, does that count also with, like, for example, the bottles they have in the Coke room?
With repeats.
You know, in the Coke, when or everywhere, they give you these bottles in the room?
Queen 9 still beats like ace queen, king queen.
Can he go for a small bet here?
I think it is thin, just because 2 pair plus would check back the turn with the 4-liner out there, so you don't really want to open the door against that.
Mm-hmm.
To protect it. But you think they do that also with the water? With this
I would
one?
assume. Anytime it's aluminum can, I assume
I mean,
plastic. I don't know for sure.
They probably do because they're probably not going to change it. Thank you.
Well, with that, a chance to remind you. You can sign up to GG Poker. Use the code Paradise2024. Makes you eligible for a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. You could turn that into, well, who knows, perhaps a seat back here next year for the World Series of Poker Paradise main event. Randy, I'm trying to effort information from out on the floor, see how stacks are forming. Looks like that Hisu is still our chip leader, appearing to be the first man to breach the 30 million chip mark. Marcelo Aziz, of course, on our reef table, showing up there in second. Chris Moneymaker is showing as the 3rd largest stack in the room at the moment. Could he really do it?
I mean,
could he?
Money.
I mean, that would be absurd, right?
Race?
He won at the time, the biggest 10K ever held. Could he win the biggest 25K ever held?
You're right about that. That would be really cool. I'm hoping we do get Moneymaker back on our feature at some point, given his chip stack seems very likely.
Yeah. One way to make sure you're on the feature, Randy, is to make it to the final table.
Do you happen to know? I know you're pretty good at the stacks and numbers. Like when we get to final table, like what an average stack would be like. Just your rough guesstimation.
I would imagine probably around the same as the bubble, around that sort of 40 big blinds would be
But what about in terms of like chip numbers, like 100K, 100 million, or whatever?
Chip numbers. I'll tell you what, Randy.
I'm just asking because when we have a player who's a
Right.
chip leader of like 30 million, I'm just wondering like, is he getting close?
Right.
But if it's too complicated of an equation,
Average for the final table would be around about 110 million.
110 million. Okay.
Yeah. So with that being the case, we know there'll be a player who makes the final table with fewer than 30 million chips.
Right.
So right now, Hisu will have more than someone on the final table. He has just under 1 billion chips in play, Randy.
1 billion chips. How often do you say that number?
Yeah, 1 billion. That's kind of fun. I think about 1 billion chips.
Is that 1 million school? How about 1 billion chips? Limp call spot for Steve, yeah.
He's going to get the opportunity to do just that, facing this pop-up from Joey.
Yeah, would rarely see a limp raise with this type of hand because it has so much playability. You don't really want to lose opportunity to do so with. Go ahead.
I was going to say, what are the kind of bluffs that we do see through that from the small blind? Is it?
It mainly depends on the stack size you're up against. The smaller it is, the more offsuited hands come in. But bluffs, definitely like the ace, king, x goes in there. But this flop doesn't rate to be of too much interest.
Well, it's interesting. Joey, flopping top 2. He doesn't mind it, even if Randy finds it a little bit boring.
Go bluff. Thanks. Hopefully it's the best time.
I'm on tilt now. Because Nick got me the chop.
Where's the queen of diamonds, bro? Or heart. That's what it was. Where's that queen of hearts?
Unlucky Nick.
Sometimes it's not your day.
Yeah.
Well, Nick with a chance to further his course here with 2 10s in the hijack.
Nice start.
For a man who spends a lot of time commentating, he doesn't talk much at this table, Randy.
It's all business time right now, all right? Give the man a break.
I don't want to give him a break. I mean, he's a star.
A couple nines over to Steve, and get stacked.
Yeah, here's Nick's break. He just rivered a jack for a chop, and now he's been dealt into a very likely double up spot.
Yeah, this is pretty big cooler off of 22 bigs. And Showman's going to want to 4-bet rip this hand. It's not the type of hand you want to just call with off of these stacks when you have plenty of fold equity.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to play this one out of position. Obviously, with 2 10s, plenty of overcards could arise that could complicate things post-flop. And Steve, yeah, he's going to have to call this one off. Shulman could easily be jamming worse pairs in this spot as he snaps it off.
Yeah, the face says it all, Randy. You always hate seeing the one up. That's what it is here.
Big, big pot.
If you hit this too, you're just chosen for this tournament.
Did he say not on the flop?
I think he said 9 on the flop.
Oh.
Would make more sense.
Randy, I don't think my ears are working today.
No, 9 on flop. Showman. Hammerlock. Oh. You might not need a 9 to win, Steve. An 8 would do it.
Little 4 across. Wow.
Showman's up.
He's going for the stand-up. He's trying everything today.
Ooh. Oh! Did Showman just know?
No, Randy. No. Not like that.
It just didn't feel right as he stands up and the 8 falls and destroys his dreams of being this super main champion.
Oh, GG's, Nick.
Yeah, there you go.
Great run.
Filthy.
At least splashed a smile on the way out the door.
But I don't know.
How did he stayed sitting when he had ace
He's been
queen
telling me
against
how
ace
good he's playing
king
this tournament too.
of clubs on a 2-club flop? He
I
did
don't
grab his
know
chair.
if I hit 9, but
When he had 10s against 9s, fading just 6 outside of the river.
Don't know if he was trying to jinx it or if he just
There was
didn't
never
feel
any
it.
doubt, was there?
it's good. I mean, beautiful turn.
Steve, yeah.
I mean,
Way to go, sir.
After flop, I told you 7 and 8.
They were gonna throw the 7 or 8 on the turn. That's what we knew.
These decks
Man,
are set up.
That's
Randy,
our.
On the river too.
That's the
Quite a good
difference
year at the
between
World
ace-
Series of Poker
ace king chop.
this year. 3rd place,
Oh, man.
1,500 six
You're
max.
fake Korean, that's why.
Good for 210k.
Different kind of
You're an American, that's fake.
Giving him some ammo. Well. I thought that's a good one for the rest of the tournament, Randy. Getting rid of our man Nick, because
Yeah,
Cyril Mizzy is going to jump in the role of a mystery hand.
Chat's pretty happy about it. I can see they're thrilled.
He's a veteran. He knew.
Their favorite player,
off,
their
he'd
favorite
step out of the
commentator is
way.
gone. Okay.
Yeah.
Mystery hand time. Mitzi, min raising.
So long, you just see the demons. Yeah.
King, queen
Maybe we
for
drag
Andy.
Nick back
You just
here.
feel it.
We can try. I don't think he really wants to at the moment, given what just transpired.
Give him half an hour, is what you're saying?
You reach out to him.
Okay.
And ask him about how he felt about that hand while you're at it. Ask him, why did you stand up at that key moment as top pair? Looking pretty good for Andy Nee.
This is going to be a fun one as well, just given the action we saw a moment ago between these two, where Andy Nee 4-bet jammed 8-5 into Mizzy's 4-5-0. Neither of them know what each other had, but a dynamic has clearly already been established, Randy, between these two.
Right. Min bet from Mitzi. You know, Andy can actually check
Right.
raise his hand. Yeah, I like
He
this.
does. Against that size, Randy. Good call.
I'm so hungry. So hungry. Dinner break, 37 minutes. Yeah, that's fine.
Sorrel
Happened a lot.
continues for the additional 500k.
It's just one.
Nice turn card.
Yeah.
I like to see Andy just continue to bet. His kicker is so strong. If he had gut shots, they probably would consider multi-barreling, especially if they pick up hearts.
All right, how many of those gut shots would check raise this flop, though?
They
versus
probably don't check raise too often, but sometimes
Some do.
get ideas when your opponent just min bets, like, oh, maybe I can just try and win it now.
How often is that check raise sort of that 3x, the kind of hand that doesn't perform that well down the streets against a min bet?
It's possible. I think that's more of a player style decision.
Okay.
Yeah, it's unclear, but regardless, Mitzi, he could have a better king in the spot. I think that's obvious. You know, +1, just call, check raise. If he's behind, it could be a worse king, or he's got some kind of straight draw that picked up hearts that's calling once again. Now the hearts don't come in, but if Mitzi did have like queen jack of hearts, he could have potentially backed into the nuts.
Right. And I guess as well that the 10 are a small concern, right? King 10, maybe one of the hands you want your opponent to have, and even perhaps pocket 10.
Yeah, a little bit concerned just because, you know, when you check raise king queen, you want worse top pairs to call down. 10 obviously reduces some of the king X's that can pay you off as they now beat you. 10-9 is a little bit in Mitzi's range, maybe even pocket 10s, because he just min bet flop, call check raise, call turn. I could see it.
Of course, lots of things have potentially missed. Hearts in particular. Asked, do we play this as a check and induce some of those hands? But Andy's gone for the 3rd street of value, having check raise flop and bet turn.
Yeah, it's hard to induce just because some of these straight draws with flush draws just pair it up and they're just going to snap check it back. So it makes sense that Andy is continuing to bet in this spot right now. 2.5 million.
On.
Oh, wow.
That's like the two words you did not want to hear.
Sorrel jams for just 1.4 million more. Randy, this is a huge price for being laid.
I want to say that Mitzi is not bluffing just because of how much he's raising. It's just 1.4 million back. So
right.
And he's got crying calls, of course. And I don't think Mitzi would value own himself because Andy could have like King 9 or maybe a set of 3s.
All right, all things seems possible.
Like, I don't think Sorrel would jam over the top with the same type of hand, King Queen, as played.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is never one pair, is it?
It would be ambitious.
I find it hard to believe it's even that 9-10 that you referenced before. I feel like that would just call here. King 10, maybe.
Yeah,
to this size, it just feels like that those last few chips are so valuable that it has to be so nutted. Like a Queen Jack or a flop set. Would make sense, right? The flop set, you bet small.
Flop set, yes, makes sense. 2 pair plus. I just am finding an incredibly tough time. Think of a hand that Mitzi could have as a bluff right now. It would just have to be some kind of soul read that when Need doesn't jam all in, he's not in the 2 pair plus range. You know?
Could be a like ace 4, ace 5, well, ace anything of hearts, I guess, but particularly the ones with backdoor straight draws would have called check raise on the flop. Ever a hand like Jack 10 of hearts that kind of catches a piece but knows that's no good?
I mean, it's possible. I just don't know if he would go for it when there's so little back.
But Randy, these guys have been battling. And it's Sorrel Mizzy. He's a sicko.
Yeah, Sorrel he is pretty sick. I mean, he
I'm
could
going.
potentially find some spots. But
Screw it, Randy. I'm going for Jack 10 of hearts.
You Jack 10 of hearts. All right. I think Mitzi's got a set. That's what I'm going to go with. If it's not a set, it's Queen Jack of hearts. He backed into it. I don't know. Chat, what do you guys think?
They think a lot of stuff, Randy. Chat is lighting up with this one. Some of the chat saying 0 chance Jack 10 hearts. Don't ruin my fun.
Yeah.
I want to believe what I want to believe.
Well, decisions on Andy. So it's 1.4 million back, which is about 6 blinds, just under. And it makes sense he's using all of his time cards in his hand.
You're not going to get a bigger spot than this today in that seat.
I don't know.
Five of those red time banks.
It looks like he
already
has
offered. 6 has hit the middle. He's
folds.
going to fold.
Mitzi, what do you got?
Ah, it was the flop set.
Show the. For the 4. 4 of hearts.
Nunca está blufeando ahí. Nunca blufea el river. No te blufea. Nunca te blufea cuando te showdown.
All right, then. I'm disappointed, Randy. I wanted to see one of the most epic bluffs.
1.35.
All I got shown was top set.
Like, I mean, it seemed impossible. Regardless, though, that was still a nice pot for Sorrel.
Huge scenario from a very cold deck, it has to be said, for Andy Nee. Regardless of his flop check raise, he was always going to lose a lot in that because Sorrel would have really begun to size up, I think, in that run out. So then, we switch things over to the Reef, where we find Dimastrio defending his Queen Jack in the big blind, one presumes. Aziz in the cutoff. Guess. Betting. Or do we think Demonstrator ever led?
I'm having a little trouble reconstructing this hand. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
What we do see is there's a ton of chips in there, 4 million. So
Yeah, at some point, some bets come in here, and given the fact this man's thinking about his action on the turn, one wonders, did he ever sort of check raise flop? Did he 3-bet pre?
no, I don't think he 3-bet pre because Aziz has King 9 offsuit. Don't think that would be calling a 3-bet. So
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Just 2.1 back with 4.1 in the middle. Does slide the rest of them in there.
Kind of just forced to call given how much equity you have for Aziz.
All right, King of Clubs. Just so much card. Although... could of course be dead. But unlikely, right? I mean, even if your opponent flopped the joint Jack 10 here, you're now drawn to an 8-9 or club. If he did turn a boat, would he jam? If he turned a flush, would he jam?
I don't think he would jam if he had a boat, is my first intuition. But basically a little bit of a math problem in this spot. He's got the right equity as he makes the call, Aziz.
Chasing a king, 9 or club to end the run of Demonstrio.
$8.27 million he is.
Huge spot. Let's not sleep on it. This is $6 million for first. There's 92 players left in the field. Life-changing money on the line. And a club on the river! Ends it.
The gods have spoken.
Yeah. Wow. You can see how much it meant to him.
Still there. GG.
GG indeed.
That one's going to sting.
Yeah.
Going to be a rough
Randy,
dinner.
It's a while till you're going to be in the final 100
Yeah.
of a tournament with 6 million up top.
You can have an extended dinner break.
So kind of you, Randy. At least he can afford dinner.
He can afford a couple extra courses.
All right.
Dessert. Appetizer.
That finished good for $86,000. So a good end to the year. Pop on down here to the Palmers. 3x plus your investment.
All I see is Aziz stacking chips.
It's getting bigger and bigger.
Someone colored this man up.
Why's the dinner break coming up, Randy? I'm sure there'll be some efforting on that front from the tournament staff.
Ciao.
All right, welcome to the table.
You saw Platt interview him earlier. You know, he's got his fans out there
Oh,
on
yeah?
YouTube. Hope they're cheering him on.
C9.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lachey with a brief pause, which suggests to me that we're nearing a pay jump, but by my
Not
calculation, the next one's
quite
at
there.
75, so
Yeah.
still some way to go. We saw him doing this, of course, earlier when we were 2 or 3 away, which is completely understandable, Randy. It's part of the game.
Yeah, it's within the rules, so can't really complain. We have time cards, shot clock.
Yeah. All right, then. Aziz continues this run, popping up ace-queen from the hijack. Well, there's definitely a bit of stalling going around the table, so I wonder if perhaps we're a little closer to that pay jump than our graphic would suggest. Of course, the players all within sight of a hyper-accurate, in-time tournament clock.
They need break.
I feel like he's toying with the idea of putting in a re-raise, but he does end up with call. Ace 3 offsuit. Big blind versus hijack. Lots of backdoors for Aziz, who is the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah, let's see if he keeps up the aggression here. Obviously a board that we always say, kind of thing that big blind can certainly have some of. But Aziz, with that big stack from the hijack, also gets to hit this. Does he not?
And also just holding the big stack allows you to multi-barrel relentlessly, and when you have a hand that has so much backdoor potential that can put a lot of pressure on middling pairs, you do want to follow through with C-bets at a high frequency. You know, whether it be a Broadway card or he improves diamond, easy multi-barrel.
I wonder how long it would be till we see Liv perhaps begin to police some opens. Big stack behind. Opportunity for some liberal 3-bets perhaps. Here we go then. Aziz, once again, 4-5 of spades from the hijack. Yeah, there's definitely some tanking going on over here. By mine and Randy's calculation, not due that pay jump for another 10 spots.
Kotonikov, 10-9 suited.
Yeah, certainly a hand. It's very attractive looking. But everything you just said, Randy, it gets difficult, doesn't it, when we're playing up against the chip leader. We know it's going to be harder to realize our equity down the streets.
I think he is actually looking at how many players are remaining, just where his eyes are gazing, and is it worth him stepping out of line to maybe miss out on a potential pay jump. But no, it's just all in.
Wants it all.
Wow.
That pay jump.
Chips. Oh, he's running into Chow's jacks.
The only saving grace here, of course, would be the fact that Chow himself only has 10 blinds.
Snap it.
The damage will be limited. Aziz, of course, going to make way with 5 high. Kotelnikov. Disaster scenario with 2 unders.
You can see everyone sees you reshoving 7 million chips there with 10-9 suited. So his image is also shot.
Chow with the chance to begin the spin, get up to 6 million. Spade in the window, not very nice, but the 4-5 behind it. They were okay.
There are runouts where Kotonikov finds a miracle.
Spades.
7 or 8 of spades being the card he's after. Okay. Chance of a chop.
Still need 7.
Now though, Chow will survive this hand.
7.
10 of diamonds. Keeps it clean. Telnikov with the misstep. Chow with the double up.
You see, he's got that little thing around his neck. That's the media pass.
Yeah, there we go.
Flip it over.
What does that media pass allow you to do, Randy?
Allows him to record footage in the tournament area, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, but didn't see his phone come out, so he's not really doing a
Can't-
great job promoting his own YouTube channel there.
Randy, you can't record at the feature table. You can't have your device there.
Oh. Got me. So Chong is value betting trip 5s against the ace-jack. Diamond's got there. Action unclear, but it is...
That's a big bet, though.
What, button open from Funaro, Chong, in the big blind. I'm presuming it went c-bet flop, check, turn, and then bomb.
I was going to suggest maybe it went
Check back?
check, and then maybe bet from Joey and then bomb from Joey. But
Yeah, it's one of the two. Regardless, though, Funaro just lost a ton of chips.
yeah, to a big overbet from Joey.
There's a Dempsey in the YouTube chat. You related?
Uh-huh.
Thank
There
you.
is. Kieran. I'm not. At least I
Okay.
don't think so. Maybe. I mean, there's chances, Randy. Same name. You know,
Hey, James.
There's a lot of Dempseys in the world. You're stuck with this one. Sorry, Randy.
Yeah, okay. Somehow found the worst one. It's all good.
How about...
Okay, magic wall time here at the World Series of Poker Super Main Event. Going to break everything down for you and try to do it quickly. So right now we have 84 players remaining. All are guaranteed $86,100. About a 24K pay jump from 76th to 75th. As we take a look at what the more serious payouts are, our final table of 8, all millionaires. 8th place, $1 million. It all leads up to a first place prize of a very clean $6 million. Now here is the plan for today. We're in level 6 of the day. We're playing 10 full levels. Tomorrow we will play down to a final table, and in 2 days we will play down to a champion. The structure super deep, average stack, more than 40 big blinds. Did I cover everything? Yeah, I think I covered everything. So with that, guys, let's send it back to you.
Randy, do you want to break it to Jeff or shall I?
1.8.
Jeff, that's not a magic wall, it's a TV.
Oh, I was going to just tell him he did a great job.
Oh. Okay. He did do a great job. But that is just a TV.
Okay. Queen 8 suited. That's light.
My cards.
The number I was most enthused about on that TV screen there, Randy, was 16 minutes till I get dinner. I'm hungry.
I don't care. I honestly just don't care. I don't know. How else can I say? I just got to be quite blunt at this point. I don't care, James. Cool.
Andy, you really hurt my feelings. It's Christmas next week.
It's not today. I don't need to be nice to you.
Does that mean you're going to be nice to me on Christmas Day?
If I'm near you on Christmas Day, something's wrong with my life. You know what I mean? Like, wow. I would choose anyone else. King 7 suited in the muck for Mitzi.
Yeah, it's time we move back to the poker, Randy. I'm hurt.
I call this one for me. Ace 4
Fine.
suited.
Here we go. Macedo.
You can't miss
10 and
three.
change. Does he move from the other feature table to this one?
Does pitch it. Seems
Look.
close.
It was surprising.
Yeah.
But yeah, he moved from one feature table to the other. There we go. What a star.
Andy gets a walk. Much needed off of his stack. Would have called it off.
You
with
surprised
Queen
by
10.
the Ace 4?
A little bit, yes. You know what people like? When they see the page jump around the corner, they realize they're
Yeah.
less than 100 remaining to eventual champion. You know, tighter play is going to come around. Of course, like, he's just hoping he picks up something better soon because
Right.
those blinds are coming around. If he eats that up, that's obviously a bit of a disaster. But we definitely have seen players jam suited aces off of 10 blinds. Just nice to block hands that are willing to call it off against you with that powerful ace.
Dan Shapiro saying in the chat, geez, Ananoko's coming in cold. He really is, guys. Don't even look at me anymore in this booth.
I'm trying to avoid eye contact. Yeah. Focusing on action, my friend. King 6 suited. Oh, we do have a spot for Andini. He's certainly going to rejam this. He's seen Chong just going ham, you know?
Yeah.
And his hand is great. You know, he's got 2 million chips. It's a min-raise open.
Very little follow critique, but happy to run it against the Joey cutoff open. In she goes.
Are we priced in with King 6 suited? Man, it's getting
straight
close.
2 to 1, aren't we? It's like there's a lot of this scenario, right, where you're up against ace and a card between the 6 and the king. Obviously, not quite getting the price if we're up against some of the better stuff, but.
This is one of those. All right, I'm just gonna get there, man.
I guess there's some like queen jack suited in there as well.
Oh, sure.
Sometimes ahead, so.
Right.
Got to factor that in.
And I guess like
much respect.
baby suited aces.
Joe just took his chips back. Steve, I still think Steve asked him how he felt. He just took his chips back. Okay.
I have King 6 suited.
And he's not amused.
And he's all in with ace.
Let's go.
Spade.
Fake green.
8-3. And he looks back at the flop. Here's the good news. Not gazing yet at the board is Andy Nee. Well, he can look back now.
Nice.
Oh, no.
Vamos.
Hard.
Yeah, confidence.
It's nice to see like Andy Nee sweating this scenario quite heavily in that way. Right? You can see how much it means to him. And he's a guy that is a regular in some of the biggest games in the world, isn't he?
He can afford the swings, but like even for the these players who can afford
Him folding. No, it wasn't too bad.
they just love this moment. You're playing for multiple days. You can be
one pair.
a super main event champion, the first in a 25K who just buying guarantee.
Yeah.
You know, like it
there's a lot more
it
on the
means
line here than
something to
money.
everyone.
Yeah. Okay. Let's head back over to the reef where Kotelnikov, fresh off that 10-9 suited, it's got a little bit shorter, but finds an 8 on the river in this one. Looks like it may just have been a min open and check thus far.
Should have been a C bet in on the flop, right? I think. Oh, maybe if it's like min bet, I suppose.
Yeah, or maybe a slightly larger open, who knows.
Regardless, though, the ace-8 is in a great spot, but maybe... I've seen Lachey go in for block bet before. Remember when he had the queen-9 check raise? He doesn't go for it here, but wouldn't have surprised me if he did, just to kind of set the price himself, try to avoid getting bluffed. But now, clear targets are 6 and 5x for Kotelnikov.
Right, which, as played, very likely holdings for Lachey, right?
Yes, of course. You're probably not getting paid off by ace-high anyways, and you block that, so no need to size against that. Should go at least half pot, I would think.
5 seconds.
Looks like he's gone right around that number, Randy. 900,000.
Just shy.
Tough spot, though. For Lachey now, of course.
It's tough because if you don't defend against this bet check bet line at some frequency, you can get a bit exploited. So you do need some kind of defense. And the thing is, Kotelnikov, he can have some strong hands to check back turn as played. You could see him have a pocket pair that's just pot controlling against the paired king. Could be like 9s plus. So it doesn't necessarily need to be an 8x or nothing situation.
Right.
Which makes you want to fold a bit more in this spot.
5 seconds.
And it's not even unreasonable for Kotonikov to value bet like a strong 6, basically a6 in the cutoff that open, as played as 8x. If it was in Lechete's range, like 8-7 check call, they probably would be looking to value bet themselves against the 6 or 5x.
Lachey spending a lot of time and a lot of effort staring down his man, trying to piece out any possible live read, perhaps to tip this one way or the other. Another extension finds its way to the pot. Really a lot of time.
Did you hit like 8-7, 9-8? Did you hit it on the river?
Suspicious of the 8.
Pass.
Oh.
Folds it. So for him to make that comment, he believes that the sizing that Kotonikov has gone with is rated to be trying to get milk value out, you know? Like, he expects that if he was being bluffed in that spot, he might see like 3/4 pot or so.
Yeah, the milky sizing, raising the red flag.
It's a pretty good read.
Very good read.
Doesn't matter what I had, it's the same. He has it or he doesn't have it. I didn't fall King Jack.
I know.
It's polar versus bluff catch. It doesn't matter if I have it or not. It matters if he has it or not. My hand is the same. It's 0 EV hands. Doesn't matter if it's.
Here we go. From 350k all the way up to 3.9 million and 2 queens plus 1.
7-6.
He's actually got a really decent stack now. Naherney. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like it's the first time he's had the opportunity to play a hand that isn't just all in pre-flop. Tonikov.
5 seconds.
One eye on the ladders.
It's much boring table with my wife. Everybody spent the time bank card. One.
Do you want snap call or snap call?
I won't call.
Call but not snap call?
No snap call. No, call is good. Don't wanna race.
What can I raise with?
Trap.
Pocket 8s.
Pocket 8s.
5 seconds.
Not much combos. Pocket 8s.
I don't.
I had 8.
He's going to defend with the 31 million chip stack he has in front of him. Monstrous.
Aye.
9-5 deuce. Not one for him.
Good start.
Checks already.
Honey. Lovely looking flop when you've got 2 queens. 9-5 deuce.
Back. 500,000.
Goes for 2 blinds after that flop. Now Izzy will approach this. Obviously a hand with not much future equity, but does still beat some stuff. How sticky is he going to get, Randy? He hasn't lost a pot for a long time, and sometimes that can lead to overconfidence. Here we go.
1,100,000.
Maybe that's exactly what we're witnessing here.
Interesting. He's gone for north of min check raise, expecting Naherney to not float unpaired right now. You know, even hands like Ace-10, Ace-Jack, I guess he just expects those hands to just fold for him to kind of check raise this hand in this spot. Or like King-Queens, even with backdoors, he just doesn't expect it to continue. Perhaps this is player dependent.
Yeah, I think exactly that, Randy. I think you hit the nail on the head. And also perhaps he's having enough faith that if Naherney has a big hand like this, he may just do this and therefore no need to throw good off the bad.
He's
Wow.
chipping up. He had 375,000 not too long ago. Got multiple doubles and, you know, obviously some chip ups. And now he's sitting on 5.875.
And I could live. Missing nothing at the table.
You're good.
Interest has peaked at the...
You're fine.
Okay.
He
With a
wanted to change
clicky
up
check
100K.
raise and then fold to that. Oh, hello. What's going on here?
What's going on here?
Well, action everywhere at the moment. Bonomo trying to eliminate Bahayov. He won't manage it here. Bahayov's ace-deuce holding on just. Bonomo looking for any paint on the river. But somewhere out there, Randy, there were some aces on their back.
Yeah, there was. And a little dent to Bonomo, still sitting on about 18 million chips.
Who had the aces, Randy?
I don't know.
You can't show us aces and take them away.
We don't even know if he won the pot.
All right. Back at the reef. Okay, here we go. Mystery hand. Although we're not quite there. Yeah.
Over to our button, Lachey.
Yeah. Also, Randy, something on a dress. We've been showing Lachey with that Uruguayan flag, but a lot of people have noticed in the chat that
Yeah, unclear.
he's from Romania, so these things done on, I don't know, maybe he lives in Uruguay now. Presented some Uruguayan ID, perhaps a registration, who knows. As it is. Aziz against Liv, here we go, the two big stacks. We've been waiting for these two to play a pot, Randy, for quite some time. Queen, 7, deuce. Aziz is going to knuckle over to Liv. Again, remember, he's the one who sort of raised an eyebrow at that check raise fold a moment ago. Deciding to bet this 7 for minimum on a broken board, Randy, when check to.
Yeah, Bori's hand needs a little bit of protection against overcards. Can get called by worse.
Do we continue after dinner break?
And those are raising chips, aren't they?
They are indeed. Check raising on the
I'm not sorry. Tomorrow.
driest board you could imagine.
This is immediately uncomfortable, especially with the sizing Aziz has chosen to go with. 5x.
Shooting videos.
Bori's going to use her
super long day
position
and tomorrow's gonna
and
be
call,
super short
navigate
day.
accordingly.
So I
But,
think it was
you know,
rushed.
there is some
Like, I think
strength
levels
in
to
Bori's
carry
bet
enough.
calling range, so
And
Aziz has
it's
to
gonna
be
be
a bit careful. But that
it's
King
more
of
gonna
Clubs
be
overcards the rest of the
basically
board.
6 levels,
And now there
five,
could
6
be
levels, and
excuses
that's
if
why
Aziz was going with a semi-bluff. Maybe he's picked up equity to continue once more.
Finishing with them, you're going to play down to 8, so I think it's better. I don't know if you can still do anything about it. Like just cut 2 levels, play 2 levels after dinner break and back and see tomorrow. Because you are going to have like 40 players. There's going to be no pressure whatsoever to reach the final table. So I think it's a smart move. Like it's a holiday destination, 40 players,
Aziz.
no pressure tomorrow.
Following up 1.75. And Randy, not too often we attribute him having improved on that card. Is it, if we're in Liv's shoes, like the King High's probably just check call?
Yeah, exactly that. So maybe we discount the King X. You know, the random check raise bluffs I got there probably don't connect with the King X. If they do connect with the card, it's more so in picking up equity with there it be clubs or a straight draw. She's making another call.
Okay, keeping her man honest for now. Again, remember, she has seen him up to a few things over the last hour. Certainly a player that is capable of getting out of line. Those of you with good ears would have heard a 1 hour dinner break coming up. Do not fret. You will not be subjected to that amount of time without action.
Aziz has a massive range advantage right now because it was limp pre-flops 10, king, queen, these type of hands, like they likely would just raise pre, so you can throw out so much of Bori's strong range that Aziz, if he's bluffing, he can really just keep going hard. especially with that king overcarding the queen.
6.9 million.
It's a slight overbet.
6.9.
Right now I'm going for he tried to work out the pot. Miscalculated slightly.
6.9. He's going for the mean bet right now. And now Bori, she's kind of sold the story that she's got a Queen X type hand as played. You know, bet, call a flop, call another bet. But to see another bet for this many chips, it's very tough to call down here.
Yeah, I'm with you here. I feel like this is kind of, we found ourselves on the turn with one of the weaker hands we continue with, and by the river. At least if we call this card, this hand, then we're kind of calling almost always, right? It's just complete non-belief.
True. You know, it could just come down to a soul read. And Bori, when she was talking to Jeff Platt, saying, you know, I haven't been playing for a while. It's been a while since I've played, but I'm just going with my gut, my instincts.
5 seconds.
And it's often your instincts that really just are the right decisions. So we'll see how Bori continues.
Trying to get something, if I'm man. 9 of clubs perhaps also somewhat problematic.
Sure. But some of these semi-bluffs, you know, they might just catch up there on the river. Maybe Aziz somehow magically found like a straight. Maybe he just flopped the goods.
Oh, she does
She's
make
called.
the call.
What do you got, Aziz? Pocket tens.
What?
Oh my God, he was bluffing with the best.
Someone, you thought you were
hand.
bluffing. What an insane hand. The fuck just happened? Wow, you're so uncomfortable? Wow. Well, my read was good, I guess, but the cards were wrong. Wow.
What in the earth was that, Randy?
6.9.
She went with her live read that he was uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was probably a good call. Turn I bet.
Wow. Randy, that is insane. As we head to this short break, Marcelo Aziz taking the chip lead on all our tables here with 39.9 million chips, courtesy of that monster pot she just took off Liv Bari. But what in the world was that hand?
That was that was some street poker there. She went with her live read that he looked uncomfortable. She just think, you know what? I don't need to think about combos and stuff. He's just full of it. She made the call and he showed down pocket tens.
Yeah, absolutely insane hand. I was going to say, Randy, as we are about to go on about a 15-minute break, that frame kind of a slow burn, a few things beginning to form towards the end, the rise of Joey Chung. But
James,
that hand is just...
Dinner is not going to go so well for Liv Bori. I'll just say that.
It certainly isn't. But for those of you watching, we are going to cut that dinner break down to around 15 minutes. As we go on it, just a quick check to see that it is Sozat Hisu still leading the way, Randy. He's climbed up to 47 million in chips. So guys, please don't go too far. In 15 minutes, Randy will be back. Henry will be stepping in, and we'll work our way down towards the wee hours here in the Bahamas.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move, trust your game, and turn weak hands into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
Looking around for sympathy.
So look at these guys embracing their inner commentators here. Of course, Schulman, a legend of the booth.
Did I hit that?
I have the privilege of working with him during the summers on the World Series of Poker main event night shift. My favorite time of year. Yeah, except for, of course, when I get to hang out with you, Randy.
Look, I don't take any offense. I enjoy listening to you both late night. You know, it gets a little wild sometimes, courtesy of you usually.
You should just be thankful we never work that late. You know. Le Francois, not going to be thankful for this 3-bet, which is incoming from Kristen's button. Pascal was pretty steady yesterday. Performed quite well during his time at the featured table, but his holding here lacks durability in the face of 675. Yukomainen releasing ace-8.
Yeah, and didn't think this table could get any more tough adding Pascal Lefrancois. He's very accomplished in both no limit hold'em and 4-card. Ace-10 suited should get him into some trouble as he takes this one out of position. 1.6 in the middle. 30 big blinds back for Foxen.
Ace-10 deuce. Le Francois finds top 2. And all of a sudden, it is the ace-king that has issues. Kristen, 3.1, just shy of 2 SPR. Le Francois happily checking it over to her. The king of hearts working hard.
This is just a dream spot for Pascal. And even for ace-king, this flop is amazing. Starts off with 1/3 pot. And Pascal doesn't necessarily need to check raise in this spot. His hand is so strong, still stacks ace-king, ace-queen. If he does check raise, he'll probably come in small, but I kind of prefer check call, just knowing that Kristen Foxen is very aggressive.
5 1/4. Oh, Le Francois using the time bank here. I mean, there is some dampness in terms of texture, but I would imagine, Randy, you favor the check call, or do you like putting in the raise?
I favor check call, but I can definitely see why he would consider raising, because he's out of position and he doesn't close the action. So it could just come like queen of hearts and it could just go check check against some pot control ace king, and he's stacking out raising chips, it seems, right now.
Yep.
I just don't see how she can get away. Especially if the king of hearts helps for added equity in case you are behind.
1.3, of course, in terms of sizing, though, Randy, is absolutely beckoning for Chrissy to jam.
I kind of think there's more merit to calling, just calling off turn.
I mean,
because if my opponent is check raising some gut shots, they're drawing very slim. You've got the king of hearts, which blocks some of those outs. For example, if your opponent had like queen jack of clubs, you're just not really looking to get away.
This really does scream strength from Le Francois, you know, especially when you consider his stack depth versus Chrissy's. These are meaningful sizings being explored. And he understands as a pre-flop 3-better, Foxen could be interacting in a very healthy way with this particular board. A willingness to check raise you don't think comes courtesy of a draw, which is something that Foxen has picked up on the arrival of a jack. So 4.2 in the middle, 1.8 in front of Chrissy, and I would imagine it's going to get asked for here.
Yeah, easy jam for Francois on the turn. Jack, of course, gives Foxen a lot of outs. You want to protect against that. There's only 1.8 million back, 4.2 in the middle, so less than half the pot. I think the key decision here is what does Foxen do?
Oh, man.
I think she's just priced in.
Yeah.
She doesn't like it, but what
No.
if you're up against Ace-Queen?
She does not like it. Ace-Queen doesn't feel like it pursues this particular line with high frequency. And
Probably right. Yeah.
Foxen, who made such a deep run this summer at the World Series of Poker main event, broke hearts when she showered. Is she going to get rinsed with the best of it pre here? Needs to find the jack, the queen, or the king. And instead, the ugly duckling brings Chrissy's time here to an end. And
that's
she
disappointing.
Yeah, she doesn't make a big deal out of it.
No, nothing she can do. She's got top pair, top kicker.
Can we cut back and just see whether or not Foxen has him in a headlock? Okay, no. You know, you got to ask questions. You go over to someone's house and they're ironing their sheets. That's probably got to take your shoes off at that household. King, queen.
I imagine you're a shoes off guy. Can't imagine you letting anyone walking around your house.
Yeah, we tend to take the shoes off.
There we go.
Yeah, but I don't iron my sheets, for what it's worth. I
No,
do
you-
raise my king queens.
You've got a guy for that.
Even under the gun. Offsuit, newly doubled stack, going to work. 8-9 suited for Jaffe, uninterested. Carry with king jack of hearts. Dominated on the button. Curious as to what exactly it is that's lurking.
Yeah, a bit scary. Obviously, Zlotnikov opening under the gun off, 13 blinds. That is a fairly narrow range. King Jack suited, he deciding probably the worst hand he'll peel with here. And Negreanu with the 3-bet jam from the big.
Pocket tens.
That's 9.
Kid Poker rips it in.
1,030,000.
Good luck.
Thanks, bud.
What's that, G? What do you think?
Yeah, this is actually tough now for Zlotnikov with Kerry having call behind. There certainly can be traps in Kerry's range.
Jungle, jungle.
Negreanu, of course, going to be jamming pretty tight here. Against under the gun off 13 and a button peel. Yeah, I like this fold.
1,030,000.
1,030,000.
And obviously, see a jam would have been the best route.
Are you feeling lucky? You feel like you're behind, though, right?
Yeah.
Just seems that way. Just the way the vibe is going.
Bit of table talk here as he engages Carey. Absent the king queen, Carey performing far better, of course.
Doing the math.
Yeah.
Going up yesterday because I couldn't figure it out.
Very hard, I think, to ever find a fold here. Getting more than 2-1 against, sub 10 blind jam. Obviously, as I mentioned, Negreanu going to be a tight range, but a tight range includes hands like this, and he just performed really
He's
good
got
against.
this camera, all the cameras. If you have 2 overs, you're in good shape. Oh, you do. You have just enough to have 2 overs.
So Carey has made the call.
Come on, baby. Let me win a flip one time. Come on, baby. Let me win this flip.
Good luck.
Thanks.
I'm rooting for Jack or a King just for the sake of my ears, aren't we?
Put
Wow.
a 10 out there.
Just a song. It's a bit
Brutal
much.
from you, James.
Oh, no. I take it back, chat.
Damn it. I never want to fucking flip.
Plenty of time.
Shit. Come on. Hit me with something stupid. Fuck.
Not over quite yet, but you can see Negreanu's dismay as the jack reveals itself.
Okay. Now I need a king or an 8.
Queen on the turn. Might he find the backdoor 8 or king for a straight? He's put himself back in his seat. But the river.
I had no fun today at any point from the start. Once we sat down, it was nothing about this was fun for me.
Eliminates Negreanu.
So tilt. I have to leave now, right?
You can get your phone.
Confirmed.
We're all very
I can get my phone.
Silver
Ay,
linings.
ay, ay.
The fans are as upset as you are.
It's so sick today.
He's gonna get so much hate.
I should have 4-bet him like I fucking knew he was fucking around. First hand with the king queen. Damn it. I knew you were fucking around, but I said let's take a flop. Tilt.
All right, GG DNX.
Yeah. Chat. Bidding a fan favorite adieu as Negreanu can go no further.
He's happy. There's a device.
Yeah. Quiet guys left.
He's not quiet. Yeah, I'll take a beer and it will be.
By the way, the bucket hat has become sort of the headwear du jour
I
out
just
here on
fold
these
a wing
features.
hand.
It's island appropriate, though. You know what I mean?
It is island appropriate. But only I'd say one poker player in particular started wearing one and made it acceptable for everyone else.
How are you talking about Phil Ivey?
I was going to say Phil Ivory, but sure.
Yeah, well.
Fold's looking good. I know I'm in good shape against the button hand. Thinks for a while, knowing what he has, I'm kind of rooting for the fold. Thinks for all he calls with king jack suited. No, let me win the damn flip one time. Oops, sorry, that was loud. That was way too loud. I said such aggro. It's getting it out. Steam. So tilt. So yeah, just gotta win. If I win either the king jack suited against the nines, lose that. Tens against king jack suited, lose that. If you don't win when you put all your chips in the middle, you cannot win at poker. It's impossible. I've come to that conclusion. Especially in tournaments. In cash, maybe you can. You could like never go all in and win. But in tournaments, if you don't win the all-ins, you just lose. So now we gotta figure out what
Verified.
the hell we do it the rest of the day. I got these people up in my grill, right?
Sage.
Looking for me to do something stupid. Too late. Already did.
From Negreanu.
So tilted. What a shitty ass day this. Okay.
Maybe you're gonna win the high roller.
Well, I don't know, man. We're gonna take a breather. How about that? Let's take a breather. I think that's probably the play.
That's fair.
I think that's the play. As my coach. Okay. Breather time.
WPT also chips in a bit.
Okay. Bucket hat of Randy. I've never seen him without that bucket hat on.
So, a three-way, but we have a dry side pot at the moment.
We do indeed. And a 10-5-3 flop. Gives Yakman some hope.
So in dry side pots, you usually give the player betting into it more credit.
Right.
Just because, you know, you have to show down against the player who is all in. Bonomo with the best of it, 2-8s.
I wonder if Bonomo ever wants to bet now, having seen Bedell check twice. Kind of need a bit of protection, perhaps.
Yeah, against ace high, I could see that. Does check it once more, though.
And he will win this pot, assuming Bedell doesn't do anything untoward.
I think these eights would just check it back with a jack coming out.
Yeah, Yakman is like hopeful, declares I have a pair. But that is the end of his run. Former main event final tableist out in Vegas. More familiar though, Randy, in the European PLO games.
Nice deep run for Yakman. We'll have to settle for this finish. And now we go back. Winger, ace-jack suited and finds the jack. Flew into that one, didn't he?
He really did. Strikes gold against Finaro. Still has to fade two more. Two become one. Just the king. The path for Finaro to redraw on this one.
Oh, and he crashes.
Randy,
Good luck.
the best hand won, but it certainly didn't feel fair.
Yeah, thanks guys. Good luck.
Fair play
That hurts.
to Winger, wishing the rest of the table good luck as he departs in a cruel fashion.
Yeah. Like, he did like steps. He told
Yeah,
me
my friend, you get 80 grand, but you can't keep the mic. You need that
like
back.
No, not quite, but you know, we don't always need to follow the solvers. Follow our gut.
Here we go. And that's what I love about seeing these events. Although the players involved, all regulars in high rolls, here we go then. Look at this, Randy.
Oh, Shulman. This is a fan favorite, but he's in huge trouble. I just really can't see a situation where he doesn't squeeze jam off of 20 bigs remaining.
And that's what he's done. 20 bigs, finding the middle. Joey Licking his lips.
Never folding. Well, chat, if you guys love Shulman, better send your energy to him now. He needs it.
Well, we have seen the Ace Queen get there against Ace King a couple of times in the last few hours.
Shulman, use your one time. Come on. For the fans.
Shulman's not using his one time.
Shulman, use it.
In this one.
Ace Queen has done it to Ace King once. Just use it before the flop comes out. Okay. He's not using it. Here we go.
Yeah, he should have used it, Randy.
Ouch. Look at that flop.
Really up against it, although, of course.
Good job.
Yeah. That would be acceptable on a jack or a 3. Otherwise, queen and queen only for the double up.
Oh, chop it up. Man, he didn't even spend his one time, and he gains chips there. There you go, Nick Shulman.
And no emotion shown by Nick. Head down, cap down.
No llegó ahí de ninguna manera.
Pulls it back. Well, Nick with a chance to further his course here with 2 10s in the hijack.
Nice start.
For a man who spends a lot of time commentating, he doesn't talk much at this table, Randy.
It's all business time right now, all right? Give the man a break.
I don't want to give him a break. I mean,
like,
he's a
give
star.
A couple nines over to Steve and get stacked.
Yeah, his next break. He just rivered a jack for a chop, and now he's been dealt into a very likely double up spot.
Yeah, this is pretty big cooler off of 22 bigs. And Shulman's going to want to 4-bet rip this hand. It's not the type of hand you want to just call with off of these stacks when you have plenty of fold equity.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to play this one out of position. Obviously, with 2 10s, plenty of overcards could arise that could complicate things post-flop. And Steve, yeah, he's going to have to call this one off. Shulman could easily be jamming worse pairs in this spot as he snaps it off.
Yeah, the face says it all, Randy. You always hate seeing the one up. That's what it is here.
Big, big pot.
If you hit this too, you're just chosen for this tournament.
Did he say not on the flop?
I think he said 9 on the flop.
Oh.
Would make more sense.
Randy, I don't think my ears are working today.
No, 9 on flop. Shulman. Hammerlock. Oh, you might not need a 9 to win, Steve. An 8 would do it.
4 across. Wow.
Shulman's up.
He's going for the stand-up. He's trying everything today.
Ooh. Oh, did Shulman just know?
No, Randy. No. Not like that.
It just didn't feel right as he stands up and the 8 falls and destroys his dreams of being this super main champion.
Oh, GG's, Nick. Great run. At least flashed a smile on the way out the door. How did he stayed sitting? Well, very warm welcome back to the Atlantis here in the Bahamas for continuing coverage of the $25,000 super main event. 50 mil guaranteed in this one, Randy. We've got 6 million for first. And you've been doing commentary with me long enough to know that this stage of the tournament is always one of my favorite stages. This is, you know, towards the end of the day where every decision could make or break hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equity. And bearing in mind these guys have been grinding now for the better part of 3 days, it's one of those points where fatigue can set in. You know, let's see who's been putting the work in away from the tables to just stay mentally agile coming into these, you know, crucial spots.
Yeah, I will say that I'd imagine that for the remaining players, that adrenaline is definitely kicking in, even if there is some fatigue. Just because how often are you in the biggest guarantee in poker history with less than 100 players remaining and can play for $6 million for the top prize.
Yeah, hopefully not too many carbs consumed on that dinner break. You don't want to come back feeling a bit, you know, drowsy at the table. Tell you who's not going to be drowsy is our tournament chip leader, Surzat Hisu, coming back with 146 big blinds. And I was just scanning over on the WSOP Plus app, some huge names left in the mix. You know, you've got Justin Bonomo, we've got Chris Moneymaker, Jonathan Jaffe, Nick Petrangelo, Roland Rakita, Mustafa Kanat, just to name a few. And when you think of how so many people qualified in through satellites, qualified in over on GG, people that perhaps don't have as much experience to the likes of, you know, someone like Jonathan Jaffe or Bonomo or Kanat, how much of a role do you think tournament experience, like making these day threes, kind of comes into effect?
It's so very important. You know, these players who have shipped big tournaments, they know how to navigate, they know what to do when the big money is on the line. So I want to say that we're going to see some really big names at our final table eventually.
We're going to see some scared money.
That
Scared
also.
money don't make money. You know what they say is we throw it down to the main stage once more. See who we can spot out in the mix. So Roland Rakita, you see there. Is that Webster Lim? Yeah, that is Webster. Jack Salter, Orpin Kisachoglu. Just saw Shulman just brutalized there for a huge 11.5 million chip pot. Eamon in the chat saying the poker gods don't like the stand-up.
All right, players, welcome back from that dinner break, guys. We have a new level here. Small blind 150,000, big blind 300,000, big blind ante 300,000. Dealers shuffle up and deal 150, 300, 300. 81 players remaining. Good luck, everyone.
You heard the man. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. Good luck to the remaining field. Palm table, Lagoon table, Reef table. We got Moneymaker, chip leader. Over on the Reef table, we got Sorrel Mitzi, chip leader on the Lagoon, and Ren Lin, chip leader on the Palm table. Just want to have a look at all of the names. Which table would I least like to be on, Randy? I'm going to say Lagoon.
Lagoon's your pick?
Yeah, it looks
strong.
tough. Yeah, it's a strong table. Shout out to all of the viewers with us. What we got? We got 10,000 people over on YouTube, the World Series of Poker YouTube channel. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've been enjoying the show. We've had Arlene Najard, James Dempsey, and Randy Liu in for most of the day. Let us know who you're rooting for. Any friends or family still in the mix?
Wow. You just gotta ask. That's all you gotta do.
Whereabouts?
Don't look. Why would you look?
You're watching from.
Ace four. Take it and run. Don't pain. No pain. What if you looked at aces there? It's okay.
Padded Cave saying that Shulman hand
Oh,
stung.
you took it away from me, huh?
Didn't do.
You want more?
That was so good. Yeah, I was taking it by the handful. That's not all you have, right?
Who's
No,
Bruges
not
saying?
lots more?
To you as well?
I actually ordered that come on
How's it go,
Amazon on
man?
break.
You would have seen a flop.
Xylitol is like, I don't know. I heard it's the real deal.
I give you one more.
Josh saying he's rooting for the people with personalities. I think we got a few of those left in the mix. Some very likable and talkable characters.
So we could see a little bit of slow play at this point from some players because there is a pay jump if you get to top 75. Currently we have 81 remaining.
Yeah, really getting down to the business end of the tournament, Randy, not to state the obvious, but so much on the line here, including pay jumps just round the corner. 6 more eliminations. The players are going to be walking away with an additional $24,000 as Ana Marquez, who bagged the chip lead on day 1B, I believe.
Don't think it was 1B.
1C?
1C sounds more accurate.
I didn't need.
With the queens.
I know. I had no time. I had to get something from my room. And then Minjong just landed.
Dave
so.
saying Moneymaker just keeps winning. He just seems to get it done, man. I mean, he's been out in the
Better enter my
Tritons, won a title over there. Then he was in the 1-3 cash game. He was here the other night playing 5-5 PLO. I saw him win a $30,000 pot in a 5-5
Oh, really?
PLO game. And
So
now here he is with 80 left in the
pretty much
25K.
Doesn't matter what kind of field you send it to Moneymaker, he just knows how to adjust accordingly.
He really does. Adjust is a great word. There he is on your screens. Flamingo saying, Henry, my condolences to your co-worker, Nick Schulman. That was rough, man. That was rough. Brady Vance saying, Phil Hellmuth busting out in the stone cold bubble is still poetic. We live in a simulation. Feels like that.
You're really pushing that narrative, aren't you? You think we do?
Hey, I didn't say it. I'm talking. This is what the viewers are saying, Randy.
Oh, okay. Comes Alex Linsky, one of Australia's finest. I suppose a little bit lesser known than the likes of Michael Adamo and Cale Burns. Koska's been nursing a big stack for a lot of this day 3. Looking for another duckling. Out goes Moneymaker.
I want to say this is a bit of a wide pill against the +1 open with the deuces, but what do I know? He's got the best of it on the 10-6-3. But against that +1 open, especially given that like Linsky's got 4.6 back as well. It's not like we're going to play huge pots. Or win huge pots rather when we do flop the set.
It's all about constructing that flattening range from the small blind. Feels that there's enough pocket pairs that he doesn't want to c-bet. Pocket pairs won't be looking to check fold on this texture. Deuces looking quite strong. Would like to see a bet here from the deuces just because there's so many cards that counterfeit them. And it just seems so unlikely he's behind after a flop check back from Linsky.
He's getting laid a great price, but yeah, the ace-8 just correctly hitting the muck. Linsky down to 15.5 big, so still hour-long clock. Plenty of opportunities, one would hope, to see him spin up a stack here. And yeah, that is Chris Moneymaker, ladies and gents. Over here we got Mustafa Cannet. Andy Nee, Ana Marquez. Dustin H saying, what are we playing down to tonight? That's a great question, my man. We are playing 10 levels. So this being level 7. So we've got about 4 more hours of coverage today. I think we're probably going to get down to, what do you guys think, 35 or so? 35 players, be my guess.
We started with 297. Definitely lots of eliminations so far.
Funky Frank Fanaro. Love seeing him in these. It's a bit of a large field specialist.
See this Jack 8 offsuit get involved against the min race. Need to look for opportunities soon with that kind of stack size.
This is on the button, Randy.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
It's just that he took
no. This
enough
is
time
the
I
problem.
expected.
This is the problem with this stage of the tournament, unfortunately, and I do apologize in advance to the viewers. Is
no.
there's going to be stalling now. There are going to be people on those 10, 15 big blind stack depths that are max time banking their pre-flop decisions because we're just 5 away from a 24K ladder, which for a lot of people is a lot of money. Now, if you want to qualify into some of these events and, well, win a lot of money yourself, head on over to GG Poker. If you haven't already signed up, we've got a little promo for you. Paradise 2024, that's the code. We'll get you a $50 ticket into the Weekender. Min deposit of $20 required. If you are grinding tonight whilst watching the stream, let me know what you're playing. Would love to hear some deep run stories on your Tuesday night grinds. Apologies to all the Americans watching this one and hearing me say the word Tuesday.
The best spot to be.
Like no real point.
Yeah, that's
It's Tuesday, isn't it,
Okay, I
Randy?
win because my
Tuesday, mate.
It's Tuesday, mate. Taco Tuesday?
I know it's
absurd.
MGM's way more
They got him to
stingy
go
than
to
like
Dubai.
It's the best.
No.
It's the best
I mean, the only has to pay. Yeah.
Most, I mean, it costs a lot to play to get a court, but courts are so good.
It's like they only give you free rooms in like 2 increments, so you have to like switch
Who's
every 2
saying
nights.
you'd never play poker whilst modding here?
Like, yeah.
You're too good at your job, mate. That's why.
All right, Steve, yeah, ace queen. He's the one that did show him in the dirty.
That's a good raise. I fold.
Right, his walkout song should be, yeah, 3x by Usher. Just saying. Tim Warrensley just busted 5th. Got Tomato playing the hyper turbos over on GG. Good luck with your grinds. See if anyone wants to give, yeah, some action. Are we going with yeah or yeah?
I think it's the former.
Hell yeah. That's what
Am I
I'm
going
going
crazy or did you change your shirt on break?
I just take off
You
my.
did, okay.
So very
Maria Magic.
defendable and playable Jack 10 of diamonds.
I know, I'm always careful with you, man. Come on. You know that. How much you start with?
14 something, 14.5.
Okay.
So deep stacks for this hand.
Wow, as dry a texture as the dealer can roll off King 5 deuce rainbow. That is, oh yeah, given that he opened from +2. If it was like King 8 deuce, with like the 8 of diamonds, I could potentially get behind a check call or maybe even a
Too
check
dangerous.
raise. But yeah, the King 5 deuce just way too
Very nice hand.
ambitious for the Jack 10 to stick around.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Can't say on what place did D-Negs bust. Good question. Let me head back through the payouts. I know it was a while ago.
I'm thinking to learn how to play golf.
Golf?
Yeah.
Really, eh?
Yeah, I don't know. They say it's a very mind game, so I like it.
I've never played golf.
I mean, I haven't really either,
Yeah.
but some
It's a
friends.
terrible game. Don't learn.
It's a
You look
terrible
like you
game?
play a lot of golf.
I've gotten back into it. It's
Yeah.
miserable.
Why?
I mean, it just you just have to
Golf
practice
is
and play
great.
so much to get anywhere, and then you hit a wall, and then it's like just a constant struggle. If you
Yeah.
go into it like with no
It is a
expectations,
constant
it
struggle.
could be fun.
Golf is great.
You get better pretty fast, but it's like you can't. It's so hard to get good, like, and it's such a like very miserable and frustrating game.
Okay, okay. I mean,
Sounds like
I'm not
Frankie's been
planning
having
to
a
compete
rough
or
time
anything
out there
like
on
that,
the
just to have
course.
fun with my friends
D-Nex
and
busted in
just
170th
learn something that is
for
good
67,300.
mindset or to learn about it for myself.
It's also like hard to
Three
even get
more.
good enough
Think
to
about
play
it.
on like a golf course. Like it might take like a year of like practicing, like you know, twice a month or something for a year to get competent enough to even go out there.
And he's going to jam Jack 10 offsuit with 13 bigs. And he's going to get action. Mizzy's got pocket eights.
Yeah,
Good luck, chaps.
Like
Hand is just too strong. He's going to be jamming worse pairs. Suited aces. That just has 1 over to the eights.
Oh, I thought that was Mustafa. I thought he was being a bit quiet.
How much is that again? Just 3-8. Thank you.
Asking for a count. He's got 0 intentions of calling.
fair fight.
Cards on their backs. Very fair fight. Slight advantage to Mitzi.
Don't worry about that.
King 10, 3. Mitzi's 8s shrinking in value size as Andy has found a pair of 10s.
That looked like it was a good card. Yeah.
Mitzi drawing to 2 outs once to eliminate knee. Ooh, that was close again. Doesn't find it. Andy Knee back up to 8.2 million.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
I don't play
Andy and Sorrel has been
Yeah, foresight is 9 or 10.
quite a lot of battles. As we move on over. Hijack open from Chen, ace-9 suited. So far looks standard.
So saying field size of 79, meaning we're 4 off of a $24,000 ladder. The last of the 5-figure scores. Well suited ace-X on ace-X violence. It's a spicy one. Chen's got an inside straight draw. Darren with that nut flush draw.
It's going to be kind of hard for Chen to win this pot.
Feels like it, right? The button flatting range on a queen 10-8. Scared of 8s, 9s, 10s, suited broadways.
Yeah, you could even just see Chen just check folding the flop. Especially because, you know, some of his outs are tainted by spades. Elias going to start things off with 525,000. It's a very cheap bet, but not much for ace-9 to continue with, despite having the best hand at the moment.
Yeah, just lets it go. Not interested in chasing gut shots out of position against a very competent Darren Elias. Just 4 away from a ladder. Then I would expect the pace of play to pick up a little bit. Andy in the chat saying, is this live? It is indeed. Both myself and my co-commentator, Nanonoko, are watching the same delayed feed as you guys. We're at about a 30-minute delay to obviously protect the integrity of the game. Really getting to the business end of this tournament now.
So Matt Glantz, I believe he's sitting on a pretty short stack.
Looks like a nub, doesn't it?
Yeah, I just see
This
pinks at the moment.
small tower of pinks.
Are you ready? Lean over.
That's the jam. Oh no.
It's not good for me.
It's bad, man.
6-3, man. Lance would happily spin the wheel given the opportunity.
Not having a good sweat. Need like paint first or something.
Imagine like peeling the cards and sweating with the big blind in, and you know it's a close spot that dominates the hand. You know, he's got like I don't know, like Jack 8 suited or something. You know.
My favorite one was at my first ever Triton. So in Madrid, Brewers effectively jammed under the gun at the final table of, I want to say, one of the short deck events. It's like 6 left. And it's Rob Young in the big blind. And they're sat next to each other. And Rob goes, do you want to sweat? First card an ace. And they start peeling the second one. It's another ace. And Brewer's face just drops, man. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, you can get some fun sweats. Appreciate the people out there always trying to make it a little bit more exciting for themselves.
Okay,
well,
go time?
Certainly is. And what is this, Randy? This is 6.5 bigs effective. I guess Moneymaker calls off.
Yeah, he's most likely just priced in with 9/8 suited. You know, gotta play it for chips.
Big blind gonna get out of there. So Glance is gonna be all in at risk, but he's by far the favorite here. Not even fearful.
3 away. I don't know if I should,
Oh, wait.
should I use all my time backs.
Wait, why did Moneymaker jam?
I don't think
His
it's
opponent just has
so
50k back. Just keeping it simple. Just none of these shenanigans.
Really good shape.
Famous last words, like Chris Moneymaker.
The money must be
I
made.
didn't listen to Matt Glantz on this one. I didn't have a hand, and I still bet.
Huh. Surprised to see him jam that.
For the last 50k?
Yeah.
He's old school, you know?
Yeah, he is old school. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Spend on 70
Yeah. 2,050,000. All right.
I think it's 190.
Go for the prepaid.
1,950, I think.
973, and Randy, I tell you what, when you get it in with the 9/8 against pocket tens, you don't mind that flop.
Not really the best flop I was looking for.
What's that now?
Not the flop I was looking for.
Exactly.
I like that.
No cap,
Gives me
Glance.
At least a little hope.
Ha
I got too many outs now.
Terrible thing.
Picks up additional
Took away
outs.
my 8
10,
blockers.
9, 5. 8 outs once for Moneymaker to really grim Glance here. 4 off of a pay jump. Oh!
Oh, that's annihilation.
Good luck, guys.
Oh, the set that Glance didn't need to find on the river. Sends him packing in 79th.
Yeah, it looks so.
I'll be the first
It's
to
in
tell you, I always
fantastic shape to get the double up. I mean, got it in against the perfect holding.
Huh?
That's how the money's made.
I don't know if that's how the money's made, but
The poker gods had other plans. Randy, Moneymaker, is making a run for it here.
maybe I made a little bit of money for you guys.
It's early, but I'm starting to
One
think
more
this
step
is Moneymaker's tournament to down tens of 9/8 suited. You know, that's difficult.
Bro, can you imagine 21 years removed, the man that sent one of the biggest, if not the ever biggest poker booms throughout poker history, to then win the first ever super main? And we just get the Moneymaker effect 2.0? Are you kidding me?
You remember me? Yeah. Moneymaker once again. He's on pace.
Dude, there's 78 left.
I know, it's a real possibility.
It's a real possibility. Alex saying, I've never seen so many disgusting runouts in a single tournament. How many days coverage has it been now? I mean, this is day 3. We had 3 day ones that we covered, day 2. So with 5 days in it, it does feel like some people have been really grimmed.
I've seen some pretty insane hands as well. It's been very good coverage for you guys to feast on. Elias, pocket 4s. Not looking to play. Especially with so many players back behind him that might squeeze him off his pocket pair.
What did Chen have for dinner? Popping it up with the King 6 from UTG.
Yeah, we've seen these suited kings activate at a relatively high frequency these days in first 2 or 3 positions. Pretty much the next best thing besides the suited aces.
Sorry? I was asking Darren how much he's playing. 'Cause I just have tough time seeing his stat from his 8.
Johnny Hicks making a
as
great
well.
point. Saying this tourney wouldn't exist
more like
if it
9.
wasn't for Moneymaker.
Oh, we'll call it 8.
1, 5, 7, 5.
Butterfly effect and all
8.
that.
I said we'll call
I
it 8.
have to agree
Yeah,
with
what?
you.
I said we'll call it 8.
It's 8, 9, 50.
I know, we'll call it 8. We'll call it 8.
Okay, let's call it 8.
Starts with an 8.
I'm offended.
I'm getting too old. I cannot see. I've got glasses on the order, though.
He's getting fatigued, Randy, because he'd normally be watching his Netflix show.
Here so I can see the damn cards.
Oh, yeah, he likes to have the iPad out on the outer tables.
48. Yeah, 41?
38.
38.
Call it 40.
I was 4. What's that?
Call it 40.
When I was 40, I had perfect vision. And every year since, it's just been going downhill. It sucks. I
Well,
used to use +1 readers, now I'm to +4.
with this
Got my
cash
first pair
here,
of
could afford
glasses,
laser eye
ankle glasses
surgery.
coming when
Chris,
I get home.
I have a guy. I have a couple of guys. Feel
Did you
free
do
to
the LASIK recently?
Hey, feel free to slide into my DMs and.
You got a referral code, don't you?
Yeah, I got that affiliate code. You know I've got affiliate codes for everything, Randy, including laser eye surgery. But yeah, I'll fly you down to Bolivia, to some garage.
Yeah.
Only like 12,
Not
13
so
guys.
sure. It better be a good price.
13 a minute ago.
15?
You can call it whatever you want.
What a flop here for Chen, bottom 2 pair. And LaFrancois has got firepower. Start with a C-bet on the flop. Try texture too. Blocks continues with the ace of hearts, 5 of spades, blocking straight draws a little bit. Might just see Chen just check raise now.
Makes sense, right, with bottom 2.
Yeah, I think you're more likely to slow play if you're holding top 2 pair, just because you block King X with that holding. With bottom 2, you know, you want to just build a pot against King X. That can certainly pay off.
Don't want to get count of it as well, right?
Sure. You need to charge a little bit.
1.8, a little 4x here. I think if the sizing was a bit smaller, perhaps Francois gets creative with that ace of hearts, sees a turn. But this stack depth, just 7.9 back, be a bit ropey.
Yeah, there's less room to maneuver, of course, against the bigger check raise size, but you can kind of feel like he wants to continue. But you know, if he does and he's wrong,
Thought I
his
had
stack
aces.
is just
Go back and
destroyed.
Look, and it was ace 4. I was like, wait a minute, that might not be aces. Used to be a joke when I was younger, but this time I was real. I was like, wait a minute. If I were to raise, I had to go back and look. Are you in Pennsylvania?
I'm in Jersey.
Jersey?
I went to high school in Pennsylvania.
I knew you were up there somewhere. I knew you were working with Betty and GM up there.
Yep.
Does Tom bother you a lot?
Oh, yeah. All the time.
Trying to text me today. I'm like, man, I don't want to hear from you today. Leave me alone.
Leave me alone, Tom.
Trying to play a poker tournament. He's pretty good people.
Yep.
I still hate you, Tom.
Chris has got jokes, man. Moneymaker bringing some very dry banter and table talk to the mix as the unnecessary pre-flop tanking continues. 2 away from that pay jump.
Yeah, we're close to bursting that little unspoken bubble.
Wow, Chris. Flicking into the call with
He can do no wrong right now, Henry.
5-3-0, man. I mean,
wow. You know, you see that flop?
How does he just find this? He finds the 10-4 deuce. Linsky with just queen high. Brutal stuff for the Australian. Should really just get the raise and take through. Instead, he's going to lose to 5-3. Assuming that Chris calls and turn bricks. Gets the +1 open. See how spicy Chris wants to play this one.
There's definitely opportunities for Linsky to win the spot, of course, depending on the turn card. A lot of turn barrels do come in. That one not being the card that Linsky will be looking to double barrel.
Do we lead this turn here in Moneymaker's shoes?
I could see it, right? Obviously, he's got clean outs, and he's on to the same page you are, Henry. Shout out $1 million.
Yeah, 1 million to 2.5. Good for 40% pot. Linsky lets out a bit of a sigh. Waste no time, though. Let's go the queen high. Moneymaker. Making money, Randy.
He's still outplaying everyone.
All these years later. It's sick, though, because he's probably going to play 5-5 if he busts.
It was a PLO game or no limit game?
The 5-5 was a PLO game, and he won. I saw him win a $30,000 pot.
How many blinds is that?
Good luck working that one out, mate. It's like 6,000 blinds, whatever.
6,000 blinds. It's kind of crazy to me that he's, you know, willing to play those stakes and, you know, keep the fans happy. You know, that's pretty nice of him. But, you know, these big opportunities.
He just loves the game, man. Like, I was speaking with some of the guys that work closely with him. And it was the same at Triton, right? He was like playing 25Ks, 50Ks, 100Ks, and then he was playing 1-3, no limit, at the resort that we were at in Montenegro. Just sick.
He's a great ambassador for the game. Like, I'm pretty sure most players cannot be bothered to go ahead and spend the few free hours of free time they've got to, you know, hang out and play some poker with, you know, the low stakes games. Like to see it. Quite the advantage for Chen at the moment. Should be going. Heads up to flop. Elias looking to just shave some time off the clock. Hope some eliminations happen elsewhere.
That one seems like a more reasonable tank. Well, that spot rather, not the hand, but from the big blind.
Yeah, well, Memphis
Ouch.
I mean,
Uh-oh.
Is he just drawing dead?
probably,
He's got running diamonds, but yeah, pretty cooked.
around the border.
What a great name, by the way. MC Michael.
We moved there. My in-laws.
You think he
lived
DJs
there.
much?
Second they started
See,
building a
Michael.
house, they sold their house and moved
It's
there.
not DJ Michael, all right?
Yep.
Just out there
Me too.
MCing.
I used to live in Nashville when I was a kid.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's where I lived when I won. And I met
Chen's
my
not
wife.
going to
I
be
lived
going
there for
anywhere.
15 years.
There is one card
How long has it been since you've been back?
on
My
the
dad coached
turn.
football at Vanderbilt.
One card, Randy,
He asked for a 30 million chip pot
for a
now.
30 million chip pot.
You still coach?
He's retired now.
Football?
Don't you dare.
Football, yeah.
Okay, 5 of hearts is still a troublesome card for Chen,
Pretty cool growing up in that life, I would imagine. That's awesome.
who is now officially drawing dead.
Vandy wasn't any good, but
No.
still fun.
No, yeah.
A little better now. I
Yeah,
guess.
clearly a
Yeah,
disastrous
yeah,
card
good
for
this year.
Chen as the turn under his
You
pair.
going to work with him at all? Or?
Nines could easily still be best.
Kind of unrelated, but so I'm sitting down in the Bahamas.
River card is
here.
going to be the big decision.
I think it was 2 years ago. And I took my dad
This
passed away,
juncture?
so my mom's with me.
1.7
And,
million.
we're out at dinner down here with me and a couple other pros and her.
Because it's just not unreasonable that McMichael was even value betting like a worse hand, like 8s or 7s,
Be like best friends.
with the current run out.
And then like me and Tom Brady.
Keep diamonds
went to
honest.
dinner and all this stuff.
Maybe some gut shots might be
And,
double barreling like ace 3, ace
just going
4.
on, and you know, she had Peyton Manning had a pet name for my sister. So my mom, you know, leaves, and all the poker players go back and like.
Looks like Chen's going to keep him honest for one more street.
Never met him before.
Sizable pot brewing here. Post dinner break, one of the biggest ones we've had.
I'm just sitting there, and she's losing a little bit, you know, she's a little older, but I'm like,
6
I'm
of
just sitting there
spades, so
listening
the
to
front door
like,
diamonds do break.
What are you doing, Mom?
Trying to think where
Yeah, but everyone's like, oh wow, that's so cool. I'm like,
the natural
that would've been
triple
cool.
barrel bluffs come from.
I mean, triple barrel bluffs, they don't want to contain diamonds because you want the player calling to call, fold, you know, with diamonds, right?
Wow, McMichael with the snap bet, 5.1 into 6.2. Chen maybe just asking himself here, would a hand like queens, kings, aces, bet, especially for this size here, because it is very polar, right? McMichael is basically saying he has aces plus. Don't think you value bet 10s, queens, or kings for this size.
Yeah, and he is basically selling that story to mainly Jack X, right? And for Chen, it is, he does often have pairs like this, you know, 7s, 8s, 9s, the ones that don't make a full house. But he can have a Jack X himself, so it's not like Big Michael can just relentlessly blast
Oh, he's
away. He
paid
makes
him
the
off.
call quickly.
McMichael scooping a 16.4 million chip pot. He's up to 26 million. Little nod of the head. There we go, my man.
Mm-hmm.
McMichael feeling himself, as he should. 77 left. My man looked dialed in on the river as well. As Machado, who has been painstakingly trying to ladder 2 spots, is going to be getting it in very rough shape
Yeah, I know, but
against one of the other short stacks.
what is the rule? You have to be able. You have to do it. Even if it's a short. Yeah, they always have to.
He's stalling right now, in case you're wondering why his other 400K didn't go in, because we are so close to that pay jump. He's going to probably use all his time banks, I think.
I mean, I agree. I just want to know. Pretty obvious.
Use them however you want. Everyone gets the same.
I guess this 90 seconds
I don't think Ray
that is about to be wasted.
Really?
He hates
Ask the
that.
viewers who they're rooting for, whereabouts in the world you're joining us from. I know it's what, 9 p.m. local time. Probably have a lot of people stateside keeping us company. See some people in the chat asking about Dean Eggs. Unfortunately, it was a very frustrating day in the office for him, as the 8s do call it off.
So he does hold on to 2 time banks, realizing it's unlikely 2 players will bust in that short amount of time.
Might need those later. You never know.
There we go. Wishful thinking. No help on the flop, though. Frankie. Wait, who said that? Was it Jibo that said that? Or was it Frankie that said that?
I think it was Frankie.
No 6 on the turn. A black 8 needed for Machado to double up. Doesn't get the ladder that he was stalling for. Jebo, one of the other short stacks, winning a 3.5 million chip pot. He's up to 4.8.
Yeah, someone's got a backpack on.
Backpacker got
See the 76. No, he didn't make it. 76 is the last.
Seat open.
Page jump now.
He does it. He gets it.
Oh, shit.
Creo que ya son 75.
Well, apparently he got the ladder, according to the players at the table. I'm not so sure. Apparently there was someone with a backpack on walking away from one of the outer tables. Well, do believe with that elimination that we have now secured that 6-figure score. 110,200 guaranteed for these final 75 players. Trevor McMichael getting value across 3 streets just moments ago, bossing it up on the reef table. Got Junhee, yeah, doing the same over on the lagoon, and then Ren Lin, 69 bigs on the palm table. 75 left.
48.
If you have chips.
75 left. That means that Macedo likely got 76 and no pay jump.
I think so, Randy. I think so.
Stop calling me, Joe.
Only the 3rd time. 2nd time, maybe?
3rd time. Out of 6. So like 50%.
You just like to open when I have a good hand.
You're welcome.
Sorry.
Okay, so Korean on Korean American action, and look at that flop.
80% of a royal flush draw for my man, Joseph Chong.
550,000.
Yeah, with top 2. This is +1 v hijack. Yeah, continuing for around quarter pot. Chong obviously going nowhere. 6 million back. 3 million in the middle.
Oh, maybe we slip it on over for Steve. Let your opponent catch up, whether it be a flush draw or straight draw.
That's brutal.
Still gonna stab.
900,000.
Look at that bait.
Yeah, less than 3rd pot, and I have to imagine that perhaps Chong just assumes he's getting lead the right price if he was up against like an ace-king. Yeah, he Flicks in the call. Not to state the obvious, ladies and gents, but he does not want to see a spade or a queen. Fortunately for Joe Chong, his draw breaks.
Yeah, given that Steve bet to turn, it seems he's ranging Joseph Chong on ace-X.
225,000.
Chong avoids disaster. Does not know just how close he was from elimination. The queen or a spade rolled off.
Had a royal flush draw.
Yeah, that's
I
what I
was
thought.
hot before in here. I was hot.
Él tiene calor.
The Jesse May in the chat.
You're cold now?
I was hot before,
Hace frío.
but now
If
it's
it
cold.
is,
It's cold. Yeah.
Now it's cold. I'm
That's a
like,
shout
Before
out,
cold
man.
and now it's cold.
yeah.
Poker
We're from Spain.
commentator
I'm from Canada.
extraordinaire.
You're never hot.
Back in the day.
It's the exact same hand as last
I mean,
time.
you're never cold.
Yeah.
I'm always
I
cold.
win cold. I lose. I kill.
Then you get hot all the time.
Raise 600,000.
King's Latvia, who's been on a bit of a tear at this feature table.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Very defendable ace-8 for Funaro. One more big blind.
Funky Frank Funaro. It's another the gun open.
Uh-oh.
Well, he's never seen those 2 million again.
Sure. 7 behind.
Just feels like he has been V-pipping more than most. They can get behind the aggression here from Frank. One of the chip leaders at the table who's been active. Just want to try and push back. Unfortunately, he's running to the Cowboys.
It's interesting he's using ace-8 offsuit. We tend to see this more from the smaller aces. Also 8x, you know, block some of the raise folds from UTG, like 8-9 suited, 7-8 suited.
Raised 4,800,000. Fold.
Interesting to go
Yo
for
tengo
the
una pelea con
non-all-in
Javi
four
porque
bet size there.
o sea, yo creo que en Madrid hace mucho frío. Y Javi, en Madrid no hace
Sí.
tanto frío. Yo que dice que no. A ver, en verano no, ya lo sé,
En verano
pero...
hace demasiado calor. En
Sí,
invierno, a ver, frío,
sí, Randy. Mucho frío.
5
Indeed.
grados. O sea, mucho frío. Lo que pasa tampoco no...
What does that mean?
Means it's very cold.
Normalmente de casa a un sitio, de casa a un sitio.
Sí, sí.
Yo prácticamente en invierno no me pongo ni abrigo.
Calls Madrid home.
Una chaquetilla del coche, trabajo.
Well, I'm just breaking everything. We are.
Yo era así cuando vivía en Washington DC, que llega hasta menos 30. Era así.
I understood that
Pero
part.
no salías a la calle tampoco, estaba siempre. Pero para
How's he fade my royal flush draw
o
there?
sea, ahora donde estamos nosotros es que podemos estar en diciembre y estamos en manga corta por ahí, en la playa.
True. I got lucky not hitting.
Pero bueno,
So lucky.
no es el peor de
you
los
hit the
sitios. He
flush.
vivido en Viena, así que Viena, Washington DC,
El tiempo de Madrid me gusta porque hay un poquito de
invierno.
luego me gusta en verano.
3 in a row for Steve, yeah?
He's loving this. He's up to 26 million.
Sí, sí. Pero justo pasé, tenía que ir a Uruguay y me quedé 2 días.
I'm at 40 if you hit a queen.
See if there's been some other notable eliminations
I did.
No podía dormir.
on the
Las
outer
2 horas,
tables.
dormí 2 horas y
So I
ambas
bet
cenas,
900.
Before break, we saw Shulman eliminated, Alex Keating.
I'm all in.
No, maybe I check.
Lewis Spencer's hit the showers, as has Stephen Chidwick.
Big, you got a little flush and it's show up.
Pablo Silva, Paulie V,
Probably the best in Korea. #1 Korean.
Chris Hunachin, Ollie Shemian out.
Magician too. Korean magic.
Some big bust outs.
Fold. Fold.
Now Funaro's got a hand, ace king suited. 17 bigs.
3.5 million.
Practically reshoving. Looks like it will get through.
You're wearing a sweater too.
I totally like Korea.
Maybe we're in different like area codes because I'm like 5 seconds. I might need to take this off.
That was a show.
Oh. That'll make good TV, right?
Good TV.
That's it.
Let me win one.
So Henry, next pay jump will be at top 48, which is good for a 30K pay jump. Total prize will be awarded $140,000. So a bit of ways from there.
Certainly a ways to go.
Kind of a tricky spot for ace jack.
Definitely prefer this option. It's a pretty big 3-bet, all things considered. Stack depth size, but perhaps Darren just making an adjustment because he knows Moneymaker's going to lean more towards a bit of a looser call than most, so just sizing up.
Couple of 8s for Chen.
Just has to hit the mark. I mean, it's an under the gun open and a +1 3-bet off of 20 bigs.
What has Moneymaker done? It's weird because he's going to fold, but, you know, Elias is, yeah, it is preferable to 3-bet ace-jack in that spot just to avoid confrontation behind. And it looks very strong, but then again, it looks so strong that you have to be very nutted to 3-bet in that spot, you know? Like, sometimes you just 3-bet rip some of your hands rather than 3-bet induce, like 10s, maybe 9s, for example.
That's a good point, yeah.
So
I see what you mean, yeah.
Sometimes, it's rare, but there are players I've seen react like, look, you probably only have like queens plus in this spot, so let me play back at you.
Yeah, you do see hands like 4-bet jamming at that stack depth just to fold out. You know, some pocket pairs,
Yeah,
hands like ace-jack, ace-10.
It doesn't happen often, but just that you need to ask the questions, what will my opponent do with some of the medium strength pairs? And we're going to go here as Linsky jams ace-jack against that under gun open.
Yeah, good luck, Linsky. I mean, he's had a rough stint of it at this feature. Darren knows he's in trouble here.
This is pretty annoying because it's not a big jam. It's already invested 2 big blinds of the 7.5 on request.
Has to call it off. He's never thrilled about it. Even more so now when he sees the ace, Jack, has him dominated. Both his flush draws are live, spades and diamonds working for him. And of course, a cowboy could come to the rescue. Huge spot for Linsky. Just wants to find the hold here to get back up to a very playable 18 bigs. He will do that 73% of the time. See if the Aussie can hold as it comes. Ace, 9, deuce, and that is about as safe as it gets for Linsky's ace-jack. Needs to fade a king, queen, 10 on the turn to just turn Darren dead, which he does. Double up for Linsky. Perfection in the chat saying, is there going to be a 4th day, or does it finish today? There is going to be a 4th day. So we've got about 3 hours left today. So 3 more levels. And tomorrow we play down to the final table. Then on Thursday, the 19th of December, we're playing down to a champion.
Seems like a pretty good proposition. More than one more day of coverage. Crown a champion here.
Tomorrow's a fun one because it could be a very quick path to the final table, and it could also be a grueling day. It really just depends who has chips.
I like watching it because of the high intensity of, you know, who's going to make the final table.
Yeah.
Which players are stepping way over the line and which are being a little more conservative and, you know, trying to pick and choose their battles.
I agree. If you put someone like Moneymaker with the chip lead tomorrow, we could be down to the final table in the blink of an eye, because if he goes on a run, a rush of cards, he's not afraid to play big pots, get involved. +1 open, ace 3-0, 19 bigs. The ace 3 feels close.
A little over 5 behind.
Especially given that Lefrancois opened off of, what, 23, 24 bigs to start the hand?
Interesting texture here for Lefrancois. Gut shot. Kind of that connected nature where if he gets check called, it's pretty confusing. He is going to start with a bet, which is great for clearance. There we go. Happy about that result. These small bets are just so effective, especially with these 20 big blind stacks. They don't really have room to maneuver and start floating and check raising random hands.
A little bit of fatigue settling in. Some of these players, maybe some post-dinner blood sugar level decline. Understandable after grinding for 3 days straight. Get a little bit of a lull in the action. Pace of play has slowed down considerably.
Stacks are level between Elias and Linsky in this blind versus blind spot incoming. 8-7 offsuit should be looking to try to get a cheap flop. The middle portion of your range just likes to take the free flop because players are protecting their limping range from the small blind with limp jam, so you don't want to get blown off a hand like Queen 9 offsuit that no rates to flop all right.
Linsky does give Elias a free looking at the King 8 deuce. The stab is likely to get it done. Linsky, 2 overs to the 8 deuce. Queen high could be good. Decent amount of the time. Yeah, he's going to stick around. Wants to see a turn card.
Yeah, he imagines the Queen high is good often enough, and like you said, 2 overs to the 8 is important in case he is behind.
Unimproved is the Australian. See what Darren comes with.
I think he'd want to slow this one down with his kicker. Not try to get 3 straights in there.
Let's check it on over to Linsky. See how he responds to the flop stab turn check. Has to be somewhat concerned because the checking part of Elias's range is either showdown or complete give-ups, and there really aren't that many give-ups. Unless it was just like a very dusty, I don't know, like Jack 5 or something.
I mean, it's possible. I just think that Linsky rarely ever gets a better hand to fold. Like, if he was somehow up against like Queen 10, Queen Jack, I don't really think those hands are looking to bet the flop in Elias's shoes. Regardless, it does check through on the turn. The 8 could go for some value. Kind of feels like a spot where if your opponent was looking to steal, they would have took a shot on the turn. And a street of betting's going in anyways, whether it's you betting or your opponent, if it's an 8x versus 8x situation. So I like just betting and just trying to get hero called by like a deuce.
The old bet, check, bet line. Such a milky sizing as well, isn't it? 1/3. Linsky does get away from it. So blinds going up. The big blind 400k. 73 players left.
Such
All
as
guaranteed.
you, and all of a sudden you get good hands, huh?
$110,000.
You get the Lady Gagas.
Lady Gaga.
Marquez opening from the cutoff. Funky Frank
1.45.
Fanaro with the blades. Comes with a 3-bet to 1.45. Don't do it, yeah. Tempting to come with the cold 4, but does get out of that.
Yeah, the problem going cold 4 is Marquez is sitting there with like 11 million, so you don't want to make a mistake against that chip count. Now Marquez has already seen Funaro 3-bet fold big blind versus UTG, so the value of ace-8 suited goes up tremendously. It does make the right laydown.
Oh, Lady Gaga.
I think that's the good shuffling.
Probably.
How many blinds he has? I cannot tell.
Fanaro chipping up to 7 million, and Jeff Platt down on the sidelines.
He's got like 4.
A little update from the outer tables for us.
2-4 now?
How many blinds do you have?
Okay, we're going to try to keep track of our big tables at our outer tables. So I'm going to send you guys to the action here. Don't want to interfere with it. As Jason, our YouTube star, up against one of our chip leaders, Marcelo Aziz. The action pre-flop, seat 1. Vlad opened, Marcelo called, Jason called out of the big. You see the vlog camera out. Flop came Jack 9, 3, 2 spades. It checked to Aziz. He bet. Jason called. Vlad folded. The turn was the Queen of Clubs. Jason checked. Aziz bet 1.9 million. Jason check called. River King of Clubs. Jason checked. And there is the jam from Aziz. Jason with about 7 million behind. Sizable pot developing. All of Jason's time extensions out were 30 seconds apiece. Again, flop was Jack 9, 3, 2 spades. Turn Queen of Clubs, River King of Clubs. Jason in the tank makes the call as he shows the ace-10 for the stone cold nuts. Jason shows the king-jack, and it's the end of the road for Jason. Eliminated in 72nd place for $110,200. Incredible ride for Jason. And it ends in 72nd. What a run it was for him. Let's send it back to you guys in the studio.
Well, thanks for that one, Jeff. Wouldn't have wanted to have missed that river action. Yeah, the front door flush draw backing into the nut straight against the river 2 pair. And there we have it.
I mean,
71 players left.
I can't fault Jason for calling down against Aziz after seeing Aziz play that pocket tens turned into a bluff against Liv Boree, who called down with 9-7. So, you know, I could see it.
325.
Welcome.
Nee just making his man sweat a little bit.
Double down on 11 against the 10 showing. I mean, other than that, I don't really see how he could play that spot.
Nee gets out there, chunk chips up, and Jeff is courtside with our recent elimination.
Well, Jason, we just saw the hand. Give us just a glimpse into your thought process on that river decision.
Well, since the guy who raised me on, he's a table chip leader, right? I think he's the chip leader of the...
I think so, too.
Right? So I was like, maybe there's a slight chance that he was just trying to bully me off the hand. And I've been awake for almost 20 hours now. I was kind of... If I lose, then I lose. Then I can go back to my room and sleep. So, yeah, that's about it.
Well, before you go to sleep, let us ask you this. I know it hurts in the moment, but do you allow yourself to take some pride in this kind of an accomplishment?
Oh, for sure. For sure. Well, what was the price for me? Like
72nd and $110,000.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bigger score by far for me. So, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, yeah.
Many more scores to come. Thank you very much for being here. Great meeting you, all right?
Thank you.
Got it. Guys, let's send it back to you.
Well, cheers, Jeff, and GG's once more to Jason for his $110,000 score. Career best for him by quite some margin. Just enjoying it. I do have to ask, though, Randy, 20 hours ago would mean that he's been awake since 1 a.m.?
That's exactly what he said earlier when he was on our featured table. So 1 a.m. he woke up.
I can only assume that jet lag is to blame. I did have it myself the other night, where I woke up at around midnight, 1 a.m. after having gone to bed at 8 p.m. So no judgment from me here in the booth, but before a day 3 like this, I would have been trying to get some shut-eye.
He was sitting at the 5-5 table waiting for Moneymaker to show up. But who knows? So what do we have here?
Well, we're going to have an all-in and a call because the amount that's being requested by Jebo is only 5 additional blinds.
2.8.
2.775.
Yeah, especially hijack versus button.
200 more to 6.6.
Wow. Jebo trying to talk him into a fold a little bit, saying you got like queen 9 off. Wanted to fade the flip. Would have very happily just taken the pot pre without seeing 5.
He tried.
Korean magic.
Oh, Korean magic incoming.
Let's see if it's real.
10 ball.
Spade.
8 is
4.
spade.
No fun. King Jack 10 needed. But yeah, to shower Gebo.
Damn it!
Doesn't
Throw
find
the
it.
Korean magic back for the next one.
You ran out of your Korean magic.
It's only for the big pots.
He has to go back to
Big
Korea to
blind,
replenish. Yeah.
7.
Oh wait, is that?
I'm gonna check it out.
Man, Korean magic not working this time round as the American holds with the 7s. What have we got going on over here? Looks like Chris Rudolph, one of the true OGs of online poker, being showered by Tony Lin in flip fashion. Ace King against Jacks. Is his name Wanton Loss online, if I'm not
That is him.
mistaken?
Yes, you're right.
Everything one can win online. Tony Lin.
I'm waiting for him to say fold to final table. One of his favorite taglines.
What's the other one that he uses? The lucky late and the lucky
Lady Gaga?
Lady Gaga's, that's it. Man, Ren is flying high, up to 30 million almost. 73 bigs over there. He's absolutely cruising along. We're down to 71 players on the Lagoon table. Johnny, 61 bigs, just lost some back against the American Ryan Gebo. Short stacks out there, gonna need to get busy sooner rather than later. Still a ways off from the next pay jump. So expect to see a lot less stalling.
How much you buying?
I start with 5.3.
So Mitzi asking Chong how much he's got behind, deciding whether he can 3-bet fold. He's just gonna reshove. He's in the big blind against the hijack.
Oh boy. Joe Chong to go from short stack to a very healthy looking 30 bigs. If he can just hold here with the ace queen of hearts. 5 cards to come. Needs to fade clubs, which he does on that board, but the 7-6 wrapped around that ace-8, specifically that 8 of clubs dangler. Now some chop outs.
Take it top. That's very friendly. I don't want to hurt you. It's a 7.
Chong
Nothing more, nothing less.
Happy to chop.
7 from heaven. Okay.
Calls for the chop.
Did you
And
really
the
want to
chop
chop?
comes.
Come on, man.
One of those days.
I didn't have a rhyme for Jack, but 7 from heaven made sense. Isn't that twice now for you? Same
is.
card, right?
Ace King versus Ace Queen, first one.
And Jack on the river.
Jack on the river, yeah.
Friendly game. Only chop us.
So unlucky.
You don't want me to double up?
Yeah. I didn't get greedy. I didn't ask for an 8. Just a nice 7. Jack will do.
Well, if you guys have been studying some of these emergency chop outs, you could put that into practice over on GG. Get it in bad, chop the pot. Seems to be the theme of today. Over on GG, you can get yourself a little $50 ticket into the weekend with a min deposit of $20 and the promo code Paradise2024. Best of luck to all of you online grinders grinding along whilst enjoying this day 3 coverage of the $25,000 WSOP Super main event. We're down to 70, down to 69. I do apologize.
800.
Belarusian on sub 10 bigs. Gonna make the defend, try and flop a piece. Go for a stop and go. Is that enough of a piece? 2.2 out there, 3.2 back.
It kind of seems like it would be. You could just fold out so many better hands. It feels like if he was a little bit shorter, he definitely would be stopping going. But before, let's take a look out here. Ren Lin again.
King of diamonds. That's too many outs. That's too many outs. I don't want a king of diamonds. Just a deuce of diamonds.
It's a new hairstyle.
That's very bad.
It's picked up outs. King. Ace 10. Needed for Yanovsky. Doesn't find it. Ren Lin is just over here showering people deep on day 3. Up to 35 million. Handshakes from Yanovsky. All class. As he bows out to pick up 110K for his efforts. GG, sir. Always bittersweet to head to
Professional flipper.
the cash desk.
So I knew you were good.
Yeah.
Stage of day 3.
Ren Lin's running hot. Massive stack.
Yeah, I think he's 3rd overall now. So it looks like money
Should be 4. Oh, sorry.
went in on the turn in some fashion. It would have been a very small bet. I believe it was 400K into 2.2 mil.
I'm gonna presume this is
Ren
from
got
the
him?
Belarusian.
Yeah,
Looks
it looks
like it,
like
right?
it was a probe.
I saw him clap.
This would be some hero call from Marquez.
It seems like an impossible hero call. And wow, he just bet 850K and stole that one. Nicely done on the ace.
That's a pretty ballsy play, all things considered. The sizing and the run out
Everyone's
to
gotta learn the
find
hard
that.
way. We don't know the
Fighting for these small sub 10 big blind pots to stay alive.
Exactly.
Staring at the board too hard and then just. Yeah.
Disaster. It's down to me.
Down to you. Oh my god. Other piece is gone.
Yeah, last level. I mean, last step.
Me too. At least they're not.
G-boat.
I'm not getting sucked out on. I'm just chopping, which is nice.
17 bigs. Couple of
Trying to be like
queens.
Steven.
Plenty of players behind. Could pick up a hand and assist him ascend the chip counts.
Yeah, Jibo has been nursing a short stack for the majority of today. Huh.
Honestly, those are the days that I love being signed up for, Randy. I'm not looking for a plain sailing day, you know? Just like winning all the big pots. I want to grind it out. I want to come back tomorrow with 15 bigs, having grinded hard for 10 hours as the Palka has been grinding hard. Gets snapped off. After 3-bet ripping.
Is that queen?
King, queen suited. Just managed to steal a pot away from Marquez. So it's 14.5 bigs. Finds its way into the middle. Note the equities, Randy. King, queen, still with a decent chance.
Not looking so great on this flop texture.
Really isn't. Not a heart in sight. Not a straight draw in sight.
Oh, turn card.
Jeez, man. What is that turn? Jibo unable to find the one outer
A lot of crazy runouts.
He's like 5.5.
Man, the 964 no heart, boom, king of clubs on the turn. That's painful. 68 left. For 30 bigs.
Yeah, what's worse is he's down to just 775,000 chips. Belarusian found a spot that he felt he had fold equity. Got there.
Felt like a very reasonable rejam spot, although against a fellow short stack, perhaps one that I wouldn't have found. But that's why these guys are out there playing a 25k, and I'm sat in here calling the action.
Yeah, and sometimes when it's a tweener spot, if that was for him, it's the suitedness that kind of gets you over the line. Push those chips in.
Man, we really have had some brutal runouts and hand collisions during this super main.
Joseph Chong trying to get one through under the gun off of this 5.6 million chip stack.
How much you start with, Joe? 5.6.
And when players ask that question, they're mainly trying to construct a range that would raise fold. The shorter they are from under the gun, you know, a bit tighter and less fold equity, and that's why the sixes go straight into the muck, expecting sometimes these 10-9 suited to not even be opened off of that stack.
The Queen 9 defender from the big has Chong dominated. Obviously Chong with the betting lead.
Funaro would have bottom set of sixes.
The old Uno reverse card for Joe Chong on the King 10-6. Finds his 3-outer. Continues for just shy of 1/3. Oh, hold on, what we got going on over here? Another all-in collision. So under the gun open, peaks flat, the deuce is on the button. Small blind with the 10s gets it in, and then you got Lehman in the big, playing a very similar stack, so one ace already dead. Good news for the Ukrainian.
What do you have? It's okay, okay. Ace check, professional.
5 cards to come. Ace, 8, 7. So one of the 2 remaining aces found for Lemon. Buchhoff standing up. Finds additional outs on the turn. Doesn't get much better than that to go from 2 to 10 outs, other than turning a 10, of course. Jack 10 or a 6 needed. Doesn't find it. Believe he has got chips back.
400k is our calculation. Turn around, U-turn. No, no, no.
The dealer will do an official count. Here we go. Just checking everything.
Great double for Lemon. He's been just enjoying the moment. It's a dream spot for him.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, go on, Ren, you
Get him,
absolute
Renlin.
legend.
How much here?
How can you not like this guy?
How much you have? It doesn't matter how much you had. Get him back here.
Go on, Ren.
What?
Love that, mate. He's one of the tournament chip leaders. He's gone out the wrong door. Hang on, someone go and get Ren back. Someone needs to go and find Ren. The guy's still here. The floor.
Okay, Renlin's over there.
Ren's in the background. Someone needs to tell him he's got chips left. He thinks he's getting interviewed. You're not getting interviewed, mate. You've got chips left.
Yeah. How late to you? I'll send him a message. Yeah, Mike, I'll send him a message.
How late to you?
You got chips, baby. Yeah, you still got chips. Don't go away.
Shout out to Ren Lin.
No, that's why I said we would wait.
Absolute legend.
He ran out the door.
He did, man. That's some good karma right there. The Ukrainian is back in the mix. He's got a big blind left.
You know, usually we reserve that moment for your significant other. Chasing one out the door.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not 1 year after.
What are you talking about, Randy?
He went out. Just wait, you didn't see anyone else get up out of their seats.
Right. Well, Ren's a gent. Got an all in and a call over here. Jeb out down to his final big blind. Chip and a chair, 2 live cards. To get back in this fight. A couple of hearts.
Fair enough. Something for everyone.
10 wouldn't do it. It would give, yeah, a bigger straight. Heart and a heart only. The American after getting 3 outed to get back in this one. Doesn't find it.
Game.
GG's, mate.
That was a rough last 5 or 10 minutes or so. Queen's down by king queen. And then flopping some hope to get back in it. Not getting there.
Brian?
Yep. That's a very, very miserable walkout. Some superstitious people in the chat, Randy.
Why?
Saying that it's actually a bad omen because he went out the door.
Yeah, it's actually not the greatest in terms of Chinese superstitions. And considering Renlin is sporting the Chinese flag, he might need a break soon.
He
We need
might.
to adjust that feng shui somehow.
Yeah, Gilbert goes saying he should never have done it. It's a bad omen. Funky Frank Finaro. 17.5 bigs activating. The A7 of diamonds. Wow. Oh, sorry, I thought it was the Jack-9 that jammed. It's not, it's Andy Nee, whose hand we're still waiting for. Couple of 10s.
This would be a bit rich.
El Matador.
Well, you saved me, Enrique.
Whatever.
You saved me a raise.
Good at 8-5.
You were a sheep, and now you're a bull.
The Aussie still nursing a short stack. So average stack in this tournament. It's currently 39 bigs. Next pay jump will come when we get down to 48 players. 67 remaining. Linsky 10 bigs +1. This is pretty up there.
Yeah, definitely on the looser jamming range off of 10.5 bigs. Yeah, it's a bit loose.
You can always tell who's scared money and who isn't. And Linsky certainly qualifying into the latter camp.
Yeah, I think Linsky's also thinking, like, I don't want to eat up the blinds, have less fold equity, and open jam, king, queen.
Second one, ooh, how much we got?
That's not what you want to hear if you're Linsky.
10.5 bigs from +1. Wow, Moneymaker's just called it off.
Nice.
And Linsky is in rough shape. Linsky just showcasing he's here to play for the win, not looking to secure ladders. He wants to build a stack and put himself in a great spot to actually go on and win this thing. He's going to need to get lucky. No help on that flop. Not a spade in sight.
Really just needs that 9.
8 for a sweat. 8's a fun card. 8 of clubs is fair. Doesn't come. 3 outs once. Valinsky's queen 9 to double up and stay alive in this 25k. Doesn't find it. GG's, mate. So a couple of eliminations on these feature tables. Moneymaker just chipping on up, eh?
Is it the year of Moneymaker once again?
Feel like he's already had his year. Oh boy.
I see 7 deuce and I see 2 kings. Gonna imagine this went pre-flop, open, big blind defense.
Yeah, defending against the under the gun open. Note the sizing from Frank as well. It was close to 40%. Just setting himself up for Geo across 3 streets. There's the call from the 7 deuce. Frank with kings without a heart.
Oh, there's the heart.
Man, this kid is running pretty hot. 3 outed the queens with his king queen and now cracking kings with 7 deuce. Checks it on over. SPR just north of 1. Is this showers for Finaro?
Yeah, I think he just ripped this one in. He can get called by worse, but a check back might save him. Not on that river card, though. It's not unreasonable for Lapalka to value bet a jack himself with the action so far.
You're almost there.
4.5 back. Let's see if he just rips this
Yeah,
one
so
in.
I
No,
don't
he's
know.
slaying the
It's
trap,
still-
Randy. Playing this as tricky as possible.
C2, I think.
Yeah, it looks like very Irish.
I just don't see how Funaro doesn't value bet the hand as played.
Ooh.
2.3.
VIP.
VIP sit here.
We need a VIP here.
Wow. Sounds like we've got some big name jumping in as this hand wraps up. Belarusian's trap not working to perfection. I think he was hoping Finaro was going to jam.
I think he jams now, though.
Oh, did?
Yeah. It's just so rare that you're behind and, you know, just put Funaro into a tough spot.
I've seen Finaro find very strong folds throughout his career.
Yeah.
Alright, so for now I ask you how much Lapalka has freezing time. Buys you a little bit extra. Oh.
You have to push all your chips.
Try to help her count it.
11.3.
I understand that you cover him, but
11.750.
Is the purpose purely stalling, Randy, or I don't understand?
Mainly stalling. There's more merit if it's like a short stack, how much they're playing, just because,
right?
You know, if he's playing like a 4 million chip stack, probably less likely to make a move on you.
So you can't just tell them, "Hey, I cover you, pal." Like you have to count it all out.
Yeah, apparently. But you can see that Lapalka was kind of confused, like
Yeah,
come on,
there's a bit of an eye roll, and even like Ana Marquez, who's been around the block, said like, it's silly, but you have to do it. Okay.
Yeah, it's because he announced all in, so it's how much is the bet.
Well, Finaro using the rules to his advantage. Get a little bit more thinking time.
And I wonder if Funaro saw what I saw, where Lapalka actually kind of checked and looked away. I don't know if you caught it, Henry. And then all of a sudden he's jamming. It would kind of scream strength to me if he saw that. Maybe that's why he did opt on fold.
Finaro saves himself 5.5 bigs. Oh, we got the Ukrainian who was running away from the tournament stage, thought he was eliminated, getting his final big blind in from +1. Wanted to take this spot instead of the next hand. Looking for an 8, 6, or a 5. Doesn't find it. And this time it is official.
Okay, so he walks this path once more.
Alright, dear, here you go. I got somebody to take you, okay? We got a runner, she'll walk with you, okay?
GG, sir. 3's holding. Dropping like flies here. Christoph over here. This feature. Got Orpin Kishagoglu. Ton of high rollers in the mix. 2 more levels of play. And 23 minutes left of this level.
We're not gonna
before we bag and tag.
We're gonna be what?
Next one.
Randy, we got Michael Adamo, 5th in chips, my man.
Oh yeah.
Building a stack.
Hopefully. I think that's what they said.
That's what I want to
So
hear.
I'll keep Yang here for a while.
They might think our table is fun to watch.
It's only fun for you, man.
Come on, man.
Everyone was on their average except you until that, yeah.
Marquez has been struggling.
Short take.
Down to 7.7 million in chips.
Because we didn't bust anybody, we just keep fucking each other.
Put him from the hijack. We know Sorrel likes to get after it with these suited ace-X.
2 million.
Yeah, I kind of felt that coming. Seems like you had the same vibe. 3-bet fold off the stack.
There has been this friendly back and forth banter between
How long you play at this table?
Marquez and Mitzi. Why is Ren doing push-ups in the background?
Push-ups.
Ren's doing push-ups in the background, chat.
Okay, he's on about... He's gone past 10. He's going to 20.
That's past 20, mate.
Yeah? Oh, can we finish and see how many he's going for?
Always suspicious.
You? You don't want to look stupid?
You like the music, Randy? Wake you up?
This is good. This is what Renlin's doing
The push-ups have brought out the energy from the music team. Promo code Paradise 2024. Min deposit $20. Get you a free $50 ticket into the Weekender. Best of luck. I reckon he banged out at least 30.
Because his time limit is between hands, basically.
Want to play a pot with
He might
you,
be
or
going
what?
50 if it's a huge tank spot.
No, I think he'd rather be there at the table for that.
Ah, I see that.
What did you fold?
A suited ace.
Was it diamonds by chance?
No. Spades.
Diamonds were alive.
Feels fine.
One was dead.
Oh, I was gonna lose 100%. I've got
You know.
I've got very good feelings about these things.
You had diamonds last time as well, yeah?
That's what I said. I had 8, 9 diamonds exactly last time.
Moneymaker, just really solidifying how old school he is. Has good card sense. You come up against people like Chris, man, they'll talk themselves into a call or a fold based on what their gut's telling them. Card readers.
We both got to observe him when he played the Triton series in those big binds, and he was really on form. And we know he knows how to navigate a big field like this with a big mix cast of characters, super pros, others that play recreationally.
Well, we got my first mystery hand of the day, Cabrera, who, if I'm not mistaken, was one of the most aggressive players we saw from the day ones.
Yeah, trust me, you want to keep your eyes on Pablo Cabrera. He's a lot of fun to watch.
Does call out the small blind. These are two of the biggest stacks at the table, if I'm not mistaken. McMichael also with a very healthy 25 million chip stack. But he's going to make the call. We have a three-way affair between three of the largest stacks in the room. Queen 4 tray. Top pair, decent kicker for Kosk. Ace of diamonds for McMichael, although a bit of a stretch with just 2 diamonds on board, multi-way.
Yeah, Cabrera's a very methodical player. He does go with lead, does have some unorthodox lines in his arsenal. Shoots out 850,000 lead. Not something you see too often, especially with deep stacks in an undergun open. And even though that ace of diamonds is a bit enticing, you still got to worry about the UTG player having something that just has your ace-9 cooked, but he is going to call in this spot, looking for some turn equity.
Randy, we're in very uncharted waters here. This was an under the gun open, small blind flat, big blind defend, and Cabrera has led out. 850 into 2.8. Very unorthodox play style and line being taken here. No diamond on the turn. That should be the end of it for McMichael. And given that McMichael has the ace of diamonds, it removes hands like ace 5, ace deuce, ace 10 of diamonds for Cabrera.
Yeah, in terms of like obvious value, it's, you know, set of 3s and 4s. He's checking over, so I'm kind of throwing that off the table quite a bit.
Unless he's going for a check raise.
Yeah, Cabrera has to think that one of the two opponents has Queen X, given that he led and they still both called, especially the undergun player, who wouldn't be looking to call light once McMichael called the lead.
Yeah, not just Queen X, right? I mean, Kosk opening under the gun can have pretty much every set. I mean, we haven't seen him play, so maybe he doesn't have 3s or 4s, but he can have queens, kings, aces, now jacks, of course. Also a possibility. You can see he's got king, queen, O. Good for top pair.
5 million and 9.
He goes for
5
the double
million
check raise.
and 9.
Wow. So the way he's playing his hand, it's kind of like he flopped the set. In terms of, you know, we're being straightforward. You know, he didn't want it to check through, wanted to kind of start building a pot. Got called in 2 spots, so he imagines Queen X is in their range. Maybe they bet for him, and now that there's a half pot bet from Kosk, he's going for value. Bluffs, they would have to be, what, some kind of diamond combo draw, I would think, like 10-9 suited.
This is such an incredibly strong line being taken. The man from Uruguay. Let us know in the chat, what do you think? People saying 4s, 3s, see Queen Jack in there. Some people saying Ace Queen. Nico Fleb agreeing with you. Randy saying maybe a 10-9 of diamonds type holding. We know he can't have the nut flush draw. Kosk getting into dangerous territory with just top pair. 5-6 now gets there.
5-6 suited. Yeah, I could see it. We know the ace of diamonds is impossible, given McMichael had that. Is Queen Jack on the table? Maybe?
Yeah, Queen Jack of diamonds also works, right?
Doesn't really need to be diamonds. It could just be just pure Queen Jack, and there's the rip.
One of the biggest parts of the day. So again, to reiterate for some of you who perhaps missed the start of the hand, it went Kosk open. Cabrera just flat called out the small blind. Big blind, McMichael came along. And then it was a very uncommon lead into 2.8 million from Cabrera, 850. Got called in 2 spots. Check raised the turn. And now all in on the river.
Look, I don't know what he's got, but he's sold the story that he's got a big hand, and it's coming across very credible at the moment.
It is a very credible line. I'll tell you what, if he's bluffing with this line, Randy, this deep into day 3, he might just be my new favorite to win this one.
Look, Henry, I'm very aware of Pablo Cabrera, and he can have bluffs in this spot. That's the sick part about it. And I'm having so much trouble finding bluffs.
Yeah, especially because we know the ace of diamonds has been folded by McMichael out of the big.
What does he have? Just have like some King 10 of hearts where he let the flop and turn? I don't know. Seems like a stretch. What's the hand? King 10
Oh!
of spades. I told you he's sick.
What a sicko. Cabrera take a bow. Leads flop 3 ways with King 10 of spades on a Queen 4-3, 1 heart, 2 diamonds board. Check raise his turn. And then bluff jams river with 62 left. In one of the biggest tournaments of the year. Oh.
Rivered him.
The Parker's turn to get 3 outed.
But can we still talk about the hand, Henry?
Can we, Randy? I mean, the guy just has King 10 of spades.
I told you, I'm having trouble finding the bluffs, but I just know he's so capable. Pablo. A sick man. Everyone from Uruguay's just got so much ammunition.
Dude. He's my new favorite. I want to see him run
right,
deep
out
in
here in the
this.
field, want to show you who our next featured tables are. Going over to Lagoon, that would be this table. It features perhaps the overall tournament chip leader, Marcelo Aziz in seat 2. Liv Barry is here. Mustafa Kanit just got moved to this table. I see Webster Lim over there. Nick Maimoni, a star-studded table over there. This table will be on their way to Reef after the break. Alexander Zubov has been fighting. Nice comeback off of the short stack. And then seat 1, we've seen Shrizat just dominate throughout the entire course of this tournament. So that is going to Reef. Liv's table is going to Lagoon. Those are our featured tables coming up after the break, but we still got a good 9 minutes, 10 minutes of action up on stage. Guys.
Like you. You have a lot. You gotta play like you.
Thanks, Jeff. So our new 2 feature tables after break, including the tournament chip leader. So is that Hisso. Saw Liv Barry and some other big names. Man. King 10 of spades, eh?
Yeah, I was trying to think of obscure bluffs, and I think I said King 10 of hearts, which was the back door. So he didn't even have the backdoor heart draw, just the pure, I'm going to take it down. And maybe he read the turn bet from, you know, the undergun player as weakness, given it was just half pot, and was like, you know, I'm going to go ham here. I've got a lot of chips behind. If he just calls, then he can't call unless he's got, like, a set. I don't know, that was some good poker. Just keep an eye on him.
Make it make sense to me, Randy. Like, where does that intuition, if you will, come from to even find a lead on the Queen 4-3, to then check raise and just decide that this is a good combo to triple off with? Do you have to be born in Uruguay? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I've got a lot of experience with these players from Uruguay, and they do have that.
Throw, nice touch.
I think Ollie would call it RBF, random berserk factor, where they just kind of go for it.
Is that Ali trying to come up with new acronyms and analogies that hopefully stick and he can take credit for? RBF?
Yeah. Just sometimes your opponent is just going for it. And Pablo Cabrera did just that.
Finaro fresh off that double. Haven't seen that much from Nee today. Been pretty card dead. Took a couple of rejam spots.
Wow, look at this Lapalka. Queen 5 offsuit. Kind of taking it one step further where we, at first we saw Ace X offsuits kind of 3-betting from the big, then King X offsuit, now Queen X. Seen Nee make some pretty sick reshoves. Man, once again, this is like the third time I've seen it in this tournament from Andy Nee off of these 20 big blind stacks.
Yeah, showers. I was about to, sing the praises of the Belarusian, who, still to his credit, finding aggressive 3-bets deep in day 3. But Andy No T is no slouch. Andy Nee plays the highest stakes in the world.
We'll see, we'll see. In 1 hour, we'll see.
If he wins the hand, it's a good hand.
It's always a good hand.
It's always a good hand.
Never bluff.
Never bluff.
Never bluff.
I've seen bluffs.
I've seen many bluffs.
I've seen many bluffs. Even in this tournament from Andy Nee, where he reshoved the 8-5 suited against Sorrel. That was sick, too.
I mean, even that jam was a bluff.
Of course. That was the very best hand I've seen him reshove with up to 3 times off 20 big blind stacks. And being right every single time. Just natural instincts.
This young kid, though, is exciting to watch. Seems like a very aggressive, competent player from Belarus.
Yeah, for me, I just find that every single time I see a Belarusian flag, they're just extremely good, Like, obviously, Makita is the main one that comes to mind, but very sharp players. Goes 2.5x, flat called. Defended by the 10-4 suited.
Yeah, Frank on a short stack. Decides to players defend. In positions here, flop. And well, but perhaps going to get himself in a bit of trouble here. He's flopped bottom pair. Palka's flopped top pair. 2.4 million in the middle. Slides it on over to the American, who checks back.
I'd like to see Lapalka bet this turn card. Plenty of problematic river cards you don't want to see. Might just win it here. It's a big bet. Basically telling the story that he's going to ask for the rest of it on bricks. So it feels like Bernaro really has to decide, does he want to commit all of the chips on blank river cards, and he does it relinquish.
So I'm going to be going on break. We got ourselves a couple of fresh feature tables, if I'm not mistaken. Liv Bari, Bonomo, Adamo. So we head into the final break of day 3. And come back tomorrow for day 4, play down to a final table. Kings now for the Belarusian. And 16.2 million after winning that pot against Finaro. 60 left. No pay jump in sight.
King 7 suited, you know, this is a candidate to potentially reshove on a very active player. I wouldn't fault him for taking against Lepalka. Yeah, I mean, Lepalka's just been going crazy. And how bad of a shape is Funaro?
Doesn't get much worse than this, Randy. He's had a very rough stint at this feature table. Fell into the trap of the Belarusian.
King 7's favorite.
Just a couple of orbits ago. Has one spade on board.
8 of spades.
Oh.
There's the spade draw.
There's a chance.
20% to get back into this fight. Standing up out of his chair. Doesn't find it.
Good game.
He's out of there in 60th. Going to head to the cash desk and pick up 110,000 for his efforts. The Belarusian, Lepalka, holding with the Kings. He was down to, I want to say, around 5 million, Randy, at one point, maybe even less.
He was the one that got it in King Queen suited versus Queens.
Correct. King Queen suited against Queens, spiked the 3-outer on the turn to double up, and then from there he's just been on an absolute tear as Vogelsang in great shape to double up against Kishikoglu. Needs to fade a 10, which he does. Christoph be coming back from the last break of the day with 8.4 million. What have we got over here?
Uh-oh.
Blind V, small blind V button. Looks like Le Francois rejammed out of the small. Against the button open.
Outs.
Does pick up 4 additional ones. 7 or a 5 needed to do the dirty on Darren deep on day 3.
Oh, man, that is rough.
That one's going to sting for quite some time, Randy. Le Francois with the prepay on the turn. Poker gods rewarding him. 4-liner on board. His kicker connecting with the straight and showers Darren Elias just before break. Pascal scooping a 14 million chip pot. He would have been down to dust. Pablo Cabrera heading into break as the chip leader over on that reef table after running one of, if not the most savage bluff of this tournament so far. Yang Wang also with a very sizable stack. Randy, what was that King 10 hand all about, my man?
That was the hand of the day. I mean, it's Pablo Cabrera of Uruguay who is just, I told you, he's so going to be so fun to watch. I just knew in the spot where it looks like he should have value. This man can find bluffs out of nowhere.
Everyone in the chat was screaming value. They were saying sets. They were saying queen jack. They were saying ace queen, 6-5 of diamonds. Nobody called the king 10 of spades. Super excited to watch that guy. Obviously, you're going to be stepping out. James Dempsey's going to be stepping in. We've got 2 more levels of play here on day 3 of this 50 mil guaranteed. Then everyone's going to bag and tag. Come back tomorrow for day 4 and play down to a final table. But Randy, super glad that you were here for that frame. Had a ton of fun. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. And we'll see you viewers in about 10 minutes time.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
It's kind of crazy to me that he's, you know, willing to play those stakes and, you know, keep the fans happy. You know, that's pretty nice of him. But, you know, these big opportunities.
He just loves the game, man. Like, I was speaking with some of the guys that work closely with him. And it was the same at Triton, right? He was like playing 25Ks, 50Ks, 100Ks, and then he was playing 1-3, no limit, at the resort that we were at in Montenegro. Just sick.
He's a great ambassador for the game. Like, I'm pretty sure most players cannot be bothered to go ahead and spend the few free hours of free time they've got to, you know, hang out and play some poker with, you know, the low stakes games. Like to see it. Quite the advantage for Chen at the moment. Should be going heads up to flop. Elias looking to just shave some time off the clock. Hope some eliminations happen elsewhere.
That one seems like a more reasonable tank. Well, that spot rather, not the hand, but from the big blind.
Yeah, well,
Ouch.
Uh-oh.
Is he just drawing dead?
Probably,
He's got running diamonds, but yeah, pretty cooked.
Around the border.
What a great name, by the way. MC Michael.
We moved there. My in-laws.
You think he DJs much?
MC Michael. It's not DJ Michael, all right?
Yep.
Just out there MCing.
I used to live in Nashville when I was a kid.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's where I lived when I won. And I met
Chen's
my
not
wife.
going to be
I
going
lived there for
anywhere.
15 years.
There is one card
How long has it been since you've been back?
on the
My dad coached
turn.
football at Vanderbilt.
One card, Randy,
He asked for a 30 million chip pot
for a
now.
30 million chip pot.
You still coach?
He's retired now.
Football?
Don't you dare.
Football, yeah.
Okay, 5 of hearts is still a troublesome card for Chen,
Pretty cool growing up in that life, I would imagine.
who is now officially drawing dead.
Vandy wasn't any good, but
No.
still fun.
No, yeah.
A little better now. I
Yeah,
guess.
clearly a
Yeah,
disastrous
yeah,
card
good
for
this
Chen as the turn under his
You
pair.
going to work with him at all? Or?
Nines could easily still be best.
Kind of unrelated, but so I'm sitting down in the Bahamas.
River card
out
is
here.
going to be the big decision.
I think it was 2 years ago. And I took my dad
This
passed away,
juncture?
so my mom's with me.
1.7
And,
million.
we're out at dinner down here with me and a couple other pros and her.
Because it's just not unreasonable that McMichael is even value betting like a worse hand, like 8s or 7s,
Be like best friends.
with the current run out.
And then like me and Tom Brady.
Keep diamonds
went to
honest.
dinner and all this stuff.
Maybe some gut shots might be double barreling like ace 3, ace
Just going
4.
On and on, and you know, she had Peyton Manning had a pet name for my sister. So my mom, you know, leaves, and all the poker players go back and like.
Looks like Chen's going to keep him honest for one more street.
Never met him before.
Sizable pot brewing here. Post dinner break, one of the biggest ones we've had.
I'm just sitting there, and she's losing a little bit, you know, she's a little older, but I'm like,
6 of spades, so the front door diamonds do break.
What are you doing, Mom?
Trying to think where
There I was like, oh wow, that's so cool. I'm like,
the natural
that would've been
triple
cool.
barrel bluffs come from.
I mean, triple barrel bluffs, they don't want to contain diamonds because you want the player calling to call, fold, you know, with diamonds, right?
Wow, McMichael with the snap bet, 5.1 to 6.2. Chen maybe just asking himself here, would a hand like queens, kings, aces, bet, especially for this size here, because it is very polar, right? McMichael is basically saying he has aces plus. Don't think you value bet tens, queens, or kings for this size.
Yeah, and he is basically selling that story to mainly Jack X, right? And for Chen, it is, he does often have pairs like this, you know, 7s, 8s, 9s, the ones that don't make a full house. But he can have a Jack X himself, so it's not like Big Michael can just relentlessly blast away. He makes the call quickly.
McMichael scooping a 16.4 million chip pot. He's up to 26 million. A little nod at the head. There we go, my man.
Mm-hmm.
McMichael feeding himself, as he should. 77 left. My man looked dialed in on the river as well. As Machado, who has been painstakingly trying to ladder 2 spots, is going to be getting it in very rough shape against one of the other short stacks.
What is the rule? You have to be able. You have to do it. Even if there's a short.
Yeah, they always have to.
He's stalling right now, in case you're wondering why his other 400K didn't go in, because we are so close to that pay jump. He's going to probably use all his time banks, I think.
I mean, I agree with you. I just want to know. Pretty obvious.
I guess this 90 seconds
I don't think Ray
that is about to be wasted.
Really?
Ask the viewers who they're rooting for, whereabouts in the world you're joining us from. I know it's what, 9 p.m. local time. Probably have a lot of people stateside keeping us company. See some people in the chat asking about Dean Eggs. Unfortunately, it was a very frustrating day in the office for him, as the 8s do call it off.
So he does hold on to 2 time banks, realizing it's unlikely 2 players will bust in that short amount of time.
Might need those later. You never know.
There we go. Wishful thinking. No help on the flop, though. Frankie. Wait, who said that? Was it Jibo that said that? Or was it Frankie that said that?
I think it was Frankie.
No 6 on the turn. A black 8 needed for Machado to double up. Doesn't get the ladder that he was stalling for. Jebo, one of the other short stacks, winning a 3.5 million chip pot. He's up to 4.8.
Yeah, someone's got a backpack on.
Backpacker got something?
It used to be 76.
No, he didn't make it. 76 is the last.
Seat open.
Page jump now.
He does it. He gets it.
Oh, shit.
Creo que ya son 75.
Well, apparently he got the ladder, according to the players at the table. Flat, the deuce is on the button. Small blind with the 10s gets it in, and then you got Lehman in the big, playing a very similar stack. So 1 ace already dead. Good news for the Ukrainian.
What do you have? It's okay, okay. That's all. Okay. Ace check, professional.
5 cards to come. Ace, 8, 7. So one of the 2 remaining aces found for Lemon. Bukov standing up. Finds additional outs on the turn. Doesn't get much better than that to go from 2 to 10 outs, other than turning a 10, of course. Jack 10 or a 6 needed. Doesn't find it. Believe he has got chips back.
400K is our calculation. Turn around, U-turn. No, no, no.
The dealer will do an official count. Here we go. Just checking everything.
Great double for Lemon. He's been just enjoying the moment. It's a dream spot for him.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, go on, Ren. You
Get him,
absolute
Renlin.
legend. How can you not like this guy?
How much do you have? It doesn't matter how much he's had. Get him back here.
Go on, Ren.
What?
Love that, mate. He's one of the tournament chip leaders. He's gone out the wrong door. Hang on, someone go and get Ren back. Someone needs to go and find Ren. The guy's still here. The floor.
Okay, Renlin's over there.
Ren's in the background. Someone needs to tell him he's got chips left. He thinks he's getting interviewed. You're not getting interviewed, mate. You got chips left.
I'll send him a message. Yeah, Mike, I'll send him a message.
How late do
You
you
got
are?
chips ready. Yeah, you still got chips. Don't go away.
Shout out to Ren Lin.
No, that's why I said we would wait.
Absolute legend.
He ran out the door.
He did, man. That's some good karma right there.
And welcome back to the late show here at the Atlantis. Myself, James Dempsey, alongside Big H, Henry Kilbane, as we look to play the final 2 levels of day 3, Henry. Moving day.
I'm really glad to have you here because I was thinking on break, like, what are we going to talk about? And you've played your fair share of day 4s. And I want to ask, you know, we're 2 levels away from bagging and tagging for day 4. How important is getting that fresh night's sleep, getting to just relax and switch off the brain for a bit and come back tomorrow fresh and just, you know, how important is this next 2 hours for these final 55 players?
Yeah, obviously it's huge. You're going to be playing effectively the biggest stakes we've played thus far. Of course, blind's going up the whole time. Effectively, you play for more. But exactly that. Only 2 hours from the end of the day. Fatigue certainly going to be setting in. And of course, the structure of this tournament the way it is, Henry, tomorrow doesn't rate to be that long a day, playing down to the final table. So it's really important. Get through today. Don't make any big mistakes. Come back fresh tomorrow and give it a run. Of course, you're going to get out some cards. Maybe you bag a monster stack.
I mean, the only thing I'm concerned about with, you know, okay, so we got the 2 hours left, but just having the ability to go home and look at some ICM spots, or is it a bit early for that, perhaps? But
yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm sure people will be doing that, right? You get down to tomorrow, last, say, 35, 40, maybe bag up tonight. You start looking at all these situations. What do I do when I get to the final 2 tables? I guess that's when it becomes the most fierce. But for now, I think people just focus, like I say, on getting through the day and making sure they know how many chips they've got when they're all in, as we just saw in that highlight. You don't want Ren Lin chasing you down.
yeah, no, that was fantastic. But yeah, shout out to Ren, obviously, for running out. So 2 fresh feature tables.
Here we go. We're running out of tables to choose, Henry. The field's got a lot smaller. Joey Chung. There he is. Steve, yeah, that table, of course, was our feature earlier today. Who do we have here? Nicky P. Tom Axel Bedell in the mix as well. Just 57 remain.
What a spot. I mean, career-defining for some players, right?
Oh, for so many of them, yeah, of course. This would be a opportunity for a largest cash. Of course, just having a quick look at the tournament chip counts from elsewhere, although I do believe perhaps one of these players. Oh, hang on.
All right, players, welcome back from break in the super main event. We're going to come back with 57 players remaining. We're going to play our last 2 levels of the night. We're going to start out with a small blind of 250,000, 500,000 big blind, 500,000 big blind ante. Good luck, everyone. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. That's 250,000, 500,000, 500,000. Our last 2 levels of the night.
Henry, I do feel that Andy has missed his calling as like a track announcer at the Dogs. Just beaming across a tannoy.
The Dogs, though.
Well, here we go. Look at this table, one that looks somewhat familiar to us. The Lagoon has returned, and who's leading the way? None other than overall chip leader Marcelo Aziz, who, well, Henry, the last time I was in here, the very last hand of the frame, he ran a big bluff, got called, but won the pot anyway. Such is the nature of this game. Some crazy things can happen. And look at this over on the palm table. I've not laid eyes on him on a feature thus far, but it's none other than Michael Adamo leading the way. Henry, our boy, you and I have done countless hours of commentary, countless days of commentary into the wee hours of the night. And I have to confess, not at events like this, but many of them before, we've just been begging for them to be over. It's 3 a.m., just want to go to bed.
Yeah.
The man we always rooted for was Michael Adamo, because we got early night after early night, because the guy does not mess around.
That is very true. There was that, I want to say, like 18-month window where Adamo was just winning tournaments. He was winning 3-day tournaments in 2 days. You know, I feel like he's tamed himself a little bit now.
I think at some point you have to slow down. Oh.
Won't be slowing down with the aces.
No, this is a man. But again, last time I saw him was short. Still is with 3.3 million, but he came back from less than 2 blinds. At 200k big blind, I'm going to say. I think he had 375, spun it up. Obviously, he hasn't been making much headway since, but the aces on the bottom certainly will help. And Wsop in the big blind, Jack 7-0.
So brutal. You've got 11 bigs. You have a 6.5 big blind stack, min opening. And you've got Jack 7 offsuit. But he does make the call. Does not want to connect with a measly 1 pair. At this SPR, the money would be flying in.
Yeah, you must be careful what you wish for. His wishes have not been answered on the King 10-6. Will allow him to, one would imagine, escape here without any further damage done.
So the Ukrainian going to chip up. I was just looking as this hand, I assume, is over and done with.
It's a fair call, Henry. It's a fair call. We can move on from it.
Yeah, the Reef table has 3 sub-10 big blind stacks. This table, the Lagoon, has 2 sub-10 big blind stacks. It's getting really shallow out there, which, you know, if it's for the first time, I would say, this tournament.
Separating your purples and your blacks. It's impossible
Me?
to see.
Yeah, sorry.
No.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean,
You're right.
If everyone could, that would be great.
They are really close in color. I'll put them like this.
Lusta, do you have purples or blacks?
I'm separating everything.
Huh?
They're just purples?
Yeah.
3 purples.
Yeah.
Okay.
Back over here.
One of those short stacks, Henry. Ruiz, Queen 10 of clubs.
Yeah, he started the hand with 8 bigs.
Oh no.
What's happened on this break? The dealers have just decided they want to come back tomorrow with 20 players and have a real short day. Dealing the blades left, right, and center.
3.750. 650. 3.650.
Obviously, Fischer does need to take his time because there is the big blind still to act. Doesn't want to like snap jam and.
The Tsar was behind. 8.1 million in chips. And you can look down at the complete opposite of the aces. How's your luck? Jamming right into it though. Queen 10 suited. Has a way of beating aces. About 1 in 5 times.
He's like, no, they're mine. I want them, they're mine.
One of the few hands wouldn't mind taking up against the aces, like the Jack 10s, 10-9s, Queen 10s. See if the Argentinian can get lucky here, deep on day 3.
Well, a club in the window, queen behind it. There are different ways to find different ways to winning this pot. What me. Henry, it's late for me and the players.
He's saying there's a chance, eh?
King of Spades. Great looking card for Fish. It just needs to fade. One more time. And the King of Clubs is exactly what he needed. Sending Ruiz out right late on day 3. And Henry, you have to remind me where we are in the pay ladder at the moment.
He's going to pick up 110,200 for his efforts. We're still a ways away from the next jump.
Okay.
About 8 off, but the next ladder will come once we get down to 48, where everyone will lock up an additional 30,900. Yeah, everyone currently guaranteed 110,200. We'll, of course, inform you once we reach the next pay jump. Best way, obviously, for your viewing pleasure, be mindful that you may see spoilers over on Poker News or Poker Org, is the Wsop Plus app. Check that out. Download the app. You can see all of the players on the outer tables, how they're getting on.
But beware, you might spoil yourselves. My advice would be just to keep it locked here on YouTube and just pester Henry in the chat for any questions you have about anyone else.
That's always a good strategy.
He's got nothing else to do, guys.
I wonder if it's just going to be an absolute bloodbath for the last 2 hours of play.
Obviously, we were just talking about it before those hands got underway, but the average chip stack certainly has shallowed here. And I think we're coming to this level for the first time, if I'm right, kind of below 35 blind average, which is quite considerable, considering that the bubble burst at 40 big blinds, which is where you think up to now the shallowest it should have got to would have been the bubble, right? In theory, it would then potentially get shallower as we get towards the final table, but kind of unusual that.
I think this is a byproduct of how significant these early pay jumps are, especially for like qualifiers. There's been a lot of like max time banking and people stalling. You know, when we were down to, what was it, like 80 or so, they were trying to get that extra 20k ladder, and now we find ourselves 7 away from another pay jump. So yeah, I guess that's kind of played a part, but as they get flatter, people won't be as tight with their time banks. You can see here, case in point, Chickeness won't be calling this off, I don't think. But using a time bank.
Yeah, he's going to run it, Henry, with 3.5 back.
Glad to see him spin the wheel here. I mean, you've got to put yourself in the best possible position to actually win the tournament and make a run here.
Nikas. Very live with these suited connectors. Trying to run down the King Queen. Club in the window, another behind Henry. Pairs not really an out. The clubs certainly are.
There's ever a time to start running hot.
Oh yeah.
Drilling flush draws.
Oh yeah.
Now would be the time.
Well.
Add a few more outs.
Yep, an alleyway has appeared. Not to be. The Sneakers, like you say, willing to put up a fight there in the big blind with just 3.5 blinds behind. Roll the dice. Try and get back in this one. 112,000. 110,000. To remind me, Henry. My brain's not working. 110 sounds good.
110,200, yeah.
Okay.
Don't forget the 200.
I won't.
That's the taxi driver's tip on the way back to the airport.
Christ. I'm going to start parking a taxi outside your house.
You need to let them see that you have cards, so you have to maybe.
I bet you get taxis easier than you get seats in cash games, don't you?
Like maybe just against here.
I've had the same taxi driver.
I bet you have.
In Phuket for 2.5 years.
And you've been on the road for 2 months. What's he doing? He's just waiting by the airport every day?
Dude, I've got him on speed dial, yeah. He has never let me down. He's never once not shown up on time.
$200 tip for a 15-minute drive. I'm
146, yeah.
I'm in.
2.5 years. I've had my driver.
Excuse me. Can I see the name of the?
So it sounds like we're pausing for potential rebalancing. That would make sense.
TV instruction. It's dead small, one big blind.
Yeah, I think that was the. Yeah, I think they were saying, do we wait to fill a player into that seat just busted because there's a table breaking? And I think the reply was, well, that player's not going to get dealt in anyway because he would be dead small blind. So we may as well just play, as they made the person up. The person wouldn't be dealt in anyway.
Right, okay, that makes sense.
His name? What's his flag? Give us the info.
You see, you get to this part of the tournament as well. For those unfamiliar with the WSP Plus app, the feature tables are kind of hidden in it, as in you can't see the lineup on the table. It gives you a link to this very stream. Now, the players at the table are like, well, hang on, I want to see who's coming up, because there'll be a quick Hender mob going on, Henry. Who am I getting? I want a little bit of intel.
Yeah, 100%. People.
We've reached that part of the tournament where you're checking every little bit of information you can.
It's important for sure.
I always love it at the World Series when you make your day 2. And the morning coffee is usually enjoyed with a little Hender mob of all those on your table.
And then you get moved seat 30 minutes into the day.
Yeah.
Like, really?
Oh.
Yeah, no, that is really fun. One of my favorite parts of tournament poker is, like, yeah, making a day 3, a day 4.
It's 1 million.
Seeing who's in the mix. Who are you going to be going after and who you're going to be avoiding?
Zubov.
Is a dead small blind.
And now with a mountain of chips, 36 million. Great wall.
That is a great wall. I mean, 36 million, one of the tournament chip leaders. See if Zubov can find a C-bet here. Would have likely heard from stronger ace-X.
Right, one of those, I guess, where he rates to have the best hand at a decent frequency, but also just wants to clean it up.
Yeah, get some clearance, get some protection. Doesn't just want to give a free card and then play a guessing game to turn probes. And now does have the king of spades. There are 2 spades on board. More importantly, the ace of spades, which would give the Colombian the nut flush draw.
Quite a big c-bet here as well, Henry, wasn't it? Just over 3 blinds. Ooh, the unlikely turn card.
Yeah, do apologize for the graphics. There is, I want to say, 2 million more in the pot. There's raised to 1 mil pre, dead small blind. So
there's no small blind in this one.
Yeah, 2.5 in there pre, plus the 3.2 million on the flop. So it's 5.7 in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was a sizable c-bet.
Yeah. Going for it again on the turn. Now this is interesting because Hanau's improved, but is this a case potentially where we improve and then end up folding?
Could certainly be the case. 2 overcards, the ace and jack. There's ace, jack, 5, 2 spades, 7 on the turn.
Yeah, there we go. The float improves and has to fold.
Oh, Zubov bulldozing his way to victory in that hand. So do have a new player coming on over. Maybe on the next hand. Guys, we decided not to put the board out there because, you know, you guys are dialed in. You always know what the right play is. So.
It's a pure memory check for myself and Henry.
Bold and Grumpy in the chat saying the infamous mystery board hand. Yes,
there we go.
Keeping you on your toes, mixing it up.
I mean, there's been some tough mystery hands thrown at us today, and well,
right
Henry,
on cue.
Let's have another one, shall we?
From the mystery board hand to the mystery hand. Maybe.
I feel like the guys backstage are just really testing us today.
I was about to say maybe the production crew have just really fallen asleep back there. They forgot to put the board out, and now they forgot to put Minko's cards out.
No. Right, I'm going for 7-4 offsuit, Henry. If today's anything to go by, I might as well just guess randomly.
I'm going pocket nines.
Okay. There are more combos in my hand. Small favourite.
I haven't seen any nines dead yet. Okay, so it looks like it's going to fold around to the big blind. Oh, it's my man. It's out.
Ah, Hisu. Stoic. Hisu. Regular in the high roller circuits.
Yeah, I've played a bit with him.
No, Henry, I said he's a regular in the high roller circuits.
Yeah, I've played a bit with him in the cash game streets.
King, Queen, Jack, Rainbow flop.
All
Very
right.
much favouring that early position open. But let's see how Hisu navigates. One can only assume on this texture, Henry is likely to face a bet.
I think we're drawing dead with nines and 7-4 here. 2.7 out there.
7-4 offsuit in the chat saying 7-4 off. I like it as a guess. Thanks.
Doesn't go too big. What is this? This is less than 1/3.
Again, Henry, a facet of just the ball texture in the early position raise.
A facet of the ball texture in the early position raise, but also just the fact that, you know, the big blind defender is going to be super wide, right? Doesn't need to go big. It's going to have so many folds. Like, how many times is his out just going to have like 7 high here, 8 high?
Oh, wow.
That's actually a really difficult turn card to play for his own, because he's improved in the sense that he now has 2 pair, but the hands that he was behind of on the flop, he's still kind of behind of on this turn.
Right. Very.
Like, unless it's like an ace king or like an aces.
Mm-hmm. Should say to those of you looking to get into playing some more live poker, perhaps sunglasses, not quite as reflective as Minko's, be advisable. You can almost see the flop in the glasses.
Nah, that's just FUD. Come on, man. Where's he gone with? He's gone 75% pot, which isn't as polar as I would expect him to bet on this turn, which kind of keeps his range a little bit wider. Like, when he bets 3 mil into 4.3, so what's that, like 2/3? He's not saying, I have ace-10 or kings only. With this sizing, he's also allowing himself to have hands like king-queen, king-jack.
Oh my word. What a run out for Hisu.
It's a pretty quick call from the German as well. Almost snap called turn. Boats up. Now for Minko, if he did have a hand like aces, he's beating queen-jack, king-jack, king-queen. The flop 2 pairs.
Mm-hmm. such a clean-looking board for Minka. Little does he know, Hisu.
Oh, he's checked
Found
it
that they're
back.
running fives. Oh, he just gave up. Good time to give up, Henry.
9-7 of clubs, eh?
I'm going to give us half a point each.
I think so. You said 7-4-0. I said pocket nines, mate. I mean, we'll chop that one up. That was a little out of line there. Now his turn sizing makes a lot of sense.
Right, okay, trying to make it look like he could have a variety of value hands, try and knock off maybe some second pair, bottom pair. Let's have a quick look at how things are panning out. I'm going to have a look at this palm table here, which we won't see too much of in this next bit, but I'm just going to mention a name that I didn't even realise was in this tournament, Monika Zubowitz. Haven't seen her at all myself personally. Here she is with 10 blinds, still in the mix, with the likes of Ibinger, Adamo, Yonni.
Yonne.
Do that right, Yonne.
Shout out my boy, Matt Belcher.
There we go.
Thailand represent.
Okay. Webster Lim rocking it over on the Lagoon, up against the likes of Aziz with that chip lead, and Livbury down to just 7 million chips. Battling on after that. What an unfortunate encounter she had a couple hours ago.
Yeah, that was a while back. So Liv's still in the mix. Monica's still in the mix. Marquez still in the mix.
Henry, I'm going to ask you a question.
Go on.
What's his Poker Paradise 2025? We make a 4th feature table. What are we calling it?
That's a good question. Give me a
We've got
second.
the Lagoon, we've got the Reef, we've got the Palm.
Coconut?
Okay.
Depends if Jack Germain's going to be over there. We call it Margarita.
Yeah, that's fair. Chen. Jamming the ace-8 for 4.5 blinds, and the Tsar is lurking.
Yeah, it feels mandatory for Chen. I mean, he's got one more hand, like one more free hand, I should say, before he has to put in half of his stack. So just taking an ace.
How much you want to bet he has ace king?
You want to know?
Chen, you're in much better shape than you would be.
Yeah.
Just torturing.
Much a strong word, but
actually better than ace king. I'd rather.
5.7 million out there. See if Chen can convert. There's 28% to stay alive deep on day 3.
well, there are backdoors and a myriad of them on that flop with that hand.
A good turn card.
Yeah, 4, 7, 9, spade.
King of spades.
Ace would be the
Yeah, I'll take
immediate
it.
one. That's not one of them.
Anticlimactic. Oh, does it build tension?
Barry needs to make an appearance, otherwise Chen is going to be out of there.
Not to be. Zubov takes another one. Field thinning as we approach the end of the 3rd day of play here.
It's pretty crazy that this is a near 2,000 runner field and we still have the names that we do. Some real talent left in this one. Zubov on the back end of that. Was it the 500k that he final tabled, or was it the 100k? I think it was the 100k. Hang on a minute.
900k.
Hang on a minute, because can
Oh, the aces are out again, but it is disaster for Lachey. As Musta from the big blind has flopped top 2 on this King Queen 3. And should he elect to fast play, which is no guarantee given the seats these players are operating from, but should he do so, very hard for Lachey to survive this hand.
it just come up with the smooth call? Really love this, not to state the obvious, but...
Yeah, I see where you're going, Henry. You know, up against the early position raise, we're going to have some weak hands. We want our opponents to go blasting. And the Queen of Diamonds must be a factor of this as well, of course, covering some of those flush draws.
Yeah, especially at this SPR as well, where we always stack ace-king, aces, maybe even like king-jack and big draws. And then when Lachey is just blasting off and leveraging his early position open, we just get more chips by letting him bluff with close to zero equity. This might just be a turn jam spot on a two-tone turn texture.
Yeah?
I don't know. I mean, he's got, what, 7.2 back? .8 out there. SPR's like, what, 1.5? Because it doesn't really make sense to like bet a small sizing here.
2.4 million.
Gone for half pot. Sets up for what? About 60% on the river, Henry?
Yeah, it's close to Geo.
So does Mooster ever just spring here? Try and deny potential equity to those draws, or at least charge them if it's a big combo draw?
Yeah, I mean, close to 50% of the time a flush completes, right? Chuck in the straight completing river cards like, you know, an ace, a jack, a 10, a 9. And not surprised to see this jam here from Musta. Just get value whilst you still can from the value portion of the range, rather than playing a guessing game and potentially not getting value on, you know, flush completing rivers. Let's say like the 9 of diamonds rolls off, for example.
Well, Lachey, obviously not loving it, but Henry's come this far with the boots.
Yeah, I'm curious if this is a pay jump stall here from the aces, or if this is a genuine tank. Like, the problem is that we can beat value, so I don't think that's very one-dimensional thinking from me. But the fact that we can beat like king jack of clubs,
You have been covered, right?
that might just pile turn.
Just the purpose.
It's also going to be an abundance of combo draws that we're ahead of.
I saw Lachey looking up at the time clock there, Henry. You referenced, of course, maybe a pay jump situation. The next one coming at 48. Obviously, our ticket just went down to 51. Maybe, just maybe. There could be one or two more out showing on the screen. 50. There you go. It goes down quick, Henry.
Wow. Okay.
So
well, at this point, yeah, I'm definitely using my time extensions. There are a lot of short stacks out there in the field, so I can get behind it.
Yeah, $30,000 pay jump on tap. And, of course, time bank refreshment tomorrow.
So I have this 30 and I can use one more.
Yeah, he's going to max time bank this, understandably so. He's 2 spots away from a 30k ladder, and given just how many people satellited into this, it's never safe to assume that people are just ponying up the 25k.
Actually, I had eyes on this gentleman earlier, and he was doing, you know, stalling when it was wise to do so, when folding hands. So.
Just getting confirmation from the dealer. He's drawing live to an ace, a 5 or a 3. If Canik can just hold.
I don't think I can fold this one.
He's going to be up to 19 million. He's made the call.
There we go. We knew it was coming, Henry. It was just a matter of increasing his chance of laddering should he lose this pot. Calls for a 5.
Oh, 5. 7. Why are you so angry?
Shay asking for a 5. Can't saying 7.
5.
Ooh, river 3, Henry. Same result as a 5. Lachey with the double up. Muster, well.
You won 5.
One leg and one arm gone. That was a huge hit to him.
That stings, man.
But now Henry, of course. Lachey must navigate the final hour and a half this evening. Time bankless.
So at the start of that hand, Canet had 29 bigs. Lachey had 16, so Canet still got 13 bigs, but
that's great. Thank you.
Well,
would
Henry,
much prefer to have had 50.
let's see if Jeff can bring us anything from the outer tables.
All right, developing situation at one of our outer tables. We have an all-in and a call. Reiner Kempe 3-bet the Bucky open. Christoph Vogelsang jammed. Vogelsang with 2 queens. Reiner with the ace-jack. Flop comes 9-7-3, clean flop for Christoph and the queens. Turn is a jack, opening up a couple more outs for Kempe. The river, though, is a king. And Christoph Vogelsang rev up the tractor. He's found the double up. With 50 players left at the WSOP Superman, we'll continue to keep you posted of the big action at our outer tables, but for now, let's send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Jeff. High roller German versus high roller German. How often have we said that?
Shout out JP, he's been doing a fantastic job out there. Oh, the magical sound. Why is everyone dressed for an Everest attempt? I tell you what, man, the air conditioning in here gets a bit cold.
I would suggest Liv might struggle past Camp 2 in that clothing, but
That's a hilarious comment. I was out there freezing the other day playing cash.
trust me when I say, Henry, in a big poker room, it's definitely better it's too cold than too warm. The smell that can arise from warm poker rooms is really not something you need to be experiencing.
Shout out to Roll-On Deodorant. Our new sponsor, Dove Soap Bars. Proud sponsor of the WSOP Paradise Supermain. Buy 3, get 1 free.
And by the time you bought 3, you don't need another one, Henry.
You just hand them out to, you know, just like a subtle...
It's like when you offer someone a mint.
Yeah, just a very subtle,
and they say,
like, hey,
they
mate,
say, no, I'm all right, thank you. And you go, no, please have a mint.
Here's a bar. So I almost had that at the UTH the other day. I couldn't do it, though. Shout out to that.
I insist.
Vlad, you know it's on your...
Lachey, fresh off that double. Now V-pipping. Or PFRing, I should say. With the 4s.
Memon. Again, he's just taking a few seconds. We are 2 places away from that $30,700 pay jump, an entire Bayern's worth.
What do we know about this Nick Mahone? That's a name that I recognize from somewhere.
Come at me, Henry. You tell me.
I'll just have a quick look on the old Hendon mob.
Like it. It's present.
Samuel defending Queen
It
Deuce.
feels good on you.
In hearts from the big.
Like 17, 18?
And wow, strikes that pretty hard on the Queen 5 Deuce.
Oh, we don't mind those flops. Nick, I can't find him actually. Has he removed himself from the Hendon mob?
Maybe. Looks like we got some action on the palm table. Adamo all in with 2 8s. Eukenheimen, the one at risk. Henry needs a 3 or running deuce 5 here. It will be the end of the Finns' run.
Two outs once. Doesn't find it, man.
Not to be for Yoni. Call up the Ocean Club. That 9 a.m. tea time needs booking.
Yeah, that one stings. Button against cutoff against a very aggressive Adamo. Just happy to get in any pocket pair there. Man, Adamo up to 40+ million now.
Here he comes. Yeah, I did mention tomorrow, plan to play. Play down to the final table the following day. Play down to a champion. Perhaps, Henry? Darmo can just get us to the final by 4 p.m. and we run it through. I mean,
Go for a few beers.
who'd bet against it? Terrible looking turn card for Samuel in that it counterfeits those queens and deuces, but his queen, still enough.
Can't find anything, by the way, on Hendon Mob.
Okay, he's got an incognito.
Yeah, if anyone knows anything about this Nick, my own guy, seems like a reasonable player from the US. So he has 2 bracelets, 3 rings, and 10 million in total earnings. That's on the Wsop Plus app.
Okay, that's a, I'm going to call it a reasonable resume.
Samuel getting paid off by the curious pocket 4s.
1-6.
Jay Torrance saying Nick, absolute crusher. Yeah, it certainly seems that way. He's got a couple of bracelets, over 10 million in earnings on GG Poker.
Yeah.
Noodle saying I have him tagged as a trash reg, lol. Wow. Well, he's here.
Hey, we've all missed tag before.
I've definitely.
Good luck, ladies and gentlemen.
Fisher and Joe getting this one in. Kings v Queens, 40 million chip pot. Pretty cold here. Hijack versus Button, one can only assume. We saw a 3-bet and a 4-bet pile.
That's disgusting, man.
All seems reasonable. And an ace 8-5 board. Fisher with clubs working, but only faintly so.
40 bigs each. These are 2 of the average stacks in the field. The short stacks just looking on as they get closer to that pay jump.
Gargoyle the only way out. Not to beat.
That's pretty brutal.
Yeah, that'd be big disappointment and a tough one to take. Queens against Kings at this stage of the tournament.
I have 25.
That one's going to take some time to shake off.
It's one of those, Henry, though. You're obviously bitterly disappointed, but...
No, James, just stop there.
You sleep well.
No, just stop there.
You got Queens, you ran into Kings.
Okay, I see what you mean.
I always think it's much harder when you've, you
punted it off.
Or not even punted it, but something borderline, or you've made a big call, but it's close. So much easier to sleep when it was just unavoidable.
And a flurry of bust outs.
All right.
He's European, but I think he's like maybe his family is.
Samuel limping. 6s from the small against Aziz, who we know is hyper aggressive. Here he comes with 8-4-0, popping it up.
48 left.
Doesn't.
Let's say 48 left.
Maybe he's European. He's a Uruguayan flag.
Does say 48 live.
Yeah, true.
The pay jump
European name. It looks European.
has been secured.
That flag. Maybe he moved there.
Yeah, so everyone now guaranteed $140,000 for their efforts. As we work our way down
Can't believe he even thought about
to day 4, have about an hour and 10 minutes or so left on the clock.
Henry Aziz has found a piece on ace 8-7 as the raiser. Enough of a piece to take the lead.
Yeah, after a pretty out of line 3.5x.
Really? Wow.
He's one of the guys that Randy was kind of telling me about earlier as well to keep an eye on.
Got pay jump. Got pay jump. Yeah, I'm saying this.
Action checks through as he's perhaps this time deciding to keep things a little smaller. Yeah, blind on blind encounter.
I was rooting for you hard. How's the coffee?
Surely CSZ's bet this now. The ace pairing. Get value from some king highs.
Is it black sheep? Black sheep. Well, there's another one called black rifle coffee. There's another one in the States called black rifle coffee.
They're mainly in the UK.
Like,
yeah.
UK,
Middle East, and now
yeah.
in the States.
Yeah.
We should actually.
Yeah.
Henry Samuel, I guess, but not much decision here.
He was the guy who came last year, right, with the open shirt?
With the 2 6s. He's just going to surrender, okay.
How'd you meet him? How did you meet him?
Suspicious of the check back, perhaps.
That's a strong fold. That's a strong fold, especially against Aziz. Finding out more about my moan, by the way. Didn't want to put him on blast. Go on.
That's what I was going to say, because I just saw something pop up in chat and say that back in the day he played on the online under the handle FU15, which is an account that I've lost a lot of money to.
There we go. Yeah, I think it's people saying he got like final 2 tables of the main event one year. And he also does a lot of good charitable work for kids outside of poker, and people following up on that saying, yeah, he runs a charity where he donates to kids in South America.
Fucking run good.
Someone can link me that, by the way. That'd be amazing. You could send me that on socials.
All right, is that... Did I just notice Ana Marquez taking the empty seat on this table?
Look like it.
In seat 1.
Only 2 girls left in the field?
Huh?
Only 2 girls left in the field together?
Another lady there. Yeah.
Oh, who else?
We're all the Euro girls.
All the Euro girls.
She's Euro, man.
And you never wore?
She's Euro.
First of all, England is outside of.
Okay, so developing situation here. We're just going to try to listen in real quick.
I have a call as well. Craziest shit I've ever seen.
Oh, my man, how can you play 2 hands?
That's sick. Because it's not a PLO tournament.
This is crazy.
Wow.
For you. So who wins now? All hands are dead.
Yeah, obviously he wins.
No, just my hand is dead.
Yeah.
Can you just show it for him?
You forgot to feel better.
Yeah, depending on my weekend.
Okay. I thought you like jammed the flop or something.
You could just show it.
I mean, the ruling is right.
Yeah, that was wild.
Million chip or nothing. That's so annoying.
Yeah, he didn't see that his hand from the prior hand was right here.
It was thrown here, and that was the other hand.
And then he realized on the
it's,
flop.
Apparently the same deck as well.
And like I remember like a situation where like the dealers start shuffling, and then you like I realized like I think these things can happen easily.
Wild.
Okay, so in the end, action was on the flop. Then they noticed that Kemba had 2 hands in front of him. So his hand was unfortunately ruled dead when he had checked and was facing an all-in. So, but with 4 cards in front of him, they had to rule the hand dead. Kemba said he had a call, but just a wild situation here deep in the super main. Let's send it back to you guys.
Wow, Henry, that is absolutely incredible.
Looks like the game's better than ever.
Just goes to show how much mental fatigue can set in these events. Players, you just don't expect that from players like Reiner, right? He's been around poker so long. And the players either side him as well, Bucky, Christoph, not noticing the cards there. How often have you sat in a game where the dealer starts seeing, like, oh, dealer, there's some cards there, but they all slept on that because so much focus and mental drain has occurred.
They were already at the flop.
Yeah, that this is like one of the things I don't believe I've ever heard that particular situation before.
No,
This
very,
is,
very
4
rare.
million,
And
6 million,
But
7,
fair play to Rhino
9,
saying,
10,
well, it's the only rule that he can give. I've got too many cards.
Yeah.
I've got 4 cards. My hand's dead.
100%, man. I mean, I think you nailed it there with the fact that fatigue does kick in. We're, 10 hours into day 3?
Mhm.
People have been grinding for 3 days in a row. There's an hour left until the end of the day.
That's wild for it to happen. It's such a high equity situation like this.
Man, imagine if he had like open jammed and got called or something, or like had left like 1 chip back.
I think when I've seen situations similar to that, they've always made the rule that the chips matching the previous bet would be the ones that would be forfeited. So say you jammed, then you'd actually only lose 1 blind if no one's active.
Okay.
Because you had to put that in, but they'd be like, oh, come on, the raise goes back kind of situation.
Okay.
There was a really famous one years and years ago at the main event with 12 left. A similar situation where a player's hand got swiped by the dealer by accident after she jammed with kings over someone's big bet. And obviously she jammed, but it wasn't. It was like 3x the open, so she lost a third of her stack, but not obviously the whole stack. They weren't going to just knock her out the tournament because the dealer had taken the hand, so she had to match the bet. And then lost the thing. But obviously was on cue to double up in a huge spot with 11 left. I want to say Gail Bowman, but the chat will correct me on that, I'm sure.
That's crazy, man.
Some people in the chat, pardon me, saying dealer's fault. It is a dealer's fault, but it's also the player's fault. It's everyone's fault. And ultimately, it's the player's responsibility.
Yeah, it is.
You're the fail-safe. You're the last line.
Yeah, agreed. It is the player's responsibility.
But the dealer will obviously, just like Ron Kemp, be thinking, I've messed up. These people are professionals and proud of it.
Noodle's saying it was aces that she had.
It was aces. Kings. There we go.
Yeah, a few people saying that. That's insane. So it was 12 left? Are we talking about the WSOP main event?
Again, chat will correct me. I'm pretty sure it was Gail Bowman. Oh, not Gail Bowman, okay. But I think it was the year Gail was deep as well. I think they came like 11th and 10th in the main event, the 2 women left.
Wow. So she didn't even make the final table?
No.
After potentially...
Yeah.
Wow, that's... I'd probably just retire from poker, to be honest with you. Checks through. 4.6 out there. Estelle Dennis is what the chat's saying.
Sorry, Henry, whilst I was reminiscing about
it's all good.
Previous big moments, I have to confess I've slept this pot somewhat.
It went open from Nick. Liv flat out the small. Went check. Quarter pot, cool. Turn went check, check. River, Liv comes with block.
I kind of feel like you have a set. Listen.
Kind of feel like she has a set. Well, we will never know.
Oh, so he wasn't...
Well, we'll know it's not a set.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Never played so many streets.
Good one, Henry.
We're still like...
12
Yeah.
Fun. I like this new format.
I thought it was 51.
Yeah, back in the
Turns
day.
out Phil Helmuth was right all along.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
I remember him being like, Liv, you know what you're talking about?
Yeah.
No, Phil, you've got to rejam, post-flop poker with like under 15 big blinds. No, Phil was right.
Yeah, now we chill. Now we're chilling.
Oh, yeah. Was it just one?
Back in the days, everything, all the time.
I guess I'll see anyway, but...
You'll see.
Really
I'll
strong?
see.
Really strong hand?
Yeah.
That's it. I had the best hand.
Yeah.
But it wasn't really strong.
Okay, all right. Sorry.
So I'm confident I had the best.
Thank you.
Best hand, but wasn't really strong. Maybe an ace-10. Ace-10 suited that didn't want to rejam.
Henry, come at me. Tell me about GG Poker.
Well, the viewers around the world that are currently watching can find rejam spots of their own. Over on GG, they give themselves a free $50 ticket into the Weekender by using the code Paradise2024. All they need to do is to deposit, $20 to get that $50 ticket. Good luck, everyone. Trying to catch up with all of this. All right, right words make magic, saying Estelle Dennis ended up getting 203rd in the tournament, so there were more than that left when her hand was killed.
I think it was a. I think it must have been
different one.
I'm not saying it was with 12 left, but I thought it was super deep.
Yeah, because Jay Torin 76 is saying it was Elizabeth Hill when Bowman and her came 10th
Yeah.
and 11th in the main.
There we go. I think that's what I remember it being, the two women left. Obviously, you know, I don't mind making a big thing of this whole, you know, last woman standing and all this. It's a game in which there is no difference. Anyway, there's no need to separate these accomplishments. But it was still noteworthy that with 11 left, there were two women in and neither of them made the final table.
0.7.
Wow, 3 ladies left in this one with 46 left. Well, saying Henry, Nick's charity is empathy into action. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that.
Nice. Muster with the up front limp, Henry. Under the gun off 9 blinds.
You know it's on. You know it's on you.
Yeah, I see.
Sure. Sorry.
That was a very polite way of saying WTH. Why are you tanking? There's been some excessive tanking.
Well, we just mentioned the somewhat unfortunate situation surrounding Reiner Kempe. Fortunately now for him, just doubled up, got it in with aces versus kings. So maybe it was just meant to be. Maybe that was a good thing. I don't know. We'll never know. But a nice bounce back for Reiner Kempe, guys.
Thank you very much. Nice to see.
Cheers, Jeff. He's been doing a great job out there on the floor. It's come Queen 10-9 over here. 4.6 million out there. Samuel's just going to put Can It all in.
Wow.
He's going to call off for his tournament life. Cards on their backs. And Can It had 2 pair earlier on and got counterfeited. Can he hold here for his tournament life? Additional outs now.
Yeah.
Ace, king, queen, jack needed.
8 gets half the pot. 9 gets none of it. I see the the chat still going on about this. I think there were basically 2 very similar situations happened. Is what's becoming.
Yeah, it seems like it.
And I think I might be conflating confusing them as well, much like most people are. I mean, these were years and years ago. Which is why I'm thinking it was Gail Bowman deep, but it happened to Gail Bowman, but maybe not deep, and it happened to Estelle Dennis when it wasn't particularly deep, and I'm confusing the 2. But the point is, these things do happen, of course, over the course of so many hands being dealt. It's just surprising to me that it happens in a seat occupied by Kempe with Vogelsang and Bucky either side, who are super experienced players.
Yeah, I agree. It's been a long old grind, this series. I mean, for the people that were here from the start, on like the 7th or so.
Yeah, and
10 days of grinding now.
And you know, we say this is day 3. For a lot of players it is, but there are players who would have played multiple day 1s to get through, potentially 4 of them. And they've been playing this tournament for 6 days in a row now.
Put my hand there.
Marquez is on a very short stack now.
Aziz and the elder nod to the dealer, 1 chip. You know what I mean? She announces raise for him. That's when you That's when you're the governor, Henry. Just give it the old
dicey.
Wave the chip at the dealer. Obviously, Henry, I try and remain impartial in the booth, but now I'm learning everything about Nick. I've got a man to root for at the moment. Here comes the jam.
Yeah, this should work. Well-timed aggression from Nick against one of the table chip leaders.
Yeah, about 8.5 or 9, I think. Start the hand, I think about 9.
Let's go, Nick. North of 20 bigs.
I had a good stand. You'll see on the stream. You gonna watch it later?
Maybe I will.
Maybe. Depends
If,
what time
if I'm not.
He's going to sleep.
Yeah.
If I'm not very tired, I might.
It depends. If you have adrenaline,
He has 50 million in a day.
But if you have adrenaline, you sometimes you can't go to sleep. You watch some.
I don't know, poker is what you want to do.
Yeah.
It's okay to be curious.
If I lose my sleep, then I might watch.
He has 20 Brazilian.
Maybe he eats or something.
Yeah.
It's more chill. Definitely not watching.
Mustafa is locked in, man. Saying that he has 20 other Brazilians watching the streams for him, sending him hand histories.
What time is it now? I have no idea what time it is.
Shout out to all the Brazilians sending Aziz hand histories.
There we go.
So it's like 11 o'clock right now?
So I'm just so glad to have Musta here. I know he doesn't play as much poker as he used to play.
It's fake.
But
he's been playing quite a lot recently.
No one knows anything that's going on without our phones. We're all just
has a watch.
We're all just
Grinding again.
naked. 11 o'clock. Okay, cool.
Just to randomize, it doesn't have a time.
Table's certainly richer for having him on it. Liv, getting a little fruity from the hijack.
Oh.
My moment gonna come along for the ride from the button with this king queen.
I have no idea what the time is from. 4
Like 9?
o'clock somewhere.
9.
You use because you like.
It could be anywhere.
Yeah. 4 o'clock in the morning? No, it doesn't.
Well, Liv finds an ace.
Yeah, maybe.
10-6, completing the run out. Oh, Henry, a board that with range should be somewhat, at least mildly concerned about that button peel.
I don't know, actually. I don't think so. I mean, we're loving the ace high board textures in theory.
I mean, in with the rest of her range, no, there's no cause to.
Well, she seems to agree with you because she's checked on over. Yeah, I do have to be cautious, obviously, of some 6s, flats, 10s, stronger ace-X for sure. Nick just pouncing on that immediately. Just trying to put a lot of pressure on exactly this. I mean, 5s, you could argue whether or not 5s are going to be opening off this stack depth, but 7s, 8s, 9s.
Yeah, that's kind of where this looks like it's attacking, doesn't it?
Yeah, even like a hand like 10-9, Jack-10. Start applying pressure now. Well, she does now chop with ace 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah. Somewhat of an improvement for Liv.
5 million out there. Playing similar stacks.
Here's one stab for now. That's all that's going to be invested as the board runs out a brick. Liv the opener. Check called flop. Turns check through.
I wonder if this one goes to showdown. Well, she's checked it on over once more. The table's going to get to see that she's opened the ace 5-0 from the hijack. Not sheepish about scooping in a 5 million chip pot, though, with 45 left.
Yeah, Musta was putting a little bit of face checking Nick's stack there, thinking, hey, pal, maybe you should be 3-betting whatever they had on the button there. She's opening liberally. Henry, let's hear a little bit more from our man on the floor, shall we?
Okay, so behind me, the seat that did belong to Bucky, to Matthew Wantman, he got the chips in with kings against George Lemon's ace-king. Clean run out. Bucky even picked up a flush draw on the turn. But the river was an absolutely brutal ace, and Bucky's day ends in brutal fashion, out in 46th place for a little more than $140,000. But he had a shot to just have all the chips and be in control late here at the WSOP Super Main. But it's Lehman in seat 3 with a decent amount of chips now after scoring the KO. Guys?
Thanks, Jeff. And Henry, sounds like that's where the action's happening. Let's just...
Should we just keep a camera crew over there?
Let's just keep them ready to go. Here we go. Aziz raising up, the man who has driven a lot of action on this table throughout the day. And Liv behind with 2 sevens. What's she thinking here? It is just a call.
Oh, my.
Here we go. Henry, this feels like a little icky, but against a player who has a wide range and Liv not 3-betting. Worthy of playing?
Oh, he's flicked in the call.
Fit or fold?
Feels like I just put in the king-queen in pre. I don't really want to be taking king-queen 3 ways, but here we are. What about Lim? Does Lim just say, hey, now getting laid an insane price to just try and flop a set?
Yeah.
He's disciplined.
Wow. One more discipline than I have, Henry. Give me the deuce. Am I a fish?
I think there's some insane reverse implied odds with 45 left, right?
Right, okay.
Case in point. It's got sevens.
Yeah. The heart flushes, spade flushes available in this hand as well. It's kind of things often beat sets. Okay. Aziz, how'd you like that one?
Trying to think if there's ever a turn card here. Aziz could play it tricky. The Ukrainian, by the way, who should just be all in for his tournament life, has perhaps found a way to preserve his 5.5 bigs.
Well, let's see how this one plays out, Henry.
4.7 out there. Right, it's just reaching for one of each.
Rainbow bet.
$850.
Yeah, I mean, Liv obviously wants to go to war with Aziz, but 2 players that act behind. How can she possibly continue here?
Man, she was really staring the Ukrainian down to see if he was getting a bit
Yep.
excited about getting chips in behind. Staring Aziz down. Fair play to Liv for still being dialed in this late into day 3.
Especially for someone who, you know, doesn't get these long reps in anymore. Poker table. She confessed to me, Henry, on day 1. She said, James, if you see me tanking for a long time in a pot, it's because I'm trying to work out how much is in the pot. It's all come flooding back to her.
Fun's good.
Wow, Z's up to 59 million, eh?
Yeah.
Man, we got some legends still in the mix here. Moneymaker, Adamo, Vogelsang, Liv.
Oh, we could have all sorts of final table lineups in this one. All right, then. Just as we're getting comfortable, we're going to kick up the stakes. 3-6, final level of day 3.
Renlin, Adamo, Moneymaker, Liv, Justin Bonomo, Justin Carey, Roland Rakita, Tess Eibinger. What? That's crazy. This is shaping up to be a classic WSOP event. Ryder Kempe, Mustafa can.
Can we have an all-German final table? Is that possible still?
That is possible, yeah. Although they're on short stacks.
No, just off 2%. Okay, two.
Oh.
Hey, I'm just having a quick look.
Little 2% swap. Hang on. Who was that? Nick and Canet?
Whatever.
Okay.
Was there? Did you catch some business going on?
Yeah, a little two ball being swapped there. I can't blame them. But sorry, James. Go on. I cut you off.
Okay. Who's got receipts? Oh, I was just going to say, we'll have a quick check to see. Of course, this isn't the only event going on here today. Although obviously the one we're going to be focused on. There is the 50k high roller on the way, and they're coming right towards the end of day one in that, and a leaderboard that is in no way surprising. DeVoris, Lenin Maue, João Vieira, Fedor Holtz, Tim Adams, Mario Mosbach, Adrian Mateus, Daniel Negreanu are the top 8 in that one. Stacked enough for you?
That is pretty stacked. Also very tilted that we can only sweat that one through the WSOP Plus app and Poker News. Would have been nice to have been able to stream that one. Obviously our attention here.
Okay, let's take you right to the action here, where Matas opened for a little more than 4 million, with about 1.5 or so behind, maybe a little more. Renlin made the call, and now Reiner Kempe is all in. So again, Matas opened for 4.5. Renlin made the call. And in the small blind, Reiner Kempe jammed. There's the call from Matas. Leaving just a little bit behind. Renlin makes the call as well. So Reiner Kempe looks for the triple up. Can effectively say the same for Matas here. Renlin looks to score the double KO. Wsop is queen 6-4 with 2 diamonds. And here we go. Ace queen for Kempe, who takes the lead on that flop. Matas had the ace 8 suited, Renlin with 2 10s. Kempe in the lead. Turns top 2. River is an 8. So Matas is going to stay alive as he finds the ace on the turn to beat Renlin for the small side pot. And Reiner Kempe is going to find the triple up. Gets it in with the ace queen against the ace 8 suited and the 2 10s. And what a turnaround it has been for Kempe. After his hand had to be turned into a fold because he had 4 cards in front of him when he was going to be all in. He doubles, and then just like that, he finds the triple up. The triple up for Reiner Kempe. So much action here at our outer tables. We'll keep you guys posted.
Well, what an absolutely incredible turnaround for Reiner, as Jeff mentions there. Has his hand killed, then goes double, triple. Thank you very much. Let's play.
Insane turn of events for him. Butterfly effect. And insane for Ren to not at least eliminate Matas as well. He was drawing to 2 outs. Aziz has got the blades. Big blind all in for his tournament life.
Two blacks.
Just to turn it over and smile at the guys. I get what Aziz is trying to do. He's like, oh, unlucky, but it just felt like a bit much.
No.
I know
I disagree.
It was never intended that way.
There's zero malicious
of
intent
course.
there. It was him just being a gent, snap calling.
Yeah.
Wow.
King Queen trade doesn't get much worse.
It really doesn't. Drawing to a chop with the Jack 10 or running 8s for the win. Dead on the turn.
Thank you.
Now, Honey, good G. Good game.
Wow.
There we go. Henry, I'm losing my mind.
Good G. It's all right,
Good
mate.
G.
It's final level of level 3.
Good G.
We're not making that a thing.
Okay. Good. I'm glad you shot me down on that.
That's like Ali's, what was it that Randy just said? Oh, I can't remember. Ali's out here making stuff up as well. And showers, they're really quite a few bust outs late on day 3 here. Down to what, 44 players? 50 minutes left on the clock. 3 ladies still in. Liv, Marquez, and Monica.
Best panini ever.
It was that. Gannett's a legend. And tonight's panini is going to be the tastiest of all time. Listen, those paninis at 2 a.m., they've been hitting hard. You know the ones I'm talking about?
I don't.
Wow, you don't know the panini place?
No. Where is it? Are we going there?
Yeah, right next to the bar where we see. I'm gonna put people on blast, but you know who we see at the bar before the elevators.
Ah, the little cafe. They got good paninis in there, do they?
They do have very decent paninis.
That's why everyone's queuing up when I walk back past.
Yeah. Closes at 2 a.m. Wow, Z's just running wild now. Madman.
Get a hand.
Okay, the paninis. Although, do I need a panini at 2 a.m., Henry?
Yeah.
It's not whether or not you need a panini at 2 a.m. James?
I thought it was.
No.
Fair point.
I
Just
never
be
fold to James.
rude not to.
You cost yourself the small blind by besting him.
How crazy is it that this is a 2,000 runner field? We've got Bonomo, we've got Liv Bourrie, we've got Mustafa Canet, we've got Adamo. So many legends in this one. Moneymaker's still in.
Yeah, I was sort of saying to Randy earlier, how absurd would it be, given that, obviously, at one point in time, Chris Moneymaker had the title of having won the largest 10K of all time, if he then also in the future somehow held the title of winning the biggest 25K of all time.
Moneymaker Boom 2.0.
Right then, Aziz. At it once again.
Sorry, this comment's just killed me. Dugan saying Panini is plural, Panino is singular. Okay, mate. Fair play.
What's that? No Panini for him. Or a Panino. Just 9 high. And a check fold.
Sounds good.
see legendary floorman Tony Burns in the chat saying Moneymaker 2.0 please, in reference to your suggestion of a poker boom. We'll see, everyone in the poker industry will be okay with that. But I'd say poker's doing just fine. It's received somewhat of a boom in the last few years. Really
has been insane.
Really has kicked on.
Crazy. Crazy the butterfly.
Macau games are back. European games are booming. Stateside. Just got some of the wildest cash games, wildest tournaments. Case in point, a 50 mil guaranteed in a 25K.
50 mil guaranteed. How did that meeting go, do you reckon, Henry?
Have you seen that meme of where the office clerk makes a suggestion and gets thrown out the window?
Yeah, but they didn't throw them out the window. They went, yeah, go on, let's do that. That would have made more sense if someone got launched out of a window, Henry. Instead, here we are.
All in?
Yeah, nice jam from Lim. No nonsense.
Sometimes it just feels like they know. Incredibly, Henry, despite that 20 million guaranteed, 20 million, 50 million guaranteed, we fell only just short, just 22 players short. All right, a very look at the palm. What's going on here? Zubowitz, Monica, she's all in. Queen Jack of clubs from the small, over an Ibinger. Jam from the button against these two short stacks. Zubowitz. Ace deuce of spades. Is he thinking about maybe taking them both on? Henry with a deuce in his hand?
He's got 7 bigs. He might just think his ace high is good. Would be a strong overcall, given that Monica's called it off out of the small blind.
Yeah, it's tough. Makes the fold. Monica will see she's live against, well, what rates to be much weaker than Ace King.
Five and a half bigs, looking to spin the wheel.
Yeah, get herself back in this. Queen in the window, ace behind it, but then a little jack says hello.
Oh no, did I jinx myself? No, I didn't. No.
Wow, she just double jinked herself. Oh no.
You've got to be careful what you ask for, Henry.
She just said ocho, ocho.
Six is safe.
Needs to fade ace, king, 10 or a 6.
Oh! There it is. Monica Zubowitz out in 42nd. And one of those Germans. Austrians. Henry gave me a look. As soon as I said it, I wasn't sure, Henry. I looked your direction. One of the German speakers is what I meant to say, Henry. One of the crew.
It's okay. He's part of the crew. It's fine. Ah, that's rough. GG's. Well, I mean, every bust out from here on out, deep on day 3, it's it hurts. These people have grinded so long. Poker gods did give her a good sweat, though.
Yeah, I had everything.
In the 5K. And I played with 2 Romanians, you know, Vlad Darie.
Yeah.
Another one, Fora Adrian.
I'm friend with Vlad,
yeah. Sorry, it's a sicko. Like, he just, he remember, he, like, left, and then, like, apparently he spun 3,000 up, like, 3 million or something like that. So, anyway, so guy said, the other arena guys, like always like I made him my avatar and I won like 90K, so you gotta make him your avatar. So I make him my avatar on Saturday. I played online and I got like second in like the 1500 mystery on GGO. And then on Monday, we're at the same day too, but he's right next to me, so I've got a picture of him. Like on my avatar.
Good luck, Marquez.
Right,
All in for a tournament live. She's been snapped off.
I was trying to not step on that story, but this certainly worthy of interruption here. Overcard. Flush draw against the very hot running Aziz. Oof.
Removes the queen outs.
Takes a king of diamonds off the board as well. Not to be for Ana Marquez. Another one to bust here late on day 3.
Your new name.
Butcher?
The butcher. You know what a butcher is?
No.
It's like the person who chops the meat up.
70 million.
Ah, okay.
What's
Marquez.
that in Portuguese?
Mostly quick hug before bowing out. Picking up her 140,000 for her efforts.
We both
Yikes. So, just one lady left.
Here we go.
Barry.
Hisu. Been sleeping on him a little bit. Still wielding that 40 million chip stack. Being a big stack throughout the day. And here he is, going to be with a chance to grab another pelt. One thinks once he gets this count, Henry, 11 blinds. I'm sure not a number he can fold ace queen to.
No, I don't think we're ever folding, even though this rejam from the hijack should be pretty tight, given that Hisu's open from under the gun. But Hisu is also one of the active players at the table, and one of the chip leaders. So can get behind the lighter rejam. Good luck, gents.
Hisu does make the call. We'll be thrilled to see it's king-queen. He's up against...
Showdown, yeah?
Yeah, showdown would be nice.
You've called?
A lot of shyness here.
We got there eventually.
A lot of shyness. I always root, Henry, for the person who turns their hand over first in cash games. Or other such situation, tournaments, whatever it is. Not so much cash games, but you can keep your hands hidden.
So you're calling for a king-high flop?
No, I'm just saying that. It's my encouragement for people to turn their hands over fast. So here there was a bit of confusion over whether the action had been completed, which is why there was a delay. Hisu, still best, and has the hearts covered should they come via the back door. Oh,
ooh. Hello.
Wow. Wow. Can you believe your luck? Quineville sitting here now, of course, has to fade the ace or jack for the redraw. But that king has come out of nowhere to potentially save his chances in this one. Brick it is. Well, well, well. That feels like a bolt from the blue, Henry.
That's a very strong 3-outer. We obviously know it's part of the game, but
yeah,
finding a 3-outer deep on day 3.
Again, I'm not familiar with the man's poker background, but I'm going to say it's up there in most people's highest equity spots they'd probably be in their life, being deep in a tournament like this.
Yeah, I don't think many people get the opportunity to be, 5 tables away from winning $6 million.
It's not even that. Final 8 get a mil. Like that's a benchmark. carry on. Final level of the night underway here. Very grueling day for these players. Not necessarily physically, but mentally. Gaza. Ace 8 and 23 blinds. Aha, Henry. It's been a while, but it's mystery hand time.
I'm a fan of a mystery hand with 30 minutes left of the day. Ace 8 is a bit of a frisky open of what, 22, 23 bigs, especially with ICM and big stacks behind. Joe going to peel one off on the button in position.
44 million and now 32, and I can't recall who's in the big blind on this table. But those are some meaty stacks to be opening into. Look at that, just folds the ace 7 suited. Oh, of course, Sousa in the big. Wow, yeah, that is a murderer's row to be opening into.
Yeah, that's up there with top 5 loosest opens of all time.
Henry, I don't think you've been watching today's stream too long. We've had some outliers.
Look, we saw Liv with the ace 5 earlier. People just mixing it up.
9, 7, 5 board. Hisu with the gut shot. 2 overs. Gaza, gut shot of his own. Ace high in the betting lead, but a scary proposition to go blasting into this.
Come on, Gaza, find the c-bet. He's checked it on over. .5 out there.
Joe appearing to be looking more direction of Hisu than Gaza. Those two playing far deeper. Checks it back. We see a 10. Gaza now improves to an open ender. Hisu, of course, top pair. Gut shot still working.
Playing defense, pot control. Would rather play this combo as check call rather than bet and potentially be in uncharted territory. Given that this is a mystery hand, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this
It's not going to check all the way down?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Henry. We can get that spoiler.
And I'm going with King Jack of clubs.
If you had King Jack of clubs, Henry, what's the bet size here?
It's a good question. Half pot? 2.2? He's gone bigger, I think.
3.5 into 4.5.
That is a very sizable bet. Especially into 2 opponents on a very wet turn texture. Which would make sense, you know, with a set. Some of the people in the chat saying 7s. Okay. No?
So I'm wondering how likely that is, Henry, given the flop action, given the check back.
It's tough for it to be 10s. There's only one combo of 10s left. Did just flat call pre.
Yeah. Maybe, you know, ace 10 seems like a possible to me. King 10 suited, perhaps.
Yeah, I like ace 10.
Seems to me that's the sort of hand that would want to bet this. If we're looking for one pair hands, the kind of hand that would want to bet this one size. Like big once, deny, and then very unlikely wants to bet twice anyway.
I think guys are really chewing on this one an open-ender. Needs to be careful as well because, I mean, the jack out might not be an out.
Right.
It could very easily be up against a king-queen in Joe's shoes. That's like picked up a gut shot to go along with his 2 overs on the turn and just bombs. Wow, yeah, it does eventually let go of it.
So then, the 2 big stacks take to 5th Street. Wsop out of position. We first act on the Queen River. Henry called King Jack of clubs nice and early. That'd be a nice card for that hand.
$11.5 out there. Wsop going to check the side. I mean, it feels like an impossible call. But we've seen him put the cape on before. If he does stare down the barrel of a large bet.
Yeah, a river bet. What would be some club combos?
Where do the bluffs come from?
Right.
Like ace-8 of clubs?
They're so thin, aren't they?
A hand with a jack that doesn't contain a king or a queen, so it'd have to be like a flat call with ace-jack suited pre, which I could see.
Okay.
Could see an ace-jack float.
8 million, I bet.
Don't forget, flop checked through, and it wasn't until the 10 of clubs rolled off on the turn that we saw a very big bet from Zhu, 3.5 into 4.5, and into 2 opponents.
Yeah, 3-way being the key point there, Henry. Yeah, I think you and I are in the same camp here. We're not sure what, but it smells of value, just purely because there aren't many bluffs available.
Yeah, I feel like the bluffs come from 7-8, ace-8, ace-jack. People are saying 9s. A lot of people in the chat are saying 9s, which is one of the value hands that would make sense.
Top set being the candidate that's most likely to check the flop, yeah?
Yeah, I agree. Obviously, 10s being less likely because Wsop blocks the 10s. I don't know if he goes for this sizing with Queen Jack though, chat. That's the thing.
Yeah, I think we can remove 1 pair. Unless he's some absolute sicko.
On this run out as well. Although the turn sizing that he went for, I think we can remove every combo of King Jack apart from King Jack of clubs, even though it turned a double gut shot. Would be a bit ambitious for Wsop to just call with a player behind.
Wsop, deepest into the tank we've seen him go today. Real tough spot.
Wow, he's really staring Joe down. Joe's giving nothing away.
No. Yeah, good fold, we think, Henry. Oh, savage, savage man. Ace-jack with the ace of clubs. You did say that's like the only way he could have a jack.
That's strong. That's a strong bluff. We'll be keeping our fingers on the pulse of this Joe character.
Well, well, well. Take a bow, sir. You got Wsop. You got myself and Henry. And you've got many others as well. Creatively found a bluff.
Now everyone's saying easy call. Funny how that works.
Yeah.
That was a sick bluff.
Sometimes, Henry, you get bluffed.
It's one of those spots as well where it felt like it's tough to have bluffs there, so fair play to him.
That was something else.
He's up to 52 million now.
Thoroughly deserved 52 million. But let's not sleep on Wsop. He came close to calling there. I mean, that was a long time in the tank.
He also had a really good combo to hero with as well, but when you're deep into day 3, we got another mystery hand?
Oh, well, we do.
Back-to-back mystery hands.
Okay. Poor Wsop.
Dirty.
We're going to be in the blender with him again.
No, it's perfect. No, it's dirty.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, buddy. I mean, my bad, man.
It's my mistake.
Simple. So far, we limp small.
Like 900,000 right?
Minko checks big, and well, we flop a pretty ropey-looking bottom pair, but with an inside draw.
You call that dirty sack?
I heard it is 30.
All right. Minko betting 1 blind, the minimum. Kind of size we see a lot on this texture, Henry? Is the big blind?
What's the smallest sizing we can go for?
Yeah.
A monotone. It's interesting because I don't think he would want to bet Queen X or 10X for that matter. So it's a pretty polarizing bet, especially against limp. Hisso's going to be limping in like pretty much every diamond combo.
Yeah.
You know, like Jack Deuce of diamonds is like limping in at a really decent amount. So by Minko betting, it feels like he's saying he has better than Queen X, or maybe like Queen X with a decent diamond. Like Queen 8, the 8 of diamonds.
Minko following up 2/3 on the turn, having Wsop turn 2 pair. It's funny, isn't it? It's like we've obviously improved our hand strength, but we're feeling way less comfortable now on that turn. But perhaps after the last hand, not willing to give up just yet.
Wsop does play fast in these spots. We saw it earlier on a similar kind of board texture. Well, if Minko was barreling with like a 1 diamond type hand, he's now got that. I'm just going to go out there and just say Jack 8 of diamonds. That's what I'm going with.
Okay.
Just flopped a straight flush. Although he's not breathing too heavily, is he?
Is he breathing at all? Do we need to check? When it rains, it pours. Wsop faces 5 million chips.
A Another very under bluff spot, lol.
Yeah, nice. Fold.
This we're getting put through the
Oh
ringer.
my word, Henry. What are they doing to our man?
It's tough to bond with this part of the course.
That's where the bluffs come from.
Savage stuff going on. All right, Kim. Over on our table. Limping and small.
What is going on?
With Jack 8. There's pretty best we move away from Hisu for a minute.
Hisu just getting abused.
King, Queen 10. Z's still ahead with that ace high, but it's Kim the one most enthused by the flop, and it's like he's reaching for a blind.
Okay, Kim. Can get behind this. Just fold out all of the undercards, take down the pot right now when we do get called. We've got equity.
How'd you get into it?
I was playing in union and stuff, but like, just for fun.
Amazing.
Wow.
Barrel number 2.
You guys get in 2-3 years now. It's pretty incredible. All the.
It's a sizable bet as well. 2.5 into 3 million, going very polar here.
Like we had nothing for like 8-10 years. No, nothing. You just had to learn.
Yeah, you also have the community. You have the guys. You know, it's like way easier if like you got guys who like
for sure.
Say so. You by yourself, it seems so hard.
Yeah. It's very,
All right, Kim. Getting one through against the chip leader.
You need to have the
Oh,
combination
Henry.
of and confidence.
As he picks up that one.
Yeah.
See if Jeff has anything for us out on the floor.
So just balance of that.
I don't know about arrogance.
I'm saying a lot of, I think a lot of people have it, is what I'm saying, because you have to kind of, a lot of people put other people down.
Confidence for sure.
Yeah. A lot of people will be like, oh, well, they suck, so therefore I should reg, you know? Or they're a whale, so I reg, or whatever, you know? Like, that's kind of how it, because you need to justify your ad, you know, somewhere. Yeah. Everybody does.
Fair enough, but like, I don't know.
But, yeah, there's so many guys who've been playing for 2-3 years, they got so good.
All right, here we go, and all in at our outer table. Giannis, go ahead. Trevor McMichael, the one who has jammed on the turn against Yang Wang, who is facing a decision, has used a time extension. McMichael check turn. Wang fired 3.6 million. Met with a jam and currently in the tank.
10 seconds.
Wang, the second place finisher in the PLO championship this week for more than $1 million. Does he look for the knockout here? With 40 players left. Queen, Jack, 8, ace. 2 hearts, 2 clubs on the board. More time extensions used by Yang Wang. Jam looks to be for about 12 million.
10 seconds.
There's the folds. And McMichael picks up the pot. I'd call it an important pot, but as you guys know at this stage, every single pot is pretty important. Let's go back to you guys in the studio.
Isn't it just?
Oh, thanks, Jeff, for the sideline analysis.
Oh my word. Look at this. Adamo has flopped the nut flush. Tom Bedell raising huge with top set aces. Henry, are we about to see chip lead pot?
So I'm assuming this was. I'm struggling to see.
I think it looks like this would have been an open from Bedell. Jam from the small for 6.5 blinds, but then the action not reopened. How does this come about?
Yeah, I'm struggling. I am struggling to figure this one out. Although Bedell is very deep, so perhaps just decided to trap. Brazilian is in a lot of trouble here. I mean, he's drawing dead. So he's going to be out of the tournament. Adama's made it 15, did I hear, from the dealer?
Yeah, this looks bizarre action to get this far. Bedell not loving that. Huge raise from himself. All in declared. Adamo will, of course, beat him in the pot with the nuts. And out of nowhere, we pan over here to find a 75 million chip pot, Henry. And although Bedell behind is not dead, 1 in 3 times he will make a boat.
God, Mom, everyone I know.
Bedell praying to the gods.
Good luck working out the cash value of this pot, Henry.
Imagine Adamo bagging chip lead day 3 of the Super Main.
Come on, baby, come on.
Ace, 10 or a deuce. Add an 8 to the outs.
Give me an ace, please.
Michael, it's fair play to him, out of the tournament. He's enjoying the show as he waits to get his payout. Who will be the person who busts him out? It is going to be Adamo, who does a double knockout and now has 83 million, Henry.
Is that like 8% of the chips
Yeah.
in play?
Just a fraction over 8%, just under a billion play.
Well, well, well. 8% of the chips in play. Michael Adamo.
Tom Axel Bedell, GG, my friend. Great to see him here with a deep run in another high-stakes tournament.
It's funny because we were saying earlier regarding tomorrow's day 4, James, that if Adamo bags chip lead and then, you know, maybe tomorrow is just a 4-hour day.
Yeah. Wouldn't rule it out.
Wow. Absolute scenes here. Late in the day.
I hate to lose, but look at that flop. Oh, that's possible. No way to escape.
GG's Bedell. Another impressive run. A WSOP event for him. Well, I see 11 minutes left on the clock. I believe the tournament clock is going to get paused at 10 minutes.
Yep, it will be around that number.
Oh, look, Moneymaker's still in. We got Moneymaker, we got Adamo. Let's go, man.
What a class act this man is. Walking out, singing a song as he busts in a chip lead pot. So then, we pan back to the lagoon, where we find Kim pulling in a small one.
do believe we are getting close to a pay jump as well. Not mistaken. Oh no, next pay jump coming at 32.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean,
tell me how much, Henry.
We're only 6 away. So 32 left would be 180,300. Everyone currently guaranteed 140,900.
Okay.
There we go. 3 more hands announced after this one.
Liv celebrating.
Did she just do a booyakasha?
I think, is that the, she's going to avoid the big blind celebration? Is that what that is?
It might be, yeah. That's worthy of a fist bump.
Oh, yeah. What's that? Gives a walk.
You're good.
Yeah, so you always be careful, Henry, when you do that celebration and they draw the last number of hands because you're going to miss the big blind, and then someone between you and the big blind has the audacity to get eliminated, and before you know it, you're in the big blind.
That's hilarious. I remember that happening to me in the APT main a couple of months ago.
You have to go Miami everywhere to connect anywhere in the States. You can go to Charlotte or Miami.
Atlanta too, no?
Yeah, you got Atlanta, yeah. Atlanta's big.
Dallas as well is quite enough.
38 remain, eh? Liv Bury coming out of retirement. Love to see her here.
I mean, I don't think she's out of retirement, Henry. She's just popping down to say hello. A poker holiday.
What would you call it? A poker holiday? Okay, there
a
we
poker
go.
holiday. She just popped to say hello, remind us all that she knows what's going on, and
a poker holiday.
she'll win 6 million, and we'll see her again in another 3 years.
If she wins 6 million, I want to see it all reinvested in her podcast. I want to see her do some like mad scientist kind of experiments on her pod.
Sweating so hard. Sweating the updates.
Bring back the
She's sweating the
Mythbuster
updates
days.
So hard. I just like texting
Is she
her
going to
and
run
she's
this,
like,
Henry,
I
for
don't know, with my
15
hair.
over Aziz? She is attacking what rates to be a light open. Now just has to breathe
You're agitated. You're 50%. Like,
as the rest of the table peel cards.
She's so funny. You've been together a while.
Yeah, I've been married for almost 11 years, yeah.
You met at school, right?
We met in Honduras. Yeah, she's British, but she came teaching and we met working
Good enough, I know.
What do you show?
Ace Jack.
Buttons good right here. Yeah, we met working in the orphanage in the school down there. Honduras and then, yeah.
Good enough,
Exactly
but if
that,
it's
Liv.
not
Yeah,
Paul,
Oh, exactly, I'm miserable.
Yeah.
One of them. One of like 5 people. And, well,
so supportive.
Not the dream,
So
but
important.
I think
yeah,
you
yeah,
have
yeah.
to.
Yeah, but she's just sweating up. It's hard when it's like 10, 11 big lines. It's like
The last time?
pulling my hair out. Oh yeah, wow. I mean,
David Ellman in the chat saying, honestly, with the current top 5, tomorrow really might be a short day.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we could just run through.
she knows how to play. We play the time to play and stuff.
Imagine that, Henry. We'd all get an extra day here in the Bahamas with a day off.
Wait, what? So you're saying what, tomorrow don't play?
I'm saying tomorrow we just run through, and then
Oh, just play down
the
to
following day was supposed to be a
Right.
final table. We can
It's great. I mean,
Yeah, just play down to a winner tomorrow.
You, me, Randy, and Ollie
Like
can
a 6 strategy game.
do some like lazy river races.
All right, catching an all-in and a call. Ace-Jack against Kings and an ace on the flop for Chris Klodnicki. That will result in the elimination of Eugene Golubchik in 38th place. Got it in good with the Kings. Klodnicki finds a way, flops the ace. I believe one more hand at this table. We'll continue to keep you posted on the outer table action as the night wraps up, guys.
That's really rough. Thanks for that update, Jeff. Kings with one more hand left in the day,
Yeah.
and you get it in against What was it? Ace Jack, was it? Sorry? Ace on the flop. That one's going to sting. I would not want to be in the family group chat for that one.
Right then. Believe. Final hand here.
Oh.
When last hand of the night, trying to get one through, or that's what he wants everyone to believe, Henry, because he's actually working with the ladies.
Oh my word.
Oh no. No, no, no. This isn't right.
Is this last hand of the night?
This is the last hand of the night. Kim finding a 3-bet. This is disastrous. When?
There is always that last hand of the day bubble as well.
Yeah, it's just all sorts of silly dynamics take place. But at the end of the day, this is 30 blinds and queens v aces.
Oh, surely Win just jams this in here.
As my question was about to be to you, is that the play, or is there like a make it like 8 million?
You know how much I bagged?
How much you bagged?
Try and make it look like nonsense.
No, I think 8 million gets jacks and tens to fold. Jamming potentially gets them to call. He's been snapped off as he announced jam. Oh, he didn't, sorry.
Wait.
He did say all in, right? I heard the word call.
Yeah.
Or am I just tripping late on day 3? Oh my word, he just called.
Oh, he just peeled the 3-bet. Okay, you did hear the word call, Henry. We didn't hear the all in, and look at this. When flopping top boat, all of a sudden the disaster has switched around. It is Kim on the hook.
Oh, the glasses.
They're the top set glasses.
It's very hard for me to
Oh
understand
dear.
Portuguese from Portugal.
Even for me.
Yeah, like I learn with Brazilians, and it's more similar to Italian. You know, like very
It's
similar.
for quarter pot.
Português do Brasil é parecido ao italiano.
Nice sizing here from Kim. Just keeping Win's continuing range nice and wide.
Right, and there's going to be plenty that likes the kind of queen-jack texture, is there not?
Meu amigo do Brasil fala comigo que sou não brasileiro, mas
Oh, he's just going to raise it here.
Just wants to check the temperature of the room right here, right now.
Oh, it's cold, all right, Henry. It is ice cold.
I mean, what, in terms of value, you're beating the one combo of ace-queen suited, king-queen, and then obviously there's going to be some open-enders out there, 10-9 suited.
Some 20%.
Jam going to be swiftly matched. It is Kim who is going to